The couple in love went out for a walk at a slow pace, eating delicious ice cream along the way. They were both so happy about this, because in fact, due to a huge pile of things to do, they hadn't gone on a date for a long time, and finally, they could just walk around like this and not think about anything. But unfortunately, these thoughts were interrupted, as was this wonderful atmosphere, and this was done by a huge truck that drove off the road and began to roll over right on top of the couple. The guy didn't think for long and reacted quickly. He pushed his girlfriend to the side and exposed himself to the blow. A huge truck was falling right on him, and at that moment, all the wonderful moments of his short life passed him by. He decided that it would be better if he did not see this, so at the last moment he closed his eyes, and just one moment later, he opened his eyes again and was very surprised. He was lying in some place that was incomprehensible to him, and was thinking that he had just been hit by a truck. It was hard to believe. Just like the fact that he seemed to have broken his neck, and apparently now he couldn't move because of it. Panic immediately gripped the guy, as thoughts began to appear in his mind that he might remain like this forever. He began to look around, and this distracted him for a moment because he saw a rather strange picture. There were a lot of people around him who died in the fire. The guy couldn't fully understand what was happening to him. It seemed to him that maybe it was just a dream. But all the action happened so realistically, and it was too cruel for an ordinary dream. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard a strange sound behind him, as if someone had approached him. When he turned his head, he saw an old man there who was telling him something about how it seemed like he was the only one who could survive this horror. The strangest thing at that moment was that the old man spoke in Chinese, but the guy still understood him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the reflection in the eyes of this old man. There he saw a little boy. This scared him quite a bit, because he couldn't even imagine why he looked like a little boy. In any case, no matter how much he screamed, the old man still picked him up and was ready to take the guy with him. After some time, they were already running away from this city, and along the way the man told the boy that he was most likely different from the other residents of Chunjin. But apparently he said all these words with a negative note, because the boy continued to scream even when there was no particular reason for it. At one point, the boy became quiet. The reason for his calmness was that the guy noticed the uniqueness of the person who was currently carrying him in his arms. The whole point was that apparently this old man had some kind of superpowers, thanks to which they moved quickly, and then even jumped from a high cliff. The boy thought until the end that at one moment they would fall and break, but after a while, it became clear that the old man was in control of the situation. After landing, the old man noticed that the baby was no longer crying, for which he praised him. Next, he carefully placed his hand on the baby's body, and the boy's entire body began to be enveloped in a pleasant warmth. All the snow around them began to melt, and all this because the man was emitting a huge amount of thermal energy. But his thoughts ended there, because he didn't have much energy and he constantly wanted to sleep, so at some point he simply passed out. When he woke up, he noticed that they were already in a completely different place. A man holding a baby in his arms stood in front of a huge building in the mountains, which could not fail to impress. The old man was apparently a rather respected person here, because as soon as they saw him, they immediately began to greet him and ask how his journey had gone. He didn't tell them the details of the trip, but simply said that everything was fine, and then he wanted to know if anything bad had happened in his absence. According to them, nothing of the sort actually happened. At least they had nothing to report, and when the old man heard this, he remarked that there must have been nothing better he could have heard. After which he himself added that he did not bring any news, but he needed to meet with the master. But at the moment, what they were most interested in was what kind of child was in his arms. Although the old man did not want to say anything about it yet, the only thing he could say was that Chunjin would take care of him. One of them suggested that this baby was the same as Kun-san, but Sabina immediately assured them that this was not so, and that the fact that he found him was pure chance and nothing more. After which he went to the temple, which he had been heading to from the very beginning. On the way there, he told the kid that this was the Janam clan, once one of the 9 strongest, But unfortunately, the time of this clan had already passed. The boy in the mind of this child looked around carefully, because he was quite curious to watch how life flowed here. But some moments were quite surprising for him, because at first it seemed that they were engaged in martial arts, but then it became obvious that this was not entirely true. In any case, it was safe to say that it was simply amazing. Sabina, looking at this little boy, immediately noticed that the boy had a rather conscious look. And he actually liked it very much, for which he praised the boy. After some time, he came to the right place, where there were a lot of books, so it vaguely resembled a library. And as soon as he entered, he was immediately met by his student, who was very glad to see his master. The old man didn't say a word to him in response, but only through the very same child he had brought with him at the guy. The boy was quite scared when he was simply abandoned, but fortunately the old man's student successfully caught the boy, after which he carefully examined the baby, not understanding what he should do with him next. The old man finally decided to explain to the boy what all this meant, and he started from afar, namely, with the fact that as far as he knew, the boy did not yet have his own student. The guy was quite scared, because he understood where this was all going, but the man just continued to laugh at him. And when he finally came close to him, he asked the guy to make this kid his student. At that moment, the boy was just trying to understand what they were talking about and what it meant to make him their student. But over time, from their conversation, he realized that he would probably study martial arts here for the rest of his life, and this scared him quite a lot. For the next few days, the boy was with the guy, so they began to get used to each other little by little. Gonchan, that's exactly what they started calling the baby now, which he clearly didn't like very much, but it's still better than nothing. What bothered him more was that he had no desire to become a master at all, especially when he heard about the conditions. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when the guy started feeding him, and the food was, to put it mildly, not the best. The boy thought that Gongchan was very hungry, so he tried to feed him as best he could, but the boy ate like a baby bird, which was a little scary. At that moment, the potter was thinking only about surviving in this world, because doing so with such food would be incredibly difficult. However, despite the fact that the food was disgusting, Gongchan immediately noticed that the person with whom he would now live was quite nice. The only problem that prevents him from living a normal life is the fact that he cannot speak. Therefore, it is quite difficult for him to convey his desires correctly, especially when he does not like something, or, for example, when he needs to go to the toilet. The potter simply shouted and tried to convey his wishes in this way, but the guy simply could not understand what was going on. The screams continued until the evening, and no matter how hard Gongchan tried, he couldn't even say a word. Only crying came out. After such a small experiment, he finally calmed down a little and stopped screaming, which could not but please his master. Besides, as soon as the boy calmed down, the master decided that while they had the opportunity, they should practice a little. After a while, there was absolute silence in their room, which made Gongchan think that what he wanted most now was to talk, but so far he had not been able to do so. He was also incredibly interested in learning what his master was doing, because he had been sitting in one place for a long time. Was this really how he meditated? The potter also decided to try something similar and began to breathe in the same way as his master, and it was worth noting that he was quite good at it. And the result of such meditation was that at one moment, Gongchan was finally able to say his first word in this life, which immediately attracted the attention of the master. He tried to talk to the baby and find out from him whether he really said something or whether he just misheard it. At that moment, the potter was thinking that at first he was just breathing, and then suddenly something changed, and in order to say the cherished words again, he just needed to concentrate and repeat what he had just done. The kid understood that most likely he had just used his energy, the same as the old man had used then. Therefore, gathering all his energy into a fist, he tried to say the word again, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so, and all he was capable of was making sounds. Gongchan simply did not understand what he was doing wrong and why he was unable to speak if he had just done it. Without waiting for the kid to do it again, the master decided that he was just imagining things, so he decided it was time for him to go about his business. Gongchan decided that he needed more practice in speaking, and then he would definitely be able to start talking, and everything would be fine again. After this decision, he lay on the bed for quite a long time and concentrated his energy. But he became so carried away by this process that at some point he simply began to roll out of his bed. At the last moment, he managed to hold on, and now thoughts appeared in his head that energy training allows one to develop faster, and if he can continue in the same spirit, then he will most likely grow much faster. But for now, he had a slightly different problem, which was that his head was much larger than his body, which is why he simply could not roll back onto his back. Because of this, over time, he developed breathing problems. So he decided that the best thing to do in this situation was to use energy to solve this problem. This was noticed at one point by the young master, who immediately ran up to the boy because he understood that this was clearly not normal and that he could suffocate. But he still managed to lift Gonchan in time, who immediately took a deep breath. After this, the master noted that he had just seen the baby meditating, which was pleasant to realize, but most likely, for now, Gonchan was simply repeating after him. On the other hand, looking at this little boy, the master found it strange to observe such a thing, because the boy clearly did not look like a genius. However, this did not change the fact that the boy was still a great fellow, and at this rate, he would definitely be able to become a scientist. After a while, they both stood by the window and just watched as small snowflakes slowly fell on the trees. Exactly 2 years later, little Potter was playing near a tree with small stones. At least that's how it looked, because in reality, he was trying to concentrate the energy in his hands. And he did this in order to break this stone into small pieces in one moment. This process remained noticed, because his young master saw it, so he immediately began to run in his direction. The man seemed to go crazy when he saw what little Potter was doing, because he immediately started running towards him. As it turned out, the master thought that the little boy had destroyed the stone only to put it in his mouth later, which is why he ran to him so quickly. But when he took his little hand, it turned out that the man was completely mistaken in his assumptions. The Potter simply turned him into sand, which calmed the man down a little, but he still decided to repeat to the boy once again that neither stone nor sand should be put in the mouth. The boy looked closely at his teacher and smiled, while mentally thinking that he probably shouldn't talk about what kind of energy he had just used. When Gonchan turned 7, he began to train even harder, and thanks to this, he could do quite complex techniques with ease. His movements became better and better every day. He began to master quite complex techniques. But even after so many years of living in this place, the guy still could not believe that all this was real. But what struck him most was the fact that the energy moved after the body. He was even able to compress this energy in his hands, and this was already called honing his skills, which he improved more and more every day. Therefore, on one of those days, his teacher came out to him and told the boy that he needed to go to the Tapan Temple the next day. According to the man, the boy was already 7 years old, so it was time for him to start training, which Gongchan clearly didn't expect to hear. The master had once told him that in order to find the right path, one should take care of one's people, and Gongchan assumed that he was telling him about begging for the glory of Buddha. Gonchan understood perfectly well that most likely they would simply give him a sword and send him off to wander, and he had also heard that hermits cannot die or be wounded. That's why the master sends him to the lands of the Cheonam clan, where he will be able to see the world, because it is still dangerous for him to go to other places alone. After all, now Gongchan's main goal, in the opinion of his teacher, is to become the best master on the continent. But the boy clearly did not want such a life, because masters do not even have the right to marry. The teacher, in response to these words, laughed at him and told him that in fact, in their Cheonam clan, it is possible to marry, so there is simply nothing to worry about. Gonchan himself understood perfectly well that he started quite early. Therefore, being at the 3rd level, he was already reaching the 4th, although the age difference would still be noticeable. Suddenly, His thoughts were interrupted when he raised his eyes and saw a beautiful girl walking straight towards him. But what surprised the guy most was when the girl came closer to him and spoke first, asking him a question that she wanted to make sure of, or was he really that same Jong? He just stood and looked at her attentively. She took this as consent, so she also introduced herself and said that her name was Gonen. After which he finally came to his senses a little, and immediately said that he was very pleased to meet her, but still, he wanted to first know how she knew his name. In response to this question, Gonen immediately told him that she had come here specifically to take him with her. Gongchan immediately blossomed like a flower and thought that he would find this temple quite interesting. So he followed her without any problems, not thinking about who this girl was and what she really wanted from him. And as soon as they arrived at the place where the girl was leading the guy, she immediately threw him a stick. Gonchan didn't quite understand what was going on and why she gave him this stick. Gonen laughed in response and finally told him that in fact everything was simple. They were going to train now. Gonchan was a little surprised, but still accepted this fact, after which he wanted to know what kind of circle it was, and according to Gonen, she drew it as boundaries. And since they were both aware of what was about to happen, the girl suggested that he start immediately. Gonchan was a little scared when he saw how well she wielded the stick, because he still thought it was an ordinary old stick. And when she struck him for the first time and tore his clothes, the guy immediately decided to remind her that they were training. Gonen seemed to not hear him anymore, because she continued to generate 1,000 blows in 1 minute, and although Gonchan knew how to fight, he still could not block her blows. The girl immediately noticed this, so at one point she simply stopped. At first she looked at the boy, and then decided to tell him that he did not know the basics at all, and as soon as she told him about this, Gongchan immediately admitted that this was his first time participating in a fight. Gonen was a little surprised by this because she was sure that he knew how to block attacks. But the guy continued to stand and look at her intently, which provoked her to start showing him how he should block this or that blow. Gongchan looked at her with such a loving gaze, and therefore he managed to quickly memorize all the blows that the girl showed him. But no matter how closely he watched her, he still couldn't keep track of everything at once, so he asked her to show him a few techniques again, to which Gonen quickly agreed. To begin with, she showed him once again what he would have to fight back, and the girl's speed could not help but surprise him. After which she jumped up and began to attack Gongchan again. But this time, the guy was more than ready for such a development of events, and thanks to his speed, he was able to dodge the blow. This gave him a little confidence in himself, which made him start to think that he would definitely be able to defend himself against her. And while he was so confident in himself, he suggested to Gonen that they immediately move on to battle, where he would finally show her what he was really capable of. Although Gonen thought that the guy had become so confident too early, she still didn't mind, and immediately accepted his challenge. And just a moment later, she was in front of the guy and was striking him. Although Gongchan didn't expect such speed from the girl, he still managed to block this blow. But he decided not to stop there, and as soon as he had the opportunity, he immediately decided to take advantage of it and launch a counterattack. Gonen immediately noticed that this boy was quite talented, since he caught on so quickly, even though he didn't even try to understand the essence of the fighting style. But suddenly, he just stopped and did not continue to attack her, although it seemed that he could get her. But according to the guy, at the most important moment, he froze and did not have time to think what to do next. Gongchan felt a little ashamed because he couldn't think of it and attack. Gonen immediately noticed that this boy looked quite like a genius, although his movements were sluggish, but his head was quite good. In any case, Gongchan quickly offered the girl to continue training because he was more than ready for it. She didn't mind, so she quickly agreed to it, and they started training. 2 whole years have passed since then, and Gongchan has grown quite well, and sparring with Gonen was much more interesting. The guy himself believed that the essence of martial arts was a clash of 2 minds, so he was in no particular hurry to rush into battle. But when Gonen got close enough to him, the guy finally started fighting her, and he was doing quite well, The girl was happy with her student's progress, but still, she was not going to give up so easily, and after he repelled all of her standard attacks, she decided to show him another rather interesting technique. She had built up quite a bit of speed before this, and as soon as the chance appeared, she jumped straight at Gongchan with her punch. The guy clearly didn't expect this, so he couldn't dodge in time, and this led to him receiving a blow from the girl. However, as it turned out later, he was still able to dodge, and he was not as badly hurt by this blow as it might have seemed at first glance. The girl immediately noticed that the guy was very lucky, a little more, and he would have definitely gotten it. After these words, she decided that it was time for her to fight Gongchan seriously, so the number of blows she delivered in 1 second increased almost 5-fold. Of course, Gonchan felt this, but he was still able to withstand and even block these blows. But Gonen wasn't going to stop there, and immediately after a short series of blows, she was again next to the guy and ready to deliver the blow that would end their fight. Gongchan was a little scared, so he didn't have time to block the blow properly. Instead, he accidentally put his hand in front of the blow, which caused a fairly large amount of energy to be released from his body after a few seconds. Gonen couldn't believe that the guy used a shield that blocked all her attacks. According to Gonchan, he just used a defensive technique from his old style. If you believe the guy, this technique is simply ideal in close combat. If you use the 2nd, 6th, and 9th forms in turn. It sounded so strange to the girl, so she decided to ask again what exactly he meant, and, according to the guy, she would have to use a new style to connect. After which he decided to show her an example of how it should look, because if you start rotating energy from one center to the second, that could make a pretty good shield of pure energy, which the guy just used again. He was so glad that he had not yet forgotten after so much time how to use this method correctly, because it seemed to him that it had a direct relation to the old style. However, he was not entirely sure of this, because it seemed to him that the new style was a bit intrusive, and the learning process should be continuous. Gonen couldn't believe that the boy was saying such words at 9 years old. Was he really that conscious at such a young age? In any case, she really liked it, and she was also pleased that the guy learned such things from her in such a short time. Gonchan, in response, assured the girl that in fact, this is not all he can do, and now is the time to show her how much he has grown during this time. Gonen tried to convey to the boy that, in fact, all his strikes were pretty much the same, and he should change his strategy. But first she decided to beat him up a little, so that he didn't think that he had learned absolutely everything that was possible. Gonchan clearly didn't expect this. He thought he had really developed enough to feel confident in such a fight, but he still took quite a few hits. But the girl was not going to stop there, and immediately after a series of blows, she jumped high enough to deliver a kick. It seemed like it was bad enough for Gongchan, but he was mentally confident that he could escape this blow. But everything was not as simple as it seemed to the guy. The blow was quite strong, which even threw him back a little. This surprised the guy a lot, because he was sure that his defense was at an ideal level. How did this even happen? He immediately decided to stop this fight and ask the girl how she managed to break through the defense, to which she confidently answered him that she used air superiority. Gonchan didn't quite understand what they were talking about, so the girl told him that he had learned all of her attacks and how to defend against them, and that she, having control over space, was capable of more extraordinary moves. And if we were to simplify all these words, we could say that he couldn't defend himself because he simply memorized everything. She noticed that he was a little upset, so she immediately asked him not to lose heart because she thought that he was only 9 years old, and she was 20. These words suddenly made Gonchan jump up and run somewhere, before he asked Gonen to wait here, because he needed to think about her words a little. She tried to stop him and ask him again where he was running and what he wanted to do, but the guy didn't hear her and just kept running. After which she told herself that the boy was incredibly capable, because even taking into account the fact that she used a new technique, he still managed to erect a barrier. That same evening in the library, Gonchan was trying very hard to find something in the books. He wanted to find the techniques that Gonen had told him about today, namely air dominance, He needed the basics in order to understand how Gonen fought. But to his great regret, the results were rather disappointing, and a whole year had already passed. During this time, he trained quite a lot and tried to improve his skills to the maximum, but even with this approach, she still managed to get to him. His thinking ability during the fight was simply superb, but it still did not allow him to defeat his opponent. Even when it seemed to him that he was about to deliver a strong enough blow, the girl deceived him and struck back. Each of their training sessions ended with the girl saying that the training was good enough, but she simply couldn't help but notice that he was still powerless against a fighter who uses air energy. Gongchan tried not to show it, but it upset him incredibly much, because in his head he had thoughts that perhaps this was his limit and he could no longer become stronger. One such evening he decided that it would be better for him to go to bed than to think about such things. And as soon as the candle burned out, he thought about the fact that in the old style there was a way to relieve stress. To do this, he simply needed to focus on his energy and fill his inner cup to the brim with it. Suddenly, all these thoughts made him think that he was using the energy foundation, and in this way he could try to defeat Gonen. The next day, early in the morning, they went out to train again, and the first thing Gonchan told his opponent was that he had mastered the technique of dominance in the air, which Gonen did not really believe, because he was just a kid who was not even 10 years old. Although since he was so confident in himself, Gonen was more than ready to test these words. He immediately began to show her everything that he had learned over the past few days, and the girl immediately noticed that the boy was showing her something that was not what she expected to see. Gongchan immediately told her that he understood this perfectly well, because he had actually combined the power of energy flows with the old style, which is why he had come up with something new. Gonen couldn't understand at all what was going on here, so Gongchan decided to just show her. Then, according to him, everything would be clear. The girl didn't just stand there and immediately decided that it would be pretty good if they saw how similar their techniques were, and for that, she immediately went into battle. But as soon as she decided to strike, Gonchan's defense worked this time, and the girl was unable to inflict enough damage on him. She couldn't test this, so she continued to strike blow after blow, trying to break through the guy's armor. At this moment, the old man watched them closely and thought that Chongjin had actually raised a good student. Gonen couldn't stop and continued to strike blow after blow. It seemed to her that this was just some kind of nonsense. This quickly angered her, so she decided to deliver one of her strongest blows. But even he couldn't overcome Gonchan's defense. Moreover, the guy was even able to deliver a good counterattack. Gonen immediately thought that she had greatly underestimated the boy, but he managed to exceed all her expectations. But she wasn't about to give up yet, because she actually still had one way left that might be able to break through his defense. She began to concentrate energy under her feet, which at one point caused the ground to begin to collapse. So she was going to forcefully open his defenses. This was Gonen's special skill, which she used to defeat quite a few opponents. It was distinguished by its power and appearance, because every time she used it, a tiger appeared behind her, which instilled fear in its prey. Even such powerful attacks could not penetrate Gonchan's defense, although the girl put an incredibly huge amount of energy into these blows. But at one point, her efforts finally yielded results. Her hand was able to pass through Gonchan's defense, and it seemed that this was where it would all end. The old man had been carefully watching their sparring the entire time and understood perfectly well that at that moment, Gonchan was using a special kind of concentrated spiritual energy. But even he was surprised by what Gongchan, who was only 9 years old, was able to do. He deliberately let the girl get closer to him, after which he launched a counterattack on her. And he didn't stop there either, because right after he pushed her away from him, he launched another attack at her, after which he happily added that the basis of the girl's technique was different from his skills, but he still couldn't help but notice that the form was somewhat similar. At that moment, Gani only wanted to know how the guy managed to do something like that. Gongchan suggested that she calm down and end the training, and only after that would he be happy to explain to the girl how he was able to create this kind of protection. The next day, Gonchan, together with his teacher, headed to the elder, although neither of them even guessed why they were going there at all. Although the man still guessed what was going on here, it seemed to him that his faithful student had become famous throughout the school and that this was precisely why they were going to the elder, something that Gongchan himself found hard to believe. After some time, they finally approached the temple where the elder was, and his assistant immediately announced to the old man that Chongjin and his disciple Gonchan had arrived. As soon as they entered, the first thing they saw was the elder, who was actually quite hospitable. After which he noticed an interesting thing, that he often had to meet with Chongjin, but he would be talking with his student Gongchan for the first time, and as soon as the old man said these words, the little boy, as he was taught, greeted the elder and thus showed respect. However, the surprises did not end there. After they finally met, the elder asked Chongjin to leave them, and he asked the little boy to sit down so that they could talk in a comfortable atmosphere. The boy was quite surprised, and the old man immediately noticed this, noting that the boy was apparently interested in knowing why he had summoned him, which Gonchan himself immediately confirmed. The old man began by saying that he had been told that he was a very worthy and mature young man beyond his years. The old man called Gongchan because he would really like to test his strength, but first he wanted to ask the boy something. His question was that he wanted to know, or did the boy know, what the energy foundation is. Gonchan thought for a bit, and when he had collected his words, he finally said that this is a single, large connection that not everyone has. He also believed that it connected his consciousness with the surrounding world, creating a continuous flow of energy. The old man wanted to clarify, or the guy was saying that this foundation essentially connects him to the world, and, according to Gonchan, perhaps this energy doesn't just connect him, but makes him a part of this world, and he clearly feels it when the energy flows through his hands. And as soon as the boy finished speaking, one could confidently tell from the old man's face that he was incredibly surprised. He immediately thought about the fact that the galaxy is polite and eternal. It patronizes everything living and dead. He also thought about the fact that in the end, any energy flows into her huge, smooth flow, and it was precisely this kind of knowledge that the old man had been searching for all his life. After some time, another old man entered the room with the elder and the boy, who first of all decided to note that he did help Elder Gongchan. The elder didn't think long before saying that this boy was special and that Sabika wouldn't mind listening to his speech either, although Sabika in turn didn't understand at all what this could change. By this time, Gonchan was already asleep, and so the old men spoke to each other rather quietly. When Sabika talked to his brother, he decided that he needed to leave one last instruction to Gonchan, and for this he came closer to him. After some time, an incredibly strong concentration could be noticed between Sabika and Gonchan, and according to the old man, he was simply unable to cope with his energy, so he had to seal it. Then he fell to his knees and began to talk about how when the time came to remove this seal, he would have to guide this boy on his true path. According to Sabika, this child is the future of their clan, and the most important task at the moment is to take care of him, so that this does not happen to them. Well, with that, he announced that his time was up, and he simply could not do anything else. Quite a lot of time has passed since then, and Gonchan has grown quite a lot. At 16 years old, this guy had a strong body and spirit, and most importantly, a great desire to train. By this time, he was capable of quite serious things. He collected energy in his hands in incredible quantities. He even learned to use his internal energy in such a way that he could create objects with his energy. With the help of this ability, a little later, he was able to achieve that he began to create a shield, which he called the Chi Shield. Everyone around was incredibly surprised by how brilliant this guy was and how he could do everything on the fly, and they were also confident that if they trained as hard as they could do the same. Suddenly, today's training was interrupted at one point by one of the temple workers, who came out to inform Gongchan that they wanted to see him at the Temple of External Affairs. This confused the guy a little, because he couldn't even imagine why he was suddenly needed in this temple. It seemed like he hadn't done anything wrong. In any case, he had no other choice, so he decided to go to this temple, where they were already waiting for him. The temple worker said that they had an urgent matter and there was no one who could handle it, but Gonchan didn't understand at all what they were talking about. But instead of any explanation, this man could only say that Chongjin already knew everything, so Gongchan could also move forward. All these riddles scared the guy, because he didn't even know where he needed to go. The worker of this temple nevertheless decided to tell the guy that they would have to meet with the team and help them deal with the mountain bandits. The guy just stood there for a while, because he didn't understand what to do next with this information, and the man could only wish him good luck in the fight. Gonchan understood that he simply had no other choice, so he bowed and said that he understood everything perfectly. Immediately after he left this temple, he decided to go to his master, with whom they would apparently carry out this task. After some time on the road, Gonchan decided that he urgently needed to get something to eat. At that moment, all he could think about was China, because he really liked the delicious delicacies they made there. Therefore, he went down the mountains as quickly as possible, where there were a lot of people, and that meant a lot of different food. He immediately felt an incredible smell, which made him understand that soon his stomach would rejoice. Besides, he had not been here for so long that he had forgotten this wonderful aroma. However, on the other hand, he remembered that he lived the life of a recluse who could not even go out to eat. Before he stayed here, Gonchan decided that he needed to find a small place to stay for the night. The best option, he believed, would be to simply ask the locals for help, which is what he did. And as soon as the guy started talking about housing with one of the local residents, he immediately came closer to Gongchan because he actually recognized him, because this is the same guy from Mount Chanam. The man was incredibly surprised that he had met Gongchan here at all, so he was happy to help the guy. Gongchan assured the man that his request would not be difficult, because he only needed to know where Tail's overnight stay was, and from the man's expression, it was clear that only spies did not know this place. To get there, the man decided to explain it to the guy literally using his fingers, but then he realized that this would be of little use and decided to draw the exact route. Gonchan was incredibly grateful to his new acquaintance for giving him such a detailed explanation of where he actually needed to go. After that, they finally parted ways with the man, and the first thing Gongchan thought about was that the masters were clearly held in high esteem here, which couldn't help but make him happy. After some time, Gongchan finally arrived at the right place for him, where he first greeted his brothers. Among his brothers were Jinjok-san, Brother Huang and Hyun, and Brother Hong, if Gongchan remembered the names of each of them correctly. They confirmed his guesses and said that he had not made a mistake with the names. And then, one of them noted the fact that although they had heard that he was the youngest, they could not even imagine that he would be so small. But it was all a joke, and he decided to introduce himself again, calling himself Huang, or as they call him, the Fast Sword. Then, Jin came closer to him and told the guy that they had received information that their older brother had been specially kicked out of their squad in order to take the gifted young man, and apparently they were talking specifically about him, to which Gongchan could only laugh. However, the situation was serious, according to the elder brother. They are aware of the situation, and they must go to Seokchon. According to their information, there is a tail unit there, which is responsible for transportation and security. The essence of their task will be that they will need to clear those places of bandits. Listening to his brother attentively, he still decided to find out a little more about their rivals, but in response, he was told that it would be better for them to discuss this on the way. The whole point of this task was that the matter was incredibly urgent, and they could not delay it any longer, so Jin would be ready to answer all questions on the way. After some time, they finally arrived at the place they needed, where the main one was called Hensu. This same Hensu immediately ran out of his house and shouted that his name was Hensu and that he held the position of local manager here. The brothers began to introduce themselves one by one, and Jin was the first to do so, then Huang, and finally Hyun. They also did not forget to introduce Gonchan, who, according to them, came to them from the main temple. Hensu couldn't believe his eyes that he was seeing something like this, because he had never seen a master from the main temple before. It was such a rarity. Moreover, Hyunsu immediately thought that this was the same Gongchan about whom so many rumors were circulating throughout the country. As soon as he greeted all the masters, Hensu immediately asked them to wait a little. According to him, they were still preparing rooms for the guys, and while they were doing this, the man decided to find out the reason for such a sudden arrival. And when Jin started telling him, at first Hyunsu couldn't believe it. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible. After which they entered Hensu's house, where he began to tell them that he had recently heard a conversation between some vagabonds. They were saying that it was not the mountain robbers who were behind this. Jin didn't want to believe it, because according to his information, they were the ones doing it, so he really wanted to know who was to blame for all of this. Hensu thought for a bit and finally decided to tell them that everyone around them suspected the moists first and foremost. Now there was surprise on Gonchan's face, because before this, he had already heard some things about the mohists. His older brother Jin also noted that if the moists were really doing this, then the situation was becoming much more serious, and they might not be able to deal with them alone. Suddenly, his words were interrupted by Gongchan, who wanted to know one thing. Were these moists really so strong that they wouldn't even try to stop them? In response to his words, Huang decided to tell the young student that he apparently did not understand that being a moist was already quite a serious feat. After which he immediately added that he really did not want to belittle their school, but even the most senior level of mastery of the school cannot compare with a 16th generation moist warrior, even taking into account the information that among the moists, there are only 2 such strong warriors. He continued to talk about the heavenly horse Majin and the bloody king Sakcheon. That is the name of these 2 masters. And if we talk about how strong these 2 are, then we can only tell one story. That several years ago, one of them, without anyone's help, moved against 100,000 strong Mongolian army. And another cut the throat of their Khan. After that battle, no one remained alive among that huge army. And if we were to sum up this story, we could say with confidence that this is how they got their nicknames. This means that they are unlikely to be able to resist them, because they are at least adherents of the old style, and in their school there are only 8 generations. They will not have even a few warriors who can compare with them. Gonchan sighed heavily, and all this was because he understood the seriousness of the situation and how much stronger their opponents were. After such a terrible story, the elder brother Jin decided to calm them all down and first suggested visiting Haomen. If they want to figure everything out on their own, they should hurry, but first, they need to get a good rest. In the local forest, there were several people who were saying that anyone can say that he is weak, because in fact, he is a tiger. However, at that moment, they did not know what to do next, although one of them was sure that they needed to retreat. Although they didn't want to forget that their tactics had worked and they could actually try to move further in this direction. But for now, they also had an open question regarding the man from the Jonam clan, who was a 3rd-generation disciple of Gongchan and the 3 swords from the provincial temples. In that case, they weren't entirely sure that they would be able to get rid of them at all, because the guy might show himself, and then they would clearly have a hard time. But all this talk was empty space, because one of them reminded that the leader told them not to deviate from the plan. Although even here everything was not so clear-cut, because if you think about it, the head recommended them more than ordered them, so it can be said with confidence that the final decision remains with them. Then they started to offer different options, and in one of them, they wanted to simply finish them off and only then retreat. Besides, we shouldn't forget that they've already made it clear to them who they are, so it would be nice to play with them one last time. The next morning, Gonchan woke up from a deep sleep. He was incredibly scared, and most likely, the reason was that he had a very scary dream. His first thoughts after waking up were ambiguous, because he was not sure that he should interfere with this mission at all, because such strong opponents were too much for the first mission. But on the other hand, he did not forget that this was his job, and he could not escape from it. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted, when he heard a strange noise outside the door, and then he remembered that his elder brother was in Haomen, and it seemed that he had just returned. And as soon as Gonchan opened the doors, he heard the guys talking about how they should immediately all get together and discuss everything. After a short story from elder brother Jin, it became clear to them that not even the slightest trace remained of their enemies. He stated that they acted quite unexpectedly, so it seems to him that they simply ran away. And then Huang decided to find out where the package was. But here, Jin had already brought good news, because according to him, he had determined the location, and now their main task was to return the package, and they must do this as soon as possible. Although it was not yet clear how exactly they would do this, and then Jin spoke again, saying that they had sold it, so they had no other choice but to buy it again. They didn't quite understand why he was telling them all this, because they still couldn't figure out where that very package was. According to Jin, this package was on the West Coast, and so it was not difficult to guess that they were there today for the purpose of sale. Jin confirmed this information and also added that the Mohist's power was truly secret and powerful. But because of this incident, many of them disappeared, so Shanxi province would be calm for a while. Han didn't quite understand why these moists were destroying everything around them when they wanted to get something, because it clearly wouldn't work the way they wanted it to. After that, Jin decided that their preparations were officially complete for today, and tomorrow they would finally set out on their journey. But first, they collectively decided that it would be best to send a letter to the main temple so that they could take at least some measures. They all left, but Huang asked the newcomer to stay for a while. He did this in order to offer Gongchan to drink some tea with him, or something stronger. At that moment, Gonchan remembered that in his past life, he often drank with friends, but in this life, this would be the first time for him. They sat down at the table, and Gongchan decided to immediately say that since he was drinking for the first time, he would like to start small, which Huan did not quite like, but still, he did not forbid him anything. Gongchan also couldn't help but mention that he had spent a lot of time in his life meditating, so he simply didn't have time for nonsense. These words made Huang think that the newcomer was trying to be rude to him, but he liked it. Gonchan did not hide this, and noted that this was far from news in the main temple. But suddenly his words were cut off out of the blue, after Huang, for no apparent reason, simply passed out and fell onto the table. Because of this, Gonchan had to carry his older brother in his arms. At that moment, Gonchan could think that no matter what happened, he could not abandon his brother. But at some point, his thoughts were interrupted because he heard a rather strange noise and immediately realized that there was clearly someone around. However, he didn't have time to do anything before he and Huang fell into a trap, which is why he immediately realized that they wanted to lock him here. The guy hadn't yet had time to do anything when suddenly a man appeared in front of him, who first of all wanted to know whether the guy's name was really Gongchan and whether he was definitely from the Chanam clan. Gonchan understood what would happen next, but he still spoke to this guy with a smile and answered his questions quite confidently. After which, as expected, these few warriors who appeared in front of him jumped up and started running towards him, shouting at the same time that he must die today. Gongchan wasn't going to just stand there and watch them destroy him, but first, he carefully placed his brother Huang on the floor. After which, he immediately began to create a small circle of protection that should help them. For one of his opponents, it was quite surprising to see the guy resist at all. However, even in this case, he did not think for long, and therefore, without much thought, struck the guy. But all this was useless, because as soon as he struck, he was immediately thrown back, and he did not even scratch Gongchan. However, this did not upset him, but on the contrary, he decided to talk to the guy and find out from him what he thought was the reason they attacked him. Gonchan didn't even guess why they did this, but on the other hand, he understood that he shouldn't think about it now, because two people were already attacking him at once. So he began to actively gather energy in his hands, and as soon as his opponents got close enough, he attacked them in response. His strike was based on pure energy, which literally pierced the men's bodies through and through. Thanks to this, he was able to knock them out. They lay unconscious, and Gonchan was pleased that he was able to defeat such strong opponents. On the other hand, he understood that these guys had no chance from the very beginning, although he was ready to admit that they scared him a little. Gongchan approached his brother to pick him up again, and along the way he realized that Huang was feeling very ill. But suddenly, the guy's body was filled with a feeling of fear, which scared him very much. He turned around and noticed that there were weapons in the bodies of these raiders, and this could only mean one thing, namely, that there was someone else here. And what's most unpleasant is that Gonchan immediately realized that these guys were finished off on purpose, and this was done so that they wouldn't say anything unnecessary. There was only one place where one could die at the hands of one's own brothers, and Gonchan understood this perfectly well. The boy and Huang returned to the village, and the first thing Gongchan did was tell this story to his older brother Jin, who, in response to this story, noted that they did not expect Gongchan to be so strong, which was incredibly nice to hear. However, Jin still asked the guy to be extremely careful, because there was very strong energy here. It would be incredibly difficult to survive, and Gongchan actually understood this perfectly. After which the older brother turned to Huang to remind him that in this place he clearly should be more careful and not drink in the back, because his life could depend on it, as, for example, happened today. Upon examining the two attackers, they discovered that they had used a fairly strong poison. Jin immediately told them all that the moists were using him for self-destruction, which meant that it was most likely them. And once they were convinced of this, Jin immediately decided that they should send another message to the main temple. And mentally, he tried to understand why these guys suddenly decided to attack Gonchan. What was it about this guy that interested them so much? But in any case, whatever the reason, one can say with absolute certainty that the guy's life is in danger in this case, and apparently he was sent here for a reason. Several days later, the boys still hadn't managed to find any traces of the moists, but rumors of their appearance quickly spread throughout the area. At the same time, the talented master Gonchan became an equally interesting topic for discussion. And at one point, the time came to say goodbye, which saddened Gonchan a little, because he was very pleased to be with his brothers, from whom he was able to learn quite a lot. However, they felt that they had failed to teach him anything worthwhile, so they hoped that they would still have a chance to correct this. Gonchan asked them not to worry about this, and also assured them that he would look forward to their next meeting. They let him go without any problems, while thinking that they really had no reason to worry about this guy. On the way home, the only thoughts in the guy's head were that everything had been returned to the main temple, the enemies had disappeared without a trace, and he was returning to practice. He also thought that he would be able to study for a while with his brothers from another school, but unfortunately he was unable to do this, and because of this he was upset. But he did not grieve for long and immediately began to think about where it would be better for him to go. His first idea was Muji, a town about which many legends are told. The only downside was that it was located quite far from here. After some time, he finally made up his mind and set out on his journey through the woods. And his first stop was when he finally came out of the forest, which had pretty much battered him. At that moment, his biggest dream was to eat some rice soup and then get into a soft bed where he could sleep soundly. All these thoughts made him take a short break, and first he would really like to see what he had taken with him on this trip. He had quite a lot of things in his kit. For example, he took rice, noodles, and dried zucchini with him. But suddenly he noticed that he had forgotten the most important thing, namely the flint with which he was supposed to light a fire in order to cook himself some food. This made him think of his past life, where he was a big fan of barbecue, and since that was the case, he started thinking that maybe it would be nice to reminisce about the good old days. He found a small board and a stick, which he began to rub vigorously, trying to make fire in this way. But unfortunately, he had no success in this matter, although in fact he had never done this himself before. In his past life, waiters did this. However, he was not going to give up, because he understood that friction creates heat, and then it must turn into flame. And since he was in another world, he decided that he needed to try it in a different way. Gongchan decided that it would be nice to add chi energy to friction, so it seemed to him that he could do it faster. He began to gently summon energy to his fingertips, causing the wand to spin much faster. During this exercise, Gonchan noticed that he had managed to create spiral energy, which meant that he could, in theory, do without wood. And he was absolutely right, because this is how he managed to create a fairly strong flame. Gongchan was very glad that he still managed to light this flame, although it is not the flame of truth. In any case, he can cook food on it, so Gongchan did not care so much. About 10 days had passed since that evening, and Gonchan still could not reach the very destination that he needed so much. His condition was not as good as he would have liked. He was incredibly tired. He wanted to eat and sleep. Suddenly, on his way, he met a small hare who was simply walking through the local fields. Gonchan, looking at this hare, saw not an animal, but delicious food that he would gladly eat now. Therefore, without thinking twice, he ran after the hare to catch it and roast it quickly. But no matter how hard Gonchan tried, he still couldn't do it. But his work and efforts paid off, and at one point he finally managed to catch the animal. Although everything was not as good as it seemed to Gonchan, although he managed to catch this hare, he miscalculated a little and fell off the cliff. He didn't fall for long, and when he finally landed, he was incredibly pleased that he had managed to catch this hare, and all that was left was to make a fire. However, there was another problem that Gonchan faced, namely, that this hare seemed too cute to him. The potter himself could not believe the fact that this rabbit had somehow charmed him, because now he simply would not be able to destroy it. So he decided that he would just let the hare go and wish him luck. The potter could only hope that the next stranger would also spare him. Suddenly he heard a cow mooing nearby, and this could only mean one thing to the guy. There was a village somewhere nearby. But the problem was that even hearing this sound, he still did not understand where this village was, in the east or in the west. However, he was quite lucky, because he decided to go east, and with every step he heard the cow mooing louder and louder. The first thing Gongchan did after entering the village was visit a local cafe, where he ordered 5 servings of fried beef and the same amount of fried chicken as well as dumplings, and only after that was he able to eat his fill. The workers at this cafe couldn't believe at first that one guy could eat all of this on his own, and then they were shocked that he ate it all so quickly. But of course, what they were most worried about was whether this master would be able to pay for all of this. Now Gonchan understood why they were looking at him so intently, so he immediately decided to assure them that he had money and there would definitely be no problem with payment. At least that's what it seemed to him, because as soon as he reached into his pocket, he realized that his money had simply disappeared. Gonchan began to realize that he must have dropped his wallet while catching the hare. At that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by the chef of this cafe, and he wanted to ask him first of all about payment, because they began to suspect that the chef was not going to pay them. At that moment, Gongchan was thinking only about the fact that he simply could not allow the masters to become associated with the thieves of rice and other products. Therefore, he decided to allow himself one small audacity, namely, he asked the owners whether they handled everything in their cafe. The owner of this establishment got very angry and started showing the guy his muscles, saying that the master could get out of here. But his wife suddenly stopped him, saying that they would not let him go for now because she had one good idea. Within a few minutes, Gonchan was writing out prescriptions to anyone who wanted them and giving advice. He also didn't forget to repeat that if they ordered a portion of dumplings from the owners of this place, Gonchan would give them a discount and write a talisman practically for free. In the Chonam clan, he learned to read and guide a person's path in the right direction. He also mastered Chinese medicine and learned how to attract good luck. Of course, no one knows for sure how reliable all this is, but it was absolutely clear that this makes people feel much better. Gonchan tells them how to avoid evil deeds and how to commit good deeds so that fate does not punish them. He lived this way for some time, but it couldn't go on like this for long, and as soon as he paid off his entire debt to the cafe owners, the guy decided it was time for him to continue his journey. The ambassador of the Shaolin Temple, talking to his interlocutor, tried in every possible way to prove one thing. But in response, all his interlocutors remained silent, so he had to remind them that they had ignored the words of the main temple. However, they still remained silent, which made the man very angry, so he began to speak rudely to them, which they did not like, so they answered him that it was too much. One of them noted that, without any evidence, they should speak out in favor. After these words, the temple ambassador could not contain his emotions and began shouting that people around him were being destroyed, and they were talking about some kind of evidence. He asked them to stop with this, because he was sure that they had already started to act, but the main problem was not even this, but something else. Other people who were also at these gatherings began to understand that the ambassador was telling them about representatives of 3 external sects. He confirmed this information and added that they say that not only the moists have appeared, but also the Temple of the Sun, the Ice Palace, and the Trinity of the Southern Gates have begun to stir. The Temple of the Sun, all that is known about it, is that it is the main sect of the deserts. They practice resistance to high temperatures. The Ice Palace, located in the north, teaches martial arts of snow and ice. The Southern Gate Trinity, the Poison Gate, the Beast Gate, and the Blood Gate are the names of those who divided power over the southern lands. Each of them is eager to obtain the Sichuan province, so the gate representatives are constantly fighting with each other. After this, the ambassador was asked who their leader was. He looked at the person who asked this question, and instead of answering, he decided to ask him in return, why are they asking him this question at all? According to the man, he is an ambassador, leading their meeting, so he is obliged to answer all the questions they ask him, whether he likes it or not. The ambassador thought for a moment and then said that he would like to recommend Namgun to them because it seemed to him that the glory of the Sword King spoke for itself. The king of the sword Namgung Muja, there is no one who can compare to him, except perhaps the ambassador, but he himself nominated the king. At the moment, the 4 strongest ones are Dan Chonggi, Namgung Muja, Jaigalsan, and Yu Mangu. Although the latter was already too old, so he decided that he would not take part in all these races for the championship, especially since in his opinion there are many young and promising people who deserve it more than he does. As for Jaigalsan, he went missing some time ago. In this case, no one had any objections, but first they decided to ask Namgung himself what he thought about this choice. Namgung didn't know what to answer, but decided to first note that it was a great honor for him. However, he still admitted that he could not refuse the ambassador, and that he would take over the leadership post with all determination. Thus, the members of the ancient Murim Association elected the Sword King as their leader, and meanwhile, the sect of villains, sensing the approach of difficult times, created the Helserin organization. Meanwhile, Gonchan, continuing his journey, thought that he needed to earn some more money, otherwise he had squandered everything. But on the other hand, he bought a new uniform. The old one no longer looked like clothes, and in this new one, he was more than comfortable. In any case, he was in a great mood and continued to enjoy his journey, singing songs along the way and thinking about how incredibly comfortable it would be for him to train in a comfortable uniform. The only problem he had was hunger, so he decided at one point to stop and cook something to eat, and tomorrow he would quickly get to the nearest village. He prepared himself a delicious meat porridge with dried meat and was ready to eat it. Suddenly, he heard a small explosion, which made him stop eating and think that apparently, even here at night, someone was restless. Not far from Gonchan, in the forest, a woman fought with robbers and she was noticeably losing. One of them kept telling her that the best thing for her would be to just give up, and then they would end it there. But in response, she could only smile, and then she even called them crazy, because in the whole world, they cannot find someone who would willingly want to please them, so they run through the forests after the poor woman. Gonchan clearly didn't expect to see such a scene here, but what angered him most was that these men were pestering her. They did not hold back in their words, so they said that they would first destroy her, and then play with her corpse. But the girl did not run away. Moreover, She took out her sword and was ready to defend herself as long as she had the strength to do so. At some point, Gonchan jumped out in front of her and decided to help the poor girl. Without thinking twice, the guy used one of his most powerful skills, which he called Instant Moon. So he literally blew away all those guys and didn't let them get any closer. They didn't fully understand what kind of powerful technique this was, and most importantly, why did student Chanam interfere with this at all? Gonchan looked at their leader and, as if reading his mind, asked him if he really didn't understand why the guy did this. And everything was incredibly simple according to Gonchan. He considered them villains, but he was a fair master. After these words, he asked them to stop chatting and start attacking him, because he was simply tired of waiting for them. At some point, Gonchan noticed that they knew the techniques of the basic school, so he became interested in finding out who they were. But instead of any explanation, the head of this small group immediately ordered his guys to destroy this guy. After a few minutes, it turned out that there were quite a few of them, and Gonchan had to figure out how to deal with them. I didn't have to think long, because Gongchan has an ability in his arsenal called the 5 Seals of Thunder. It allows you to literally turn your enemies 360 degrees, so that they don't think that everything will be so simple. But Gonchan's main problem in this case was the very same leader, who, as it turned out, also possessed some techniques from the school, which made Gonchan's life difficult. At least that was the case for the first few minutes of the battle, but then the guy gathered his strength and was able to respond with a good blow that sent them flying. After a few seconds, it became clear that the guy had gone a bit overboard and destroyed them. But the thought that kept coming back to him was that he had managed to keep his sanity only thanks to training. After which, he turned to the girl he had saved and asked how she was feeling and if everything was okay with her. She replied that everything was fine, and Gongchan couldn't help but notice that she looked pretty strong, as if she had taken out a couple of them herself and ran away. The girl laughed at Gonchan's words and answered him that usually those of hers fly away with one blow. And in general, she thought that she could handle it herself, but before she could finish speaking, she suddenly noticed that Gongchan had started doing something. But as soon as she came closer to him, she immediately realized that he had buried all these guys, which surprised her incredibly. According to Gonchan, he felt very sorry for them, and he was also convinced that everyone deserved peace, no matter how bad people they were. After which he added that it seemed she was injured, and he had a comfortable camp set up nearby, so he invited her to go with him so that he could treat her, although it was impossible to tell from him, but he was actually studying medicine. She immediately noticed that this guy was not like the other masters who behaved terribly. This guy was completely different. On the way to the camp, Gongchan told her that he was from the Jonam clan, which was a little surprising because he looked quite young. It was time to get acquainted, so the guy introduced himself as Gongchan and then asked the girl what her name was. At that moment, she lowered her head and said in a rather quiet voice that her name was Sol He. Gongchan didn't understand why she suddenly started speaking so quietly, but he still decided not to pay attention to it, and with his next question, he wanted to know how old Seol He was, because it seemed to him that she was the same age as his sister. But as it turned out, Seol He was over 30 years old. The guy said that he is now 18, and his sister is 10 years older than him, and as soon as he saw her, he immediately remembered her. After such a conversation, they quickly arrived at the camp, which Gonchan called convenient, but from the looks of it, it was clearly impossible to say so. Sol He decided to tell the guy that he is a master and that he simply cannot be lied to. In response to these words, Gonchan stated that he was not lying. According to him, there are no wild animals here, there is fire, and the most beautiful thing is the starry sky above. And on top of all this, he has delicious porridge for dinner. According to the guy, there couldn't be anything more comfortable in the wilderness, so he asked Seol He to sit down and enjoy. But as soon as he told her about this, he immediately noticed how bad she felt, and because of this, she fell to the ground and began to choke. But this was only the beginning, because then she began to spit blood, which looked quite scary. It didn't take Gonchan long to realize that the girls had simply been poisoned, which she herself confirmed, because otherwise she would have dealt with the bandits. Immediately after this, the guy asked the girl for her hand, because he urgently needed to check her pulse. She tried to convince him that she was fine and could handle it on her own, but Gongchan couldn't just leave it like that, because he thought her internal organs were damaged and it wouldn't be easy to deal with the poisoning. But just when he decided to tell her that all this was dangerous, he suddenly saw her emitting strange energy from her body. He immediately saw how she was removing the poison from her body, and this was only possible after 120 years had passed. How was she then capable of such a thing? At the age of 10, Seol-hee was sold to the Hwanggun school, which was famous for its great knowledge of the dark arts. Its followers were able to absorb the energy of yin and yang, and 50 years after its founding, the school fell under the onslaught of enemies, and its founder was wounded by a mace and then died. At that time, Seol-hee was only 15 years old. By that time, she had already become a first-class warrior and learned to masterfully draw energy from people, after which many tried to take possession of Huang Song about the dark arts. Eventually, the scriptures passed into the hands of Seol-hee, who by the age of 30 had mastered this knowledge and become one of the 16 strongest. But Gonchan's surprise was understandable, because he had just seen how the girl, having absorbed the energy of the earth, in the blink of an eye, she removed the poison from herself. Gongchan saw the poison that Seol-hee had just extracted from her body, but even so, he couldn't believe that the girl was so strong, but the girl asked him to be extremely careful with it, because it was known that one drop was enough to destroy a cow. But instead of listening, Gongchan mindlessly licked his finger, causing Seol-hee to be shocked. After which, the guy tasted this poison and noticed for himself that it really was poisonous. But Seol-hee at that moment only wanted to understand who the guy was and why he was doing all this. Instead of answering, Gongchan noted that Seol-hee was very strong, since she was able to remove such an effective poison. After some time, they sat down near the fire, and Gongchan began to talk about how she first survived the battle, then the poison. Taking all this into account, he could confidently say that Seol-hee was tired, so he believed that it was better for her to rest and restore her chi energy. But she assured him that she wasn't really that tired, which was quite strange for Gongchan. Because after he tried the poison, he determined that the poison was incredibly dangerous and that in order to resist its effects, considerable abilities were needed. Moreover, before this, she had been very exhausted in the battle, so according to his calculations, it would have taken a lot of strength to resist such a poison, and based on this information, he could confidently say that she only had enough energy for 30 years. She sighed sadly in response to these words and told him that, in fact, this number was higher. Gonchan didn't argue with her and suggested that they eat and thus recharge their batteries. But Seol-hee immediately decided to tell him that she would probably refuse this offer. Gonchan understood perfectly well that she refused only because she did not trust him. Seol-hee didn't argue with him. She just noted that she had just been followed, and therefore it seemed to her that the guy in her place would have done exactly the same thing. People are unpredictable creatures after all. Besides, she wouldn't be entirely sure that he was really a master. In response to these words, Gonchan told her that although he was not quite ordinary, he was still a master. But as for her trust, according to Gonchan, he absolutely did not need it, because he did not help her for that reason. Gonchan always believed that the more good deeds a person does, the purer his karma will be, so it seemed to him that with such actions he could cleanse his karma as much as possible. Besides, he couldn't help but say that since she was asking him so many questions, then apparently she was still interested in him. Although in reality he simply did not understand how one could abandon a girl to be torn apart by a huge crowd. But as soon as he told her about this, she immediately began to say that she needed to leave, because otherwise they would simply destroy them. After which she called Gongchan a fool because he thinks that everyone around him is fighting fairly, although this is not true at all. They all know no mercy. She tried to prove to Gongchan that there was no chance of survival against them, and now she wanted to know what he would do if she suddenly slit his stomach open while he was sleeping. Gongchan looked into her eyes and said in a calm tone that this was really not like her at all, so he couldn't believe that she could do this to him. But Sol Hui was still sure that the guy simply didn't understand what he was talking about. This conversation made her start crying and talking about how her energy had become much weaker, and she didn't know what to do with it. Gongchan mentally understood that this world was too cruel for his sister, which is why it was so hard for her to live. She's more of a survivor than a lifesaver, so Gongchan decided he wouldn't bother his sister and would just continue cooking. Sol Hui simply fell asleep after a few minutes and slept until the morning, and when she woke up, she was scared at first. She looked around, and the first thing she saw was Gonchan sleeping next to her. After some time, Gongchan also woke up and did not see Sol Hui next to him. Apparently, she left while he was sleeping, which was a little offensive for the guy, because she could have said goodbye before leaving. In any case, this could not stop him. He quickly gathered his things and continued his journey north. After some time, Gongchan finally arrived at the very same Huang temple to which he had been walking for so long. Not far from this temple, he noticed the village of Namso, where he decided to go and find out about ferry tickets. He also decided that it would be better if everything moved along the river, because it seemed to him that nothing should happen. After a while, he found himself at the river pier and began actively inquiring about where he could buy tickets. He was told that they only sold tickets for the ferry to Nagyang, which suited him. So he wanted to know if there were tickets for a first-class cabin. Gonchan was able to learn a lot about the Nagyang Three Kingdoms and considers this place to be very important. It is on friendly terms with Shaolin, the founder of the first temple in Chongwon. In simple terms, one could say that his path lay straight to the tourist city that represents Henan Province. As soon as Gonchan arrived in the city, he immediately decided to find a merchant of magical artifacts. He wanted to buy at least ice balls, and if he had enough money, then fireballs too. But on the other hand, he remembered that this was his journey, and so he decided to first take a walk around Nagyang and visit Mount Gumgang. From that moment on, Gonchan began to think that wandering around the world was not as bad as it might seem at first. But when the time came to sail, the ship's captain told the boy that it was already late and he would have to wait for the next ship. Gonchan clearly didn't like this, because he understood perfectly well that the next ship would only arrive in a few days, and this clearly didn't suit him. Therefore, without thinking for long, he ran with all his might to this ship in order to make it on time for this flight. It seemed that everything was over, and Gonchan would definitely not make it on board, but he used his skills and still jumped on board this ship. He was so glad that he finally managed to catch this ship, but he still wanted to see where his cabin was. The first thing he did after he found himself in his cabin was to think that Nagyang was the beginning of his voyage to the Eastern Sea, which meant that he only had to hold out for a few days. For now, what worried him most was the question of whether he really could encounter pirates along the way. At that moment, he remembered the words of Sol Hui, who told him that he would need to be more careful with Kang Ho. Gonchan decided that he clearly needed to think about his safety, but first he decided to replenish his energy. To do this, he needed silence, but unfortunately he was constantly interrupted by people's screams. It wasn't entirely clear why all this noise was going on. The only thing Gonchan heard was someone demanding a fee. As he got closer, he heard a man telling a story about how a few days ago, because of the rain, the current got stronger, so if they wanted to swim, they would have to pay extra. Gonchan clearly didn't like this, because all the passengers had already paid quite a lot of money to swim across, but it still wasn't enough for them. The guy immediately started saying that they definitely wouldn't get away with it, although the man standing next to him clearly didn't think so. He believed that they should move on because they didn't need to deal with bandits, and besides, there were already problems with the ship, and it wasn't just about money. Gonchan began to think about how he should act correctly. The mere sight of injustice and hopelessness made him nervous, but on the other hand, it was clear that if he got involved, he would make things even worse. While Gonchan was thinking, these robbers collected all their things and moved from the ship to the boat on which they would sail away. After this raid, the ship's captain ordered the boys to moor, because they would continue their journey tomorrow. Gongchan, sitting in his room, thought only about the fact that at the next stop he should definitely find a dark shop where he could buy an ice, fire, and outer ball, because now he knows that he should prepare for such situations in advance. But when he began to count the money he had left, he realized that perhaps his plan was not as good as he thought, because he did not have as much money left as he would have liked. While he was counting his remaining money, he suddenly felt a strange feeling inside. Therefore, without thinking for long, he used chi energy to look around the ship, and unfortunately, in the distance, he saw a lot of boats with bandits who were heading straight towards their ship. Moreover, Gongchan immediately realized that their chi was not at all like those who were on the ship today during the day, and this scared the guy a little. He immediately went to the captain to tell him that they should sail away quickly, because bandits were approaching. The captain began to look around but saw nothing, so it seemed to him that the guy was simply delirious. Gonchan tried to prove that they were not visible yet, but they were definitely heading here. But the captain and his assistants did not want to believe the guy, and even if they really attacked them, then they could buy themselves off and nothing bad would happen. Therefore the captain once again asked Gonchan not to make a fuss and to go to bed. Listening to all this nonsense from the captain, it dawned on Gonchan that it was impossible to reach these people with words. So he took out his sword and cut open the boxes that were standing nearby. This surprised everyone who stood next to him. They certainly didn't expect this. After which the guy told them that he was Gongchan, a disciple of the Gonen clan, and he told the captain in a rough voice that he either tells his men to go on the road or they should start preparing for battle. The captain's expression immediately changed because he remembered that they had not fought for about 10 years, so he was afraid to imagine what they would do if they did not manage to buy their way out. And as soon as he thought about it, an arrow flew in front of his face, which frightened the man even more. But now he believed Gonchan, so he began to shout to all his people that they should immediately get their weapons out of the hold and prepare for battle. So far, no one knew what to do except for Gonchan, who confidently blocked all the attacks of the attackers, but it would clearly be very difficult to defeat an entire army on his own. The captain finally woke up and began to act. He shouted to all his men that they must raise the sails and stand at full combat readiness. While they were doing this, the bandits had already gotten very close to the ship and began to climb onto it. Gonchan couldn't just stand still, so without much thought he went into battle with these guys, hoping that he could hold them off until the captain entered the game. The leader of this raid stood at a distance and said that there was quite a lot of squealing, just like in some kind of slaughterhouse, and his assistant thought that this was normal because they sent 20 of their best people to this ship. Therefore, it seemed to him that the outcome of this raid was quite obvious, and there was no need to even worry about it. In his opinion, these 20 best bandits will cut everyone down, and when they are done with this, they will burn the ship and sink it. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the bodies of bandits who began to swim towards the ship. This made them understand that something had apparently gone wrong, so the head of this operation decided to check everything himself, although his assistant thought that it was quite dangerous for him, but the captain himself did not think so, because if he cannot protect his people, then his body is not worth a penny. Besides, he had been wanting to warm up for a long time, and his sword thirsted for the blood of these pigs. However, his assistant still believed that the man was in too much of a hurry and that he needed to act completely differently. At this moment, Gonchan was trying his best, and so far he was able to cope with the influx of bandits. But with each passing second it became more and more difficult. At one point, there was even a feeling that there were more and more people. Gonchan's main motivation at that moment was that if he couldn't deal with these guys, he wouldn't end up in the dark shop. And this was incredibly important to him, so he used all his strength to finally begin to destroy his enemies. He smashed a small wooden box into tiny pieces and then sent them straight at the bandits, killing several of them at once. Suddenly he heard an unknown voice, which told the guy that he was fighting quite well. When Gongchan raised his head higher, he saw a man with a sword who was dressed in the same clothes as all the bandits, and while the guy was examining the man, he noticed that apparently his opponent was from the Gonen clan, He understood this from the specific clothes that could not be confused with anything. Looking at a person, you can easily feel his energy, which is actually what Gonchan was doing at the moment, while asking his new opponent who he was and what he wanted from him. Looking into the man's eyes, Gongchan thought about how he had often felt pressure in the past when looking at strong masters. Master Sabika, the elder, teacher Chongjin, they all caused pressure on the potter. And that's why the guy so quickly realized what was happening to him now, because when he looked at this man, he had exactly the same feeling that did not leave him. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by this unknown man, who, instead of introducing himself, told Gongchan that he was the one who would destroy the guy today. After these words, he had nothing to add, so he simply began to actively attack Gonchan. The guy immediately realized that just a little more, and this crazy man would amaze him with his strength. Therefore, he didn't have to think for long before he came to the conclusion that he needed to use all his strength to answer this master. Gongchan's opponent was surprised that the sword appeared in the guy's hands so unexpectedly, but Gongchan wasn't going to explain it to him, but simply asked him to attack quickly. The man understood that this technique required a lot of experience, but even so, he was confident that the brat standing in front of him was someone he could easily defeat, and he wanted to do this as quickly as possible, so he attacked Gonchan without much regret. Two swords clashed in a battle, the winner of which would be determined very soon, given the power of both masters. The first thing Gongchan noticed was that his opponent was too fast. At times he couldn't even keep up with him, which made this battle too difficult for him. But on the other hand, he didn't notice anything else, so it could be said with certainty that this man was currently being saved only by his quick attacks. And if he had opened up for just a second, then Gongchan would have definitely dealt him enough damage to win this fight. All these thoughts made the guy remember that he possessed a special technique, the 5 Thunder Seals, which should stop his opponent. When the guy used this technique, the man was not afraid for a second. Although he knew how powerful this technique was, he could only tell the guy that the hypocrites from the Chonam clan raised a monster. In response to these words, Gonchan told him that he was nobody to say such words, because for a destroyer, he talks too much. But the man could no longer be stopped, and he continued shouting that his dirty Chonam monks were such hypocrites. The guy just hadn't realized it yet. The only thing Gonchan was sure of was that his teachers were clearly better than this psychopath who was now standing right in front of him. And he thought so, if only because on his orders, the innocent passengers of this ship were destroyed. The man believed that the boy had no right to say such things, and now he was going to teach Gongchan a lesson, after which he would learn how to speak properly. But suddenly his monologue was interrupted when Gongchan pierced him with lightning right in the stomach. And after that, he threw his opponent overboard so that he would finally die and never destroy anyone else in this life. But this didn't make Gonchan feel any better. The thought that he had just destroyed another person reigned in his head. He tried to calm himself down, and therefore continued to think that he simply could not do otherwise, so he had to do this. After all, he did all this not for the sake of destruction, but only to save as many lives of passengers as possible. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by another strange voice, which told Gongchan that he was amazingly good and that he did not expect to see such a strong young monk. After which, this guy suggested that the young guy was brainwashed by the monks when he was training in the Chonam clan, but that was not so important. In his opinion, the only thing that matters now is that the young monk has spent too much energy, and this will make his work much easier. Gongchan mentally understood perfectly well that he actually had almost no energy left to fight. But on the other hand, looking into the guy's eyes, he noticed that his opponent did not have large reserves of chi, so it seemed to him that simple skills would be enough to defeat him. At least that's what he thought until his new enemy got really close to him, and at that moment, Gongchan finally realized that things weren't going to be that simple. The guy began to be enveloped by the tentacles of this master. At that moment, the guy realized how inattentive he had been when he decided to underestimate his opponent and his skills. But the saddest thing about this situation is that he has no strength left to fight such a strong opponent. But Gonchan's enemy had no intention of sparing the boy, and as soon as he had the opportunity, he immediately tied up the young master and was ready to destroy him. The captain and other workers of this ship could not calmly look at this picture. But this still didn't help Gonchan, who had just been wounded by this psycho. According to this man, Gongchan will soon no longer feel pain, and all that remains is to be patient for a little while. But suddenly his words were interrupted by a cry that came from the crew, who finally took up swords and went on the offensive against this bandit. Gongchan was barely conscious, but even in such a bad state he understood that all these attempts were simply useless, and it would be best for them to simply run away. After all, it was obvious that ordinary sailors could not cope with such strong opponents. And if the slaughter continues, then everyone will simply die, and clearly nothing good will come of it. This gave the guy a little motivation, so he decided that he definitely needed to do something to reduce the number of victims. He was not going to forget that as long as the sword was with him, as long as he could still stand on his feet, he was still able to fight back against his enemies. While he was thinking about what he could do, his opponent kept telling the guy that he respected his willpower, but even in this case, it wouldn't help him. Therefore, the man with a big smile and with incredible joy will now send the guy to the next world. After these words, he dealt a strong blow to Gongchan, dropping him from a great height onto the deck. Due to such a strong blow, even the floor beneath him collapsed, and the man could only add a small question in which he was interested to know how many monks of Jeonnam had mastered the control of lightning energy. In any case, he believed that he would not be able to get an answer, although he was not averse to admitting the fact that the guy was a worthy and capable opponent, so for the sake of decency, he decided to at least ask the name of this hero. Although he again doubted that the dead man would be able to answer him. But apparently he was very much mistaken, because as soon as he finished speaking, he was struck by a powerful bolt of lightning, which caused his face to become very distorted. Gonchan used Sonchojinki, which is a forbidden technique in their school because it is too powerful, but using it takes away all their life force. But unfortunately, even using this technique, Gonchan still could not destroy his opponent, but only caused irreparable damage to his arm. This made the sorcerer even more angry, so he decided to order his men to finish off this guy. Besides, he had too little strength left, which is why he could not do anything else. Gonchan lay there and understood himself that his life would soon end, something he clearly did not want to know. When he closed his eyes, he began to hear auditory hallucinations, which made him even more afraid. Suddenly his body began to glow with an incredibly strong light, which was difficult to even look at. At that moment, memories that he had not participated in surfaced before Gonchan's eyes when Sabika was talking about how he was going to leave the boy his final instructions. When he told the elder that they needed to take care of the boy because he was unable to handle his energy, so he had to seal it. Well, in the end, he asked the elder, when the time comes to remove the seal from him, according to him, Gongchan is the boy who will tell the whole world about the Tao of Chonam. All these memories made the guy wake up, and he did it quite spectacularly, jumping out of the pit fully prepared for battle. At that time, on Mount Taishan, there was a master and his disciple, to whom the man told that in their school only 36 people were able to overcome the master's threshold, and he sent 2 of them, and now he received news that they both failed. This made him incredibly angry, because in his opinion this was a fairly simple task. But his assistant could not give any more information. All he said was that the information was in the process of being collected. First, the master suggested taking a closer look at the situation to find out what they were facing. Zhengzhou is the heart of Henan province, and it was here that a master with new abilities appeared. As soon as the ferry docked, news of the extraordinary master immediately spread throughout the city. Many people talked about this guy. They told each other stories about how he single-handedly scattered dozens, even hundreds of enemies. They also heard that he was from the Chonam clan, so they really wanted to see him at least once. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Gonchan, who asked the guys to move aside so that he could pass. They didn't recognize the very hero they were just talking about, so they continued talking about how he was on the verge of dying, but he didn't give up, so they called him immortal. Hearing all this, Gonchan didn't understand what they were even talking about. Although, on the other hand, one could still say that he really did die. Also in his head were thoughts about what would have happened if it weren't for the energy left by his grandfather before he left. When the last of his life force left his body, his seal was automatically removed, and he was reborn again, reborn with new strength and an even greater supply of energy. The tail Shingon is completed, and at that moment, Gongchan has realized all 12 energies that exist, for which he was incredibly grateful to his grandfather, who came to his aid at such an important moment. And now, his main task was that he needed to find a dark shop and stock up, because he was still looking for an ice, fire, poison, and outer ball. But still, his mood was not so good, because he remembered the images of how people essentially died because of him, because he wasted valuable time walking and having fun in Nagyang. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he came across a beggar with whom they had slightly collided. Gongchan immediately felt the beggar's energy, which was incredibly strong. The guy realized that perhaps this man was one of those who were trying to revive freedom, so the guy decided that he could not let him go. He followed this man with the thought that in a big city, there would definitely be a dark shop. Since people with powerful energy are already walking here, it means that it is somewhere nearby. But only in theory everything was so simple, but in practice, there were too many people here, each of whom went in his own direction, without looking back at the others. Because the guy started to worry too much, he still lost that very guy. Gonchan had absolutely no idea where so many people came from. The poor man had completely disappeared from sight. And at that moment, a good idea came into Gongchan's head. He thought that it would be nice to use his energy. He pretended that there was no one around in order to try to use the power of Tail Shingon. Thus, he began to sense energy within a range of 30 meters, which should help him determine the location of that very poor man. He felt different amounts of energy. There were people who radiated loving energy. There were also those who radiated bad energy, but in any case, it was all not the same. But suddenly he managed to feel the very energy that he was trying to find. Gonchan was able to find the very poor man he had lost, and he was actually not as far away as it might seem. When Gonchan finally discovered where the tramp was sitting, he immediately went there, surprising the man. He immediately asked him what the guy needed there, and in response heard the guy introduce himself as Gongchan, a third-generation disciple of the Jeonnam clan. After which, Gonchan asked them his question, in which he was interested to know whether the guys were somehow connected with the freedom movement. Instead of answering his question, the same tramp approached the guy closer in order to clarify whether Gongchan was the same immortal that the whole city was talking about, which made Gongchan feel awkward, but apparently he really was that same guy. And as soon as he heard this, he immediately introduced himself as Hoga, and according to him, it was he who was in charge of the guys in Henan. Gonchan, hearing this, concluded that Hoga was the main one in this movement. But in response, he heard the other guys laugh at this, and afterward, Hoga told Gonchan that he was the same poor beggar as everyone else. However, he was curious to know what had interested the boy so much that he even decided to follow him, and Gongchan told a story about how a teacher once told him that if he wanted to know something, he should ask people like Hoga. The tramp answered him with a smile that, if this was really true, then he was very pleased, and now he would like to hear what Gongchan wanted to know. Without thinking twice, the guy asked Hoga if there was a dark shop around here somewhere, since he needed to replenish his energy. Hoga's face immediately changed, after which he said that if the guy did this, then he would simply ruin the clan's reputation, although Gonchan did not even roughly understand what Hoge was talking about. The man explained to the boy that in this case, he would be using the balls of another clan, and people would clearly be unhappy with the boy's actions. Gonchan was already scared, but in fact he believed that practical application was more important than any rumors, and the balls were an absolutely ordinary thing. Hoga was completely surprised when he heard something like this, but as it turned out, Gonchan is more interested in dark magic, poisons, and everything connected with it. This is really dangerous. The man realized that he couldn't just dissuade the guy, so he decided to find out why Gonchan needed this at all, to which the guy replied that if he figured it all out, then he could save more lives. And as an example, he gave the idea that as soon as poisons are studied, they will immediately cease to be dangerous. At that moment, Hoga looked at the guy and thought about how most people choose only one direction and study it intensively. But this guy was clearly not like that. So he told him that there was a shop nearby called Cheongpodang, and there the guy could find everything he needed. The man also told the boy that when he got there, he needed to tell him something, and with this information, Gonchan arrived at the black market, a place where you can buy almost anything. In Jeonju, 12 clans jointly manage it, and Gongchan entered one of these shops, and the first thing he said was that he heard that a man was selling gold items here, so he decided to take a look. The seller disappointed Gonchan by saying that unfortunately there was nothing made of gold, but he could offer silver, and that actually suited Gonchan. After which the seller turned around and asked the guy to follow him. This clearly lifted Gonchan's spirits because he understood that Hoga had not deceived him, and these phrases really helped him. Inside this store there was a small basement that led to another door, and as soon as Gonchan and the seller entered this door, they were met by a man who was glad to see a new customer in the dark shop, and also immediately added that they have everything from magical energy to living people. Gonchan walked around there for a bit and finally decided to say that he needed energy charges. The seller started by saying that their charges are divided into levels: first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and one special one. There were 6 levels in total. The first one costs 5,000, the second one 1,000, and the third one only 100. In fact, it was very expensive for Gonchan. He expected to hear much more pleasant prices. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by the seller, who told Gonchan that they also buy charges, and if the guy had something like that, then they would be happy to buy it. But to his great regret, Gonchan had nothing of the sort. In his head, he was thinking that he had been looking for this place for too long to leave here empty-handed. He really didn't want that. At this point, the seller added one more thing. According to him, they are also willing to buy information, which already interested Gonchan much more. But the seller did not stop there and added that there are more than 1,000 price options for information. But the prices really varied. Something could cost as much as a plate of dumplings, while something would cost as much as gold. Gonchan immediately decided that he needed to immediately remember everything he knew, because he began to understand that now there was a chance to make good money. And while he was doing this, the man took out his sword and asked the guy not to lie, because it could end very sadly for him. Fireball. With its help, you can learn to control flame. Ice Ball. Its ability is almost the same as Fireball. It is used by northern schools, studying the methods of ice control. Well, the outer sphere was first used in Shaolin and then became widespread among other clans. With this sphere, monks mastered the art of living armor. In the city of Howman, combat energy balls were created that could take the form of any weapon. Poison balls were invented by palace doctors for easy reprisals against the empire's enemies, but they quickly found their way onto the black market. After some time, Gonchan finally managed to get hold of 5 powerful energy balls, and while he was floating back home, he had nothing to do, so he decided to study them. The guy still couldn't imagine that information could be as valuable as artifacts. He thought the story about the fight with the bandits was well known, but how pleased he was to realize that he was wrong. However, right now he was more interested in something other than that. He rather wanted to start learning, and he started with fireballs. While Gongchan was studying the records of the 5 artifacts, the ship passed the Yellow River and entered the Yellow Sea. After such a long journey, the guy finally came ashore, and looking at him, it was clear that he was not feeling his best after the journey. But after walking a bit, his health improved, and he confidently walked on foot, although on the other hand, this was clearly not something to be happy about, because he didn't even have a rough idea of how long it would take him to get to Lianing. Suddenly, his head told him that Heian had told him that it was best for the guy to follow the signs, and he also needed to be more careful, trying to choose crowded streets, because in all districts of Shandong province, there are branches of the Jagal family's trading network. Heian advised him to go there, and when he arrived there, he should say that he was a student of the Cheonan school and they would help him get to Lianing. Gonchan was incredibly happy about this, because he essentially didn't even have to ask anything. The Huang, Jagal, and Sandong families are the largest in Shandong, and all three were inseparable from the crown. Because they have always possessed wealth and influence, it goes without saying that their trading enterprises are considered the most prestigious in the entire country. And as soon as Gongchan entered the territory of this very division, he was met by a little boy, who first of all wanted to know what brought the young master here. Gongchan immediately introduced himself and said that he was from the Jonam clan. This slightly surprised his interlocutor, but this did not stop the guy from asking whether he had a cart that would go to Liaoning, or whether it would be nice for him to know the way. The employee of this department, unfortunately, did not know this information, but he was happy to clarify all this. But first he offered the guy to take him to the visitor's room, to which Gonchan quickly agreed. The young master liked this worker who was so friendly to him. Gonchan was taken to a special room where he was treated to tea and asked to wait a little. The young master liked everything except this tea, because it was incredibly hot outside, so he wanted to drink cold iced tea more. But he did not lose his head and decided to use his new ability, which he had recently learned, namely ice magic. In this way, he was able to easily cool the tea and, as he said, the cold tea tasted much better, and this also once again emphasized the fact that it was incredibly cool to have such abilities. After which he noticed the cakes, and all he could think was that their hospitality was top-notch. Then he simply ate one cookie after another and thought about how people haven't yet invented factories for producing cookies, and that's a good thing, because they probably wouldn't be so tasty. Suddenly, his meal was interrupted by another person, who first of all apologized to Gongchan for disturbing him. The man was the manager of the Eastern Division of the Yagal Donan family's trading network, and he was very pleased to meet the guy. Gongchan responded by introducing himself and then saying that he was greeted by a third-generation student from Jeonnam High School. At that moment, the guy was mentally quite surprised that the manager personally came out to him. Donan at this moment decided to admit that he was very surprised when he learned that the same immortal master Gongchan came to them, which was a little surprising for Gongchan because he did not even imagine how the man knew his nickname. Because he was from the center, he immediately went here. Manager Donan told Gongchan that they had been informed about this from Haomun, which surprised the guy a little, because he did not expect that rumors could spread so quickly. An incredibly powerful master has appeared in the country. His name is Gongchan. He is a third-generation student of the Cheonan school. At the age of 20, he is already called immortal. These are the words that were in every conversation between people in this city. Gongchan's information, sold on the black market, immediately spread among masters of different levels. For the story of the attack on the ship and a few personal details, the shop owner gave him a whole 500 units of local currency, and that was quite a lot. Now, Gonchan asked the manager to speak to him less formally, since he obviously knew his age, and besides, he was embarrassed by his respectful attitude towards him. Donan understood him, and with his next question, he wanted to know why Gongchan was so eager to get to Liaoning. Gonchan answered him without any problems that he would like to meet with one person, for a number of personal reasons. While he was observing religious poverty, he had time to meet with him once. Donan, listening to all this, could assume that Gongchan was a pretty good friend for this person, which Gongchan himself confirmed, and also added that he would like to train with him. Hearing this, the manager said that luck was on his side today, and a carriage heading to Liaoning was passing nearby. In 10 days, Gongchan would be there, and Donan would easily put the boy on this carriage, for which Gongchan was incredibly grateful to him. Now that they have resolved this issue, Gongchan would like to talk about payment. But before he could finish this question, his interlocutor simply left the room without saying a word to the guy. Then he appeared again and told Gongchan that the guy really didn't have to worry about money, and he also had another piece of good news. He said there wouldn't be any more passengers, so the guy could rest on the way, to which Gongchan couldn't say a word, because he was shocked by the kindness of the people. In return, the manager only asked to show a couple of techniques to their children. Gongchan expected that they would ask him for something much more serious, but he was still glad that he could pay them off so easily, so he agreed quite quickly. A few minutes before this conversation, the manager was in his office and was thinking that since Gongchan could go to the Moen family at will, it meant that they were very close. He was also well aware that their relationship with the Cheonam school was one of support and strengthening of power. These thoughts ended when he decided to ask his assistant that Master Gongchan would be visiting them, so he would like the assistant to try to learn everything he could from this master. And before he left, Gonen asked him to go and post a letter. Due to the return of the moists, a resistance movement called Murim is formed, while the influence of the Cheonam school grows, and among their students, a genius is found who manages to become a master at the age of 20. These were the very things that Gonen was thinking about as he paced his room at the time. He understood perfectly well that at this rate, by the age of 30, the boy would be able to match the Buddha himself. And given this, one could say with confidence that this young man was more valuable than the entire Cheonam school, and the most surprising thing was that they understood this perfectly well. But on the other hand, there was religious beggary, and Gonen simply did not understand how the clan could so easily let go of the man in whose hands the future of the school lay. In any case, in this situation he could do nothing, and all he could do was wait until history put everything in its place. The next day, Gonen's assistant took Gongchan out of the room to tell him that several people were waiting for him on the parade ground, and they all dreamed of learning at least a little of his skill. Although Gongchan himself did not quite understand what he should teach them at all, since he could not teach the fighters of the Jegal family the art of the Cheonam school. Mentally, he also understood that controlling the balls was also too much for them. Those who trained their internal energy were either already capable enough or did not need other people's instructions. Gongchan understood that the only thing left was air supremacy, which he would try to show the guys. His thoughts were interrupted when it was time to enter that very training hall, where he saw quite a lot of guys. The guy didn't know what to do, so he decided to start by introducing himself. He called himself Gongchan, and he was from the Cheonam school, and he came here at the request of an older friend from the Jegal family. Although he was young, he would be incredibly happy to help them all. And as soon as he finished his words, all the guys shouted in one voice that they really wanted him to teach them his techniques. Gongchan actually thought until the end that they would not want to learn from the young master. But now, when he looked at their faces, he began to understand how wrong he was, because each of them was ready to completely trust Gongchan. So the guy's motivation rose a little, and with it his mood, which is why he first decided to tell them about airspace management during the fight. Although these were not full-fledged attacks, Gongchan still believed that it would be quite useful to know all of these techniques, especially since this technique would make their senses much sharper, and as a result, they would react to urgent situations much faster. And the first task for these guys from Gongchan was quite unexpected, and all because Gongchan asked them to take out their blades and throw them at the guy with all their might. At first, most of the guys thought that the young master was just joking with them, but Gongchan laughed at them and assured them that he was not joking and that they really should listen to his order now. It didn't take long to persuade them, and as soon as he finished speaking, they immediately threw daggers at him. But even though the young master didn't expect them to carry out his order so quickly, he still managed to block the attack, and all those daggers simply began to fall to the floor. This obviously amazed all the guys, but Gongchan immediately hastened to add that he did this not because he was some kind of incredibly strong master, but because the technique helped him learn to better control the airspace. And when Gongchan showed them this technique, there was immediately a feeling that the guys began to trust him even more, so they were finally ready to begin training this skill, and they will start with breathing. Gonen and the beautiful lady next to him watched this whole action. It was Donen's niece, and while she was watching Gongchan, she quickly realized that her uncle was apparently thinking about luring this warrior away. Gonen did not deny this option and constantly said that this young master was actually 2 years younger than the girl and that his level was higher. But even so, the girl believed that he still could not compare with the gods. The man found it funny to hear such things because he understood that the girl was hinting that her man could do this, to which the girl reacted quite seriously because she believed that it was possible. On the one hand, she also understood that the clan's name was, of course, very important, but on the other hand, she believed that her premonition was much more important. Gonen completely agreed with her, and according to the man, this was precisely the reason he invited the girl here, because in 2 months, the Moen clan was holding a celebration in honor of the founding of Shina, and therefore the man thought it would be a good idea to send her there as a representative. She accepted this proposal with a smile, because in fact, she did not expect anything else from her uncle. She thought that it would be good for him to return home. But Gonen did not think so. On the contrary, he wanted to return later, when a real job appeared there, but for now he saw no reason for his return. Well, since Gonen said so, the girl simply had no other choice, so she decided to go and introduce herself first. And this was already the right decision. At least the man himself thought so. He also added to the girl that they were leaving tomorrow, and until that moment he wanted them to talk to each other a little. The Jegal clan, the daughters of the Jegal clan, are famous for their abilities. The strongest of all the Kangho is considered to be a woman named Jinhwa, the daughter of the main family and the successor of the clan. Meanwhile, Gongchan was telling one of his students that if he couldn't handle the 17th part, he would most likely simply die. And in order to prevent this from happening, Gonchan recommended that he cut off 5 parts of his body. But suddenly his training was interrupted by a female voice, and when Gonchan turned around, he saw a girl there, who first introduced herself as a representative of the Jegal family. After which, the girl added that she learned that they would go together to the Moen family, so she decided to come up and introduce herself. Several days passed from that moment. Gonchan and his guide set off on their journey. The first thing that struck the guy on the road was that so many gifts had been prepared for the celebration that he had never seen such a huge number. But the most unpleasant thing about this whole situation is that the only one who will come to the celebration empty-handed is Gongchan. At that moment, Jinhwa was looking at him with a fixed gaze and thinking about something. This continued until one day Gongchan turned around and looked at her, and then said that he felt something strange. On the girl's face, red cheeks and heat were visible to the naked eye, and all this together could mean only one thing. The girl began to worry that Gongchan had guessed, but suddenly he said that all of this taken together was the signs of a cold, and the girl urgently needed treatment. She laughed at him a little, after which she added that he was actually a very considerate gentleman, which made Gongchan very pleased. He believed that all this was only thanks to his developed control over space, and since they were both already here, he believed that he should think about their common safety. Jinhwa couldn't help but agree with him, but right now she wanted to talk about something else, namely, that she thought he was going to visit the Moyon family's nieces. One of them was called Moenen, and the second Moenren, and Gonchan remembers the girls only with pleasant emotions. It was true that he had to admit that they were sickly girls as children, so they were sent to school. Now, unfortunately, he doesn't know what's going on with their health. The last time he heard from them was a year ago. Jinhwa immediately decided to ask the guy the names of these girls, to which he answered with a smile. Their names were Monen and Monren. They are twins, in Gongchan's opinion, very cute girls. Moen flowers, 2 flowers of the Moen family, sharing one place in the Kanho list. Moenren's fire magic is especially powerful. She is young, but her skill is undeniable. In fact, this is not the first time Jinhwa has heard these names, and she was already familiar with them before. She even heard that there were rumors about an imminent wedding. This surprised Gonchan incredibly. He definitely didn't expect anything like this. From Gongchan's reaction, Jinhwa realized that he must have known nothing about it. Gongchan's surprise was due to the fact that he couldn't believe that these adorable little ones were already thinking about marriage, and, in general, that they loved someone. And Jinhwa at that moment couldn't understand why the guy was reacting exactly like that. The only normal explanation why the guy behaves this way is that he is in love with one of them, which is why it is so hard for him to accept it. After a while, Jinhua moved to the carriage to think for a while. The only thoughts in her head were that she must immediately pull herself together, because she is the daughter of the Jeagle family. Her main weapon is a cold and firm mind. The whole point was that at one point in the conversation, she felt jealousy. At some point, their journey was stopped because everyone needed to rest a little. When Gonchan dismounted from his trusty horse, he again looked at the fact that the place was full of expensive gifts for Moen, and all of them were not covered or hidden in any way, so they became an easy target for robbers. He believed that they were saved a little by the fact that a noble family could afford to harness several horses to a cart, and if it had been an ordinary caravan, the conditions for an attack would have been ideal. But on the other hand, he believed that since everything was so open, it made sense for him to look around. Gonchan entered, and with a calm soul simply walked for a while and thought about how incredibly calm it was in this forest. But suddenly he heard the crack of wood and immediately turned around, seeing a small silhouette of a man behind him. He immediately took out his sword, but apparently it was in vain, because Jinhua came out of the shadows, who was also slightly surprised to see a guy here. After they calmed down, the girl added that she followed his instructions incredibly precisely, which was a little unclear to Gongchan, so he asked her to explain a little. But instead of explaining, she simply gripped her sword tighter in her hands and attacked the young master, although he managed to block her attack at the last moment. The Chankyohan sword is used with more than 36 different defensive and offensive techniques. The methods of its use have many subtleties, so it is considered difficult to control. But even using this type of battle, she failed, because Gongchan was able to stop her in just a few moves and ask her if she thought it would be better to start training with defense. Although Jinhua believed that she definitely couldn't defeat the enemy with defense alone, Gonchan couldn't help but agree with her, but he still considered it important to mention the fact that if the fight is one-on-one, then that's one situation, but if there are a lot of enemies around, then in that case, with attacks alone, you can go to the next world. She realized that the guy was right, so she wanted to know how to properly defend herself, to which the guy gave a rather confident answer, saying that impeccable defense would suit her. But in general, in his opinion, they should remember about all the directions that determine the movement of the body. According to Gonchan, using the entire body, it is necessary to create a space of absolute protection, a kind of invisible shield. The girl listened very attentively while the young master told her about control over space, which can allow one to navigate freely within it, and he could also tell her that theoretically the entire environment can be taken under control. You can even capture a certain area and confidently hold it. All these words were some kind of fiction for the girl, but for some reason she believed the guy. All these words were going around in circles in her head. Efficiency, rationality. Let him get closer. Until one moment she focused on it and closed her eyes, and then she created a magic circle around herself. At that moment, Uncle Jinhua appeared and turned to Gongchan to say that the girl apparently finally understood him and did what he asked her to do. But then he wanted to check if this protection really works, so he took his sword and tried to strike the girl. Gonchan, despite everything, decided that it would probably be better for him to return to the camp, since quite abnormal things were happening here. Gonen interrupted him and asked him to look at it, because it seemed to him that the young master could notice quite a lot of mistakes, if there were any, of course. After some time they set off again, and their speed was quite high. On the way, Gonchan noted that their destination was quite far away, which his interlocutor could not help but agree with, but he still believed that they would arrive earlier than usual, because their horses were strong and trained. But even in this case, Gonchan believed that it would be faster by sea. However, there was one drawback to this method of travel that stopped them, and according to the guy Gonchan was talking to, the reason was that the ship had a very high risk of shipwreck, which meant that it didn't matter how well people's proficiency in martial arts was. Even Gonchan couldn't argue with this, no matter how much he wanted to, but he didn't do it, especially since they were almost there. They finally arrived in Lianing province, which they had been traveling to for so long. As soon as Gongchan got off his horse, he immediately thought that he had finally reached the Moen family estate. His thoughts were interrupted by Jinhua, who shouted that the Jaegel family caravan had arrived. A few seconds later, the gates opened in front of them, and the guests were greeted by a representative of the Moen family. Gonen spoke first, saying that he hadn't seen the guy for quite a while and was a little surprised to see him at the gate, to which the guy replied with a smile that he had done something wrong, which is why he was here now. This guy's name is Moen Sun. At 25 years old, he is in the top 10 on Kang Ho's list. Sun uses the Moen family's weapon, the Ikipulan sword, which was quite amazing because it would be quite difficult for an ordinary person to wield such a difficult sword. But this guy is one of those who was able to wield it. After a short conversation with Donyon, the guy turned to Gongchan, who immediately introduced himself and said that he was first of all glad to meet you, and also told that he was a third-generation student of the Cheonam school. Next, Gongchan decided to ask Sun to see the twins, if, of course, such a request would not be rude on his part. Sun smiled back at the boy and said that he had actually heard a lot about the boy, since the younger ones had talked a lot about the boy. Well, since they all know each other here, Sun simply didn't understand why they were standing there and not coming in. He announced to the entire palace that guests from the Jaegel family and one person from the Cheonam school had arrived at the palace. Before Gonchan had time to enter the temple, he was attacked by one of his nieces, who drew a sword and was confident that she had caught the guy by surprise. At least that's what it seemed like at first glance, but it wasn't quite so, because Gonchan was able to block the sword strike with just one movement. He also launched a counterattack that caused the girl quite a lot of pain, so she believed that their battle had gone too far and it was time to end. Gonchan, in turn, began to scold her for behaving badly. She hadn't even had time to greet him before she had already attacked him with a sword. The girl understood that it was her fault, so she stood there for a while and simply remained silent. But then Gongchan took off his evil uncle mask and approached the girl with a smile to examine her, because she had changed so much, had become much taller. It seemed to him that everything had grown too much on her, and the girl thought that Gongchan was staring at her breasts, but he immediately pretended that this was not the case, because she was getting married soon, and he simply couldn't do anything like that. Moen told him that he hadn't actually taught her anything, that her teacher had done all of that, which was a big disappointment for Gongchan, because he thought he had taught Moen something. But in response, he received what, according to the girl, she only knows that he just looked at her breasts, which the guy didn't like even more, because in this case, she was clearly trying to make him look like a pervert. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the second sister, who asked Ren-A not to forget her manners, after which she turned to Gongchan to tell him that she missed him very much. He was very happy to see the second twin, and the first thing he noticed was the fact that they had both grown very much. He also felt that their studies in Cheonam had been beneficial, although not without difficulties, but he also reminded them that the school's techniques were secret and should not be revealed to the family. Yena reassured Gongchan by saying that their clan was not so weak as to violate moral principles, which made her sister laugh a little because she didn't understand when her sister's speeches became so boring. In any case, they needed to convey that their father really wanted to see their uncle. Moenjong and the sword Somchong Heol, the only one of its kind, the third son of the head of the Moen family, he gave up the right of inheritance and became a military man. Gonchan was not very eager to meet this man, but the sisters literally began to beg him. The guy thought that before such a meeting he needed to wash and change clothes, but the girls clearly didn't care. A few minutes later they were already in his office, and the first thing the man said was that Gongchan had grown a lot, and he was very pleased to see him in the role of a master. Gongchan was also very happy to see the man. After a short conversation, Young told the guy that he could go rest, because he understood perfectly well that the guy was tired after a long journey. And before the guy left, Chan decided to add that he, as Yan and Ren's father, should repay him for his kindness towards them. Ren intervened in this dialogue at this point to say that Gongchan had become even stronger, and she realized this after he was able to parry her sword strike with just one hand. Chan understood perfectly well the reason for such power, because he had already heard that the guy was able to open his seal and thereby become immortal. And as soon as the woman said this, Ren immediately ran up to Gongchan, who wanted to first of all find out how the guy managed to do all this. She also immediately assumed that he had begun religious begging, but Gonchan stopped her at these words and said that he had not yet done such a thing. Hearing these words, Ren assumed that Gongchan was not trying at all and did not care about his future, which was quite offensive to hear for the guy, because he was trying and doing everything possible. Their conversation was interrupted at one point by a female voice, and when Gongchan turned around, he saw a woman there who introduced herself as the mother of these two girls, and her name was So Munha. Gongchan was pleasantly surprised by this meeting, and in response introduced himself as a third-generation student of Jeonnam High School, and thanked the woman for greeting him. After which she asked Gongchan not to be shy and to feel at home in this castle, which was very nice to hear, so Gongchan immediately thanked her for the warm welcome. At that moment, Chong came closer to them, wanting to check with his wife how things were going. She told him that everything was fine and she had passed. At that moment, for obvious reasons, Gongchan did not understand what they were talking about, but Zhong did not waste time and asked the woman to look after the children. But first, she wanted to make sure whether their guest would not want it. But before she could finish speaking, Chan interrupted her, who assured the woman that the guy had never had such a thought regarding their girls, which sounded even stranger to Gonchan. He looked at them again and simply couldn't understand what they were all talking about and why the girls suddenly blushed so much. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted again by Zhong, who offered Gongchan a fight. The guy wasn't very happy with this offer, because he had just arrived and he wanted to rest, and then they offered him to fight again, and he still didn't know what to expect from this sparring. But the saddest thing is that one of the best masters in the world offers him to fight, and it should be a great honor for Gonchan. But the guy did not feel anything like that. On the contrary, he was a little scared. After some time, they stood in front of each other, and Zhong told Gongchan that in a friendly duel, he would show the guy their family sword, which is called Ikipulchen, and the man was sure that the guy would rethink everything he knew before about blades. Gongchan also did not remain silent, and in response said that he would oppose him with his sword and old style, with which he planned to win in this fight, and he also hoped that the man would not scold the Jeonnam school just because he did not have enough experience. Kong replied that in this case he would only evaluate the skills of that same immortal master. After these words, their energies collided with each other and the battle officially began. At that moment, all Chan could think about was that he simply had to do everything possible to defeat this guy. But Gongchan didn't think about anything except his victory, and it was noticeable because he used incredibly strong techniques and constantly attacked Jung. The man simply couldn't believe his eyes that the guy was able to control his energy so easily, so he immediately decided to ask the guy if he had accidentally crossed the line of human capabilities. In response to this question, Gonchan said that in fact, it was simply a secret technique of their clan, which he enjoyed using. At that moment, Zhong was thinking that he couldn't even lift his sword, let alone attack, so he was quite frightened by the knowledge of the Jeonnam school. But at that moment, he clearly didn't need to think about that, because Gonchan began to spew out an incredibly huge amount of energy, and at this rate, he would most likely win this battle. Zhong understood this perfectly well, so he decided to tell the guy that this was all good, and he was very glad that Gongchan was capable of such things, but he was still more interested in finding out how enormous was Gongchan's pure power. Gongchan told him that he had actually just shown him his best move, thus revealing the result of the secret teachings of the Jeonnam school. And frankly speaking, he prefers the control of chi energy to the art of swordsmanship. For Chan, all of this was quite astonishing. He understood that what Gongchan lacked in swordsmanship, he made up for with his amazing control of energy, but even taking all of this into account, the man was going to prove to the boy that the way of the sword was also amazing. And a few seconds later, Zhong's sword pierced Gongchan's defense, which the guy certainly didn't expect. But at the last moment, Gonchan was still able to block this attack, although there was a feeling that he had lost control and now it would be difficult to return to the fight, but this time he was really lucky, and he understood it perfectly. Chan was already running out of ideas. He himself didn't really understand what to do next, since even such attacks weren't working. But even so, this battle was incredibly interesting for him, and he wanted to continue more and more. Moreover, he thought that this was clearly not enough to take his daughter away, and as soon as Gongchan heard what his grandfather had just said, he felt ill. 2 years ago, 2 sisters were telling their mother that there were rumors that the Namgung and Habak clans were going to send matchmakers, so they came here to tell their mother that they would like to continue studying martial arts. According to them, they absolutely did not want to even talk about marriage. Their mother was a little worried because she sincerely did not understand why they were still rejecting such good candidates. At this moment, Ren finally decided to admit that she actually liked her uncle. The girl's mother did not quite understand what was being discussed and asked her daughter to explain who this was. After this incident, the woman told everything to her husband, and Zhong was very interested in meeting Gongchan. And now the man realized the fact that the guy had exceeded all his expectations, and therefore the man really wanted to know what the guy had been studying all this time. Gongchan answered him with a smile that he most wanted to learn the hidden techniques of the main school. And as soon as Chan heard about this, he immediately hid his sword and began to apologize to the guy for this ridiculous sparring. And also, according to him, he now doesn't mind if Gonchan suddenly decides to take his daughters for himself, which shocked the guy even more. He smiled and told the man that he had never really thought about it and wanted to know from Chong where he got such thoughts from. The girls who unanimously said that they want to do it themselves would like to answer this question. They went into Gonchan's room, where they told him everything, and from his violent reaction, it was immediately clear that he was incredibly surprised that the girls wanted a marriage of convenience. Ren and Yen ignored his reaction and once again, kneeling down, asked him if he didn't want to marry them. He simply couldn't believe that they had decided to use him to push away other suitors, because even thinking about it made him incredibly ashamed. Although Ren tried to prove to him that she simply did not want to marry a man she had never seen in her life. Moreover, they were sure that Gongchan should know that for girls of noble birth, marriage of convenience is a common occurrence, because otherwise they will be sold like some kind of commodity. The guy couldn't disagree with this because he himself understood that this is how everything works in this world. But first, he asked them to stand up so that they could discuss everything. After which he decided to sit down himself, because he understood perfectly well that a conversation with the girls would be very difficult, and the first thing he decided to do was to find out from them whether they even thought about his feelings. He wanted to know what he should do then with the love of his entire youth. But they didn't react to his hysteria and just wanted to know what he thought about them. Gongchan was already feeling a little awkward that he couldn't understand what they were talking about, and the girls kept telling him that he had always been so kind to them, and that's why they wanted to know the reason why he treated them so well. The master didn't know what to answer them, because he really couldn't name the reason why he was doing this, because he really just wanted to make friends. The girls were so sad to hear the guy tell them that he just wanted to make friends, and at that moment he was telling them that he had quite a lot of people with whom he was friends, and at the same time worried about them. But at one point they interrupted him and asked his uncle to think about their feelings. This is the first time Gonchan has heard that they are literally obliged to get married and wanted to know how it works. But the girls had nothing to explain, because it means exactly what it sounds like. According to them, the wedding is beneficial for their family, because for children like them, it is obligatory and there is nothing unusual about it. Gonchan didn't understand how this was possible because every person has feelings. And noted that there is no benefit in feelings, so no one looks at them, and of course does not take them into account. The girl told the guy that she and her sister were told that they shouldn't be led by emotions, that they need to communicate with their husband, then over time they will become attached to each other and can live like that their whole lives. According to them, their parents also went through this, and their marriage was predetermined, but fortunately, they were able to love each other. Gonchan still believed that sacrificing for the clan was complete stupidity and definitely not worth doing. He began to get so angry about this that an incredibly huge amount of energy began to accumulate around him. Gonchan simply didn't understand who all these people thought his beloved nephews were. This state lasted for some time, after which he calmed down a little and asked the girls for forgiveness, and they could only note that their uncle was quite scary when he was nervous. After which he added that in fact this was only the second time in this world that this had happened to him. But the girls did not understand what he was talking about. What did it mean in this world? Gonchan realized that he had said a little too much, so he decided to pretend that he was talking about his own business, and then added that he got angry for the first time while fighting the freaks on the ship. And yet, now it is not so important, because first of all, he would like to find out from the girls how he can free them. He believed that every person in this life has the right to make their own choice, and if they do not want to get married, then he is ready to help them fulfill this desire. Yeon thought for a bit and told Gongchan that there was a power that could help her gain freedom, and the guy immediately assumed that the girl wanted to use it. But she upset him when she said that in reality, they were still too weak to use such power. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted when 3 men entered the room. One of them was Song, who immediately turned to Gongchan and said that the clan leader would like to meet with the young master. Gongchan wasn't in the best mood anyway, and now this invitation came along, so he was happy to meet the man who made girls do such things for the clan. Upon arrival at the castle, the people from the Jegal clan first went to greet the people from the Moen clan, building relationships between the clans, which is also a very important job. Women should be able to use their beauty to their advantage, even when they themselves don't like it. A girl found herself in such a situation when she was talking to Sun, who talked so much that the girl could only think that his chatter was starting to irritate her greatly, and besides, she was not interested in him at all. But she also did not forget that this guy, Moen Sun, is one of the top 10 Kangho. Great hopes are placed on him, and in the future he will certainly be able to reach the pinnacle of human capabilities. The same girl who was talking to this guy was Jinhwa, who at that moment couldn't get Gongchan out of her head, so she even had thoughts in her head that she had fallen in love with him. But every time she thought about it, she immediately tried to throw these thoughts out of her head. She tried to think that Gongchan simply impressed her and nothing more. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Sleep, who decided that his story had bored the girl, but she immediately tried to tell him that this was not so. According to her, something was bothering her, so she was constantly distracted. In response to these words, the dream said that it was a pity that he could not distract the girl from this feeling. At that moment, Jinhwa decided to admit that she hadn't really been listening to the guy at all, but Song wasn't going to be offended by her and immediately assured the girl that there was nothing wrong with it. Besides, his uncle was calling him, so he immediately jumped up and started to leave, which made Jinhwa's mood improve a little. The head of the Moen clan was 72 years old, but he is not included in the list of the 16 strongest Kanho, and all because he hides and does not show his abilities to anyone. But thanks to him, the martial arts of the Moen clan flourishes. It was also known that, having lived for more than 70 years, he never changed his love for carp. That's the kind of head of the Moen family he is. And when Gongchan first saw this old man and learned about his hobby, he immediately decided to ask the man what it was about these fish that he liked so much. The head of the Moen clan did not think long before saying that all these fish are simply amazing. According to him, if there is little food in the area, they try not to eat. And he believed that these fish would know martial arts very well, because, for example, the father of Yen and Ren cannot restrain himself and is too hot-tempered in battle, and the strength of their clan is in fencing, in cutting and stabbing blows. That is why it seems to him that in battle, their bodies emit energy that pierces the enemy like needles. Gonchan was very interested to hear this, because if the old man was really telling the truth, then the guy would understand perfectly well why his muscles hurt so much after the fight. The leader smiled and said that the guy was absolutely right, because, for example, it took the man himself quite a long time to install the chi needles in the right places and then be able to remove them. And again, as an example, he cited Yan and Ren's father. According to him, Chong still hadn't learned this, so the man considered him a fool. Fortunately, he was glad that there were 3 more talented children in the family, and he was talking about Yan, Ren, and Sun. According to the head of the girls, they were weak, and he was afraid that they would not survive, so he sent them to Chonam, and from there they returned full of strength and energy, for which the man wanted to express his deep gratitude to the Chonam clan. And now that he had done this, he would really like to know from Gongchan, as a guy, the techniques of their clan. Gongchan didn't hide it, and immediately said that it was quite painful. He still has the feeling that his entire body was cut up, thereby admitting that the skills of the Moen family have a number of advantages in close combat. But the chief was surprised by something else, the fact that Gongchan was able to endure this at all. The guy believed that this was all thanks to his success in using the special tail shingon technique. The old man reminded the boy that their attacks pierce the enemy like knives, and therefore he was very interested to know how his technique works. But to the great regret of the old man, the boy could not tell it, because it is a secret technique of the main school, and no matter how much he would like to, he cannot tell its details. Gonchan hoped that the leader understood him and would not be offended, but the man at that moment was only thinking about the fact that even a first-class warrior would come out of the fight bleeding, with many cuts, but this kid was not like that. The young master, meanwhile, continued to say that his special technique had given him many opportunities in this regard, but he was also convinced that some problems had begun to arise in this area recently, after which he added even more energy and thereby dispelled the technique of the old man, who was trying to hook the guy during the conversation. The leader couldn't believe his eyes, because in the past, even Muryanjin wasn't capable of this. And when he thought about it, he finally realized that Jeonnam was raised as a dragon, in other words, a warrior who has endless potential. Finally, after such a long conversation, the old man decided to introduce himself and called himself Moen Jangchon. He was the grandfather of Yon and Ren, and Gongchan said his standard phrase that he was a 3rd-generation student of the Jeonnam school. And now that they had met, the man was finally ready to talk to the guy about his granddaughters, whom he considered incredibly beautiful, and therefore wanted to ask Gongchan what he thought of them. Gonchan said that as a child he helped them a little, but now it was painful for him to watch how 2 sweet girls were unwell. Jangchon was always worried that they would end up hanging on someone's neck, and how glad he was that it was Gongchan who crossed their path. And given all these facts, Jangchon wanted to ask the guy when they would finally hold the ceremony. Jangchon understood that he was still too young, but the old man said that he would like to place them in good hands as soon as possible. And then, if possible, to see my great-grandchildren, such little children, as soon as possible. But as soon as the conversation turned to this, Gonchan immediately interrupted the man and said that in this case their views did not coincide, because in fact, the guy had completely different plans. While Gongchan and Jangchon were talking, the Huangbo family and musicians from the province arrived at the Moyon clan. A month later, representatives of various sects began to gather at the Moen estate to celebrate the anniversary. But this did not stop Gonchan from training his nieces and thereby increasing their strength. Ren and Yen had a very hard time fighting the young master. They put all their strength into their strikes, but even that was so little. But Gonchan didn't give them any slack and kept repeating that they had to attack him and keep attacking. They tried to tell him that they were a little tired and wouldn't mind taking a little rest, and maybe even that they had enough classes for today. With which Gonchan fundamentally disagreed and believed that they should continue this fight. According to him, after reaching a certain level of skill, they began to stagnate, and now, as it seems to him, there is a mess in their heads, and it is difficult for them to understand how to train. At first, they had a hard time understanding what their uncle was talking about, but then it dawned on them that he was talking about fencing skills. He used all his strength to explain to them how they could become a master of the sword, and according to him, for this they needed new skills. And as soon as he told them this, he then went on to say that they must now watch all his actions with the utmost care. But before that, he reminded them that fencing is a way of manipulating energies with a sword. But according to him, you can also direct it into your palms and give it the desired look. And now Gonchan was going to use both hands to rotate the energy from right to left, and vice versa. He immediately told them that they would understand the meaning of Tail Shingon on their own. And now, the main thing is ki. According to Gongchan, they should know a lot about ki. Then he asked them a question in which he wanted to know their opinion. How much stronger will they be if they can combine ki and sword? But without waiting for an answer, he asked them to focus on energy from today on. After such a short lecture, Ren decided to ask Gongchan a question. She wanted to know why they had trained so hard today. She believed that he had probably already received money from their dad for training, but he was not going to disclose his income. But the girl didn't need this because they wanted to offer him a deal. They would tell Dad that they were training, and they themselves would go drink tea with sweets. Not only Ren liked this idea, but also Yen, which already upset the guy a little. Therefore, at one point he could not stand it any longer and attacked them with the words that first they should show persistence, and only then drink tea with sweets. They didn't understand when he became so evil, but Gongchan just wanted to teach them. Some time ago, Gonchan spoke with the head of the Moen clan, and he wanted to find out first of all why he ignores the wishes of the children, because he believes that every person is free to decide their own destiny. Otherwise, he simply didn't understand how girls were different from livestock. The man was a little surprised that the guy was asking him this question. Gonchan said that he was given information that the children said they chose him out of desperation, preferring a familiar man over unknown suitors. Thus, the guy believed that the head of the clan was condemning them to an unhappy marriage, which with a high probability could ruin their lives. And considering all this, Gonchan asked the old man to reconsider his humanity, because in that case, it seemed to him that the head of the Moen clan simply did not exist. All the old man was thinking about at that moment was that the green guy was asking for trouble, although on the other hand, he seemed to care about Yen and Ren. So he decided to talk to Gongchan in a not-too-bold way, and first said that all of China follows this order, and if they don't do it this way, then everyone will think that their children are somehow special. Without waiting for an answer, the old man said again that this was the family's decision, and it should not worry Gonchan. Then the guy thought for a bit and asked, what would happen if the twins suddenly became stronger? Gongchan meant masters who had reached the peak, in which case he wanted to know if the old man would allow them to marry for love. The clan leader was well aware of the fact that this was simply impossible, so he said without any doubt that if the girls became absolute masters, they would be equal to the clan elders, but he immediately warned the guy that in the Moen family, no more than 10 individuals had managed to reach such heights. And so if they suddenly managed to do this, then they will represent themselves. But he asked the guy to think about whether this is possible. Gonchan understood that this was not an easy task, but he was going to do everything possible to ensure that the girls still reached such heights. And since the guy was so confident, the man decided to offer him a small bet so that it would be interesting for them to watch all of this. The old man gave the boy 1 month, during which time Gongchan had to teach them, if he fails to do this, then he will be obliged to marry them. But if he suddenly succeeds in doing this, then Ren and Yeon will have the right to choose for themselves who they want to marry. Gonchan had nothing to add, so he simply agreed to these terms. But before concluding this deal, he would first like to talk about his reward. At this time, Gonchan was doing everything possible to win this bet, because in this case, not only he would win, but also the girls, who would finally be able to gain freedom. And after he told all this to the girls, they were surprised that he was even capable of such a thing, and he, in turn, asked them to take this seriously, because they had to become absolute masters. But to do this, they needed to focus on honing their skills. The clan leader was given daily reports on how the girls' training was going, and when he heard that Gongchan was teaching them something new, he became a little tense. After all, deep down he understood that new knowledge could become the key to mastery. He admitted to himself that he did not remember how he became a master. One day he simply became an absolutely free man. In other words, the old man no longer remembers what exactly brought him to this peak. In any case, he gave the order to his assistant. He didn't care whether Gongchan succeeded or not. He wanted the wedding to take place. Although Choi tried to tell him that then they would again go against the wishes of the children. But apparently the old man didn't care at all. All he could say in response was that the man wasn't old enough to contradict the head. But Jong still believed that girls had their own dreams and desires, and therefore he completely agreed with Gongchan. The old man, for obvious reasons, began to yell at his son and tell him that this was precisely the reason he would never achieve absolute power, because he simply couldn't be so stuffy. A few days later, Ren finally started to get some work done, even though Gongchan asked her not to fuss and keep working. And when they started to get it out steadily, he asked them to concentrate on their breathing. He wanted them to feel how the qi was gathering in their palms. But as soon as they started thinking about it, their qi simply evaporated. So Gongchan had to tell them that it was also important not to forget about the even flow of energy. According to the girls, this was much more difficult than it seemed at first glance. Gongchan once again listed the most basic things in this matter: breathing, feeling the qi from head to toes, and even flow. According to him, they should combine these 3 points and try until they succeed. They were already starting to get a little angry because he was talking as if it was so easy, although, as it turned out, Gonchan really thinks so. For him, there is nothing difficult. And he thought so, for the reason that he was going to teach them fire and ice magic, which he himself had learned on the way to this place, and now he could use fire and ice magic at the same time, which could not help but surprise. The girls didn't understand where he got such knowledge from, but Gonchan wasn't going to hide it, and immediately told them that he got this knowledge from the black market. The elemental balls are quite expensive. He paid more than 100 units of gold for these items, but now he thinks that if he teaches the girls this knowledge, then these balls will definitely pay off. For them it was a bit mercantile, and now they are sure that their uncle loves money incredibly much. Although Gongchan clearly didn't think so, so he reminded them that he had been working with them for free for quite a long time, but since they said so, from now on, he wanted them to pay him. In total, 20 pigs and 5 cows were allocated for the celebration of the birthday of the head of the Moen clan. Tomorrow is already a holiday that will last 3 days. Gonchan, standing on his balcony, thought that time was flying by rather quickly, but on the other hand, he saw obvious progress in the girls. At this point, he noticed that Ren and Yen had become more dexterous with the blade, and what was more important was that they had finally learned to control qi. However, it is worth remembering that becoming stronger does not mean reaching the level of a master. And so Gonchan began to worry that 1 month would not be enough for him. He began to panic a little and think about what he should do to fix this situation. He understood that if he couldn't fix all of this, then he would most likely have to run away, although doing so would clearly be problematic. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, and when he opened it, he saw Jinhua there. Gonchan didn't expect to see the girl now, but she told him in a rather calm voice that she had something to talk to him about, and therefore she would really like him to spend some time with her. He stared at the girl for a bit, because at that moment he noticed how beautiful she was, but then he finally realized what had happened and immediately asked her to pass so that he could listen to her. As soon as the time came for that very conversation, Gongchan decided to use his magic and protect himself and Jinhua with a barrier. He believed that no one should hear their conversation, which is why the girl was a little surprised, because she didn't even expect that he had such deep knowledge in this area. But according to him, this is not the most amazing thing he is capable of. Jinhua had no doubt about it, so in response to his words, she told him that she was more than sure that he had deep knowledge. The young master was incredibly pleased to hear such words from the famous Jaegul Jinhua, so he decided to show a small sign of respect. Well, now that they had exchanged some compliments, Gonchan still wanted to hear the reason why the girl wanted to talk. The girl began by saying that there were some rumors circulating within the Moen clan, which Gongchan was clearly hearing about for the first time. Jinhua was surprised that Gongchan didn't know that Master Gongchan and the Moyan family's flowers were getting married. The guy certainly didn't expect such a turn of events, although he immediately realized that his grandfathers had simply conspired to catch him and marry him. And all this could only mean one thing: the wedding would take place anyway, which meant we had to leave immediately. That's why he replied to Jinhua that no one had any basis for that. They were just passing off wishful thinking as reality. Additionally, because the sisters had once been close, the Moen family decided that they could indulge in gossip. Jinhua couldn't quite believe that this was really true, but the guy assured her that it was true, because he simply couldn't marry children, because it was complete nonsense. But then she became sad again, because Gongchan told her that he was a monk, and that weddings were simply forbidden to them. They had to be busy searching for the path of eternal energy. After which he smiled and said that he really hoped that this was exactly what the girl wanted to hear. Jinhua told him in a quiet voice that she had heard the answer to her question, so now she would like to leave him. She asked his forgiveness for such a late visit, wished him good night, then turned around and began to leave. Gonchan wondered why she became so cold at the end. In his opinion, women are so difficult to understand. The next day, the gift-giving stage began, with guests from the Murimpalda clan lining up to present their gifts. Even the old and new sects of Lianing province came to the celebration, and there was no end to the guests and congratulations. Meanwhile, Gongchan was finishing his next lesson by saying that Jonam's will is multifaceted, and its meanings are deep. He also added that those who say that in the face of destruction all is dust and vanity are absolutely wrong. Ren, as always, decided to make a joke at the right time, so she said that their uncle simply gave in on purpose because such beauties as they could be married, so Gonchar once again said that they were still children. Then Ren decided to find out what her uncle didn't like about her, to which he answered quite confidently that she had absolutely no sincerity. The girl continued to talk to him about this, and then Gongchan simply could not stand it and told her that he had no feelings for them at all, so this marriage was impossible. And besides, he simply didn't understand how one could marry those whom one considers younger sisters. Although this irritated Ren even more, which is why Gonen decided to ask her why she was looking at him like that. But instead of answering, she simply turned around and started to leave, adding at the end that he could live the way he liked. After this, Gonchan decided to ask her sister if she really fell in love with him, and told him that he was still too straightforward and that he should think about it. But Gongchan was trying to convey to them that they had a test coming up soon, so he literally begged them to stop thinking about such things. After such words, he decided to point out that they wanted to decide his fate without him, so he got the impression that it was they who had advised his father and grandfather to make such a decision. People who attended the birthday celebration of the head of the Moen clan were amazed by how great the influence of the Moen clan is, although apparently for this reason they are called a clan of thousands of years. One such conversation took place between two guys who were talking about how great the clan was, but one of the guys asked them to watch their language and under no circumstances compare schools and the Moen clan. But on the other hand, one of them was so happy that he could give them his blessing. They started talking about how, in fact, in ancient times, their school worshipped many deities, but they shouldn't forget that only one brought them salvation. Well, now that they had finally achieved such success, it could be said with confidence that the time of the dark deity had come. One of them had no feelings for the Moen clan, but he still had a special dislike for them. And now he is finally ready for each member of this clan to experience his true hatred, a feeling that came from his very heart, which is simply impossible to get rid of. The head of the clan, before the celebration began, decided to say a few words. First of all, he wanted to express his gratitude to all the guests who are following the path of Kanho, and in honor of this time they prepared an unusual performance. They all could hope that the guests would really enjoy this performance, and as soon as he finished, the flowers of the Moen clan, Ren and Yang, came out onto the small stage. Gonchan was among a huge crowd of spectators and watched the fight attentively. He was so looking forward to this moment that he was even a little nervous. Moreover, over time, he began to pray that everything would work out for the girls and they would finally become free. Today, each girl's opponent was a sister. They fought each other, demonstrating the high level of skills they had mastered in just 1 month of hard work. Obviously, every spectator was shocked, and they really enjoyed watching such a fight. And Gonchan only noticed for himself the mistakes the girls made. But for now, he only noticed that the girls understood him when he told them that the sword had to be an extension of the body. And also, the sword simply must become an integral part of the body, which the fighter must control professionally. Gongchan asked them to gather skills from the Moen clan's sword to the Geonim swordsman in their body, and finally master the Geonim will. And when they listened to the guy, they were finally able to release the energy of the sword, which only absolute masters can achieve. The head of the clan and the girl's father couldn't believe their luck. Had they really managed to do this, and at such a young age? Gonchan was also incredibly happy that they managed to do it after all. After all, in that case, he understood perfectly well that the need to get married was slipping away like water, which could not but please him. But suddenly his thoughts and plans were interrupted by a small earthquake, which began so unexpectedly. When he raised his head up, he noticed that small cannonballs were flying towards the city, which meant that this was nothing other than a siege. Chong immediately took out his sword and ordered all his men to take care of the townspeople and lead them to safety. He himself tried to destroy another shell that was flying towards the city, and in the end he still managed to do it. But no matter how hard he tried, he had to remember that this was only the beginning, because behind the gates stood a fairly large number of cannons that were ready to continue their offensive. And in the center of this raid stood a man who, with each passing second, more and more frequently ordered an attack on the city. This man's name was Helshchi, and he was an ordinary bandit who decided that he was capable of anything in this world. But he also did not act without reason. Once upon a time, the Helshi clan was destroyed by the Moen family, so once he touched the secret knowledge of the family, he completely devoted himself to the study of dark magic and became a priest of Milpoptan. A lot of time has passed, but finally this day has come, and he will be able to take revenge on his offenders. Therefore, this uninvited guest did not come empty-handed. He brought many boxes, inside of which were very strange bodies, whose time had come. One of the bandit Helshi's assistants began to cast a spell over these bodies and read a prayer, which apparently was supposed to wake them up. What ultimately happened was that monsters that were created specifically for destruction began to emerge from each of these boxes. They all gathered together and immediately began to attack the castle, which caused panic among those watching from above. Helshi was incredibly happy to see such a picture, because now he was sure that he would finish off the Moen clan once and for all. But he understood perfectly well that it would be extremely difficult to do something like this, so he again prepared for this and brought a special substance, which he put into the mouth of each of the corpses of his army. In this way, they gained incredibly enormous power, with which they were able to destroy anything and anyone. Helshi called these creatures monsters among monsters, who were supposed to help him avenge all his suffering. Meanwhile, most of the fighters who arrived for the celebration began to run away, when suddenly a guy stopped them and began to talk about how they were all legends, about whom many rumors were circulating, and it was strange for him to watch how they were about to run away at such a crucial moment. And in fact, it did dawn on most of them, because they themselves understood that they needed to help the Moen clan, which had welcomed them so warmly. At that moment, Chan thought about the fact that they were their guests, and if he asked them for help, it could affect the family's reputation. Therefore, he decided to say that they did not want to burden the guests with personal troubles. He only asked them to go into the hall, and the Moen clan would deal with this problem itself. The guests did not argue with him, so as soon as they had the opportunity, they immediately went to the temple. Gongchan, who was standing next to Zhong, for some reason at that moment was thinking only about the very strange anxiety inside him that was not giving him peace. He had a feeling that there was a huge evil nearby that was approaching. So, without thinking twice, he jumped up and ran against the crowd. He wanted to check something. He was thinking that he hadn't seen the girls for a long time, so he became quite interested in finding out where they had gone. He concentrated and tried to track their energy, which he successfully did. Without thinking twice, Gongchan ran to the place where the thread of energy led him. After some time, he was finally able to find Yen and Ren, who clearly did not expect to see him here. The first thing they wanted to know was how he was able to find them, but here everything was actually simple. He just walked along the chi, because he remembers the characteristics of their energy. Ren admired her uncle so much, although he thought it wasn't all that difficult. The girls wanted to know what was happening on the street, but Gonchan himself did not fully understand. The only thing he knew was that the cannon attack had stopped. But suddenly the girls interrupted him to tell him not to think that their clan was weak because they had people engaged in military affairs, although Gonchan never doubted the strength of the Moen clan. Although he thought that it might be worthwhile to limit the possible damage because something incredibly terrible was approaching. Suddenly he paused for a second because he felt a strange energy above them, and when he looked up, he realized what the problem was. Gonchan immediately noticed that they were literally surrounded, so he immediately ordered the girls to take out their swords because now they would most likely enter into an unequal fight. But when they turned around, they saw real walkers there who only wanted to destroy. Gonchan was the one who was going to prevent this from happening to them under any circumstances, so he took out his sword and immediately went on the attack. The young master approached these monsters quite easily and dealt a crushing blow. But imagine his surprise when he realized that these monsters did not take any blows at all, so without thinking twice, he decided that they were zombies. His thoughts were interrupted by the fact that at one moment this monster grabbed Gongchan's blade, without even cutting himself and stopping his blow. This made him realize that he clearly couldn't handle this fight with just one blade, so he used his special technique, Chonghasam Shimnyuk. This time the blows were much stronger and also backed up by magical energy, which helped Gongchan destroy them. But the problem was different. There were so many of them that the young master would hardly be able to cope with them alone. So he decided it was time for him to take advantage of what he had obtained in Howman. He used his special artifact called Tusalgon, which increases the speed of objects, thereby increasing the damage they deal, and thus he was able to destroy more than one monster at a time. The girls stood to the side at that moment and told him that the weak point of all zombies is their head, so they asked him to aim as best as possible and hit only the head. But this obviously angered him even more, that they were standing nearby and doing nothing, and they still managed to give him commands, but they believed that they could not, because they were terrible for them. However, Gonchan, on the contrary, believed that if they didn't like them, then they should destroy them. These words made the girls fly out of their house and start fighting these monsters. They became strong enough to destroy the monsters one by one, so there were no particular problems. At this moment, Gongchan was thinking that while the Yonyiran sisters had entered the battle, the military detachment was also in action. At this rate, they would be able to cope little by little. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he felt an incredible tremor throughout his body. And when he turned around, he saw a strange energy that clearly did not look like zombie energy. He immediately ran in that direction, but immediately realized that he would clearly not be able to get through just like that, because he constantly encountered monsters along the way. Meanwhile, the Moen family's combat units were fighting the same zombie, although it was an order of magnitude stronger than the others. It didn't take long for Chong to realize that this monster was using forbidden blood magic, meaning anyone with weak chi energy had to retreat. But instead of following Chong's orders, one of them decided to stand out and defeat this monster with his own hands. However, this was a mistake he made before this monster destroyed him. This sight made all the warriors doubt their own strength because they had just seen with their own eyes how one of the best warriors of the Huabo clan was destroyed. Chong also noticed that it was not only the warriors who were hesitant, but also the masters of families and sects. But at one point his thoughts were interrupted when he saw a sword, and then heard a male voice saying that zombies are just the dirty remains of people. This man was the head of the Moen clan, who ordered all the warriors to stand behind him. He was going to show them a master class on how to destroy all these monsters, but the other guys talked him out of it. Most of them thought that he had simply gone crazy on his birthday, since none of them even knew approximately how long the leader had been practicing martial arts. The other half of the masters generally believed that the old man never managed to become an absolute master in his entire life. Therefore, they tried to tell him that they themselves could fight him, and he could safely rely on the 8th-generation masters, and that he himself would be better off hiding in a safe place. At one point, his nerves couldn't take it anymore, and he showed these kids what he was really capable of. After which he added that they should stay away from zombies shrouded in blood magic, because it is dangerous for their bodies, but he can tolerate the fact that they showed up at their holiday without an invitation. But can he tolerate it when these monsters began to touch his family? The leader looked into the eyes of this monster and shouted at him that he could attack him, which the monster did immediately. At that moment, the old man showed everything he was capable of and what form he was in at that age, because he was able to dodge the blow of this monster quite easily. And then he dealt a strong enough blow that helped him cut off the zombie's hand. But apparently, everything will not be so simple, because the monster was able to recover from such a blow, and after a few seconds, he was already able to use his new hand. The old man was not going to stand and just watch this. On the contrary, he decided to add even more strength to show this monster who is the boss here. And for this, he decided to use the sword Manheng Wansal, which, according to legend, is capable of exterminating all life on this planet. His speed became even faster, so he was able to easily deliver a precise blow right to the center of this monster's body. But the leader could not have expected that this monster could explode right in front of him. However, the leader was still a warrior, so he was able to withstand even such an explosion, remaining standing on his own 2 feet. He laughed a little after that, and then added that he probably should devote more time to training because his body was losing momentum. On that day, the leader's gaze could only mean one thing, and that was nothing other than strengthening the position of the Moen clan. True, there were still some losses. Among them were about 300 soldiers, including warriors of the Moen clan, as well as family members. In the temple, one of the instigators of this raid was told by an assistant that only 300 people died, although for a man, this was not so many. But on the other hand, he didn't want anything more, just to scare a little. This man's name was Ma Medja. He was the one in charge of the martial arts school, and he believed that thanks to this raid, the Moen family would definitely not join Murim. And this already means that the time of grandiose changes is beginning, because Moen, in his opinion, will try to lower the level of their school. Then, in his opinion, the other clans will restrain them, and if this happens, then they will finally fall on the hook, and it will be easy to call them fools, because in this way, they can start wars with each other. The man's assistant, listening to all this, could not understand what the next step was and what they should do in this case. The answer, according to Ma Madge, was quite simple. They just needed to gather people who would cooperate with Moen, and then they would sow the enmity they so desperately needed among themselves. And when they finally finish off these fools, the rest of the clans will be incredibly easy to deal with. Moreover, Ma Medja believed that whether they wanted it or not, all the other sects would not remain without participation in this war, in which the Moen clan would fall, no matter how great it was. And when this happens, their older brother will finally return to them, and he will be incredibly happy that the world will be engulfed in flames. Exactly 1 month after the incident in the Moen clan, Gongchan's mastery of the fire and ice spheres increased, and he now knew for sure that the even flow of qi was important in the formation process. But during this month, to the great regret of the guy, nothing interesting happened, and he spent all day only training. Now he remembered the conversation with Jinhua and thought that maybe he really should have left, although he had told the girl then that he wanted to stay here a little longer. It couldn't be said that Gongchan was the only one behind this decision, because before that, Zhong had told him that it was a shame to let the guy go on the road, and therefore he asked him to stay with them for a while. And Gongchan then thought that it really would be nice for him to rest a little. And of course, he couldn't help but say a few nice words to Jinhua before leaving. According to the guy, it was incredibly pleasant for him to spend time with her. However, in response to these words, he received not quite what he expected. The girl simply ignored him and sat on her horse, and then began to ride away. This was unexpected for Gonchan, so he just stood there for a while and looked after the girl and thought that he should have gone with them after all. But now it was too late to change his mind, and while he was going crazy, he finally realized it. On the other hand, he didn't forget that they baked simply divine cookies here, and it would also be good for him to learn 2 more things that would certainly be useful to him in the future. To begin with, he decided that he should get used to fire and ice magic, and then he would be left with poisonous and steel. He had the idea that in order to comprehend the first, he would need to introduce poison into his body in small doses until he got used to it. But to master steel magic, he will need to get used to blows, and the most powerful ones at that. Therefore, in order to master steel magic, it seemed to him that it would be a good idea to call Yen and Ren, who could help him. After all, now they are both absolute masters, although on the other hand, now Gongchan clearly needs to be as careful as possible. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when the doors to his room opened and his sisters entered. The first thing Gongchan wanted to know from them was why they kept coming to him and whether they really had nothing better to do, which Ren confirmed without any problems. The young master was surprised to hear this, because it seemed to him that the girls had a lot of work now, and they clearly had no time to relax. Ren told him that practicing fencing with a military detachment would go well without them, and Yen added that collecting and processing information was not interesting, which is why they were here. However, according to them, they were still aware that their family practiced medicine quite well, but before they could finish, Gongchan told them that since they had now become masters of combat, there was no point in practicing medicine, because they were both now the future of the Moen clan. In other words, he was trying to convey to the girls that they needed to think carefully about what they would do next. And then he asked the girls to thank their uncle for his kindness and for teaching them everything he knew. Ren first turned her attention to the empty plate of cookies and guessed what Gongchan wanted. But before they fulfill his request, they would like to tell him about some news. According to them, there are rumors now that the head of the family will join the Murim alliance. Gonchan certainly didn't expect to hear this, because he guessed what would happen in such a case, and the girls also added that they would soon send people from headquarters here. The leader of Murim was the famous sword king Namgung Muja, as well as Danjongi, Jaegalsan, and Yumangu, this trinity who were always ready to come to the aid of the alliance. At the time of Murim's founding, a dark, bloody organization entered the arena, and its leader wielded terrifying dark magic. On the other side, there were their own Kanho masters, who had received the swords of lawlessness, and now, according to rumors, they continue to gather sorcerers and shamans from everywhere. According to the sisters, all of Kanho was now in complete confusion, and Gongchan at that moment understood perfectly well that war was most likely unavoidable. The next day, guests came to Gonchan and did not do so empty-handed. They brought him the thick fur skin of a northern tiger. But they didn't stop there, and also took with them shoes that were the unique work of their best master. Gongchan was incredibly grateful to them for all this, although in his mind he thought that all these gifts were very expensive, but in reality there was practically no benefit from them. In any case, he was thinking about accepting poverty as a monk, but his opinion changed as soon as he saw 100 gold coins, and he immediately decided that he could accept this gift, which clearly came to him from a pure heart. Gongchan was very grateful to them for this. Now he was truly happy, because he understood that hundreds of gold bars would be enough for 10 whole years of life. He already had a picture in his head of himself training and simultaneously leading a luxurious religious beggary. But Jung interrupted his dreams when he told the guy that he had one request for him. Gongchan, without thinking twice, said that if he could fulfill that request for a man, then he could ask for anything. But before making his request, he told a little backstory. According to him, the general staff had already contacted the alliance and expressed their desire to join, so he decided that he would go there too. He also decided to take his daughters with him, and his request was that he would like to ask the guy to accompany his family. Gonchan expected to hear anything but this. Not that he was against it, but he was anxious thinking about going to the alliance. So he decided to immediately say that he was incredibly grateful to Chan for their hospitality, but it was time for him to go, because he was now on a religious journey. But the thought immediately appeared in his head that he simply couldn't do that. And all because while he was here, he was given a warm welcome and even given a little money at the very end. And what's most important is that the request didn't come from just anyone. Considering all these facts, Gongchan still decided to agree and said that he would be happy to accompany them, which made Zhong very happy. The Moen clan's preparations for the trip took approximately 10 days. Warriors from the Moen clan set off for Henan, where the Murim base is located. Among all the clans of the Murim alliance, the Moen clan became the largest, as its detachment consisted of over 100 people. Spiritual Sword Squad, the only goal of this squad is revenge by sword. Thus, over time, hundreds of masters flocked to Henan. Everyone understood what this was leading to. The more warriors gathered and the more powerful they were, the more influential the position of their leader would become. The other sects only contributed 50 people each, so the Moen clan had nothing to worry about. After the news of the Moen clan joining the alliance, thousands of warriors also went to Henan. And Gongchan, who was with Ren and Yen, went there with them, and throughout the entire journey, they tried to find out from the young master why he was eating something he didn't like so much, and wouldn't it be easier to stop eating it? Gongchan smiled and told them that in fact he was doing this for a reason, but in order to get used to poisons, because resistance to poisons is a very valuable martial art. He was so carried away by this story that he decided to offer the girls a try. Among these poisons were viper venom, poisonous plants, and spider venom. The girls weren't particularly eager to eat it. They were more interested in finding out if it was true what they say, that these poisons cost a lot of money. Gonchan confirmed this assumption, adding that these things are not cheap, but he immediately told them that they do not need to worry about it. After all, he doesn't feel sorry for anything for his dear nephews, and they can take as much as they want. Ren decided that she could then borrow a little from her uncle, which he confirmed with a smile. After which he added that since they had already reached the rank of absolute master, it would be useful for them to develop resistance to poisons. Ren didn't listen to him until the end, before she grabbed the poison and swallowed it, and Gongchan didn't have time to tell her that she shouldn't consume more than 1 drop at a time. But she didn't care about it at all. She believed that the more she poured into herself, the faster she would adapt and become stronger. Gongchan tried to shout to her that she could die there, but she didn't care at all. She had thrown the cup over and a little more, and all that poison would have gotten into her body. Fortunately, Yan was there, who at the last moment prevented her sister from making a similar mistake. Gongchan couldn't help but praise Yan, because a little more and he himself would have had a heart attack because Ren scared him. Now he was sure that one instruction was not enough to master resistance to poisons. When they arrived at the place, Gongchan began to say goodbye to the girls, and for them it looked like they would never see him again, because it seemed to them that he would always be close to them. But Gongchan upset them a little when he said that he would only stop by to say hello to the guys from his sect and then head back to school. Ren and Yen didn't understand why he would do this at all. In response to this question, Gonchan told them that he was currently engaged in religious wandering, which meant that he had to travel all the time. Although in reality proper religious wandering looked quite different, Gonchan decided that he did not have to beg for it. And before parting with the girls, he promised them that when he was finished, he would see them again. He also added that they should always be on guard and try to avoid all dangers, although the girls reminded him that they were already absolute masters, and therefore did not need this kind of instruction. After some time, Gonchan finally managed to find a place where the masters from Jonam were supposed to live. Walking around this city, he noticed that all the houses on the right were so luxurious, but on the left they were poor. After thinking for a bit, he decided that he needed to go left, because he understood perfectly well that the Chonams did not have the money to live in such rich houses. On the way, he remembered several times how delicious the sweets were in the Moen clan, and that he still cannot forget about them. When Gongchan finally arrived at the place, he met one of the students of Jonam, who informed him that Jonhan was already at the school, and that John Yu and Master Su had recently arrived there. But that was not all. 3 elder masters also arrived at the school, as well as 12 strong masters of the older generation and 30 masters of the 4th generation. At that moment, Gongchan was thinking that he really didn't want to compare Chonam with other sects, but they definitely had the strongest masters gathered here. Suddenly, Gonchan's thoughts were interrupted by a random interlocutor who told him that Gonen's sister was also here, which clearly lifted the guy's spirits. Gonchan immediately remembered how they spent time with her in childhood. He misses those times so much. That's why he so wanted to see Gonen's sister as soon as possible. But first he realized that he needed to say hello to everyone else, and so his interlocutor told him that all the masters were now gathering in the meeting room. He followed the guy who led him to the senior master, whom Gongchan greeted first. The man smiled and said that he remembered Gongchan when he was so little, and then told him that recently their school has become increasingly influential, so he asked Gongchan himself not to lag behind in this regard. This brought a small smile to the guy's face, after which he honestly admitted that he was currently working on something and, in short, he was currently doing everything in his power. The man then went on to say that he had heard that Gongchan was a mentor to the nieces from the Moen clan, which the man confirmed, and added that he simply could not refuse them because they were his dearest nieces. The master praised him for this, and then added that thanks to this, their school can count on help from the Moen clan, and this is to their advantage, because 20% of the facilities are located in Lianing province under the supervision of a security organization. Gongchan understood perfectly well how cool this was, because he, like no one else, knew that the Moen clan dominated the Lianing province. The master suddenly decided to change the subject and ask Gonchan what he thought the point of the Murim alliance was, something the guy clearly needed to think about. Gongchan's adventures were so intense that it's impossible to list them all, from his meeting with Moen Jangchon to the zombie attack on the Moen clan. Considering all this, the master could notice that quite a lot of strange things had happened in this clan, but Gonchan decided that it was important to say that after what had happened, the Moen clan had given him a very warm welcome, so it would have been simply impolite to refuse to accompany them to the Murim headquarters. The man understood everything perfectly well, and he also noticed that although Gongchan was currently in the process of religious wanderings, it was immediately obvious that the boy was still drawn to school, so he wanted to ask Gongchan when he was planning to go. Gongchan didn't think long about his answer, and said that as soon as he greeted Zhonghan, he would leave immediately after that. But suddenly the master suggested that he do something a little different, namely, stay for one more day, but not tell anyone about it. Gongchan immediately liked this idea, so he quickly agreed. After this conversation, Gongchan went out onto a small balcony to look around, and immediately noticed quite a large number of people, and then thought that since he was staying here for another day, it would be a good idea for him to look around here. Murim is an organization that arose as a result of the unification of a wide variety of people, sects, schools, and large clans. The key figures of the union, of course, are monks and people from sects and schools who are proficient in martial arts. For the alliance to thrive, various units are needed, such as the doctors Gonchan accidentally noticed. There were a lot of people around, among whom one could even see the working class, as well as economic and legal organizations. But the most pleasant discovery at that moment for Gonchan was his sister, whom he saw completely by chance in the crowd. He immediately ran up to her and shouted, and after he came closer, he immediately complimented her that she had become so beautiful. She was also glad to see him. But he talked too much, which made her a little angry, especially after he said that most likely she became so beautiful only because she was classified as a kanho. But as soon as he finished speaking, the girl did not feel sorry for him and immediately decided to attack, although he tried to tell her that this was too much because he was just joking. After which he added that he came here only because he wanted to see her, and she had just almost destroyed him. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by two men who approached them quite unexpectedly, and before Gonchan could ask them who they were, Gonen said that she had completely forgotten to introduce them. According to the girl, it was Mr. Namgung and Mr. Huangbo. Then the surprise on Gongchan's face was obvious. In his head at that moment there were thoughts about Namgung being elected as the head of the Namgung family. The pride of the Namgung clan, Namgung Mu, was recognized as the best among the 10 true dragons. Not only did Huangbo Gon become the leader, he is the only one in Kangho who uses the fist-fighting style, and is also a young master who has perfected the thunder and lightning strike style. But even considering that these people were so great, for Gonchan it was so-so company, and he also noticed that their energy level was still lower than that of Gonen's sister. However, Gongchan still said that it was nice to meet him, after which he introduced himself and said that he was a third-generation disciple, and as soon as he did this, both men immediately recognized him because it was he who was nicknamed Immortal. In response, they both introduced themselves again, and given the energy they were giving off, Gonchan realized that he was probably not the most welcome guest, and because of this, he began to worry that he might get hurt today. He thought for a bit and told Gonen that he would probably take a look around here. He didn't want to distract her from her work. He wished the two masters a good time and good luck. And after the guy, Gonen also said goodbye to them quite unexpectedly, according to whom they were all planning to leave anyway, so now is a good time for it. And as soon as they left, Gonchan immediately began to complain to his sister that they looked at him too badly. It seemed to him that they were holding back so as not to hit the guy, although Gonen thought that it would also be good for Gonchan to be a little more restrained. After some time, Gongchan entered the chambers where the sisters Ren and Yeon were, whom Gonen was very glad to see, so she immediately decided to ask them how their progress was. Yen immediately began to say that Uncle Gongchan's instructions had helped them a lot, although according to her they had only advanced one step. Gonen laughed at this, and then added that she never doubted that the guy would prefer a cheerful religious wandering. The guy didn't argue with her. Moreover, he openly stated that fun could well be part of religious wandering. At that moment, Gonen, looking at her brother, thought, could it really be that he had reached the level of an absolute master through just ordinary training? These thoughts weighed heavily on the girl, so at one point, she simply couldn't stand it anymore, and got up from the table and started shouting that she and Gongchan needed to talk alone. The guy thought that they could discuss everything that Gonen wanted here, but looking into her eyes again, he realized that this was far from the case. After a while, their conversation went a little off track, and they started fighting. Gongchan tried to stop this madness, but Gonen continued to force him to attack her. He obviously didn't really want to do such things, so he tried to stop this fight, but he couldn't, because Gonen continued to attack him every second. At that moment, the girl was thinking that even though she was giving it her all, she still couldn't land a proper blow. Suddenly, Gongchan interrupted her thoughts when he began to say that although she had become stronger, he was also nothing, which confused the girl a little. She calmed down a little and decided to ask him when he managed to become so strong. According to Gonchan, in this case everything is simple, because he simply practiced a lot, and in addition, tried to apply his own theories in practice. She immediately smiled, because she realized that he was talking about those very strange things, and this meant to her that the guy had not changed at all. Gonchan understood what she was thinking, so he decided to ask her a question that he was interested in knowing. Would she like to continue training according to the already established scheme, even when it stopped producing results? Afterwards, he also noticed that he had recently felt something, and as soon as he added his theories to these feelings, he gained a completely new strength. which he is ready to demonstrate in front of his sister right now. She was surprised when the guy suddenly began to form wind currents using Tail's energy. In response to these words, Gongchan immediately told her that the wind energy does not compensate for the flow of qi during rotation. This is facilitated by the skill of leadership in space, which makes this technique even more special. Gonen decided that this was her same old technique, but Gonchan interrupted her and said that it was her, but he had improved it, so now it was a completely different power. It had become even stronger since that battle on the ship. At the same time, the head of the Murim alliance, Sword King Namgung Muja, spoke with Murim's military advisor, Jegal Chunmun. According to the advisor, the headquarters decided to begin cooperation with Sahel. One of the advisors who was also present at these meetings stated that the martial arts schools had already lost their former glory, and if they came face to face with Sahelan, they would most likely lose, so he believed that they should play it safe and cooperate with them. One of the monks thought it was a pretty good idea, but he wasn't sure they would cooperate with them at all. Chong believed that this organization did not want to live under the same sky with the schools. He asked them to remember only the moment when they carried out torture. Monk Ku was simply torn apart during the torture, and all his students and relatives were taken hostage and forced to watch him suffer. That day, everyone was horrified by what torture had done to the monk. That is why they believed that they should cooperate with these people, because this is the only way they could protect themselves and their families. Namgung listened attentively to everything they were saying, so at one point he interrupted them and asked them to vote for who was for and who was against. In the end, the vote was unanimous, so Namgung decided to entrust this matter to the military advisor, after which they moved on to considering the issue of attacking the Moen clan. Meanwhile, Gonchan had finished demonstrating his technique and therefore wanted to know what Gonen thought about it, since it seemed to him that it would be very easy to repeat something like this. Gonen thanked him for sharing with her, but she still asked him not to get too cocky. The guy found it funny to hear such words, because it was absolutely not his fault that this technique was so easy. Besides, he could have lied, but suddenly the guy's words were interrupted. The sister wanted to ask him why he suddenly became silent, to which the guy quietly answered her that he felt someone's presence very close. He turned around and looked at the small tunnel in which, it seemed to him, there was definitely someone. A few seconds later, a man actually came out of this tunnel, and it was Mr. Namgung, who with a smile wanted to know if the guys really decided to practice. Instead of answering, the guys first wanted to ask him what happened and why he suddenly came here. Namgung didn't think for a second before answering, and said that he had information that the monk Gongchan would soon be leaving on a journey, so he came to say goodbye. Gonyung thought that he was specifically looking for her brother Gongchan, although Gongchan himself believed that Namgung simply found another reason to stare at his sister. Suddenly the guy's thoughts were interrupted when Namgung came closer to him and offered the guy to fight him one-on-one in a fair fight. Gongchan found this quite funny, because before he was offered this in order to test his skills, but what does Namgung want to achieve now? Either way, he wouldn't know until he fought the man, so he decided to accept his challenge. Before the fight began, Gongchan decided to notice that Mr. Namgung had the face of a man who clearly could not stand defeat. Gonen tried to stop her brother and force him not to do this, but he interrupted her and only asked her to watch carefully how he would run the great warrior. A priceless power passed down from generation to generation, Namgung's sword technique is limitless, and today Gongchan will have to fight this great warrior. But the young master had no fear at all, because he believed that no one should forget that he was the senior student of Master Chung Xin of the second generation of the Cheonan school, and he was ready without any doubt to cross blades with his opponent. And to make their fight as interesting as possible, Gonchan decided to start right away with his most powerful technique, which was called the 36 Swords of the Galaxy. Namgung immediately noticed the incredibly strong energy that the guy was emitting, and for a second, he even had doubts about whether he would be able to defeat the guy. But all these doubts were dispelled when he jumped up and began to attack Gonchan, who successfully defended himself. Gonen watched this fight closely, and she, like no one else, noticed the colossal difference in her brother's strength. She suggested that perhaps it was due to their recent training. Namgung felt like he was making a series of successful attacks, so he decided that if this continued, he would most likely emerge victorious from this battle. The only thing that confused the great master at that moment was Gongchan's smile, which did not leave his face, when suddenly it dawned on him that the guy was deliberately dodging his blows. His thoughts were interrupted when Gongchan decided to switch from defense to attack, delivering his blows. He made Namgung think about the fact that the guy's blows were incredibly strong, and the speed made him strain to parry them. But he wasn't going to lose just like that, because he was Namgung Mu from the Namgung clan, and they had never been defeated. True, immediately after these thoughts he flew back several meters, because he tried to block Gonchan's attack. News of the duel that had taken place soon spread throughout the alliance, and young Master Gongchan began to be noticed. The next day, Gonen walked to her quarters. On the way there were a lot of people, which was not typical for this place, so the girl was quite surprised by this. But as soon as she listened, she began to hear them all talking about how the Cheonam school finally had a worthy student who was even able to defeat Namgung Mu, and the Cheonam school and the Moen clan, according to them, began to cooperate, so they all wanted to go in and say hello to the representatives of these clans. One of the girls who stood next to Gonen told her that they wanted to at least greet Master Gonchan, and some even brought gifts as a sign of friendship. Gonen looked at all this and thought that this whole picture looked like Cheonam school was beginning to return to its former glory. After which, she entered Gongchan's chambers and heard from him the news that he was going to leave, because he believed that there was nothing to do here, and besides, he had to complete his religious wanderings. She didn't think it was a very good idea, but the guy interrupted her again to tell her that she shouldn't think that he was trying to shirk. He also really wanted to hope that his sister would take care of his beloved nephews, because they really do a lot for the school. Gonen didn't understand what Gongchan was talking about, so she wanted to know what exactly Ren and Yen were doing, to which the young master quite confidently said that they had persuaded his father to pay more money for his education, and that this should have a positive impact on the school's budget. In any case, he felt it was time for him to leave, so they ended their conversation there. But what a surprise it was for him when he stepped outside his room and saw a huge number of people there who were not clear what they were doing there. Meanwhile, the Murim sent a courier to Sahalan. He was supposed to deliver a secret message. This message states Murim's intention to cooperate with Sahilan, and also speaks of the intention to join forces to suppress the dark schools of martial arts. Gongchan collected his things and talked a little with the people who had gathered around his room, and was ready to go to Shanxi province, which would be best reached by boat. The only thing that bothered the guy was that the sky was too gloomy, and therefore he was a little worried that it might rain. But before he had time to think about it, a heavy downpour suddenly began, from which everyone hid, and Gonchan tried to convince himself that it was just a little rain and that it would definitely not make the Yellow River bigger, so it was okay, unless of course there was a flood. However, he was unlucky in this case too, because as soon as he showed up to the person who was supposed to take him across, he immediately told Gonchan that the crossing was impossible due to the flood. According to the sailor, the flood was getting worse and would soon flood everything. It didn't take Gongchan long to realize that this meant the boat wouldn't be launched anytime soon, which made him a little sad because he thought this was the fastest route, but he couldn't wait for things to calm down. He took his map and immediately began to think that if he continued his journey towards Guangdong province, he would definitely not get lost. And while he was thinking about this, the sailor offered him to stay with him, especially since he could provide him with a room on the second floor. Gongchan ignored this proposal. Instead of giving a normal answer, he simply jumped up and started running away. At that moment, the only thought in Gonchan's head was that this rain would not end anytime soon. Therefore, he decided to act in a slightly different way. First, he concentrated the energy so that it enveloped his body, and only after that, he continued on his way, because in this way, he would be protected from the rain. Meanwhile, in one of the old huts, a difficult conversation took place between two villains. one of whom said that it would be necessary to destroy someone and do it as quietly as possible. The reward for such a task was also very different, because it was necessary to cope with an absolute master, so the reward was double. The person who will carry out this task immediately stated that the destruction of the absolute master is a special order, so payment must be made immediately. His request was predictable because as soon as he said it, the person who ordered this task immediately threw him a bag of gold, which contained 10,000 gold coins. After which, he said in a quiet but angry voice that his target was the treasure of the Chonam sect, whose name was Master Gongchan. After Gongchan had been traveling for some time, he became so exhausted that he could no longer use spatial control. He was already very tired of watching the rain dripping. He so wanted it to end, which is why he began to think that he should have listened to the sailor and stayed with him for the night. Gonchan was completely soaked, and walking on the damp ground was becoming more and more difficult, so it seemed to him that he would have to spend tonight in the open air because there was no point in wandering around looking for a cave. Suddenly, his mood lifted because he thought about using secret survival methods. After such thoughts, he immediately jumped up and ran to cut down the trees that he needed for his new plan. He needed wood for the base and bamboo for the floor and roof. After a while, the smile on Gongchan's face did not disappear because he simply stood and admired his new house. His new house wasn't all that wonderful, but the main thing was that Gongchan himself liked it and was finally ready to try out his new mansion. Little by little, the 10th day of the journey to the Guandu Pass arrived, during which time Gongchan spent several days sleeping in the open air, which made him feel like an incredible savage. And when he sniffed, he noticed that he smelled incredibly strong, and if someone saw him in this state, his reputation would definitely suffer. But suddenly, right on the road, he noticed a huge gate and immediately realized that this was the city of Nanan, where he could replenish supplies, so he immediately jumped up and ran there. The first thing Gongchan did was to eat. He ordered and ate so much that a crowd of people gathered around him, wanting to see how the guy could eat so much. At first, the guy felt a little awkward that so many people were watching him while he ate, but then he realized that apparently this place was also popular with people who liked to watch other people eat. Finally, he was able to finish everything that was brought to him, after which he paid for the food and went out to breathe a little, while enjoying what he had eaten. His next step was to go to the pharmacy where he wanted to replenish his supply of poisons. Since he didn't know where the pharmacy was, he decided to ask the first passerby he met. But he didn't receive an answer, only an approximate direction in which he should go to find that very desired pharmacy, which is what Gonchan did, thanks to which he met an interesting man, who was the first to approach Gonchan and said that if a guy is looking for a pharmacy, then he has come to the right place, because their assortment includes everything he needs, and the guy only needs to say what he is looking for. Gonchan was glad that he was able to find a pharmacy so quickly, so he immediately took a small list out of his pocket and said that he needed everything written there. The seller was shocked when he started reading what the guy needed, because there were so many different poisons on the list. Of course, these ingredients can be used to make excellent medicines if you handle them skillfully, but this process is not suitable for everyone. But on the other hand, this set of poison could also destroy about 300 people, which noticeably alerted the seller. So the seller decided to first ask the guy how he plans to use all this, because if the guy doesn't give him a good reason, the man won't sell him so much. Gonchan immediately realized that the man was thinking that the guy was a hired killer and that he only needed the poison to finish off his victims. The young master thought for a bit and finally decided to say that he was actually planning to eat it all, which, of course, the man didn't want to believe. Moreover, the seller could not restrain himself and even yelled at the guy a little because he wanted to know what the guy was planning to do with this poison, accidentally calling him a destroyer. Gongchan knew he had no other choice, so he took some of the poison and started eating it, which obviously shocked the seller. A few minutes later, he collected everything that Gonchan asked him for which the boy was grateful to him. But suddenly, the young master felt very ill because he had eaten too much poison, and he himself already believed that he had completely mastered the art of resisting poison. Therefore, he also had to ask this man for something to improve digestion, because it seemed to him that he had overeaten a little. Gongchan stayed in Nan for only a day and went to Jeonnam using the acceleration technique because he had finally regained all his strength and was now able to move faster again. As soon as he had a good night's sleep, energy immediately filled his body, and now he feels simply wonderful. After a while, he sat down to rest a little and eat, but he did this extremely quickly because he understood perfectly well that if he kept up the pace, he would definitely reach his destination by nightfall. But suddenly his dinner was interrupted when he heard a bell ring behind him, which made the guy turn around and see what it was. Not seeing anything interesting, he decided to go a little further, and this bore fruit, because after just a few steps, he saw a truly terrible picture, in the midst of which many warriors were fighting, not for life. Gongchan immediately realized that he was now looking at Hwasan School, which had always been famous for its cruelty. He watched the fight closely and immediately noticed that the Hwasan School had not just come out to train, they had entered into a fight with the shamanists. Gonchan immediately decided that he would not interfere and would wait until the end to see who would win this battle, especially since he understood that this was not his problem, and he did not owe these guys anything. Besides, even if he really wanted to, he didn't even know who he should help and who he shouldn't. But at one point, he began to be tormented by the thought that people were continuing to die at this very moment, and he couldn't even do anything about it, and he simply had no reason to interfere. At some point he, with the thought that he could no longer look at this, got up and simply started to leave. But he couldn't just leave, because at one point, one of the warriors from the Hwasan School noticed him. Gongchan turned around absolutely calmly and first of all asked what this man wanted from him. The warrior stated that he was leaving instead of supporting one of the main schools. Therefore, taking all this into account, the warrior wanted to find out from the guy who he was and what his goal was. And after him, several more people gathered, who were already waiting for the guy to be unable to answer so that they could calmly begin to attack him. It looks like Gonchan will have to stay in this place for a while longer because these evil guys are unlikely to let him go so easily. To begin with, Gonchan decided to find out what was going on here, but obviously no one was going to tell him anything. Not only did they not want to explain anything to the guy, but they also managed to attack him as soon as they had the chance to do so. Gonchan sighed heavily, because it seemed to him that this should not concern him, but apparently this is far from the case. As a rule, battles between schools occur due to differences in beliefs, and this is beyond the concepts of good and evil. But even taking all this into account, Gonchan simply did not understand why they would destroy an innocent person. All these things made Gongchan even more angry, because he thought that for these warriors, human life was some kind of joke, so he was going to teach them how to behave properly. With just one swing of his sword, he was able to destroy the swords of the Hwasan warriors, causing them to doubt their victory. After which, Gonchan changed his tone of voice and immediately told them that there was no point in running, and next, he would like to know what school they were from. Before they had time to give an answer, the guy added that since they could simply destroy an innocent person, they should probably be prepared to answer for their actions. In response, he heard only silence, which angered Gonchan even more, so he decided to fire a warning shot, which should have gotten them talking a little. With the help of his energy, Gonchan destroyed 2 warriors at once, which made the others tremble with fear. After which, he gave them a chance to once again tell who they really were, and he also immediately warned them that if they continued to remain silent, he would bowl at them with his lightning bolts. They realized that they could no longer remain silent, so they lowered their heads and finally admitted that they were Dowamun's disciples. In response to these words, Gongchan began to say that although they were brothers from the Hwasan School, even the famous name of their sect did not give them any justification for their actions. Is he asking them to think carefully, or is it really part of the principles of their school to destroy a passerby? Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by some man who ran up to the guys to find out what had happened and what they were doing there. after which he saw Gongchan and became angry because his subjects could not cope with such a weak opponent on their own. In response to these words, Gonchan said with a smile that all this was becoming more and more interesting for him. Do-Waman and Changkoman, both of these sects were founded in Sanam, Shanxi province. The Changkomun school took over this territory only 30 years ago, and the head of this school is a shaman. To gain the advantage needed to seize power, Do-Wamun enlisted the support of the Hwasan sect. Recently, the Changkomun sect's strength has only increased, and they have even entered the grain trading market. The Changkomun quickly gained influence and strengthened their power in the region, but subsequently, the Changkomun began to infringe on the interests of the Do-Wamun school, which ended in a major disaster. But knowing all this, Gonchan understood perfectly well that this was a problem exclusively for the military classes of these two schools. So after he was finally able to deal with these guys, he decided that he needed to visit the head of the Do-Waman sect and ask him about this incident. After some time, Gongchan and his attackers stood near the head of the Do-Wamun sect and waited for answers to his questions. But instead of a normal apology, the leader started yelling at the monk from the Chanam sect in response, because he thought that the guy was taking too much liberty by doing such an outrageous thing. Gongchan immediately interrupted him, saying that in that case, the headmaster of the Do-Wamun school should be more careful in his expressions, because what he calls tyranny is committed by his charges and not by him. The young master also did not forget to add that it was not he who got into the fight, but the Do-Wamun school that attacked him when he was simply passing by. This is precisely what can be called tyranny, and not a victory over ordinary bandits. At least that's what Gonchan himself thought. And now that he had spoken out, Gongchan wanted to hear from the leader what had happened here in general, because he believed that Do-Wamun's followers, who had decided to get rid of the witness, had behaved inappropriately. Instead of a normal conversation, the leader immediately ordered his warriors to destroy Gongchan so that his eyes would not see this impudent man. The young master couldn't believe that they had stooped to this level, despite being an official faction. For the guy, all this was incredible hypocrisy, but he still tried to restrain himself and not get too angry. He even decided not to use his sword so as not to destroy someone by accident. But apparently it was already impossible to stop the leader, because he continued to shout to his warriors that they were obliged to attack Gongchan and destroy him. However, he apparently did not take into account the fact that Gongchan was also not going to stand still and wait for them to deal with him, so he also used his energy to give the guys what they deserved. His blows were so fast that Do-Wamun's followers did not even have time to notice what had just hit them. Gonchan did not destroy them, but did everything possible so that they could no longer fight him, and to do this, he decided that he would break their arms and legs. The head of this sect, watching all this, could not believe his eyes that this was really happening. Considering the young master's techniques and how he easily dealt with his soldiers, the man realized that this was the same immortal master Gongchan. The guy was, of course, pleased to realize that his name had already reached here, but he still didn't really like the hospitality of this school. At that moment, the leader was thinking that the guy was a rising star of Kanho, the society of the strongest in this world. He had already dealt with representatives of the Dark School, and this man had defeated the Bloody Swordsman and 100 of his pirates. In other words, this guy could be called the secret weapon of the Cheonan school. So the head decided to first ask Gongchan if he was afraid of the name Hwasan. The guy immediately noticed that the man often hides behind this name, but in this situation everything was too obvious to Gongchan, who was right and who was wrong. At that moment, Gongchan was so confident in his answers because he was thinking about what would happen if a woman or a child suddenly stumbled upon these guys. They would most likely also be simply destroyed. So the guy thought that if Hwasan supported this, then the guy decided that he should raise this issue at the next Murim meeting and raise Hwasan's name to the ground. The leader took this as a threat and decided that Gonchan was going to destroy them all. Gonchan was already so tired of listening to all this nonsense, because from the very beginning he had simply planned to extract an apology from them and go his own way. But now he understands quite clearly that they are apparently not going to calm down just like that, so he will have to do it for them. Gongchan used his incredible speed and struck the head of Dongmun straight in the heart, while telling him that he only came here because he was chasing his guys. What angered Gonchan the most was that the leader still did not want to admit that they wanted to destroy an innocent person. Finally, Gonchan added that he always thought that the head of this school was at least somehow different from the others. But now he has come to a conclusion and realized that in fact, the man is no different from the others. Gonchan believed from the very beginning that an apology would be quite enough, but now he seriously doubts it. At that very moment, the leader fell to his knees in front of Gongchan and began to beg for mercy from the great master Gongchan, and also began to ask him for forgiveness for everything that he and his soldiers had done. And at that moment, he was thinking that if Gongchan suddenly told the other Kanhos about what happened, they would be disgraced in front of the Hwasun sect. That is why he so loudly and sincerely asked for forgiveness from the great master Gongchan. In the end, Gongchan decided that since the headmaster himself was so sincerely asking for forgiveness, he would not attach much importance to the Dowaman school's prank, but he asked the headmaster to try to ensure that something like this does not happen again. After which he turned around and began to slowly walk away, thinking about how stupid these people were. The next day he sped up a little and was finally able to reach that very desired Mount Chanam. When he finally entered his home temple, the first thing he did was to report that the monk Gongchan had come to announce that he had finished his religious wanderings. Although mentally he understood perfectly well that these were not exactly wanderings, as he now tells the monks. He was greeted in return by the monks, who were glad that one of the monks had finally returned after his religious wanderings. The first thing Gonchan wanted to know was how they managed to survive all this time without him. After a short conversation, he went out to talk to his teacher, who praised him for returning home and also wanted to know how Gongchan spent this trip. Before Gongchan could begin to tell his story, his teacher suddenly remarked that he actually already knew quite a lot, but still wanted to hear it from Gongchan personally. The young master was not too happy that much was already known about his journey, but on the other hand, he could not do anything about it. Then his master began to say that in just 1 month Gongchan would be a year older, he would become an adult, and since he had completed his religious wanderings, he had sufficient qualifications to work in the sect. Therefore, taking into account all these facts, the man would very much like to know what area of activity Gonchan would like to take under his responsibility. Gonchan immediately said that he didn't know exactly what he wanted to do yet, so he would try to do everything he was told. The master began to think about this issue, and the first thing he would like to note is that he can handle the archive alone. It was like that before, and it will be like that now. After some more thought, Master Gongchan offered him to become a mentor at the training center. The man believed that the boy would be excellent at this. The training center is the place where all the training of the Chonam sect takes place. In recent years, the training center has become one of the most important places in Chonam. Moreover, the master always noted that Gongchan had quite good abilities in teaching others, with which the guy himself could not help but agree. After such a nice conversation, the man said that since they had fed and raised the boy all this time, it was time for him to repay for all this. Therefore, he is going to send a request to the training center, and he told Gonchan that the guy can rest for a couple of days until he receives an answer from there. However, even though Gongchan told the master that he would listen to him, he still decided to do things his own way and therefore began training immediately after this conversation. The first thing he wanted to do was practice his armor technique, which he felt was a little weak. And apparently he was right, because when the logs he made himself began to fight back, Gonchan became confused and didn't know how to fight off such basic blows. As a result, after such a training session, he simply lay on the ground and waited for his body to recover at least a little, and at the same time, he thought that if he became a mentor at the training center, then he clearly should get used to this. After he finished his training, his body looked more like a continuous bruise, which hurt a lot. Therefore, he decided to heal a little, and for this, as always, he used his energy, with which he wanted to release qi in the abdominal area and direct the flow of consciousness to eliminate the weaknesses of his body. After some time, he noticed changes, and his bruises began to disappear quite quickly, so Gongchan decided that he needed to learn to leave qi on his skin in order to feel less pain and damage to his body. Gonchan practiced his armor technique until lunch, and then he decided to work on the ability to give acceleration to objects, which was called Tusalgon, which he first demonstrated when the Moen house was attacked by zombies. All this was observed by little monks, whom Gonchan did not even notice. But when he finally saw them, he was glad that at least someone admired his strength so much. Gonchan also came close to fully mastering ice and fire control techniques. The young master kept repeating that all his students would be able to do the same if they trained hard. In fact, Gongchan mastered the armor and poison techniques from the very beginning as a backup. They were not what he emphasized in his training. Over time, he also discovered that formless energy can be used as support. Internal energy is maintained through proper breathing, which helps to circulate the blood and saturate the blood and muscles with more oxygen. So it is necessary to be able to control your energy. This is taught before fencing classes. Gonchan was incredibly interested to learn that the material energy obeys certain laws of nature, but at that time it was not entirely clear what the logic of controlling this formless energy was. But the more he delved into this process, the more confident he became that the main secret was in the work of the brain, and this could only mean one thing, that his brain had also been pumped up. Typically, a person uses 3 to 5% of the brain, but then the question arises, is it possible to increase its productivity even more? And what if he manages to use it at 10%? Then Gongchan can become a genius. Gonchan noticed that brain waves are amplified to the point that energy movement becomes possible only through willpower, as the body is driven by electrical impulses sent by the brain. So he believed that if he could use brain impulses to force this energy to change shape, he would become incredibly cool. However, for now, for Gonchan, this was a hypothesis that had a lot of problems. He could only hope that with practice he would find the right way to confirm his hypothesis. A few days later, a man from the temple finally found Master Gongchan in the forest. But before he could get close to it, suddenly, out of nowhere, huge logs flew at him. Gonchan managed to block them at the last moment, and thus it did not harm the poor monk, who was very scared. But it was worth noting that the young master had made progress in armor technology. He had learned to create thin armor, while he had only reached the first level, but this was only the beginning. According to Gonchan, the most difficult part of armor technique is only beginning now. If he reaches the 3rd level, he will have to use hammers and maces for training. But at the 5th level, the guy learned that he would have to endure sword blows, so it was worth gaining experience. And since the monk had already come here, Gongchan decided to offer him to train together, which the monk immediately refused. But then another question appeared in Gonchan's head. Why was the monk looking for him at all? The monk stated that Gongchan wanted to see Zhongsan before training, which surprised Gongchan because he didn't understand what all this was for. Previously, the training center was run by teacher Zhongsan, but immediately after Gongchan returned, he had to move. As soon as Gongchan entered the training hall, he immediately greeted the elder and noted that they had not seen each other for quite a long time. The man admitted that as soon as he heard about Gongchan's return, he immediately sent his student for him. After which he added that if Gongchan helps him with work in the training center, then they will instantly revive the former greatness of their school. Besides, the elder had already heard that Gongchan taught the Moen sisters, so the guy already had a little experience. Therefore, he believed that they could base their school's teaching on the methods that Gongchan taught the sisters, and from today on, the elder would help Gongchan do this. The young master was incredibly happy to hear such words, so he replied with a smile that it would be an honor for him to work together with the elder. In fact, there are only 12 people in charge of the training center. 9 different masters are responsible for teaching martial arts. They are responsible for everything from the equipment used for training to scheduling and choosing the location. 2 subordinates of the head of the training center, Teacher Zhongsan, Teacher Zhongsol, and now Gongchan could be added to this list. Gongchan told Gongchan that the training center originally didn't have the mission of training fighters, but from that day on, everything changed, and this task was entrusted to Gongchan. And in order to make things less difficult for the young master, Gongchan promised him that he would appoint one of the best in the fourth generation to help Gongchan. After some time, the fourth generation disciple came to Master Gongchan to receive instructions. The young master was a little surprised because he knew this guy. It was Gong Songjin, and therefore Gongchan wanted to know what he was doing here at all, because it seemed to him that the guy was busy outside. According to Seongjin, he volunteered for this job himself because he believed that being close to mentor Gongchan was more beneficial. And then he smiled and told his mentor that people don't really act like that, although Gongchan sincerely didn't understand what they were talking about. Seongjin began to remember that he once studied under Gongchan, just like Ren and Yeon. But for some reason he did not achieve the rank of absolute master like them, which made Gongchan smile, and then he added that if he became a master at his age, it would be incredibly surprising, in fact. At that moment, the young master thought about how even the head of Dovmoon had not been able to develop these skills. He should have done this 10 years ago, but it never happened. That's why Gonchan never stopped repeating that achieving mastery is already an amazing success. Although if you think about it, all the guys with whom Seongjin studied achieved good results, which could not be said about him. Well, since he wants it so much, Gonchan decided that the guy will be the first test subject in his program. Only first Gonchan asked him to gather all his desire to train, and he should also have the will to win. At this time, the head of the Hellenman organization, Salma Kekchun, told his interlocutor that this time he had great hopes for him. The blood-red glow in his eyes was proof that he had mastered Hellcall Maragon, the finest and most terrifying practice of the Dark Blood School. He is known as a descendant of a dark sect that disappeared in the past, but until recently it became known that he is its creator. Thanks to his dark training, you would not know that more than 60 years have passed since then. His assistant said that since he had recently created 12 zombie squads, they were planning to make 8 more and then they would be ready. Since one grown monster will be comparable to a master, then it is obvious that it is necessary to create as many as possible. This was told to him by an advisor named Hel Manyi, and he was also a master of dark magic. Helen Moon was now thinking more about inviting Murim to become their allies, to which the advisor gave him a rather simple answer, saying that time was actually on their side, and if they waited a little longer, Murim and all the schools would become food for them. Helen Moon couldn't help but agree with this, so he decided that he should accept the invitation and wait a little. But on the other hand, they both understood perfectly well that this would definitely happen. Helmania didn't argue with him, but simply added that even if they created 20 squads of zombies, they should still strive for world domination. But then they should come up with impeccable tactics that won't let them down. And when they do this, then Helen Moon will finally get the whole world into her hands. Then everything will finally be right. One day, a star of misfortune rose high in the sky, and everyone who saw it knew that this star only meant that chaos would soon arise in the world. According to one old man, this star is called the Bloody Star of Misfortune, although besides it, there are many other stars with a bad omen. But the saddest thing is that other stars began to appear in the sky and fill it. This old man's disciple always said that he would do everything to calm all these stars and prevent chaos in the world. The old man never doubted the boy for a second and always told him that he would definitely succeed because it was his destiny. That story started with this very conversation. The teacher always asked the boy to be as careful as possible and not to do unnecessary things. Today, Gongchan told his student that if he tries hard, he will be able to become an absolute master in just 6 years. Songjin, of course, agreed with him, but still asked Gongchan not to distract him because at the moment he needed to concentrate. Gongchan understood that Songjin was having a hard time, but he still decided to tell him that the guy couldn't afford a miracle cure like those 2 little ones. So at the moment, his blood vessels were obviously clogged. Therefore, Gongchan recommended that he first do strength training and strengthen his blood vessels, and only then clean them and train the flow of qi, and until then, Songjun would have to endure. The young master himself was thinking at that moment that Songjun's skills were no better than the beginner level, so he thought it would be surprising if he ever became an absolute master. But he still believed that if Songjun trained with him, then at some point he would still be able to make a big breakthrough in his training. Although it was quite clear that in order to achieve the desired mastery, a lot of practice was necessary. To increase the speed of accumulation of internal energy, one must train the body, which is only a vessel that collects internal energy, but Gongchan continued to tell him that even if such a process is difficult and tedious, it is in any case considered the fastest. Songjun didn't argue with his teacher, and just obediently did everything that Gongchan told him. Therefore, the young master decided to set the bar for his student to be able to cope with this in 1 year, and he also intended to make a special tincture for him that would help with training. Gonchan believed that if he trained diligently for a year, he would be able to quickly learn to accumulate internal energy in the body, and this would allow him to master the technique that would make him an absolute master. In this way, they have already begun to gradually lay the foundation for obtaining the title of absolute master. Gonchan also worked with other guys who performed various exercises in the Peace of Mind Hall. Looking at them, the young master understood perfectly well that this was a base that did not bring any specific effectiveness, and he should work on group training. Gongchan thought that he needed to combine his knowledge from his past life and the collection of martial arts that he managed to obtain in Zhongyuan, and when he did this, he would thereby create a new way of training for Jeonnam. A month later, Gongchan finally finished with all of this, and as a result, he was almost certain that if he followed all of this, then in 3 years he could achieve skills that would be slightly inferior to the master. But the best thing about this situation is that previously it would have taken about 20 years to achieve this. He couldn't wait to start all these training sessions, so the next day, Gonchan was declared responsible for all the training sessions. After his appointment, Gonchan immediately began to say that he knew very well that they had always trained in ways that were developed by highly respected teachers, based on the reading of stories and traditions. But he thought a little differently. In other words, he wanted each of them to be able to undergo proper training, which is why from that day on, each of them will study individually. After this phrase, Gongchan fell silent and began to carefully evaluate everyone around him. And after such an analysis, he noticed that 26 people had a level of 40 years of practice. The rest had no more than 10. Therefore, he decided to add that in this hall, they will find a way to improve individual training, and that is why they have gathered here now. According to Gonchan, he divided the training methods into 4 categories, each of which will be applied individually to a specific student during the learning process. After some time of training in this way, some of the guys began to show good results, and some were even able to achieve the title of absolute master. Gongchan tried to tell one of the students that with such skills, he would definitely not be lost. But still, his weakness was the lack of internal energy, so he should first of all concentrate on this kind of training. But this student did not listen to Gongchan at all. The young master, looking at this, only thought that this student was behaving like a child, but no one said that this was bad. After all, Gongchan knew very well that this guy's name was Dochan. He belonged to the Gongchan family, which unfortunately died 10 years ago. Because of his position, there were problems with admission to the Chanam school. One day, Gongchan's teacher said that the child's name was Gongsun Jin. He was diligent in everything except training. After what happened to the Gongchan family, only a couple of people remained, so it was easy to guess that the guy wanted to restore his clan with the help of the martial arts of the Jonam school. In any case, he is a child who had to grow up early, so he asked Gongchan to take good care of Gongsun Jin, so after these words, Gongchan tried to be kind to Gongchan. That is why he entered into battles with him so seriously and tried not to give in anywhere and in any way, so that Gongchan would regain his strength as quickly as possible. All this was just to strengthen his will to restore the clan and the desire to become stronger, and this was actually the best thing that Gongchan could do at that moment. Quite a few years have passed since then, but Gongchan did not give up, and now he is happy that he has finally received the title of Absolute Master. Gonchan was actually also pleased to realize that there was now one more master in the ranks of Kanho, and this master was his student. The two monks were discussing the fact that their Gongchan had finally become an absolute master the next day. Although one of them couldn't help but say that if he stopped maintaining the skills to manage internal energy, then it would only be half the journey, and Gongchan's energy was unstable, although the first day of the 60th annual cycle had long passed. The elder couldn't disagree with this, so they prepared a plan in which all his training would focus only on developing internal energy. Gongchan continued to practice the technique for 5 years, and for them, he accumulated a good level of mastery of magical energy. On the instructions of the head of the training center, he bought medicinal herbs and prepared decoctions from them, and these in turn played a large role in the accumulation of internal energy by applying them to the body and eating them. As a result, Gongchan accumulated a reserve of energy equal to 50 years of meditation, and grew so much in skills that only all this allowed Gongchan to break through to the level of an absolute master. The elder believed that if other students were taught using this method, they too would be able to reach the level of an absolute master, or at least be able to reach their limit. This method of teaching would become unique in the Cheonan school. The old man was confident that it wouldn't be long before their Gongchan would be on the school council. Moreover, at times the old man thought that this guy looked like a person who could lead their school in the future, although the position of head did not necessarily have to go to the strongest in martial arts. In the younger master's opinion, Gongchan wasn't particularly keen on power, but he couldn't help but notice that the boy had an incredibly strong passion for gold, which made the old man laugh a little. For generations, the Cheonan sect had no influence, although everyone respected Cheonan because it was difficult to ignore the strength of the warriors of this school. Upon returning home, Gonchan brought a huge number of books on martial arts theory, from which a training plan was compiled. Even the martial arts of other cultures were collected in these books, so Gongchan knows many martial arts and believes that the fastest way to achieve great success is by understanding the principles of various techniques. Therefore, taking all this into account, the head of the clan decided that he would give Gongchan the right to attend the Council of Elders. This greatly surprised his interlocutor, who could not believe it, because the meeting of elders is a meeting for masters who have the rank of elder and above. Even Master Kondo could not attend the elders' meeting, which made him feel very sad. Although Master Zhongdu himself aims for the position of the first sword of Zhongnam, the most skilled warrior, and his level of skill is comparable only to the gods, but even this is not enough reason to invite him to the meeting of elders. Yongdong immediately started saying that inviting Gongchan would be too rash a decision because problems could arise later, so he asked the elder to think about this decision again, but the old man was not going to do this because he was more than sure that Gongchan deserved it. The whole point was that this guy was endowed with excellent qualities. One way or another, he had no doubt that he was able to make their school more outstanding. Chongdong tried to speak again and somehow influence the old man to change his decision, but the man at one point simply stood up and began to leave, saying in parting that he had already decided everything a long time ago, and this decision was not subject to dispute. Everyone in this world has at least once thought about what the limit of human strength is and under what circumstances it can be reached. Dark Master Chon Unma often went to the Chonma Wall, because it was a place where one could practice the destructive path of the Dark School, since this breed could not be destroyed in any way, but he still did not lose hope of doing so. He used the maximum of his strength in order to finally destroy this wall, and at some point, his strength was finally enough to smash this wall into small pieces, after which he heard a strange voice congratulating the great master on this achievement, which made Chon Unma immediately realize that the owner of this voice was a saint who was apparently waiting for him. And he was absolutely right, because immediately after this, the holy maiden of the dark path, Gyum Keen, emerged from the darkness and was very happy because some time ago the devil gave them a prophecy that a warrior with incredible strength would come to break down the wall. Jong-unma could not argue with her, so in response to these words, he said that the eyes of a holy maiden cannot be mistaken. After which he dressed up and came closer in order to hear what kind of future she saw. But she didn't start with entirely good news, but specifically with the fact that most likely there will be those who can interfere with their work. Jong-unma thought it was nonsense because he thought there was no one in this world who was capable of this, but she assured him that he definitely shouldn't be so confident, because the future was becoming more and more chaotic. The man began to smile and say that since the future is so foggy, this does not mean that the current rulers have such power. In any case, he wanted to hear their options. He wanted to know how he should proceed, to which the maiden answered him that the best option would be to wait 10 years. Which clearly didn't please Chon-umnu, because he had already waited for this moment for many years, and now they were telling him that he would have to wait another 10 years. Daiva tried to tell him that Ma Neja would prepare everything, which made Jong-unma even angrier because he believed that Ma Neja was not capable of seizing power. The saint was not afraid of the man, so she told him straight to his face that Ma Neja was more suitable for him. This obviously angered Chon-umna because it seemed to him that strength alone would be enough to seize power, although the saint did not think so. But even so, he said that if they believed Ma Neja, then they would rule the world with him. The man walked around the room from one side to the other and thought about why the dark school was inactive. He was sure that this was not a good sign and that Ma Neja was clearly up to some kind of shady business. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his assistant, who came to tell the military leader that it was time for him to go to the meeting. The first thing on the agenda that they had to discuss at the meeting was the conflict between Dohwa-moon and Changko-moon. They had to sort out everyone's opinion and settle the dispute. Next, they decided to touch upon the discussion regarding the Moan clan, in which an unpleasant situation had occurred, in which they also had to help. A year before entering Murim, Liaoxi province was connected to Habak province by land and Shandong province by sea, so constant attacks on these borders were quite natural. The territories of Habak and Shandong provinces were traditionally ruled by the largest clans, and small and medium-sized ones were constantly in conflict with each other for power. Therefore, in order to defeat a large enemy clan, they asked to join Moan. They often argued among themselves on various topics, such as who had rights to various plots of land, as well as to the objects that were located on them. At that moment, the military leader sat and thought only about the fact that the Kanho participants would fight each other out of discontent, and therefore, it seemed to him that this was the very same evil intent. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he was addressed because they noticed that he had an anxious expression on his face, to which he replied to the head that he was not feeling well today, so he would like to leave early. They are busy fighting for increased profits, but this situation looks like interference in politics. The Sahalan Union cannot intervene openly. They are left to act stealthily, and he cannot do anything even though he is a military leader. He only now understood Ma Naj's plan, but he also understood that he would definitely not be able to pull it off so easily. Meanwhile, the monks stood near the temple and talked about how, thanks to the method developed by Gongchan, 30 people had already reached the level of absolute master. They understood that if this continued, they would soon have the power to suppress other sects. Yongdong also thought it was important to add that not only was Gongchan training, but he was also conducting joint research with his older brothers, and therefore he felt that Gongchan should be given some rest, although the elder disagreed with him on this matter. He believed that the most important thing now was the results. The creation of a research center was indeed a great idea, and it was very important for Jeonnam to obtain a unique secret training plan. The research center is a place for professional research of martial arts. The concept is exactly the same as the modern one, and it was Gongchan who brought this system to Jeonnam, which allowed for great success. At that moment, Gongchan himself told everyone that among the Kanho, the potential of martial arts is limited by life force. Many clans exterminate each other to obtain secret techniques, so the result of this was that thousands of teachings simply disappeared. But the young master always said that they were different. He said that they would discard the outdated ideology and jointly explore the martial arts of other clans to make them their own. This is how he wanted to make the Cheonam school even stronger, and he could see from the faces of his students that they completely agreed with him. But suddenly his words were interrupted by Zhongdong and the elder, who told him that being under control was not the best situation, because in this way there would be many schools that would be an eyesore for their progress, such as Hwasun, who had already begun to slowly strengthen. Gongchan didn't know what to say in response to this, but Yongdong suddenly approached him and said that he actually understood his passion, but he still asked Gongchan to slow down a little because they had already achieved more than they planned and did it in a shorter period of time. Instead, Yongdong suggested that the guy strengthen his internal strength and write a study on martial arts and internal energy, which Gongchan agreed to without any problems. Meanwhile, at a meeting of the mercenary leaders, the man wanted to know why a whole year had already passed since he submitted his request, and his target was still alive. The mercenary tried to convey to the man that in an attempt to carry out the task, he went to Cheonam, after which he settled nearby, but the problem was that the target never came out. They thought that it was not their problem. No matter how much they wanted to fulfill this order, the victim just wouldn't come out. The client obviously didn't like this, so he wanted to find out as soon as possible what would happen next, and when they thought the guy would finally get out. Unfortunately, they could not know this, because the borders of Cheonam are superbly guarded, and it is literally impossible to penetrate inside. This information was even more stressful, because if they guard their borders better than the Hwasun sect, then something is going on there, but then they even more so cannot postpone the order and need to come up with something immediately. After all the training and gatherings, Gonchan went to his chambers, where he began to meditate and think about how he actually had the perfect theory for achieving results. The only thing that bothered him was that he needed to learn how to maintain chi with his willpower, and although he continued to practice continuously, he still could not find the answer. He, of course, had the idea that he could try to develop waves of higher consciousness, and then perhaps it would become possible to direct chi with brain waves. Thus, he would be able to move energy around himself with the help of willpower. But he also remembered that if the brain waves and the flow of chi were connected incorrectly, then he should be extremely careful with this and not get carried away. In any case, at the moment he didn't know what to do next. In his opinion, he had reached a dead end, from which getting out would be quite a task. To begin with, he decided to write down everything that he felt today, and he was also sure that no one but him would be able to understand what he wrote. While Gongchan was writing all these things, he only thought about what must be the prerequisite for searching for martial arts related to the vital point in the head, and all this made him think that he needed to go to the black market. Suddenly, his thoughts and activities were interrupted when his student ran into his room out of the blue, looking as if something terrible had happened. The first thing he did was start telling Gonchan that something terrible had happened and he urgently needed to go with him. According to the guy, Muzhongqing'an appeared, which Gonchan clearly did not expect to hear. Muzhongqing'an was a book that was written 300 years ago by a man named Muchonja, who was known as the best master in the world. Not only does this book contain all of his works, but there are also legends that it contains a secret with which one can become the strongest in the whole world. The problem, however, is that the adherents of the main school do not acknowledge this at all and consider the mastery of their family styles to be incomparably stronger. In Murim, the chief and the military commander discussed that the appearance of such things was definitely a trick of the dark school, and the head of the understanding that since the dark school resorted to such tricks, he wanted to know what the state of affairs was today. The military leader told him that the Hwangjok faction, known as the first sect in Gangseoseong, had visited Muzhongja's burial site, where his book was supposedly located. Kansosong, now under the rule of Sahalan, the sect that lost that battle was known for continuing the traditions of Hwa Gonjok, so no one could say a word against them. Then, the head of Murim simply could not understand how they were able to find the body of Muchongja, to which the military leader did not know the answer, but he heard that they had been excavating for 2 months at the supposed burial site. And since the information is hidden, it means there is no progress yet. He also heard that the Sahelan left after learning about this. It was now known that they had several sects of blind investigators, and these are those who do not question the opinion of authority and follow it. The leader obviously didn't like all of this because it was all a headache for him. The strength of the major sects was practically equal, but all they did was shout at each other. Therefore, first of all, he wanted to find out how to regulate this meeting, but there is still no result, and no matter how much they do not want to admit it, but apparently they will have to ask the Moen clan for help. However, the problem was that other clans and schools were unlikely to accept this decision, so protests could begin, which they clearly did not need right now. In any case, the leader thought that the main thing now was that they should not risk Murim's name in searching for Muchongja's book, so he ordered the military leader to contact Mengju, although he was not sure whether they would be able to understand the situation. Although this question no longer interested him much, he decided to leave it to the will of heaven. Meanwhile, Gonchan continued to train hard with his students, who kindly helped him. Although the young master was in incredible pain from so many blows, he still tried not to give up. He did everything to at least slightly strengthen his armor, and after such beatings, he felt how this skill was growing in him. According to him, he felt how not only his skin was becoming denser, but also his entire insides. At this point, Gonchan decided to end his training session, so he allowed all the guys to disperse. And at that moment, he himself was thinking that he had only reached the 6th section of mastering armor techniques. Therefore, it seemed to him that once he got used to it, he would be able to combine theory and essence, which would allow him to create new combat techniques and strengthen Chanam even more. The next step, he decided to practice a little more and climbed into the cauldron with poison, simultaneously using his recovery technique. Thanks to which he was finally able to fully recover, and soon all the bruises on his body began to disappear, and the poison had no effect on him. After this rather strange therapy, the young master went to eat, where he met his student, who also came to have a snack. Sungjin told his teacher that because of the homework his mentor gave him, he was late for lunch, so he decided to eat now, and then he wanted to know what Gongchan trained today. Was it really armor technique again? Gonchan sat down at the table and told him that at this stage, he needed to practice continuously, because the more he trained, the more amazing this armor technique seemed to him. He also decided to tell Seongjin that the boy would later be able to try this technique on himself, since the young master planned to present it as a new technique of the Jeonnam school. At that moment, Gongchan was only thinking about the fact that this technique would soon become the face of their school, and this could not help but make him happy. However, now he was no longer worried about this, but rather about the fact that they were saying that the appearance of Muchongja's book had become known again. Sonjin only knew that there was currently a heated debate going on in Murim on this topic. He had even heard that the Sahelan were seriously hoping to research this book, which was why they were getting busy. Gonchan was surprised to hear that they had already discovered the place, but had not yet excavated it. According to his student, there are some pitfalls there. The Sahelan side says that there are no suitable masters, so nothing works out for them. The student noted that since ancient times, the use of the head in martial arts schools was almost not required, at best for weaving intrigues, and these words made Gonchan understand that in Murim it is not necessary to be able to use the head. In any case, if we talk about Mujongja, there are rumors that a living person cannot enter the tomb. These words already frightened Gonchan quite a bit, and his student continued to talk about how the crypt was made in such a way that not a single living soul could enter or exit it. Thus, it could be assumed that the aristocrat Muchongja was very erudite. But how happy Gongchan was when they finally brought him his noodles, because after practicing the armor technique he was so hungry. However, before he could put the first spoonful of noodles into his mouth, another student suddenly called him. which was no less tense, but he was already talking about Gongchan being summoned to the main palace. After some time, Gonchan arrived at the first call to the elder. And as soon as they greeted each other, the elder announced that he had work for Gonchan. Before telling him what he had to do, he said that Gongchan had already left as well, and that Chonggi's brother would accompany him. It also seemed to him that from rumors Gonchan already knew that this was related to Mushionjingen, and this was true, because Gonchan really guessed why he was here. It was known that Murim was now actively trying to find this book, and all the main schools sent their people to help them, which made their work a little more difficult. But as it turns out, Gonchan's main task will be to protect the other students from the main school. The first thing Gongchan wanted to know was whether Brother Gongchan also knew about it. The elder, without thinking twice, confirmed this information, after which he added that his older brother Chando would also go with him. At that moment, the only thought in Gongchan's head was that, compared to his student Chongjin, he was not as competent, but he was learning quickly and had even managed to rise to the rank of master. Everything was perfectly clear to Gonchan, so he wanted to know as soon as possible when they would be moving forward. Meanwhile, people from each sect had set out for Murim, with the Jagal family standing in the foreground. Most sects strive to obtain Muchunjingen in order to gain incredible power. The internal structure of the Murim followers had already begun to collapse. That's why the head of Jagal did everything to ensure that they did not disgrace the name of their main school. But none of them expected to see the influence of Jeonnam grow so much. They became something no one had ever seen before. They no longer seemed like Maliks compared to other clans, but one thing was clear. They also had an interest in Mu Chongja's book. One of the older monks came after closing time as soon as he had the opportunity. According to him, he came here only to provide a little help to his nephew. His interlocutor immediately guessed that the man was talking about Gongchan, and then the monk wanted to know if he had made significant progress thanks to his training. According to the second man, his training methods are very effective, thanks to which he has grown a lot, although he only heard this from rumors, because he himself was busy with things outside of school, so he cannot personally see the progress. But even so, he was confident that their guest would see a significant difference. Meanwhile, Gongchan went to visit his sister, whom they had not seen for quite a long time, and she could not believe her eyes that she saw a guy in front of her, but then she realized that the reinforcement from the Cheonnam school was Gongchan. The guy, in turn, noted that he had not come here alone, but that his older brother had also come with him. She pretended to be not entirely happy about this, because she was told that one of the senior masters would arrive. But Gongchan understood what kind of game she was starting, so he immediately decided to clarify with her. If she knew this, then why was she suddenly so surprised by his arrival? She wanted to answer him this question, but at one point she noticed strange bruises on Gongchan's skin and therefore immediately wanted to know their origin. Gongchan immediately assured her that there was no need to worry, because it was all because of the steel armor technique he was studying. Moreover, he stated that now the entire Cheonnam school has begun to train this technique, and he advised her to study a technique that is related to poisons, because having resistance to poisons is very important, and it was quite surprising for her to hear this, because she always thought that the Cheonnam were doing completely different things, so she wanted to know, or did he receive permission from the elder? At first Gongchan smiled, and then finally said that the elder had allowed him to do whatever he considered necessary. Without thinking twice, the girl said that her conversation with the guy gave her a headache because it seemed to her that he did whatever he wanted. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by their older brother, who entered the room in a good mood and said that he had not seen his beloved sister for quite a long time. She reciprocated his feelings and said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. He also noticed that Gongchan was in the room, and he was the first to greet his older brother, thus showing respect. He noted that they both really have a good relationship, since they are both constantly together. Anyway, he came by to say hello, and also to tell them that they had to leave early tomorrow, so he asked them to go to bed early, and Gonen was surprised that he came here just to say that. He coughed, thought for a bit, but finally made up his mind and said that he came here to see her face. The guys certainly didn't expect to hear this. It was clear from their expressions that they didn't quite understand what the man meant, which is why he turned around and started to leave. And as soon as the doors closed after his departure, Gonchan noted that apparently the older brother was really in love with Gonen, which made the girl very angry. She couldn't even contain her emotions, so she beat the guy up a little for talking such nonsense. The next day, early in the morning, the elder brother and Gongchan stood in front of their squad of warriors and told them that the school was moving out in response to the request of the commander-in-chief. The man constantly repeated to them that whenever they made any movements, they must remember to preserve the honor of their school. He said they had to do this even if Mu Zhongjia's book was a treasure, and they suddenly saw it. He was trying to convey to them that their school was now in the process of restoring its greatness. Therefore, her students should in no way forget this, or say anything that could interfere with this, and they should also, of course, be attentive, and if they cannot moderate their ardor, then they should not even go out on this task, which they clearly understood everything clearly. At that moment, Gongchan was thinking that they would finally go on a hike to get Mu Zhongjia's book. Only a few from Cheonan remained in Murim, while the remaining 150 people moved on, so it was possible that other sects would also set out on the road after preparations. A large army was moving towards the burial site of Mu Zhongjia, which could not but please the chief dark magician, who believed that all these warriors from Murim would fight among themselves, and the spies scattered everywhere would only add fuel to the fire. It seemed to him that it was only a matter of time before the battle with Sakhalin would begin. But what is funniest for him is that although they gathered together, none of them ever asked themselves whether this is a real tomb. At this rate, he hoped that he would clearly not have to wait even 10 years. Everything would happen much faster. The Gongchan sect also set out on a journey to find the book, and along the way, one of the warriors wanted to know what their chances were of getting hold of this book. The head replied that it was quite possible that they would be able to do this, but according to him, the main problem would only be in distribution. His charges didn't quite understand what he was talking about, so he had to explain that when the main school starts giving something away, smaller clans or schools might miss out on the event and end up receiving nothing. However, he was sure that if they had a chance to take the book for themselves, they would definitely take advantage of it. But Gongchan again found himself in the same situation from which he had only recently escaped. The fact was that he went on this trip with his beloved nieces Ren and Yeon, to whom he made it clear that they should go with their family. But Ren tried to calm her uncle, telling him that this was their way of expressing their gratitude to their best mentor. She also believed that if they wanted to repay him, they should accompany him everywhere, which Gongchan clearly didn't like, and he considered Ren to be crazy for thinking that way. So he approached Yeon to find out why her sister was talking such nonsense, and he also reminded her that she was the older sister and had to look after the younger one. Ren couldn't stand to hear her uncle tell her she was crazy, but he assured her that he didn't think so. He just thought she was a little tired. He simply decided to ask them a question in which he wanted to know that even if their gratitude was so great, then who would even come up with the idea of harassing someone as a form of gratitude? These words made Ren even more angry, so she immediately turned to Gongchan and said that she was not an idiot and understood what he was hinting at. Their conversation was interrupted at one point by their older brother, who asked them to concentrate a little, because they would soon arrive in the territory of Sahelian. Gonchan immediately calmed down and thought that soon that very moment would come when they would arrive at this place, and then there would definitely be no turning back. Meanwhile, the head asked his assistant about how best to proceed in such a situation, to which the old man, without thinking twice, gave a quick answer, which was that it would be best for them to retreat, which shocked the man. The old man justified this decision by saying that this could be the work of a dark school, and if Mu Zhongjia's tomb is real, then his book could very well be kept there. But the man did not understand what the problem was, even if this was true, to which the old man replied that, in that case, it would be necessary to prepare a fake, in case something suddenly did not go according to plan. He thought that, since they wanted this book so much, they would never achieve peace in the reigning chaos. He was also almost certain that Nagyang had already found Mu Chongja's crypt long ago, but he did not open it, because, as was known from legend, anyone who touched this place would die. Compared to Mu Chongja's book, the Dark School has a much more outstanding and valuable thing, that is Ishinrock. Therefore, taking into account all these facts, the old man tried to prove that, compared to the benefit of obtaining the Muchon Jinkin, by using this book for their own purposes, they would receive much greater benefit. At least that's what he thinks. So, to continue to stick to this plan, they just have to wait a little while. And finally, the time they had been waiting for had finally come. Now the two groups, they and Murim, are sharing the same land. All this was possible only because Nagyang worked very hard for them. They let it be known that the tomb of Mu Jongja was located in the area of the Jade Mountain. In that place there was a large sect called Huangjong. It was they who discovered the tomb of Mu Jongja. After they spread this information, the Sahelan people came and began excavating. But unfortunately, the people of Sahelan were very overworked and therefore had to leave. So, given this information, it was understandable why Murim, without encountering any resistance, simply arrived in Kansusan. Meanwhile, people watched as the first and second hexagram met, and what was strangest about this case was that everyone knew perfectly well that these two seals were completely incompatible, so its appearance here contradicted all the rules. One of the crowd decided that he would try to remove this seal, although in fact there was absolutely no reason for this, because it was, at the very least, very dangerous. At that moment, Gongchan was carefully watching these people and could only guess what was wrong with them, because there was a very simple way to remove this seal. The guy knew very well that the original seal that was used here was also one of the hexagram seals, and there were many other small ones around that made everything rotate together. The basic system is created according to certain rules. To open the seal, you need to use this rule, but you can also break it by force. So, given all this information, there was only one way to fix this, and Gonchan decided to suggest it. This method was to use explosives. But this idea was immediately rejected. They said that Murim actually has a reputation, and since they don't know how to remove this seal, then it's not at all necessary to blow it up. And absolutely everyone agreed with this. They literally started shouting at Gonchan and telling him that this proposal literally dishonors Murim's honor. Gonchan realized that in this case he had no one to talk to, and it would be best to go and train a little while these geniuses found another solution to this problem. The guy climbed a fairly high mountain, where he began his training, before which he needed to prepare a little because endurance and protection are important here. In a relatively short amount of time, he came up with several options, but he felt that the efficiency would not be as good as he would like, so he felt he needed to find some innovative way. In any case, he decided that it was time to get down to business, and to begin with, he decided to practice the form of the seal. It seemed to him that something could come of it. But suddenly he was interrupted with this matter by Gonen, who told him not to try to open the seal. In response to her words, he said that sitting here doing nothing was just a waste of time. But she just couldn't understand. Was the guy really going to selflessly help everyone around him? Gongchan could only smile and tell her that all these teachings were just empty words for him, and she shouldn't even try to do it. And in general, he was interested to know why she came here. Was she really going to show her character again? Before she could answer, he decided to clarify whether her bad mood was by any chance connected to the fact that Nam Nug Mu was bothering her again. No matter how angry Gonyung was, she still had to admit that Gongchan was actually right, and that besides Namgung Mu, other guys had managed to pester her as well. And she was just tired of waiting while they broke open this crypt, and they still couldn't find a way. They even started asking for help, which made Gongchan laugh, because he couldn't believe that they thought that someone would come and just open this tomb for them. Gonen told Gongchan that they had requested gunpowder from the imperial family, which angered the guy, because they were all so angry at him when he suggested that they blow up this seal, and now they decided that it was a good idea. Gonen understood that Gongchan had already suggested this, but apparently they decided to try other options, and when nothing helped them, they came to the conclusion that it would be best to blow it up. Gonchan decided that he would not pay attention to this. Besides, he was worried about something else, namely, that in this area the search could drag on for several months, and this could lead to even more disputes. He understood that everyone was trying to open this barrier as quickly as possible, so there was clearly a risk of conflict among the participants in the expedition. Exactly a month had passed since Murim began excavations, and Gonchan seemed to know what would happen, because after so much time, the Sahelan sect was very angry because Murim was taking such liberties. Sahelan's discontent grew more and more every day, while the other side tried to obtain as much explosives as possible from the lands of the different clans. After some time, they finally managed to blow up this place, which was good news. And as soon as the seal was broken, the head of the Habukpen family, Peng Chongrim, immediately began shouting that they should go forward. At this time, Gonchan was watching everything carefully and could only guess what would happen next, because an incredibly large number of families and warriors had gathered here. The guy also noticed that the Moen family, the Shaolin Monastery, and several other sects had not moved from their places. Gonchan could only point out that there was no point in everyone grabbing this book, but apparently these guys were too greedy to understand that. Gonen wanted to ask the guy why he decided that there was no point in this, to which he asked her a question in return, in which he wanted to know, in her opinion, whether it was really so easy to control the most complex techniques from this book. According to the guy, this book is a collection of secret knowledge of the earth and sky. Its contents represent a huge number of complex codes, but the question was only, who is capable of deciphering them and correctly applying them? Gonchan assumed that someone from the main school could do this, but on the other hand, he understood that it was a bit useless, because most of the knowledge and secrets of that time had already been lost, and there was simply no point in fighting for them like that, which Gonen could not help but agree with. At that moment, she was most interested in finding out who would move faster, Sahelan or the Dark School. Suddenly, the attention of everyone who was there was riveted by a messenger who brought an urgent letter from Murim headquarters. Meanwhile, all the warriors inside this tunnel continued to walk, and by this time, each of them had already noticed that no matter how long they walked, there was simply no end to this tunnel. They continued walking until they eventually reached a fork in the road, and now the leader had a good question to ask himself. He knew in his mind that if they split up, there was a chance that the other clan would get to the book first. On the other hand, he realized that it was too late to engage in reconnaissance at this stage. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a man from the Murim headquarters appeared and started shouting to everyone that they had to go back immediately. According to him, the Sahelan army is approaching here, so everyone was given the order to gather. After this information, everyone started arguing. On the one hand, the guys wanted to continue and still find that very book, but on the other hand, the guys wanted to go outside and destroy the Sahelan army. The leader simply looked at his men and thought that he had bypassed the defenses and made it all the way here, and now that the book was lying in front of his nose, he needed to turn back, and all this because the Sahelan themselves were going to get their hands on the book. These thoughts helped him make his final decision, which was to order everyone to plant the remaining explosives. Meanwhile, the boys from the Sahelan clan continued to hurry as fast as they could because they didn't want Mu Chongja's book to fall into Murim's hands. But suddenly on the way, they noticed and felt an explosion, which clearly came from that very cave. Gongchan was very unhappy that as a result, he would neither be able to look at this book nor take part in the fight. But apparently Gongchan is no worse off than everyone else, because he looked around and noticed that the head of the sect was literally shaking with anger. At that moment, the guy was thinking about how the Sahelan had brought a large, powerful army here, but the people standing here were completely different. It was simply impossible to call them an elite force. On the contrary, internal squabbles were likely to break out now, so the guy thought it would be best to try to avoid a confrontation. The head of Sahelan was not at all surprised. Moreover, he only raised his spirits in this way. Now, he would like to quickly enter the battle and see what the warriors of Murim are capable of. And there was good news for him, because his assistant informed him that all preparations were complete and they could already begin the battle. He also did not forget to add that the Hwangjok sect was especially eager to fight. As soon as Sahelin started to act, everyone found out about it, especially the warriors of the Cheonam school, who were supposed to protect everyone. Therefore, the leader of this group immediately took out his sword and ordered them all to get ready immediately. And as soon as they took their stances, one of the main warriors of this attack was glad that at least he would be able to have fun with someone, and he was also quite surprised to see how illiterate nobles quickly found a way to resist them. After some time, the battle finally began, and there were already the first losses on both sides. The sergeant immediately told all his soldiers that they must first and foremost hold their positions and not slow down, and that they also had no right to retreat or run ahead. Gongchan, looking at all this, thought only about the fact that, unfortunately, this still happened. But he also understood that there was no point in thinking about it, and he just needed to find a way to avoid a collision, because fighting for such a reason was so stupid. Suddenly the thought flashed through his head that he just needed to cut off the snake's head, and then everything would be fine. Sahelin has 3 main attacking groups. The first is the Hwangjok sect, the second consists of small clans that have joined Sahelin, and the third is lone mercenaries from various places who have no honor or dignity. In other words, Gongchan understood that these were those who had nothing to lose and who had dedicated themselves to serving the sect. Therefore, the young master decided that he should resolve this conflict a little differently. When he began to approach them, they began to think that their enemies were surrendering and began to rejoice, but suddenly, the guy flew up into the air. And then he began to create a huge ball, inside of which was an incredibly huge amount of energy. They didn't fully understand why the guy was doing this at all, but all this was until he struck the ground and incinerated several warriors. He wasn't going to stop at such small blows, so he decided to use something much stronger, something that could kill them, according to him. Only those who run far enough can survive in such a case. Now there was only fear on their faces, because they understood that fighting with such an opponent was much more difficult, and moreover, they would hardly be able to defeat him at all. Thus, this day went down in history as the day when one warrior from the Jeonnam clan was able to destroy half of Hwangjok's army. This gave confidence to the Moan and Jagal clans. They began to suppress the Sahelin, so that at one point they simply began to scatter. Chief Peng was not going to let anyone go at this moment, and he wanted to finish everyone off. But to do this, these guys needed to be caught up with. But he was stopped in time by the monks, who tried to calmly talk to the leader, telling him that this should not be done, because it could lead to useless casualties among their allies. After which they asked to take the bodies of the dead brothers, and after which the main alliance would also have to leave. Peck thought about the words of these monks and realized that they had really lost a lot of their brothers, so he ordered his people to collect the bodies, and after that, they would retreat. The military leader, reading a short report on this battle, noted that due to the intervention of Sahelin, the main goal was never achieved. According to him, it is simply impossible to ignore Gimvan, since he joined Sahelin. But the head of Murim believed that this was not entirely possible, since Gumvan asked for a lot for her work. According to the military leader, he managed to understand Manej's plan, but it was already too late, and that is why they suffered such heavy losses. According to him, it was now a matter of time before Mu Chongja's book would fall into the hands of Sahelin, so he believed that they should respond to Sahelin properly, and for this, he proposed using him. The chief didn't quite understand who the military leader was referring to, so the man had to say that he was proposing to use Volin Shintu. The leader didn't understand why he was telling him this right now, because he believed that they should only discuss such issues at a meeting of elders. The military leader immediately made it clear to him that he was doing this for a reason, but at least so that fewer people would find out about it. The leader thought for a moment and asked himself a question, wondering if this Volin Shintu would be able to steal Mu Chongja's book. The commander immediately made it clear to him that they essentially had no other choice, because if he did not help them, then they had practically no chance of success, and they should also try to undermine the mood of Sahalin in other ways. In the end, the only thing they did here was blow up the seal instead of Sahalin. At least that's what Gonchan thought. And in general, he didn't understand why he was forced to do such things. But he still consoled himself with the fact that the Chanem were the only ones who had not suffered major losses. For example, the Habukpen family suffered very large losses, and all this is due to the greed of Peng Chonrim. It was clear from their faces that they were in big trouble, because there were a lot of victims, but there was not enough space in the cart. From the behavior of the head of this family, Gonchan immediately realized that as soon as they returned to headquarters, he would begin to insist on the destruction of Sahalin. It seemed to the guy like a forest fire that was clearly not going to die down quickly unless the flames were extinguished. A few days later, Gonchan finally returned home and stated that he would really like to gain some experience in various battles at the level of Kanho. Zhongdong immediately told Gongchan that the elders believed in him and that he blessed him on this journey, but he asked him not to forget that he would always be their student. Gongchan bowed in response and showed respect to his teacher, adding that he should also take care of himself. As soon as he left the temple, the first thing he thought was that it would be a good idea to go to the black market, where he could find a lot of interesting things. Of course, he wanted to buy books on martial arts first of all, but unfortunately he ran out of money. But he wasn't going to be upset about this, because he decided that as soon as he got to Kanho, he would immediately become rich. He immediately decided that if he did end up on the black market, he would need to take something for anxiety. While Gongchan was walking along the road and thinking about what he would do next, his new problems were closely watching him. The man who was going to destroy the guy was so happy to see that his target had finally come out of his house. Lately, Kanho has changed a lot, and all this happened after the battle with Murim and Sahalin, the latter of whom finally received the book of Mu Chongja. However, along with the rumors of Enwal Shintu's appearance, the book disappeared. After the book disappeared, copies of it began to spread throughout Kanko. Thus, Munju of Huangjok received the copies first, which made him begin to think that he had finally gained the power that would soon become the strongest in Kanho, and no one would be able to defeat him. But soon after he started reading this book, he fell into a coma, and sometime later he died. After some time, rumors that Murim was involved in the theft of Mu Chongja's book began to spread throughout the city. It was rumored that this was a deal in exchange for the release of Shintu, who was held captive by Murim. Gonchan was also one of those people who heard about this for the first time, and he immediately realized that Murim's reputation had been ruined, which actually didn't surprise the guy at all, because he knew that this was possible, because no one thought that rushing to meet each other with naked blades was a bad idea. But what surprised him more was not this, but the fact that everything in Kanho was so expensive. Looking at these prices, Gonchan understood that he would hardly be able to buy anything here. At one of the stores, a salesman immediately approached Gonchan, who somehow realized that the young master was looking for materials on the topics of mind control, brain impulses, and cognition of consciousness. In response to these words, the guy said that he was looking for a treatise on blood circulation in the brain, to be specific. The seller noted that the books the guy mentioned were first class, which meant that each of them would cost no less than 200 coins, which was clearly too expensive for the guy, although the seller assured him that first-class materials were problematic in terms of control, but he could take second-class ones. To which Gonchan replied that he had only dropped in today to find out the price, so it would be better for them to meet next time. But before Gongchan could leave the store, the salesperson stopped him to tell him that this was a promotion, and here on Gyumwan's land it could be used as cash. But the young master did not understand why the man suddenly gave it to him. The man replied that he was giving it to him because the guy had given him information. As it turned out, the seller recognized Gongchan. In his eyes, he was the immortal master who would train Shangdan, and according to him, this information was already worth quite a lot of money. So Gongchan himself came to his store and provided him with information that could be sold on the black market. So the seller was happy to pay the guy for this, although for Gongchan, it was so surprising that such simple information cost money. After such a short conversation with the seller of this shop, Gongchan decided to practice his speed walking a little, because it saves him a lot of time, especially since in all of Jeonnam, he is the only one who can use the speed of the step through the void technique. Thus, Gongchan arrived at the next place he wanted to visit quite quickly, but the first thing he noticed was an incredibly bad aroma that was very strong, so he thought that perhaps he had taken the wrong road and ended up in the slums. At that moment, a rather sad thought came to him, that no matter how hard he tried to develop his skills, he still would not be able to help such people. But still, he simply could not watch how the little girl walked along the road and at one moment simply fell. At that moment, the girl had pleasant memories of how one day her father brought her a small puppy. The girl liked him incredibly much, for which she was grateful to her father. He, in turn, was glad that she liked his gift so much, but he immediately warned her that she should keep a close eye on it, and that now it was only her responsibility. Suddenly her sleep was interrupted, and she saw in front of her some guy who was literally hanging in the air. Gongchan immediately noticed that the girl had finally woken up, so he asked her to wait a little while he finished his business. The young master decided to help the girl a little and clean her house, and did it in a rather unique way, after which he finally introduced himself, saying that his name was Gongchan and that he was a young master from the Cheonnam school. He could also say about himself that he is a man of Tao, who seeks perfection and improves himself. Besides, he knew how to cure the girl, and to prove it to her, he asked her if anything hurt her now or not. She responded with surprise that nothing hurt anymore, which made Gongchan happy, after which he wanted to know if it was true that her name was really Uihua. The young master noticed that she had a rather beautiful name, which was most likely given to her by her mother. At least that's what Gongchan thought. Suddenly, the girl started screaming when she heard this word and then turned towards where her mother was lying. But Gongchan didn't lose his composure and immediately calmed her down, saying that he had treated her mother, but unfortunately, she was still far from recovery because she had poor stamina, so she needed to take care of her health. The girl started crying and saying that it was her fault, because if they had only eaten better, then her mother would have clearly recovered faster and would even have been able to get well. Gonchan, looking at all this, understood that the girl was an ordinary beggar, and she was doing this only because she wanted to feed her sick and weak mother. Suddenly, she interrupted him to thank him for everything he had done for them. She was very pleased that at least someone had taken care of them. But when Gonchan left their house, he began to think about whether he could really help them. After thinking for a while, Gongchan decided to do something a little different. He started preparing a medicine that would help Winhua's mother. This medicine included kudrania root, pachima, and ginseng. He just needed to wait a little while, and when it all boiled, it would become a medicine. He told all this to the little girl so that she would know how to prepare such a medicine on her own. According to him, her mother is not sick because of some terrible illness. She is simply weak, and these medicinal herbs will boost her immunity, and then she should definitely feel better. But Uiva was confused by the fact that this decoction contained so many things. Should her mother really eat it all? Gongchan reassured the girl, saying that in fact it would be enough to just drink this decoction until she felt better. But Gongchan's help didn't end there. He went to other people who also lived in this settlement. First, he introduced himself as a third-generation student of the Cheonnam school, Gongchan. After which he told them all that he had practiced the dew path for 10 years in Cheonnam and had now come here to help them. But most people did not believe him, saying that nowadays many people call themselves masters and then just try to sell them some junk, and one of them even suggested that they disperse, which really angered Gonchan because he had gathered so many people with such difficulty. In any case, he did not plan to give up and decided that he needed to try again. He tried to reintroduce himself, saying that his name was Gongchan and that he came from a place where they accumulate wisdom and become celestials, but instead of just listening to the guy, they all started shouting. Gonchan was not going to stop and continued to say that he really was able to solve all their problems, and the first thing he would like to do is examine all the patients so they can stay here, and he will definitely help them. At first, no one wanted to believe Gongchan, because for them, the fact that he was from Jonam and that he would treat them for free sounded like another deception that they hear every day. One of the crowd decided to push the man and say that Gongchan could try to cure the famous drunkard in the entire area, and if he succeeded, then they would definitely believe him. Although they all doubted that the guy could do it, because as soon as this man takes 4 steps, he immediately falls. Gongchan immediately approached the man, and the first thing he noticed was that his body was cold and that it was accumulating dirty qi. After which, the guy began the treatment, which was hard to believe for anyone present, especially the little girl, who had never seen anything like it before. When Gongchan finally managed to cure this poor guy, all the people at one moment simply began to bow at his feet and say that from now on they would worship only him. They considered him a saint who came down from heaven to help each of them. At this time, the mercenaries were talking about Gongchan. According to their information, the master is currently in the slums of Shanxi. They say that he is a good master, so there is no point in being cautious, and it is necessary to destroy him immediately. That evening, Gongchan tried to practice as much as possible. He thought that if he breathed as slowly as possible, he would be able to detonate several upper-level qi at once. And at one point, this tactic finally helped him, and he was able to do it. Because of this, he began to rejoice incredibly much and shout that the Gongchan technique was finally completed. It was so strange for the little girl to watch, but on the other hand, she thought that, although he looked like a strange person, it was only thanks to him that her mother began to look much better, so she considered him a good person. When he suddenly interrupted her thoughts when he turned to her, because he noticed that the girl was looking at him, he assumed that he was making a lot of noise, so she came to him to calm him down at least a little. But in fact, she wanted to ask him, or does he feel better when he does such exercises? Gongchan was glad that she asked him about it, because he was actually getting healthier and stronger. After which, he went down closer to her to ask a question in which he wanted to find out whether he also wanted to become healthier. But instead of answering, the girl asked him a question in return, in which she wanted to find out whether she would be able to protect her mother if she became healthier and stronger. Gongchan told her without hesitation that of course she could do it, and if she really wanted it, then he could teach her how to do it without any problem. And Wiwa, a little girl who became the first person to be taught the new Gongchan technique by Gonchan. The effect of this technique improved people's health. Every time Gongchan held a session with all the people, he told them that they should exhale slowly and should try to feel the influx of strength in the abdomen. After a fairly short time, this brought energy to the slums. Thanks to all this, the name of Chonam was buzzing throughout Shanxi. Most people were discussing the fact that this was arranged by that same immortal young master, and what confused them the most was that they probably shouldn't call it a slum anymore. But such rumors were discussed not just on the street, but also at important meetings, where they said that with the help of this art, he not only cured the poor, but also taught them the basics, starting the popularization of the path of Du. Thereby, he created a unique method of breathing exercises and teaches it for free. And they clearly didn't like this, because according to them, it didn't comply with the rules of trade. One of them also noted that information about it was not only given to us, but also spread to other sects. They say that on the West Coast, most people have already studied this technique. They thought that things were bad. The new star Chonam was spreading the innovations he had invented. The decision was made instantly. They decided that they simply could not stand aside. If Chonam was going to increase its zone of influence in Shanxi, then Huasan was ready to restrain it. Gonchan's help became more and more serious every day, and he did it only with his assistant. She constantly asked him various questions like, what happens if the cell nucleus is exposed to QE energy for regeneration? Gonchan immediately looked at her and pretended that he didn't understand at all what she was talking about and what to answer her to it. He was a little surprised that the girl was asking him such questions, since she had only recently started studying, but the girl immediately admitted that she heard Gongchan talking to himself during training. The young master smiled and assured her that these conversations were still too complicated for her, so it was better for her not to bother her head about them for now. But he also couldn't help but notice that it was usually very difficult to remember such complex phrases from an unfamiliar conversation, so he wanted to say that the girl was great for having managed to do it. Although the girl was not too pleased, she realized that apparently those who remember information well can be called smart. The next day, Uiwa decided to prepare a small decoction, to which she added red ginseng in addition to the usual, as well as a handful of elderberries and licorice root. She also reduced the heat, and at that moment Gongchan entered the room, who was slightly surprised when he saw such a picture because he did not teach the girl how to prepare a decoction. According to her, she watched how he did it last time, and now she just decided to do the same. But this surprised him even more that she saw it once and could still repeat it. Moreover, when Gonchan assessed her brew, he immediately noticed that she did it perfectly, so he decided to approach the girl and offer her to show how smart she really is. That evening, they returned to their work to help people, and along the way, Gonchan told her several times that even the fact that she had thoughts about this was already surprising to him. In his mind, the young master thought about how the girl had a completely different level of memorization. He recalled how he had developed his memory in various ways. But in the end, he still couldn't develop absolute memory, and the girl has this innate talent. There are not many people who can use their brains in martial arts, and those who did were Gongchan and the Jaegal family. In fact, it is quite difficult to use this ability even for 1 second during a fight. This becomes possible only if a person is able to think rationally and very quickly. And Gonchan completely by chance found a child who harbored an unusual talent, an innate gift that not everyone receives from birth. The next day, Uiwa's mother took Gonchan's hand and asked the boy to take care of her daughter. He immediately told her that this was too much, because in his opinion, teachers and mentors are, of course, important, but not as important as parents. With these words, he tried to convey to her that she would in no way become less important for Uiwa. He also wanted to tell her that the main building had overnight accommodations for the managers of the farm, and Gonchan wanted to offer the woman a job there, but on one condition, that she would continue to take care of her health during that time. After all, it seemed to him that Uiwa would very much like to go back and see his mother in good health. The woman didn't know how she could thank the guy, and so, hugging her daughter, she even cried a little. There was such a pleasant and warm feeling inside Gongchan's body at that moment, and all this was because he helped these people return to normal life. After a short farewell, she and Gongchan set out on their journey. On the way, the young master told her some rules about how she should behave with teachers, and also wanted to clarify how much she didn't want to leave her mother. The girl didn't think long before answering, and immediately told Gongchan that she didn't want to leave her mother, but she understood that she really had no other choice now, so everything was fine, because she understood that she had to endure and study. Gongchan was incredibly happy that her student was so smart and quick-witted. When they arrived at their destination, Gonchan introduced the girl to her new friend. It was teacher Do Hong, whom Uiwa immediately showed respect to, and after that, Gongchan added that although she did not yet have status on the path of Do, she was a very capable girl. After which, Do-hon wanted to know what their plans were, to which Gonchan replied that the first thing he would like to do is train the soul of Uiwa. After some time, when they set out on their journey, Gongchan drove the chariot, and the girl tried to meditate and thereby train the whole way, as Gongchan told her. The young master repeated to her several times that she should continue to do this until she could let go of her body and dive into her thoughts. Uiwa took a short break to find out why they were going to Hubei in the first place. Gonchan answered her that everything was simple here. In his experience, if she studied only from books, then she would be left with nothing. He then noted that she had taken a few books with her, but there were many more things in the world that were not written about in books. Therefore, in such a case, it is very important to expand their horizons, which is why they go to Hubei, arena, where battles with free use of weapons and fighting are allowed. Now officials run this place like a gambling house. Gonchan also told the girl that although fierce battles are taking place here, unfortunately, there is no way around it. He also warned her that something terrible could be happening inside, and it could be difficult. He wasn't sure that she could endure it, because it really wasn't that easy. Gonchan understood that no matter what innate abilities she possessed, she was still a child, and if she couldn't get used to such places, then there would definitely be no significant progress. The first thing they did after they finally arrived at the place they needed was to take Gongchan to see how people fought in the arena, which clearly amazed little Winhwa. The young master at that moment was thinking that the girl was reacting normally and that this was good, her calmness was worthy of praise. But for some reason, he felt sorry that she had no emotions. It seemed to him that this could be connected with the fact that she had had a rather difficult childhood. In any case, he asked her to watch carefully the next duel in which a sword and spear fighter would take part. According to Gonchan, every movement they made seemed hasty, but he immediately said that this was not the case, because they were not inferior to each other in their fierce desire to survive. All the spectators who were there at that moment watched this fight with great pleasure, because the guys were real masters. That's why it was so interesting. But still, in every fight, there must be a logical conclusion, namely, the victory of one of the fighters, which is what ultimately happened. After this, Gongchan could not help but tell his student that it was good if the spear was 1 cubit longer, but 3 cubits longer was even better. According to the young master, the usefulness of the spear is incomparably higher than other weapons. After all, they can be used not only for stabbing, but also for hitting, tilting, and turning. Listening to all this, Winhwa decided that the spear was then the best weapon. But Gongchan immediately pointed out that first she needed to remember the verse mentioned in the Yangtsin section of the Doa De Jing, which said a phrase that sounded like, "There is nothing absolute in this world." With these words, he wanted to say that although the spear had many advantages, it also had its weaknesses. But today, Gongchan wanted the girl to simply watch today's spectacle and remember it well. The arena visits lasted for several months, with approximately 10 fights taking place each day, and each time the masters used different types of weapons. All this time, Weeva tried to absorb as much information and knowledge as possible. She watched every battle. After some time, Gonchan began to pack his things and told Weeva that they would soon be going to another place, and he really hoped that she was happy with this news. He was also interested to know which city she would like to visit, to which Weeva quickly responded, saying that she would not mind visiting the city of Kenza. Kenza is the capital where the emperor lives. Later, this city will be called Beijing. Well, Gonchan wasn't at all against such a trip, and besides, he himself wanted to see Kensu, so he suggested setting out immediately. On the way, Gonchan noticed that it was difficult for the girl to move so quickly over such long distances, so he thought about whether they should have taken a cart after all. Although, on the other hand, he also thought that walking was a kind of training. After a while, they had to stop because Weihua felt incredible pain in her legs, so Gonchan decided to give her a little massage to relieve the fatigue. The girl tried to tell him that it was not necessary to do this and that she was fine, but after just a few minutes, she felt the effect of this massage, thanks to which she felt much better. Gongchan was so glad that she felt better, although he couldn't help but notice that the girl was so shy. And in his mind he thought that even though the little girl's feet were covered in blisters, she still didn't give up and continued to walk, for which she could only be praised. But even so, he was thinking about making a short stop and resting, since they had already walked quite a lot today. They set up a small camp right there and started cooking food, and during this process, Weihua decided to ask her mentor when they would finally get there. If Gonchan understood the map correctly, they would arrive in about 3 days. That was his answer. He realized that the girl was asking this for a reason, but most likely because it was just very difficult for her, although Weihua argued that it was only a little difficult for her. So Gongchan told her that if it was just a little, it was okay, because he believed that learning the way of do was never something easy. But he still immediately asked her for something, namely that if it was too difficult for her, then she would just need to tell him about it, and he would try to help her. Moreover, he asked her not to forget that even outside of this path, there are many ways to live a happy life. But suddenly, their meal and pleasant conversation were interrupted when Gongchan took his sword in his hands and stood up on his feet, and he did this because he noticed that someone was hiding behind their backs. Gonchan ordered Weihua to sit still and not move under any circumstances, after which he began to strike the air. He created a small circle beyond which he forbade her to go, because only in this case would she be completely safe. After which Gonchan was completely ready to engage in combat with the enemy. He closed his eyes and at that moment was more than confident that they would not be able to penetrate his space control technique. He concentrated, and after a while noticed that his opponents were quite aggressive, and apparently they had been accumulating their anger for quite a long time, which was immediately noticeable. Their fight began with Gonchan defending himself, and they continuously attacked him with an endless number of blows. But to their great regret, Gonchan did all this too easily, so at one point he even became bored. Because of this, he did not wait for them to use all their power, but simply began to destroy them en masse with the help of his techniques. Meanwhile, Weihua sat silently and obediently in the dome that Gonchan had created and simply waited for her mentor to sort everything out. The young master looked at them at that moment and thought that if they just attacked him head-on, it would clearly end badly for them. He even decided to tell them a short story about the horse mackerel fish, which becomes prey to sharks, and when he looked at them, that was exactly what came to mind. But this made them even more angry, so they started using something much stronger than just a sword. It was a huge chain, which surprised even Gonchan. Although he was able to dodge this blow, there was simply no time to relax, because immediately after that, new attacks flew at him, which Gongchan also successfully repelled with his chi. But one shuriken still reached the guy's body, tearing off his clothes. In any case, he was glad at that moment that he was able to put Weihua in this dome in time, and now he did not have to think about her safety. Taking all these facts into account, he decided to act in a not entirely standard way, namely to take these guys away from himself and his student. They continued to pursue him, and as soon as they were able to catch up, they immediately tried to blow him up with small bombs. While Gonchan was trying to deal with the bandits who attacked him, one of the attackers decided that he needed to take something else. Weihua was very scared when she saw not her teacher, and then the dome that protected her completely disappeared right before her eyes, which made her even more scared. The bandit did not think long before deciding that this girl was Gonchan's companion, and therefore he was also going to destroy her. But to his great regret, he didn't have enough speed, because Gonchan managed to come to Weihua's aid and stabbed the man in the back. The girl immediately rushed to hug Gongchan, because she was actually quite scared. The young master assured her that everything was fine now, because he was nearby, but she couldn't calm down just like that. She repeated several times that she heard the sound of an explosion and thought that something had happened to him. When those guys tried to blow up Gongchan, it was the last straw for him, so he used one of his most powerful techniques to punish those guys. They couldn't believe that the guy used a protective field that helped him hide from their attack. But they were not going to give up. Moreover, they believed that the guy was exhausted, so they could start attacking him again. And in some ways they were actually right, because when Gonchan put up a defense, he really did use too much energy. So he needed to deal with these guys as quickly as possible, because the more time passed, the worse it would be for him. Moreover, these guys didn't even give him a chance to rest. They constantly attacked him. Therefore, at one point, Gongchan crouched down and used the heavenly sword, with which he was going to destroy them. And it's so good that it worked, because the guy had very little energy left. It seemed that if this technique hadn't worked, then it would have been the end. He admitted that it was quite dangerous, and one could say with certainty that the steel shield helped him not to get seriously injured. Gongchan told Weihua all this, but at one point he noticed that the girl had simply fallen asleep because she was finally able to relax. The young master did not wake her up and allowed her to sleep a little, especially since he was nearby and nothing would happen to her. Thus they reached a small town, which was also a port from which ships sailed to the capital. Quite a lot of time passed from that moment, and finally Winhwa woke up, and the first thing she did was go look for her mentor, which she saw as soon as she left her cabin. Gonchan stood on the ship and looked at the sunset, and when he saw the girl, he was incredibly glad that she finally woke up. Winhwa was so happy that they were on the ship, because she had never been on such big ships before, so she was so happy. According to Gonchan, they are now heading to a village that will be a little bigger than this one, and there will be a lot of people there, so he immediately asked the girl to be scared. Also, before arriving, he told her once again that she should, if possible, always be with him. As soon as Winhwa stepped outside the ship, she immediately began to look around and observe how lively life was in this city. Gongchan even had to turn to the girl and tell her not to yawn and to follow him, because it was very easy to get lost in such a place. Then she decided to find out where they were going, to which he confidently answered her that first they would go to a black hole, and Winhwa knew what kind of place it was, because it was a famous place where they sell various goods and weapons. Gongchan also immediately decided to tell her a trick. When she gets lost, she should ask the Keban beggars for directions, because they know everything that happens on Earth. But Winhwa didn't quite understand how she could do this. Because there were so many people around, how could she even find them? According to Gonchan, each person has their own energy wave and aura, so a person who has mastered martial arts will feel stronger. Winhwa immediately understood that her teacher was telling her that she would be able to feel an energy wave, but Gongchan assured her that she did not know this yet, because she was only learning, but he was excellent at distinguishing auras, so he would be able to quickly find such a person. But before he could finish speaking, Winhwa started coughing because a guy who smelled really bad was passing by them. Uiwei became incredibly scared when he spoke to her, so she was unable to answer him. At this moment, Gongchan intervened at the right time, talking about how his student had managed to find the beggar Keban after all. This man didn't understand at all what these guys wanted from him. The only thing he immediately understood was that this monk was from the Chanam group. As it turned out, in this city, they already knew that Gongchan was the main target of one evil group, which was surprising for the guy, because he did not expect that rumors could spread so quickly. After a short conversation, the man introduced himself as Shan. Next, he turned his attention to the student who was standing behind Gongchan. For the young master, it was so strange because this guy even knows about his student, how quickly rumors spread. And then Shan said that the power of Salgak, as the group of people who attacked Gongchan was called, was very strong. Salgak, Helman, Amgam, these three organizations were notorious for the fact that if a person becomes a target of three organizations, it could only mean death. Hearing about this, Winhwa decided that today would also be dangerous, to which Gongchan answered her that it would always be dangerous, but she should trust her teacher and then everything would be fine for them. Shan was incredibly surprised that they were alive, even though they had become targets of such a dangerous group. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Gongchan, who wanted to know if the Bongpa group knew about this too. The tramp didn't think long before answering that they already knew everything. But apparently these words didn't bother Gongchan at all, because he immediately decided to find out where the black hole was. After some time, Gongchan believed that the girl should worry less, because they had found the Black Eagle and Min Tongju. Winhwa confirmed his guess, and then suggested that the Black Eagle was one of the poisonous attacks that could release poison with both hands, which Gongchan confirmed without any problem. He didn't tell the girl about this, so he decided to ask her where she knew all this from, to which Winhwa answered that she had read about it in a book, but she definitely didn't know what Min Dongjin was. Gongchan happily told her that this is a technique that is designed to gather information, and it allows one to know the location and distance of enemies to some extent. Both martial arts are very useful. The next step was for Gonchan and Winwi to approach the local security group, who the young master asked to protect them for about 10 days. The head of this group was not at all afraid that Keban and Salgak would collide. He was stopped by another question. This, of course, concerned money. With a clear movement of his hand, he showed Gonchan that he had to pay them a considerable sum of money for them to go for it. Gonchan was completely prepared for this, and as soon as the head of Kiban finished speaking, Gonchan immediately put money in his hand. The young master gave the man 2 coins, which, judging by the expression on the man's face, were clearly not enough. And before he could say anything, Gonchan suddenly added that they were paying this much now, but later they would definitely pay the rest of the amount. Then Gonchan knelt down in front of the girl and told her that at the moment they had an emergency situation. But she understood everything perfectly, and Gonchan, in turn, promised her that he would soon return and they would continue their training again. And the head of Kiban, seeing this, decided to say that now their group is responsible for their personal safety for 10 days. Gonchan was very grateful to them for this, and he also added that he trusted them, that they would really do everything to protect the girl. Meanwhile, he went to solve the problem that had arisen for him, thinking that they had successfully thrown the bait and now all they had to do was wait. After some time, everyone in the city was already discussing the fact that Kiban would fight Salgak face to face, which was incredible for every resident because they knew how strong these 2 groups were. In any case, Salgak's reputation, in their opinion, will soon fade if they cannot deal with Sensato Hep. Meanwhile, Gonchan moved away from the village as far as he could. Chohoi-san, this is the 12th commandment of the art of war, which is to call the tiger from the mountain. That's why Gonchan came here, because he believed that he needed to meet Salgak the way they were supposed to. As soon as the guys from the Salgak clan began to approach closer, Gonchan immediately used one of his techniques to stop them. Although this did not destroy them completely, it only made them even more angry, so they wanted to find and destroy Gongchan even more. But the young master was completely prepared for this, because he was standing alone in the middle of the forest, holding one sword in his hand and mentally preparing for battle. And as soon as they came extremely close to the guy, he discovered a man who had reached the pinnacle of his efforts and whom he definitely needed to destroy. So, rushing forward, Gonchan attacked this guy, but it was clearly not possible to destroy him so easily, and this became clear immediately, because this creature blocked Gonchan's attack, and then immediately added that he had only practiced in the mountains and it would not help him here. And now that they are finally so close to each other, this madman is going to show the young master who is stronger here. Gonchan was able to dodge the first blow quite easily, but this is definitely not the end, and under no circumstances should he lose concentration. But as soon as he wanted to go on the counterattack, he realized that he had not dodged the blow after all, because poison began to spread in his chest. And his opponent immediately began to laugh at Gongchan, telling him that the poison was seeping into his wounded body and soon he would feel nothing but pain. But apparently this madman overestimated his skills a little, because the guy didn't have any wounds, and all that upset him was that he tore the clothes that he bought with his last money. This sight clearly surprised Gongchan's opponent, because he was sure that even such a small touch would be enough to defeat this monk. From that second on, inside this man's body, there was only fear from the fact that he understood that in front of him was a monster that came from Mount Shonam. After all, when he looked at the guy, he saw how he was still alive, and even waving his sword as if he was dancing, and besides, he was terribly fast, which caused him no less problems. Before he could even think that at this rate he would have to run away because he wouldn't be able to win, Gongchan at that very moment thrust his sword straight into his stomach. Next, Gonchan simply destroyed one opponent after another without thinking about how strong they were. This group was known throughout their lives for their ability to quickly learn martial arts by penetrating the opponent's body. But apparently this definitely won't help them today, because Gonchan is going to finish this fight right here and now. At this rate, Gonchan finished off everyone who attacked him, after which he concluded that he himself had now behaved like a real monster. After such a battle, the first thing Gonchan did was go back to his student, who had been waiting for him so much, and had even begun to think that he might not return. The first thing she asked him to do was not to leave her alone anymore, which he would try to do. He then thanked his new friends for helping him and his student, and they couldn't believe that he actually returned alive, They couldn't even imagine that Gonchan would be able to destroy about 100 salsas and return alive. They even suggested that he make up a legend that they would tell their children, and they suggested calling it a salsa fight. Thus, Gongchan once again brought glory to Jeonnam, who decided not to simply leave this situation and then pursued the Salkag for 6 months in order to destroy them all, down to the last warrior. Thus, the number of victims in this clan became incredibly huge, which is why they decided to stop pursuing Gongchan. Meanwhile, Gongchan had rested a bit and decided that it was time for him to set out again. But suddenly, along the way, he was stopped by people unknown to him, in order to clarify whether he was the same monk Gongchan. The man who spoke to the boy immediately introduced himself so as not to frighten his interlocutor. His name was Ho Mokwan, and according to him, he was responsible for the altar at the Hogan Buddhist temple. According to him, he made a deal with the Cheonnam group and will now work at the temple from this year, and he also wanted to say that he was waiting for Gongchan to talk. In fact, the man wanted to say first that they needed Gongchan's help, but first he would like to invite Gongchan to the temple. But the guy had a better idea, namely to come in and have a little snack, and at the same time talk about everything that interests a man. Gonchan was interested to know what they would ask them to do, but the girl couldn't even guess. The young master believed that what they needed most was their strength, something that Winhwa did not quite understand. It wasn't that it was bad for the guy, it was just that the last thing he wanted was to be asked to do something mean. In any case, she shouldn't think about it now. Her responsibilities now include eating as much as possible and, most importantly, not worrying about anything. Immediately after this phrase, Gongchan noticed that the very person who wanted to talk to them was already approaching them, and from his energy, Gongchan felt that he had been practicing Neigong for about 10 years, so one can conclude that he is clearly not so simple. The private army of Hogan, where the production of high-quality goods has a long history dating back to the Yuan dynasty, is very favorable to officials because of its developed medical field. They also sell clothing there, which is very popular with officials. Thus, the private army of Hogan was strengthening its power, but recently, for personal reasons, they turned to the Cheonnam group, and Gongchan almost immediately guessed that they did this in order to test their strength. Which the man confirmed, and in fact, for Gonchan, this was quite an interesting idea. But in order to do this, the guy immediately told them that they must decide whether they are prepared enough to defend themselves. According to his interlocutor, the problem was that the private army of Daisongbal was inciting the Bon army, and they in turn received medicines from all over the country and delivered them to the imperial palace, but Daisongban said that the Bon army could not protect its goods. Hearing all this, Gonchan suggested that in that case they could actually just ignore them, and then, as it seemed to him, the problem would resolve itself. And then the guy was interrupted by a man who said that in fact they had planned to do this, but unfortunately, at one point, Habuk Penga intervened. This isn't the first time Gongchan has heard this name, and he knows very well that Habuk Peng has a talent for adding fuel to the fire, so he is not surprised that everything happened this way. At that moment, the man was thinking that since Gongchan was a master, he probably already had something in mind. After all, he had survived the bloody battle with Salgak. There was also a thought in his head that if he had dealt with Salsu to the point of scaring Salgak into retreating, then he would most likely be able to deal with this too. And then the man's thoughts were interrupted when Gonchan suddenly declared that he would try to cope with this without any particular problems. But the young master immediately told him that for this, he would need some things to prepare. The man smiled and said that this was actually the easiest part, since they were practically the largest army. Gongchan was glad to hear this, and since they have to deal with Habuk Peng, he would like to ask for a secret technique similar to the one they have. He also wanted them to assign someone to him to compete in martial arts, and there was something else that couldn't be found in Hogan. According to Gongchan, they really needed Yuebin, who is loved by his student Wihua. The next day, Gonchan and Wihua went out for another training session, which Gonchan began by telling the girl that each school has different priorities. While in Jeonnam martial arts, the focus is on pleasure and happiness. He also added that the sword's change is inexhaustible, and its speed is like lightning, so it is difficult for anyone who encounters the Chonam sword, and if you add the hidden abilities of Jingi, then few cats in the world can compare with the martial arts of Chonam. However, he still had to explain that Habak Peng must also have his own vision and deep meaning, and it is important to understand this in order to then fight with them on equal terms. At that moment, Viva looked at her teacher with loving eyes and thought only about how cool he was with a sword in his hands. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a man who wanted to talk to Master Gongchan, and as soon as the young master admitted that it was really him, this madman jumped up and began to attack Gongchan. Gonchan immediately ordered Viva to leave, and he himself began to block the attacks of this madman. The young master did not understand what was going on here, because this man not only attacks well, but also fights back well. Gonchan didn't understand how this guy managed to get into Hugin so calmly, but now, apparently, that's not so important, because Gongchan is more concerned with fending off his technique, which is called sea green fire. As soon as that was over, the stranger called it a trial period for the battles and demanded payment for his participation. Gonchan was surprised by his words, because he could not believe that in such a place he would meet a man who loved money even more than he did. Gripping his sword even tighter, he was in anticipation of the battle, and even began to release chi energy, realizing that he was about to train with a truly unique opponent with extraordinary strength. Mr. Makwan, who had clarified the situation with his appearance, appeased the immortal master's greed, saying that Khalsan would receive his payment personally from the Hogan Sandan. Having settled the main issue, he wished the boys a good time, training as much as they wanted. As the details of the surprise attack became clearer, Gongchan looked at the guy differently and decided to greet him in a more pleasant manner, but he responded boastfully and self-confidently, saying that he had warmed up and was now not against a more serious battle. Sighing heavily, Nadezhda Chonam was surprised by his words at their first meeting, but took it for granted. The pants only fueled his interest, and at that moment, they both furiously rushed into the attack to compete. Despite the fact that his opponent had been painting a rather poor picture of himself from the very beginning of their meeting, Gonchan found this quite curious and even admitted that he liked this approach. In fact, the peculiarity of this fighter's style from Helsado was a real find for Gonchan and his student. It was no secret that sword strikes resembled drawing lines. Fighting such an opponent, he began to find combat engaging, realizing that once he gained the advantage of his technique, becoming stronger would be no problem. The constant pressure on his part produced some results, and the opponent's defense began to show weaknesses. By fighting with chi, he was able to sense his opponent's mistakes, which were related to the obvious flaws in the Blue Devil's techniques. In this case, all of his movements were simple, making them predictable. After a short training session with Khalsan in front of Vihua, the immortal master and his student returned to the room where he explained that the situation would change if Jeongnam and Jinga's characteristics were combined. He asked her to remember everything that had happened and would happen before her eyes, saying that in the future this would help her greatly. Having remembered her teacher's advice, the little student continued to study martial arts, singing cheerful songs. For Gonchan, this moment was very pleasant. Looking at the student, he mentally addressed the teacher Sajo, saying that he now felt the same as he once felt when teaching him the mastery of the martial arts of Jeonnam. Having placed great hopes on the girl, he promised himself that he would make the name of his clan resound throughout the world. Information about what Mr. Mokwan had planned reached the headquarters of his competitors. The manager, using his information networks, learned that the Chonam clan had decided to intervene in their local conflict, increasing its external influence. Given the changes in the situation, they were forced to reconsider their tactics, and the head of Habuk Peng's private army, Peng Doril, wanted to know what his comrades thought and who exactly would represent the Chonam martial arts sect within their rival army. In response, he heard more precise information. One of his protégés said that the one who survived the skirmish with Salgak would represent Chonam. Such a statement seemed too loud, because knowing the authority and danger of Salgak, it seemed very interesting to hear the story of someone who managed to withstand the battle with their forces. They tried to satisfy his interest with rumors that the master in question was an exceptional young man who had restored the lost glory of the Chonam sect. Murim was already brimming with rumors that Gonchan had survived the Salgak pursuit and even exterminated their strongest strike force, indicating that at his age, he had no enemies. In response, Peng Dorip asked his eldest son how to deal with such a threat. The meeting participants began to whisper and discuss possible solutions to this problem. One of them suggested that they should come up with a well-thought-out plan to eliminate the master from Jeonnam, after which it would not be difficult for them to deal with the competitors. But his words were not taken seriously, as they believed that Gonchan was not only strong but also far from stupid. A more reasonable man stated that an immortal master from a renowned sect would be impossible to defeat, not even the strongest elder sage in their army, much less a young one. He believed that in this case, they needed a guarantee of transparency. The leader of the organization had the final say at the meeting. He acknowledged that Jeonnam had acquired a truly strong young man who had exceeded their expectations and was likely their ace in the hole. With a smile, anticipating an interesting development due to the sudden change, Pandoral offered his final solution to the problem by saying that they should let the guy work, after which they would have options to eliminate this threat. The meeting participants were wary of his words, but respecting his experience, they decided to let him take on the problem. Meanwhile, at the Hogan Sandan Temple, training of extraordinary masters continued. Thanks to their support, the young masters' training was incredibly productive. Training with Khalsan bore fruit, and the research and training in martial arts were successfully completed. Around this time, a date was set for a meeting with Hebuk Peng. Continuing to spend her free time effectively, Weihua studied the books of Jeonnam's martial arts, while Wu Jin couldn't find a place to stay and walked in circles inside their rather spacious room, thinking about what to do next. He only had 10 days left, and the main problem was that he didn't know what to do to become even stronger. The difficult question kept bothering him, and he kept going around in circles, causing Viva to wonder if he really had a problem with it. Turning to her teacher, she recalled that he had already mastered so many techniques and spent so much time training that he had already surpassed all masters his age. Based on these words, she couldn't understand why he thought he had any problems with his skill. In response, Gongchan explained that the Hogan Sandan told him that no matter the circumstances, he must become much stronger than he ever was before. Approaching the student, he explained the situation from the perspective of his personal interests, saying that his goal was not to defeat the enemy soldiers, but to find a way to reach Hwagan. The only clue to reaching a new stage of development was the training of Sandanjong, but this was a rather risky path, because if you make a mistake, the energy will simply flow back to the brain, and thus you can lose your memory and become a fool. Having frightened his student with this terrifying prospect, he began to persuade her of the importance of an alternative. This is how he justified his desire to find another way to become a Hwagan-level strongman, which left him with no other option but constant training and research. Viva, as a child, didn't fully understand his desires. In her childish eyes, he was already someone whose strength was worth striving for, so she genuinely couldn't understand why he wanted to become stronger. Looking around at the luxury items, Gongchan came up with a rather clever explanation. In response to her question, he asked if she knew why people wanted to get rich. Weihua found it difficult and fell silent, so the teacher clarified his point, saying it gave them freedom from money. As another example, he explained that rich people can eat expensive food as much as they want just by wanting to, while poor people limit themselves due to lack of money. With this phrase, he wanted to tell her that in the case of food, the rich are free in their choice, while the poor are limited by the lack of money. Returning to the original topic, he began to boast about his skills and already answered her question, saying that by achieving a new level of mastery of martial arts, he would be able to become free from any danger in any area. In his eyes, Murim is full of danger, and in such an environment, only martial arts are the true source of freedom. Understanding what he was talking about, Vihva, with a look filled with delight, promised that she would remember his words, that they would support her during her decline. After finishing this difficult conversation for the child, the caring teacher, with a kind smile on his face, suggested they relax a bit and go for a walk. In response, Viva, with a sparkle in her eyes, said she couldn't wait for this offer. When they finally reached the city center, Viva was surprised by how many people there were. All this crowd needed to be directed somewhere, so Hogan Sandan had staff members announcing news and events. Besides the sights, their staff also suggested checking out this street, where the largest market in all of Murim is opening. Taking advantage of the opportunity to get a free consultation, Gongchan, with a ridiculous expression, asked where the nearest noodle shop was. His request made Weihua feel awkward, and the man from Hogan Sandan was a little taken aback. After thinking for a moment, the man replied that if they went further, they would see the Cheongpung Inn, where they would be happy to receive a treat. The mere mention of the inn drove the hungry Gonchan crazy, and he ran in the indicated direction with delight. Inside the crowded building, they were greeted with a warm welcome. Gonchan and Viva were delighted by the building's beauty, but after glancing at the menu, they quickly forgot the wonderful interior and began debating what to choose from the variety of food. Hogan Sandan, the employee who brought them here, assured them that everything was top-notch. The little student was the first to decide on a dish and chose noodles with pork, while Gongchan turned his attention to braised pork. Looking at the humble worker Hogan Sandan, the immortal master suggested that he not be shy and also choose food to his liking. Less than 20 minutes later, all the food was on their table. The sparkle in their eyes and the blush on their cheeks could be seen from afar, but even he could not fully describe their delight at the long-awaited meal. While they were enjoying the well-deserved reward for their work, some rather dangerous guys were already watching them. Gongchan, despite enjoying his food, could feel their gazes. Looking around, he saw 4 martial artists who were quite hostile. Noticing Gonchan's interest, the worker Hogan Sandan whispered that the people watching them so closely were the craftsmen from Habuk Peng. A moment later, one of them jumped from the balcony to the first floor. Coming closer, he pointed his finger at the man from Hogan Sandan with a bold look, asking who he was and how he knew them. Fearing further conflict, the man in the blue kimono jumped up and, after respectfully greeting the guests, declared that there was no one here who would not recognize Habuk Peng's people. Justifying his glance in their direction and his whispered praise of their glory, he said that his companions were new here and did not yet know who they were. Despite his respectful and extremely cautious speech, the master from Habuk Peng grabbed him by the clothes and began to angrily shout that this was nonsense, that it did not concern his question, after which he again impatiently asked who they were. After these words, a loud sound resounded throughout the hall, attracting everyone's attention. It was Gonchan. He couldn't look at this disgrace any longer, and in order to stop it, he loudly hit the table. When all the visitors' attention was focused on him, he impatiently shouted that the strangers were behaving in an extremely rude manner. Naturally, this provocation worked perfectly. In response to the angry reaction of the army representative Habuk Peng, Gongchan, without any fear of their authority, began to walk towards him, saying that the master in front of him was rude since he did not know how to communicate with his elders, which is the basis of etiquette. While the aggressive man stood there beside himself with rage, a man came down to his aid, saying that the impudent youth, unknown to them, had too sharp a tongue. The rest of their squad joined him, and he then asked if Gongchan was really so bold as to mock their family. The immortal master continued his speech, remarking that the old man who had joined their conversation must have heard one of his comrades addressing his elders. He expressed his incomprehension as to why the impudent youth was being allowed to get away with not adhering to the age-old commandment of respect for one's elders. The answer infuriated the self-confident man, and he began to share his younger comrade's indignation. Placing his hand on his sword, he asked the youth standing opposite him how he dared open his mouth. Realizing they were heading for a fight, Gongchan decided to help them make that decision, and provocatively remarked that the Habuk Peng clan preferred force over communication. After these remarks, he declared that such behavior was not accepted in their Jeonnam clan. Putting his finger to his face, he said slyly and thoughtfully that he could not even imagine what the reaction of the head of Murim would be if he told him about this incident. Watching this conflict, Viva could not believe that her teacher was actually capable of behaving in such a way, inciting conflict. The provocation worked just fine, and just a moment later one of those restless masters, Habuk Penga, pointed his sword at him, aiming straight for his head. The calm Gongchan was prepared for such behavior from his ill-wishers, so with one sharp movement, he pulled his finger away from his face and began to release internal energy, forming a dense ball of qi. The burst of his energy not only blocked the attacker's blow, but also threw him aside. Looking at his enemy flying back, Gonchan shouted with displeasure that disappearing was the only thing a person who didn't know how to communicate with strangers, especially older people, could do. As soon as one of the Habuk Pengs was eliminated, the eldest of these masters approached Gongchan and declared him incredibly brave for daring to taunt their great clan. In response, Gongchan justified his actions by claiming that their representative had started the fight, and they wouldn't admit it. His words turned out to be another provocation, and this man, who was also looking for a fight, furiously shouted that he was not allowed to speak in such a tone in their presence. Within moments, 2 more masters from this small group rushed at Gongchan, following the orders of their senior. They were so enraged that they aimed blows at him that would have killed an unprepared man. A flash of their energy raised dust, and before they could even notice, Gongchan had deftly slipped away and, in an instant, was behind the senior master among them. Concentrating qi energy at the tip of his index finger, the immortal master jabbed it at the back of his enemy's head. After making it clear that he might as well be dead already, Gongchan removed his finger and stopped concentrating his energy, saying that they were too relaxed and overconfident when it came to conflicts due to their own arrogance. The anger Master Habuk Penga felt at that moment was beyond words. He clenched his teeth in anger, but he didn't charge forward, knowing they had already lost this fight. After that, he only pointed his finger hatefully at the immortal master and, guessing his name, shouted that they would not leave this. Having taken his weaklings, he left the guest house with them, leaving those present in peace. As soon as it was all over, Gonchan, with his same kind and sincere smile, returned to the table and invited his comrade from Hogan Sandan to continue the long-awaited meal before the food got cold. Scared to death by such a dangerous encounter, the man could not believe what happened before his eyes. At that moment, he recognized the incredible power of the young master from Jeonnam. As a result of this conflict, stories of the skirmish between Gongchan and Habuk Peng's fighters spread within minutes. Therefore, many families wanted to know more about the young talented master, who began to enjoy great fame. Reading the news in the scroll, the mysterious rich girl was surprised by the funny nickname of the promising warrior about whom rumors were spreading so quickly. Without leaving her room, she turned to the maid and asked to find out more about this mysterious man who was on everyone's lips. An attractive girl began to show interest in the immortal master, anticipating interesting events in their boring capital. Meanwhile, Habuk Peng's confident army began to reap the fruits of its labor. They couldn't believe Gongchan was so much stronger than they expected. The leader could barely contain his anger as he listened to the report that their target's techniques were far from average, as he had managed to defeat them bare-handed in front of the entire inn. Despite their preparation, the local leadership was furious that even Moon Ho, one of the most outstanding masters of Habuk Peng, had suffered in a duel with an immortal master who did not even draw his blade. The man understood that if they lost again, their army's name would be ruined, leading to an internal crisis within the organization. Based on these concerns, a decision was made to change the way the conflict was conducted. To avoid the worst-case scenario, the daring manager decided to get rid of the enemy by any means available to him. As expected, a battle between representatives of the two armies was inevitable. Interested people flocked to the scene from all over the city. The arena was unusually crowded with soldiers, which turned out to be due to the fact that even Queen Yanhua had come to watch the fight. In the capital, she is known as the owner of the Black Hole Market, the most successful place for selling magical items. The presence of the emperor's most beloved daughter made this duel the event of the year, even though people did not yet know how incredible the duel would be. The referee of the battle announced the start of the duel, and the fighters reached for their weapons. At that moment, Gonchan was very puzzled by the question of how his opponent could change so noticeably in such a short period of time. Looking at the fighter opposite him, he could tell for sure that his technique had become much stronger, as even his internal energy was leaking out with impressive force. It was related to the use of a magic item from the Black Hole Market. Jiang Puhuan is a remedy that doubles strength by extracting it from the body. The boosting effect lasts for 3 hours, after which it takes approximately 6 months of treatment to restore strength. Peng Munho ate what Sapa's group brought as an emergency measure to resolve the problem that was so troubling their pride. Gongchan glanced thoughtfully at his opponent, noting that he had somehow managed to conceal such incredible power. His words, of course, were another provocation, as he knew such progress from the old man was simply impossible, and that he had surely done something tricky with his qi. Releasing even more energy, Master Peng Munhuo angrily shouted that the empty chatter had come to an end. With these words, he launched into the attack, employing the question-and-answer dance technique. Despite his sudden start and his proactive approach to the battle, Gongchan remained calm until the very end. Even when the enemy's blade was just centimeters from his body, he continued to concentrate on his opponent, analyzing his technique. He released his energy only at the last moment. He not only blocked the blow, but also applied even more pressure than his opponent. He had to release quite a significant amount of qi in order to deal with the enhanced martial arts veteran. After that, they jumped aside, and Peng Munho could not believe that such a young master could handle his pressure. Sensing the enemy's panic, the immortal master began to provoke him and suggested that they fight with all their might. For the sake of a good fight, Gonchan began to release his energy so as not to be inferior to his opponent in terms of strength. Such a powerful start to the battle between two monsters was a rare sight. Princess Yeonhua had not enjoyed something like this for a long time. Showing off his best form, the confident young man continued to apply psychological pressure, repeating his phrase about a serious fight. Peng Munho was on the verge of despair, filled with anger at the insolence of his young opponent, who dared to desecrate the honor of the Habuk Peng clan in front of the people of the capital. Considering his words to be empty chatter, he continued to release his energy, preparing for another technique of terrifying power, which was enhanced by the use of an item from the dark market. The master from Cheonam was looking forward to something interesting. He was satisfied with the incredible strength of his opponent and understood that his strength, which was different from those he had already encountered, would give him the opportunity to learn something new and reach a new level, getting closer to enlightenment. For the next attack, Master Peng Munho used one of his clan's mysterious techniques called Earth Unification. In response, Gongchan gave him the opportunity to experience the power of one of the most famous techniques of the Jeonnam clan, called the 36 Heavenly Swords. Both fighters rushed into battle to defend the honor of their organizations. Despite the increase in the senior master's brute strength, he was still unable to carry out a good attack and, under the pressure of his opponent's technique, went on the defensive. Another unsuccessful attack did not bring the desired result. Gongchan did not even move from his place, while Peng Munho was forced to change his tactics. Feeling tired, he acknowledged that he was up against a true monster. At the same time, he understood that he couldn't afford to lose. The only outcome that satisfied his interests was an unconditional victory, regardless of the price it would require. The battle began to take a more serious turn, and Peng Munho gritted his teeth, releasing energy for his strongest technique. His entire body was engulfed in flames, and a bright, searing flame began to rise above the arena. His colleagues were shocked to see this, as the technique was unmistakable. Peng Munhuo began using the 9 lives technique, their clan's death spell. Seeing his opponent's incredible fury, Gongchan realized he was so enraged that he was unstoppable. At that moment, he could only worry about himself. To avoid making a fatal mistake, the young master began to control his composure and clear his mind. Cursing his enemy, Peng Munho once again rushed towards his opponent. A terrifying power was put into the incredible strike of the 5 red tiger technique of the Habuk Peng clan. The young master was no longer in the mood for jokes. The guy concentrated on how to withstand the full power of his opponent. Gathering his resolve, he realized that this was the decisive moment of this fight. Gonchan rushed towards the enemy to stop him. A huge explosion lit up the entire arena, demonstrating the incredible strength of the representatives of the 2 private armies who defended their honor through battle. After the unsuccessful attack, Peng Munho could no longer get to his feet, and the enemy's sword ended up at his neck. Looking again at the defeated enemy, Gongchan admitted that it was very dangerous. The Hogan Sandan army won this conflict, and the crowd began chanting the name of the winner. The most important visitor to this event was satisfied with the fight. Princess Yanhua became even more intrigued by the power of the mysterious master from the clan, who had long been forgotten. Returning to the temple of his allies, Gonchan decided to take a little rest for himself. His student was also present in the arena. She had been watching his fight from the very beginning, so after such stress, it was decided to have a little fun. To avoid the burden of further training, he demonstrated to her the incredible possibilities of the dew paths, demonstrating a very unusual use of ice magic. Thanks to his control over space, he could not only cool the dessert with his ice, but also crush it into the bowl. After pouring sweet additives on crushed ice, he introduced his student to ice cream, which no one knew about in their time. The mere sight of this unusual dessert filled the girl with admiration. Despite her caution in the face of the unknown, she decided to trust the master and tried the amazing ice cream. As it turned out, it was incredibly delicious. Her emotions spoke for themselves. To celebrate his victory, he prepared this treat for the rest of the boys. He presented the dish from the future as Sobinro ice cream. Travelers could try his dessert every time they visited Hogan Sandan. Rumors of this delicious dish spread throughout Hogan. After the celebration, Gongchan decided that he should return home. But the rumor that he was already packing led to unexpected events. The Hogan army received news that Queen Yeonhua was planning to visit their temple in person, which meant that she also expected to see Gongchan. According to the messengers, she was interested in an incredible dessert called Songbinro. The organization's leader, aware that this would disrupt the schedule of their dear partner from Jeonnam, apologized for the inconvenience and admitted that he relied on his decision, justifying the importance of this meeting by citing the queen's many influential subordinates. The man also assured that he would definitely repay the master for this service. Gonchan could not refuse and admitted that this was not a problem for him since the preparations were not complicated. The manager promised to do everything possible to facilitate his participation in servicing this visit, and once again thanked the young man for agreeing to help them once again. Viva looked at her teacher, not understanding how such a young master could be so respected even among the owners of large companies. The young master began preparations for receiving important guests. The student distracted him from his cooking. She was interested in the reason why the head of the army Sandan was so polite to her teacher. The young man replied that it was a matter of honor, and that merchants, doctors, officials, and even fighters were treated differently. He also believed that, although people were obsessed with honor, the chief's request could actually be detrimental to a fighter, so he was very careful when asking for another favor. Viva did not notice this, so the teacher said that she was still too inexperienced, but when she grew up, she would learn a lot and would be able to understand what happened that day. The ice preparation was complete. Gongchan was the only one in the temple who could use this kind of technique. A local chef with 30 years of cooking experience personally took on the task of preparing the unique song binro for Her Majesty. Gonchan had no doubt in him, so he confidently handed over all responsibility to the experienced chef. Since they had some free time, the young master decided to put it to good use by training hard with his student. The girl honed her striking technique, stance, and proper breathing. Gongchan sat behind her, simply making sure his student did everything correctly. Although he was planning to leave this place soon, he did not care about Queen Yanhua's visit, as he hoped that she would somehow help his allies. Just as he was thinking this, one of the servants of the Haugen army appeared on the horizon, hurrying towards the young master. Gonchan asked what happened, and why there was such a rush. The exhausted and agitated man replied in a weakened voice that Her Majesty Queen Yanhua wished to see the immortal master in person. This unexpected news literally shocked the guy because he thought that all he would have to do was make ice. One of the most attractive and influential women was already inside the temple. Queen Yanhua, the emperor's most beloved daughter, is also known as the owner of the Black Hole Market. She is a woman who can move an entire capital with a wave of her hand, and she has at her disposal enormous amounts of money, information, and loyal followers. Her hobby is martial arts. She is not only talented, but also incredibly strong. People don't know this, but with such a personality, she has long been at the top among the highest class masters. If she had been born a man, she would certainly have become a powerful emperor. In fact, such a life seemed very boring to her. Even if she wanted something, she did not have enough freedom to make important decisions on her own. But at one point, a man appeared in front of her, whom she would like to meet at least once, and it was a student of Jonam named Gongchan. The immortal master immediately arrived to meet with Queen Yanhua. She was accompanied by high-level experts, and her security was, as always, top-notch. Gongchan was one of the few who could notice that of the three people in front of him, the most unremarkable master belonged to the highest class. He immediately felt that this woman's aura was not so simple. The girl asked how the guy managed to make such an unusual dessert that satisfied her taste. The guy honestly answered that he only made ice, so the chefs of Hogan Sandin deserve praise. The young master's modesty in front of the capital's queen was quite sincere, which increased her interest in this young man. Taking his words into consideration, she replied that even if that were the case, in her opinion, his merit was quite considerable, so she declared that she would fulfill one of his wishes. The guy was a little confused, as he didn't expect that a dessert from his past life would win the heart of the emperor's daughter. Thanking the esteemed young woman for her praise, he noted that it was only the beginning of what he could do for her. Still, he had one long-held dream he wanted to fulfill. Raising his head, he said that he heard that the owner of the dark market was collecting books on martial arts for training. He was very interested in the knowledge, so he asked for access to their library as a reward. This unexpected answer made the queen's guards think that the young master was a real fool. While the masters standing behind the queen were holding back their emotions, Yanhua began to laugh loudly in genuine surprise. She couldn't believe that instead of something truly incredible, the immortal master only wanted access to books on martial arts. So she asked him with a keen gaze and complete seriousness if he was sure of his choice. Seeing the princess's gaze and her movement of energy, Gongchan once again became wary, recognizing the incredible power of this girl. Nevertheless, the renowned master from Jeonnam's unusual answer once again confirmed that he was a very interesting man. Yanhua didn't want to dissuade him. Moreover, she asked what philosophy he followed. The master replied that he adhered to the earthly Tao, one of the categories of Chinese Confucian philosophy. In response to his words, Yanhua promised to fulfill his request, asking in exchange for him to tell her what goals he was pursuing by studying martial arts. The guy once again thanked the queen for the honor of meeting her in person and left the hall. Yanhua made a very strong impression on him. It was the first time he'd seen someone so young, someone with such an incredibly powerful aura. He admitted that her inner energy was at least twice as strong as his. Still, he was more than pleased to have met her, for the reward was incomparably valuable. On the same day, he received permission to visit the Mugo Palace. When the boy saw the local library, he couldn't believe that there were so many books in all of Kanko. His interest piqued as he examined each shelf. The librarian warned him that according to their deal, he could only stay inside for 12 hours. The guy thought that this was more than enough, and without wasting any time, he selected several of the most interesting works for him and began studying them. The libraries of the Chanam sect and the Great Jegal family were no match for what the library of Mugo Fortress was. 12 hours of studying books on various martial arts passed pretty quickly. The time was up, and the librarian approached the master to warn him about the end of the session. The boy thanked him for the opportunity and said that he had just managed to learn everything he could possibly want. He read many fundamentals of various arts, thanks to which he was able to understand that he still lacked a lot to become a master of the highest level. He also learned that even useless martial arts were interesting and could even be used to enhance the effectiveness of his own techniques. Studying such things fueled his interest, as it brought him closer to a new level of mastery. Having learned many new things, the boy went back to the temple of his comrades to share his new knowledge with his student. The next day, the long-awaited meeting took place at the Hogan Sandan Temple. Gonchan hadn't seen Sahan, who came as a representative of the private army, for a long time. He reported that the Bond group was on its way home, and that, thanks to the training developed by the Immortal Master, the warrior's recovery process had become much faster. Having heard positive feedback about the work done, Gonchan realized that he had done everything he could, so he decided not to delay returning home. As he said goodbye to the manager, he asked him to keep an eye on the Bond group, while thanking Sahin for his attention to the process. Gonchan and Viva set off on their journey so that the road would not be boring. The guy began to talk about what he managed to learn in Mago Castle. Evening came, the guys were still on the road. After a long stay in the capital, Viva completely lost the habit of this kind of activity. To distract herself from her fatigue, she asked the teacher how long it would take to train to reach his level. After thinking for a moment, the guy replied with a smile that he didn't know the exact answer, but he assumed that it would take about 20 years to achieve this goal. But looking at his student, he recognized that she was a quick learner, and if she continued to work hard, she would quickly become a master, because she continued to hone her skills even while returning home. Despite the positive answer, her look was still pitiful. She was worried about where they would spend the night. The boy reassured her, saying they wouldn't be camping this time, as they were already very close to the village where they could spend the night and take a shower. This answer encouraged his student, and she began walking much faster. But the village they were heading to was brutally attacked. Everything around was ablaze. We don't know what goals the bandits were pursuing, but it was obvious that they spared no one. The big fat leader of the bloody murderers gave the order to speed up and loot all the houses, without sparing the local residents. The surviving people tried their best to save themselves. Despite posing no threat to their attackers, the brutal killers continued to haunt anyone who witnessed their atrocities. The terrible sight, smoke, and fire took their toll, and one of the last surviving women was unable to escape. With her child in her arms, she tearfully begged to spare at least her defenseless little son. But one of the attacking villains with Mongolian features was not going to spare them, even though they did not pose any threat to them. Taking a knife, he lunged at the defenseless woman, declaring that he hated the sound of screaming children. At that moment, the single mother resigned herself to the end. But to her surprise, the robber never got to her. Some magic balls hit him, which threw him back. Looking up, she saw the face of her savior. Gonchan and his student were late, but at least they managed to prevent another death. It was obvious from the Immortal Master's face that he was beside himself with rage. The boy clenched his teeth, not having the patience to contain his rage. Filled with anger, Gongchan was no longer able to control his raging energy and shouted that the bandits must stop immediately. The appearance of the daring stranger alerted the bandits who were turning the peaceful village into ashes. Walking calmly towards the enemies, the Immortal Master nervously asked who they were and how they dared to commit such a horror. Looking at the young master, The leader of the bandits could tell for sure that he was strong. But despite this, he believed he was only one man and therefore unable to overcome their numerical superiority. Confident in his men, he ordered them to eliminate the insolent man. The enemies began to run towards the immortal master. Gongchan asked his student to hold on tight as a fight awaited them. Looking back, the guy was once again convinced that he was dealing with non-humans. These bandits not only reduced the peaceful village to ashes, but also spared neither adults nor children. The inhumanity of the enemy squad, as expected, infuriated the guy. The enraged master was ready to tear them to pieces. The confident, experienced fighters from some remote place didn't even worry about the fact that they were facing a real monster. They thought that he wouldn't be able to do anything, because he couldn't even move properly due to the fact that a child was hanging on his back. Having attacked the young master together, the bandits could not even imagine that their fate had already been decided. At that moment, the guy was controlled by his anger, so he didn't even think about the rational use of energy. Without even taking out his sword, he began to destroy the bandits with shots of chi energy. None of the enemies managed to get close to the immortal master. Before the eyes of the bandits, the bodies of their comrades turned into a sieve. The frightened killers no longer felt like hunters. Seeing the helplessness of their squad, they began to run, forgetting about the prey. But Gonchan couldn't allow this. He clearly saw each of the enemies. Never before had he looked so menacing as he did at that moment. Frightened by the enemy's inhuman strength, the robber ordered his soldiers to flee into the forest. The young master's hatred meant that they had no chance of escaping punishment. But at that very moment, the guy heard a heavy cough from one of the lying men, whom he thought was already dead. Having released the student from his shoulders, he immediately ran to the wounded old man to try to save him. Raising the poor guy's head, Gonchan began to use one of the healing techniques to at least ease the pain from the wounds. Looking around, he realized his efforts wouldn't be enough to change anything. Gongchan was too late, but he fought to the end for the lives of those still conscious. A huge grief for a disciple of the Jianam clan turned out to be good news for the leader of one of the dark organizations, Kanho. One of the scouts turned to his master and reported that their fighters had begun to track the activities of the bandits. The master was glad to hear this. It was to his advantage, so he decided that it would be a good idea to endow the forest robbers with magic. Looking at the map of shadowy organization's activity, he guessed that the emperor would soon be perplexed by what was happening within his domain. He found it hard to even imagine what the Murim Alliance and the four blood clans with the greatest power in their hands would do. Judging by his gloating smile, he was in anticipation of the events that were approaching. The malicious laughter of one of the leaders of the dark organizations indicated that he was already eager to join the fun. Meanwhile, inside the village, which the immortal master had barely managed to save, attempts to save the wounded continued. A hospital was created in one of the surviving buildings, inside which Gonchan, together with his student, treated the surviving residents. The guy couldn't cope with the number of patients, so he asked to bring the medicines that had survived inside the recently burned pharmacy. The local pharmacist did not survive. There was a critical shortage of free hands, and the greatest responsibility fell on the shoulders of the immortal master. There were too many wounded, but one of the residents was still able to bring people to help. As it turned out, they were the nearby craftsmen. They noticed smoke coming from the direction of the peaceful village and headed in its direction. Among them was Gongchan's student named Doshun. Upon learning of what was happening, he immediately came to his older brother's aid. Without wasting time on greetings, Gongchan asked for immediate assistance to the villagers. The savvy young man brought several of his personal disciples, doctors, and medicine, bringing the situation under control. The reinforcements began treating the sick, significantly reducing the burden on the immortal master, who had not yet had time to rest from the journey. Moreover, they had a cart, thanks to which they managed to bring some food for the affected villagers. The work continued until the evening. The sun began to set, and some of the people involved in rescuing civilians were finally freed. Having done everything in his power, Gongchan and his student were finally able to lie down on the ground to rest. Recalling his conversation with his student, the immortal master asked when he had acquired followers. But Gonchan unexpectedly replied that he actually had no students, but 3 years ago he had begun thinking about taking his nephew as a disciple. This was good news, so Gongchan praised his younger brother for his efforts and asked how old his nephew was. The boy replied that he was only 3 years old, so he would introduce him to the training course when he reached 6. The immortal master acknowledged this was an excellent idea, as 6 years was a wonderful age to begin studying the ways of the Tao. He encouraged his student to work diligently, as results would be inevitable. During their conversation, they didn't even notice how the tired Viva had fallen asleep. The girl worked alongside her teacher, never stopping her work. Returning to his conversation, Gonchan asked the student if he had managed to find out where those cruel bandits came from. The boy replied that not far from this village was their den, called Hvarenche. Upon learning this, Gongchan raised his sword and declared that the master should not pass by such cruel killers, so they decided to visit the bandits' lair. Rising to his feet, the boy walked towards the forest and asked Gonchan to keep an eye on the village and his dear student. When he moved away from prying eyes, hatred appeared on his face for those bastards who had carried out such a brutal robbery of the peaceful inhabitants of an innocent village. Closer to midnight, Gongchan finally reached the enemy fortress, which was located in the forest near the village. The local onlookers went about their usual business, feeling safe, as they had never before encountered enemies who would dare to attack their fortified lair. But this time it was time to pay the price. Just one master began to administer his justice. He agitated the guards with a surprise attack on one of the bandits. While the frightened killers were trying to find the culprit of the attack, the master was already behind them, filled with hatred for such cruel and inhumane villains. With dexterous and stealthy movements, he began to get rid of the wall guards one by one. Having neutralized the defenders of the enemy fortress walls, the guy moved on. Despite the low level of defeated enemies, he was bothered by a strange feeling that was coming from the central building of this fortress. Taking a closer look, he realized that he could clearly sense the energy of the Dark Master. Moreover, it was obvious that the owner of the sinister energy was a high-level master. Besides him, there were approximately 600 bandits inside the building, making it clear that this was no ordinary gang of thieves. The boy was filled with anger. He realized that the recent crime was no ordinary act of a bandit. One of the Dark Masters had also been involved. It was obvious that the enemy army's might was simply incredible, and those he had seen in the village were mere pawns. The evil energy emanating from the place indicated that it was a devil's church. This wasn't just a gathering of bandits, but even though devil's church members were everywhere, Gongchan believed that didn't mean they couldn't be defeated. The first place the immortal master entered was a prison that contained a lot of peaceful prisoners. The place was well defended, and the children who were kidnapped in front of their parents could not hold back their tears. The enraged guards couldn't stand the noise here, so they shouted at the poor fellows and threatened to kill them. The self-assured killer, with a sly smile, said that if the girl didn't shut up, he would end her suffering once and for all. Despite this situation, the prisoners clung to their lives with all their might, hoping for a miracle to save them. It was such a miracle that the master, unknown to them, slipped inside unnoticed and was able to get rid of the guards one by one. The last of the robbers was beside himself with rage and asked the stranger to state his name. But in response, the fast master only instantly closed the distance and dealt him a strong blow to the stomach. Despite his incredible hatred for these inhumane killers, the young man could not allow himself to kill them in front of the children. Having dealt with the local scum, he gave the prisoners hope of salvation. First of all, he approached the frightened girl and promised that he would soon free her, but she would have to wait a little, since now it would be too dangerous. After looking around, Gonchan admitted that this room was too big for a prison for mountain bandits. Moreover, it was suspicious that there were too many captured civilians here. The bandits took everyone captive, both adults and children. It was difficult to predict the intentions of these killers. Why they brought so many people here remained a mystery. the palace still had no idea what was happening inside their fortress. To avoid further delay, Gongchan loudly greeted the local onlookers with a powerful explosion, which allowed him to get rid of dozens of bandits at once. At that moment, the occultists realized that they were under attack. The robbers, busy with their own affairs, did not expect such a sudden attack. Fearing the mysterious enemies, one of the fortress's fighters hid behind a cart to avoid being harmed during the fight. His surviving comrade told him it was definitely some kind of master. Despite this, they couldn't understand why, with the master's canopy, he was wearing clothes that were inappropriate for his status. The frightened boy replied that he didn't know the exact answer, but he was sure that it was the clothing of the Gonen clan. After these words, everything became clear. The robber realized that this was the same disciple of the famous sect whom they met during the robbery of one of the villages. But just knowing the situation didn't help him avoid punishment. Feeling the energy of the young master's attack, he realized that they were dealing with the posthumous successor of Master Dosin. With just one long-range attack from the immortal master, the cart carrying the stolen goods rose into the air. Filled with anger, the young man declared that there was no point in hiding, as he wouldn't let them escape punishment. He promised that that night they would take the fall for everything they had done to innocent people over the years. News of the Gonen disciples' invasion reached the demonic church, and hearing the noise and commotion, the occultists began to come out. Their powerful aura began to spread at an even faster speed, each of them looking quite distressed. Looking at the enemy fighters, the boy realized he'd have to face 4 strong warriors at the end. He wanted to deal with the largest of them first, as he thought he could be quite a challenge. Fearing its raw, destructive power, Gongchan planned to tear it apart with one lightning-fast dash at once. His enemy was beside himself with anger. The released dark energy began to spread throughout the entire courtyard. He promised to deal with the culprit of this turmoil. The subordinate thugs immediately rushed into battle, leaving their master behind. Having assessed the number and strength of the enemy squad, Gonchan began to release energy. Thanks to his incomparable speed and acceleration, he got rid of all the villains in the blink of an eye. The next target was the thug who was guarding the entrance to the church. The guy immediately rushed to attack him, continuing to fight with his bare hands. Surprised by the young master's strength, the brute said that he had previously thought that he could deal with the handsome boy without much difficulty. The occultist's arrogant words made the boy act more decisively, so he began to release even more energy to put it into a powerful blow. The loud sound and bright flash from the powerful explosion were noticeable even from the forest. The brute was surrounded by the energy of the immortal master, who tried with all his might to destroy him with the first blow. Despite all efforts, the man continued to resist. Although he was incredibly strong, his self-confidence was shaken when he had to take such an incredible blow. This point-blank attack was called the Orv Strike. The brute's body began to be surrounded by steam. He had withstood an amount of energy that was enough to deal with an entire squad of bandits. Even though Gongchan acted in a way that was sure to defeat his opponent, the self-confident smile never disappeared from the man's face. Stepping aside, the immortal master continued to monitor his opponent's condition. Unexpectedly for him, the man raised his head and began to laugh loudly, calling the young master's attack incredible. Gonchan didn't understand what was happening. He was sure that he had definitely damaged his opponent's insides, but despite this, he could still stand on his feet. Looking at the young master with a threatening gaze, the man said that now it was his turn. The occultist began to release a large amount of dark energy that was embedded in his huge sword. The powerful blow caused a loud sound, and a high column of dust rose above the walls of the robber's fortress. This blow was more than enough for his huge sword to cut through even the stone floor. Despite his efforts, the scar-faced bandit was unable to catch the boy, who disappeared from his sight for a moment. Having a significant advantage in maneuverability and speed, Gonchan found himself behind the enemy. Since the first blow did not bring any results, he decided to attack the big guy in the back, using the same magic. His decision turned out to be correct, and this time the man began to scream in pain. Another powerful explosion shook the entire enemy fortress. This time the enemy couldn't hold on and fell to the ground, with such a powerful blow creating a large hole around his body. Believing that this big guy was finished, Gonchan began to survey the area for his next targets. Suddenly, he heard the low voice of his opponent begin to cough loudly. A dark and terrifying energy appeared behind him, belonging to his opponent. Despite the point-blank attack, this terrifying opponent was able to stand firm, and, what's more, he was willing to continue the fight, saying that it was quite painful this time. Another attack did not bring the desired result. Gonchan recognized the enemy's technique. In the library of the Muji fortress, he became familiar with this special kind of martial art. The self-assured occultist, slinging his sword over his shoulder, said he wouldn't mind telling his enemy what had truly happened. He acknowledged the immortal master's very strong arms, but noted that it wasn't enough. As it turned out, he used a technique called the immortal blood strike. Clenching his fist, he believed that this was exactly what would make him the best martial artist in the world in the future. But Gonchan disagreed with his words, replying that the immortal blood strike would be of no use, since the outcome of the battle had been predetermined back when he had broken into this fortress. The determined young man took on his opponent seriously, and drawing his sword declared that in the next few minutes the brute would say goodbye to life, never having realized his dream of becoming the champion among the masters. The man, angry at the young master's insolence, rushed to the attack as he could not come to terms with his words. With a furious cry, he struck the first blow, which could split even stone. But Jongnam's student was much faster. He dodged the blow, and in the blink of an eye found himself behind the enemy's back. Seeing the young master's unexpected maneuver, the thug said that he could not be defeated by tricks alone. He considered his opponent's behavior to be genuine insolence, and with each subsequent blow, his gaze became more and more inhuman. Holding the opponent's sword, Gongchan began to release his energy. Master Jonam's unexpected move left the occultist nervous, unsure of what to expect next. Despite the immortal master's blade being much lighter, by strengthening it with internal energy, Gongchan was able to negate the enemy's advantage. Upon coming into contact with the young master's energy, the enemy fighter began to feel pain similar to the burns of a flame. At that moment, Gonchan said that he had already understood all of his habits and principles of movement, so he saw right through him. Seeing his opponent's weakness, the young master decided to put an end to their duel. The blade of his sword slashed across the demonic fighter's neck. With one precise blow, he was able to finish this fight. The raid on the enemy fortress was successfully completed thanks to the power of just one hermit master. Towards the morning, Gonchan had completed all the work inside the enemy fortress and returned to the village where his comrades were located. He managed to tie up the robbers and bring them along with him. Do-hyun couldn't believe his eyes that his uncle had dealt with such a huge force single-handedly. Standing in front of the captured bandits, he declared that these guys were arrested and should be handed over to the state. In addition, he freed all the prisoners from the prison of the enemy lair. He asked his comrades to help them return to their homes. Having finished explaining the situation, he asked where his student was. The guy replied that she was continuing to train. After these words, the calm Gonchan asked his comrade to take care of everything else. Having fulfilled his promise to the village, the master went to rest from a difficult night. While in the healing bath, the boy began to think about the enemy technique called the immortal blood strike. He discovered that the bandits were kidnapping people to increase their magical powers. Furthermore, they needed women from the southeast to absorb their blood, thereby increasing their power. If you follow this secret method, then, following the example of that brute, the speed of healing wounds on the body increases exponentially and the fighter becomes much stronger, so it could be confidently said that this devilish magic is extremely dangerous. Filled with anger, the boy considered calling them animals to be a compliment, and he wanted to destroy anyone who pursued such teachings. News of the attack on the fortress of the allied bandit lair reached one of the larger organizations. The scout began his report, during which he informed his master that the bandits had been attacked by the one called the Lord of Life and Death. and that they had also managed to smell the scent of the attacker's clan. Despite the disappointing news, the master of the blood cult was not upset. He believed that there was nothing wrong with encouraging fighting between clans and small bands of bandits. This was to his advantage, because the angrier the bandits became, the sooner their time for military action would come. Anticipating the moment to attack Kanho, the man began to laugh maliciously. After resting, Gonchan returned to his duties. Having completed many important tasks, he was so tired that he lay down right on the table. He has been inside this village for a month now. Thanks to his students, it was not that difficult. The moment he remembered his followers, Doshun appeared in front of him. Gongchan asked why his student was behaving so outrageously, reminding him that he had been a fairly calm child. Doshun replied that his activity was due to an urgent matter. As it turned out, he received an order to convene. There will be a major punitive event for criminals in the Murim Alliance. Upon hearing this news, Gonchan asked the student to tell him more about it. The guy replied that, according to rumors, even the military brass would be present at this event. He was also told that an army of more than 50,000 personnel, including both regular soldiers and a small number of elite fighters, had been deployed there. Hearing this, Gonchan thought about it. It seemed strange to him that the military had begun to move to this event in order to deal with the bandits, but despite this, the Murim Alliance was still unable to intervene. Getting up from the table, the boy suggested moving forward and asked the student to warn Vikva. The young master didn't like this whole situation very much because he thought it was the calm before the storm. Meanwhile, the alliance members continued to fight the bandits, who had become more active recently. Another lair was destroyed. The master who had defeated the strongest enemy leaned on his sword. It was a tough fight. He stood his ground but could not avoid injury. The robber lying on the ground was defeated, and in the end he asked the name of the young man who was able to defeat him. Rising to his feet, the boy asked the defeated assassin to go to the other world, where he should call the name of his conqueror as Munju of Mursenmun. The robber lying on the ground was enraged by the youth's insolence, saying that such a runt as he should not be so impudent. Not wanting to listen to the delirium of his defeated enemy, the master relieved him of his suffering. Taking one last look at his opponent, he said he was said to be a strong fighter. He hadn't expected the man, who was simply a bandit leader, to be so skilled in combat. Despite his efforts to avoid mistakes, he was unable to avoid injuries. Placing his hand on his wounded shoulder, the boy decided to first heal his internal organs, which had been damaged by the enemy's techniques. He hadn't expected magic to spread even among bandits. His father had been right. Despite the might of the bandits, Munju of Musongmun's fighting skills exceeded all enemy expectations. The next morning, the young master set out on his journey. He was puzzled as to why everyone was going with him. He didn't think it was necessary to go together, so he said they could have gone separately. Dokyeon countered, saying that if a fight broke out along the way, he wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Folding his hands in front of him, Gongchan replied that he was being told this by someone who had literally crushed his opponent. The boy wisely raised his finger and calmly replied that he was not the only good warrior here, noting that the temple intensively practiced combat tactics. Looking at his student, the young master sighed and thought that Doshun had become so secretive quite unexpectedly, even though he had been quite meticulous and serious as a child. Afterwards, he decided to inquire about the boy Doshun would bring to them in Jeonnam when he turned 6. He wondered if the boy had any talent for martial arts. The student replied that it was difficult for him to answer that question, as the candidate was still too young. Despite this, the family already had high hopes for his future. Hearing this answer, Gongchan concluded that, in any case, if the boy didn't become strong enough, their hopes would be in vain. The boy agreed with his teacher, adding that it would be enough for his nephew to at least reach the level of a master, but if he failed, then disaster would once again await their family. Gongchan didn't understand why Docheon was talking about it in such a sad tone. Thinking that the situation had worsened, he said that they could always count on his help. Placing his hand on his student's shoulder, He admitted that he saw something was wrong. He asked him not to worry and to be open if they needed his help. Taking his hand away from his comrade, he confidently said that they were one family, in which there should be no room for secrets. After these words, Gongchan walked forward. Looking at her older brother, the observant Viva was puzzled. There was a clear determination in Doshin's eyes. He was ready to face problems personally without outside help. The boys soon reached their destination. Teacher Chunjin and his comrades were discussing the fighting in Kanho, and on their table was a huge map with marks on it showing the location of enemy forces. It's hard to say what they were talking about, but it seems they had some kind of solution to this situation. Taking his comrades' words into account, Teacher Chunjin began to think about how the Cheonam clan should act in this case. After discussing the plan of action, the man went out to meet with those clan warriors who had come to them after receiving the letters. Addressing his fighters, Chunjin declared that their clan could not stand by and watch the royal troops take over the affairs of Shanxi province. He believed that they themselves should deal with the bandits. It was their duty as the strongest organization in their province. His words found support among those present. The anger that had accumulated in him over the recent period of observing the impunity of enemy units was clearly visible on Gonchan's face. Having set off on his journey, the boy could not help but ask his teacher how he had come to such a decision. Mustering his courage, he said it was a matter of clan pride. His words slightly disappointed the student standing behind him, but this conversation was unavoidable. He tried to stop his uncle, but the nervous youth replied that there was no good in going to the slaughter in such a crowd. He was sure the emperor's troops could cope without their help. Stopping and looking at his unruly student, Teacher Chunjin asked why he continued to object. The guy replied that he didn't understand their motive, since the royal troops had already arrived at the scene, so they shouldn't interfere. The man replied that his student didn't understand the situation. For him, the hike was a perfect opportunity to demonstrate the seriousness of their intentions. Moreover, he didn't like the fact that Gongchan dared to oppose the orders of a person above him. The boy, somewhat confused, began to justify himself, saying that he wasn't objecting to his idea, but was simply urging his teacher to think more rationally. Surprised by the young master's insolence, the teacher asked in bewilderment when he had started arguing. He thought he should be helping those in need and following orders, but it turned out the boy was filled with nothing but nonsense. Slightly offended by the words, Gongchan thought he had always been like this. The master of life and death, unwilling to agree with his teacher, simply averted his gaze. Looking at his student, a puzzled Chunjin couldn't understand what was happening, believing that Gongchan had been obedient as a child but had become a true rebel over time. After thinking the situation over, he decided that he should somehow choose a day to teach his impudent student a good lesson. The Cheonam clan were not the only ones who went to eliminate bandits in this province. The volcanic clan members were also on their way to the same destination, led by an elder named Zhong Hoja. Turning to his follower, he asked how far the Cheonam clan had gone. A martial artist named Mu Hyunja replied that rumor had it that the Cheonams had crossed the checkpoint 6 days ago, meaning that they would reach the guard post in about 10 days. They planned to spend the night in the village for the immediate future, postponing their attack until the following day. They intended to fight fairly, so as not to tarnish their reputation. Mu Henja took the elder's words into account and agreed with the plan of action. Zhong Hoja's determination was such that, despite the losses, he had no intention of giving up his position to the Cheonam clan. He believed they had a golden opportunity to restore the Volcano clan's former glory. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Cheonam sect stopped to discuss the rumors and their next plan of action. Thanks to intelligence information, they had an important map. They were not sure of its veracity, so one of the important tasks was to verify the information. Fighters named Gohu and Kondo were the ones Master Chunjin was willing to entrust with a task of great importance. He asked them to take 3 clan disciples each to go on reconnaissance to check the area against the map. Turning to the experienced young tactician, the teacher counted on Gongchan. He asked what his actions would be if this map turned out to be reliable. Looking thoughtfully at the map, the guy began to think about his approach to this situation. Given the description, he said the road described on the mountain was too narrow and steep. He was interested in spending some time on building a new, safer road. Surprised by the answer, Chunjin asked again if he really wanted to bother with such an undertaking. Gongchan confidently replied that they had no other option. He asked for several men to cut down trees to create an alternative route. The commander-in-chief of the operation was interested in the young man's decision, so he asked in which direction their new path would go. Gongchan looked at the map again and replied that the side section should be chosen, arguing that in that case the enemies would not have time to defend themselves during an attack. Gonchan was endlessly surprised by his brother's knowledge, noting that he was an excellent tactician. After discussing all the details, preparations were completed, and the commander-in-chief announced that they would begin tomorrow. He asked his soldiers not to kill any bandits who surrendered, and then wished everyone luck in the battle. The next morning, the fighters woke up thinking about how to deal with the enemies and defend the honor of the Chonam clan. Despite this, Gonchan was not at all worried about the battle. He was thinking more about how his student was doing, with whom he was forced to separate for the first time in a long time. With his hands behind his head, he thought about how strong he would have to become to gain freedom from such circumstances. He suggested that he should rise to a status even higher than master, believing that he needed to reach some previously unseen level of martial arts. Gongchan thought that if he had not known other martial arts during that attack, he would have lost his precious student forever, who was left defenseless in the face of the enemy when the barrier technique dissipated. Besides combat skills, it was important to listen to the environment and help those around him, even though he realized it was impossible to protect everyone. The hermit clutched his head, as he could no longer bear the thought of being responsible for his comrades. Resolutely placing his hand on his sword, he decided not to bother his head with nonsense any longer, deciding to set out on the mission. After these words, the guy headed for the exit. Together with his comrades, he went to prepare the place for battle. Using his sword as an axe, the boy deftly chopped down the trees that were in his path. He helped his guys build a new road, which would give them a tactical advantage over the enemy bandits. But at one point, the guy felt an enemy presence. Dozens of enemy arrows began flying in their direction. This sudden attack took them by surprise, but was no real threat to such an experienced master. Despite the bandits' pitiful attempt, the road to the security post was successfully completed. Commander-in-Chief Chung Jin stepped forward to warn his enemies of the siege. He informed them that Jeonnam would spare all who surrendered, while the rest faced certain death. After these words, the fighters rushed to the attack. To limit their maneuverability, the bandits had built a fortification of sharpened sticks beforehand. Their plan was quite sound, but among the vanguard were those skilled in the Chonam sword. Thus, the fortifications slowing the army were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Despite the rapid advance, the commander-in-chief was alarmed by the strange behavior of the enemy army. The lord of the bandit fortress was looking forward to the battle. He was glad to meet the warriors of the Chonam clan, considering them incompetent weaklings. The area around the fortress began to fill with evil energy. At that moment, even Gongchan was excited. He began to recognize the nature of this technique. As it turned out, it was a spell for protecting walls, one of those practiced by the dark organizations of Kanho. Despite the danger of the enemy force, Gongchan was interested in their approach and believed that he should also learn something similar. In order to find out where this sinister technique came from, the guy began to use the power of yin-yang. His senses began to sharpen, and the master began to move closer and closer to the enemy fortress. Making his way inside, he saw several strong fighters protecting a mysterious man in a long robe. It was obvious he was the sorcerer. Having found out all the necessary information, the guy began to think about what he could do with the magical fog, which limited their view for attack and made them vulnerable to enemy arrows. However, he didn't have to spend much time thinking about it, because he decided to engage in real madness. Having some good techniques in reserve, he began to create a small vortex right in his palm using chi. Having accelerated the technique to the limit, the guy raised his hand and started a real tornado, because of which even his allies began to lose their balance. With a triumphant cry, he further strengthened his technique in order to get rid of the enemy magic caster's power. After the boys came to their senses after their younger brother's unexpected madness, they noticed that the fog had disappeared. The old toothless sorcerer couldn't believe that among the ridiculous fighters of Jonam there was someone who could resist his long-tested defensive technique. Despite the setback, he was glad for such resistance. The battle was beginning to seem less boring than he'd expected. He clearly saw the perpetrator of the recent tornado, as it had managed to break his protective spell, and he recognized that Gongchan wasn't as simple as he seemed. Having stopped maintaining his technique, the Master of Life and Death was surprised that his opponent thought that the masters of the Chanam clan were simpletons who could be fooled. To avoid being verbose, he decided to prove the opposite, and with the help of a jump and instant acceleration, went inside the enemy fortress, bypassing the fence. While in flight, the determined hermit shouted that he would destroy the overconfident sorcerer before he could lift a finger. Despite his enormous speed, the old man was able to stop Gongchan using only one hand. He began to smile as he was anticipating an interesting battle with the daring young man. Gonchan realized that everything would not be as simple as he thought. In order not to waste such a wonderful opportunity, teacher Chunjin gave the order to his students to immediately go on the attack. The brave warriors rushed to the aid of their energetic younger brother, who had already managed to find himself inside the enemy fortress. Several powerful fighters from the bandit fortress had already rushed out to meet them. A young man with long hair and a huge, muscular body was arrogantly surprised that he would have so many toys that they had come to test the power of his axe. Analyzing the enemy's strength, Master Chunjin was able to determine that among the bandits were 3 masters of magic and martial arts. Furthermore, he observed how protective dark magic significantly increased their strength. Drawing his sword, he addressed his enemies and said that on this day, Jonam would put an end to them. After saying these words, he used the power of his sword and made a long-range attack. As expected, the bandits, strengthened by magic, were able to cope with this attack and even began to mock them, saying that it was too easy for them. After this, many enemy fighters found themselves behind the commander-in-chief of the Chanam army offensive. Chunjin was shocked, as he had not previously noticed the presence of 8 more masters of the bandit squad. While the main forces were trying to get inside the fortress, Gonchan was already starting a duel with the enemy magic caster, who was causing them the most trouble. First of all, he emphasized that the jokes were over, after which he asked how many masters they had among the robbers. The old cultivator was once again surprised by the brazen youth's observation, admitting it should have been a surprise. Despite the spoiled surprise, Gongchan honestly replied that he hadn't expected so many dangerous criminals. With an admiring gaze, the sorcerer asked the master how Jongnam, among ordinary warriors, had ended up like him. He described the immortal master's face as resembling a half-dragon, his interest in the youth's personality growing. Gongchan asked again, unable to understand his opponent's cryptic speech. The old man replied that the young man would not become the hero of this attack, as he would remain just a brave madman and would hardly live to see dawn. Unwilling to listen to nonsense, the boy replied that he was too busy to listen to his chatter, so he suggested they postpone the conversation until they met in the afterlife. After these words, he launched into an attack. Anticipating a quick victory, the arrogant magic caster began to release a huge amount of dark energy in order to use one of his techniques. The enormous power that was gathered by the toothless old man headed towards the immortal master. The explosion of enormous power raised a huge wall of dust, which greatly reduced visibility. But when the ardor began to fade, instead of seeing the enemy's prostrate body, the caster could not find a single trace. Looking up, he realized that the young master was much faster. Gonchan switched to close combat, throwing away his sword. He relied only on the brute force of his fists and the use of energy-consuming techniques. This decision pleased his opponent very much. The sorcerer was prepared for such an outcome. Having golden gloves on his hands, he admitted that the perky young man knew how to surprise. Prepared for any eventuality, Gonchan said he is always ready for such battles. Recognizing the power of his opponent, the old man began to release ominous energy, directing it towards the disciple of Jeonnam. The old man began to use a dark spell, a technique that creates very dangerous magical hands, contact with which should be avoided. Understanding the maneuverability and convenience of this tactic, the young master decided not to avoid a confrontation and prepared to fight back. Gathering his energy into a fist, he shouted the name of the technique called Orvachon. His guess turned out to be correct, and the skill proved to be powerful enough to compete with the enemy's spell. The tension began to rise, and the guy released even more energy, and having destroyed the enemy's magical hands, went on a counterattack. The old man didn't have time to react, and having taken the blow, admitted that the Cheonnam school had a good base, which made it difficult to compete with. Without saying a word, the enemy magic caster began to use another technique, during which ominous shadows began to form, reaching towards the young master. Due to his carelessness, Gongchan was caught by one of these shadows. Despite this, he believed it wasn't enough to stop him. To free himself, Gongchan began using lightning magic, which began to rival the shadow. Releasing even more energy, the boy used the Orvachon again, directing an incredible amount of force towards his opponent. Such a powerful technique took on incredible dimensions in the form of a raging dragon. The powerful electric shock failed to reach the old spellcaster. Despite Gonchan's attempts to finish the fight with a series of powerful punches, his opponent managed to escape. Although the young master was unable to get rid of such an inconvenient enemy, he temporarily knocked him out of the fight, which had a positive effect on the course of the duel, so without wasting time, he rushed to the aid of his comrades. The battle between the bandits and the disciples of Jeonnam was in full swing. The magically enhanced fighters were a serious threat, and Commander-in-Chief Chun Jin was forced to take on 4 enemy fighters at once. He barely had time to parry all the heavy blows of these fierce warriors. The pressure from the enemy did not give him freedom of action. He could only hope that everything would be all right with his comrades. Due to the enemy's sortie outside the fortress, the main tactician of this offensive also found himself in a difficult situation. The enemies outnumbered him, so they tried to cope with his incredible skill. But despite the fact that the bandits had the advantage, the tide of the battle suddenly changed. Looking around, the commander-in-chief realized what had influenced the enemy's behavior. Gongchan's appearance demonstrated Jeonnam's success inside the enemy fortress. Having completed his task, the hermit proceeded to fight on the main battlefield. Noticing the enormous danger in him, the remnants of the enemy troops simultaneously rushed into the attack. But numerical superiority was never a problem for the young master. Stretching out his hand towards the enemy troops, the boy began to release energy for a powerful blow across the radius. Even after fighting the old magic caster, his strength was enough to deal with them without any problems. Having gotten rid of a dozen bandits at once, Gonchan made it clear to them that the outcome of this battle was already decided. The boy's behavior raised the morale of the Cheonnam squad and instilled fear in the souls of the enemy. With his epic entrance, all attention was focused on the young master, and the battle began to stop. Having demonstrated his incredible strength, the boy declared that Jeonnam would spare anyone who refused to fight. Seeing the incredible power of the young master, the bandits began to doubt their chances of victory. As it turned out, just one master was truly able to change the course of the entire battle. One by one, enemy fighters began to refuse to continue the fight, admitting their defeat. The Suho Palace fell in battle against the Jeonnam clan, and the world learned of all the atrocities and crimes that were committed there. Despite the positive reaction from around the world, for the masters of the Cheonnam clan this was not just a victory. This battle had a special meaning for them. Thanks to this siege, they were able to witness with their own eyes the power of their young hermit master, which they had only known about from rumors. The success of the Chanam clan fueled the interest of other martial arts sects, and some of them began to take decisive action. However, one of the enemy fortresses, the Dizan Palace, turned out to be not a place where it was easy to gain glory. The troops of the Kanho members were routed without a single chance of victory, which rather entailed logical consequences. At the main building of the volcanic clan, this news raised many questions. The head of the organization, named Jongdoja, was beside himself with anger. According to the survivors, only 3 of their army's 150 masters survived the clash. Reporting on recent events, the advisor urged his master to remain calm, saying they were continuing to scout the situation through the Poor and the Hao clan. He wanted to obtain more accurate information. Despite the advisor's calm, the leader was beside himself with anger, as he could not accept the fact that there were bandits capable of withstanding the power of their clan's techniques. He slammed his fist on the table and ordered that those responsible for their failure be found. The protégés of their clan died, and they, as defenders of their pride, could not let their enemies get away with it. Filled with rage, Jongdoja was more determined than ever, intending to make his enemies taste the true wrath of the legendary Volcano clan. Upon returning to the Jeonnam clan's fortress, Gongchan began studying his brain. He was intrigued by the higher energy core that powers the brain itself. He knew something few others knew, the truth about what actually happens to absorbed energy. Gongchan examined every part of Chenjin and discovered that the brains of strong people with any ability were noticeably different from those of ordinary martial artists. With access to Kanho's finest libraries, the young master was able to acquire knowledge of secret scriptures on wisdom, techniques of quick mind, and techniques for physical strengthening and summoning the inner spirit. All these martial arts were hidden in the Imperial Vault. They were designed to enhance the owner's mental abilities. Of all these, Gongchan chose the technique of physical brain enhancement. He began training, sending his energy pulses into the brain with extreme caution so as not to use too much force, which could lead to dangerous consequences. In this way, Gongchan improves his brain with his own energy, just like training in the real world. He was distracted from his training by a worried Viva. Looking at the teacher, it seemed to her that he had fallen asleep. Coming to his senses, the boy replied that he had actually been busy strengthening his supreme core. The girl replied that she hadn't meant to disturb him, but wanted to share some exciting rumors about the Hwasan clan and its 5,000 followers preparing to invade Dizan Temple. Sighing, Gonchan satirically called it great news. To explain his position to his student, he replied that this gave them valuable time. He believed they could invest this time in their own training or in learning new martial arts instead of engaging in unnecessary combat. The Hwasan clan's actions did indeed give them more free time, and Weihua began to understand what was going on. She was puzzled by the passage of time and what it offered them. She assumed that since they couldn't stop it, they should make the most of it, as every second counted. But on the other hand, she wasn't sure whether she was managing her time wisely or not. The teacher replied that she shouldn't worry about that, since there are no truly right things in this world. He suggested that she determine for herself what is important and what is not, since everything is directly connected to the flow of time. The mentor's wise words forced the girl to adopt a new attitude towards life. In order to relax her overly tense brain a little, the guy suggested seeing how much she had improved her skills. The time has come to demonstrate the results of the travels and hard training of the young student of the famous master of life and death. Looking at his student, the guy was proud that she was developing so rapidly. Let's return to the disturbing events within the Hwasan clan. A charismatic man in heavy armor and a long sword loudly burst into the inner palace of the fortress. This cheeky guy is an army general named Gai Ansong. He ordered his soldiers to immediately prepare for a raid. The loyal fighters, in the same heavy defense, respected his order and began to carry it out. According to the general, they planned to set out the next day after sunrise, so he demanded that all the other fighters be ready by then. The decisiveness of his behavior was certainly connected with the recent failure, which had greatly affected their status. Together with the master of the martial arts clan, they were ready to do everything possible to take revenge on the impudent offenders. They couldn't just accept what some bandits had done to their fighters. Despite what seemed to be the right decision on the part of the general, the gentleman had nothing to say to him. But it was clear that he was also unhappy with the state of affairs. Their discontent was connected with the increased activity of the clans that followed Taoism. They had already begun a full-scale battle with the bandits that followed the dark cults. Despite their incredible brute strength, the skill of their opponents put incredible pressure on them. The enemies fell one after another, and the bandits' chances of victory disappeared. This was the work of one of the masters of the Chonam clan. As a representative of the Taoist path, she could not miss such an opportunity to bring justice back to her region. The brutes, their bodies altered by the influence of dark magic, could not resist her skill. It was Sister Gonen, her light movements giving no chance to her enemies. The techniques of the Jeonnam clan in her hands were what changed the tide of the battle. Slashing blows at a great distance prevented the bandits from getting even close to her. The enemy fighters were easily defeated despite their body enhancements. Looking at one of the defeated enemies, the girl was surprised because it was obvious that he was controlled by evil energy, which was more similar to the chi of sinners. The presence of such energy made her nervous because it was unknown where such power came from in the hands of ordinary forest bandits. Having dealt with the remnants of the enemy unit, she heard the cry of her allies. As a result of the heavy fighting, many fighters were wounded, but they were still able to stand on their own feet. A Taoist from the Jeonnam clan named Gangbyom was the one in charge of this night operation. Despite their well-thought-out tactics, their strongest sister's strength was already at its limit. Moreover, the rest of the fighters were also on the verge. Almost all of them were wounded, but they managed to escape death. Ganbyom made the right decision to leave this place. He could not risk his squad, so he ordered Sister Gonen to bring his comrades in order. Nearby was a small town where they planned to take a short rest. Despite such significant actions on the part of Jeonnam, Gongchan was not involved in the battle. While the followers of the Taoist path were operating with small groups of occultists, a military camp of representatives of the volcanic clan was set up near the Daesan Palace. The army general and his advisors discussed the state of affairs and their future plans. Gyeonseong was very serious. He ordered his soldiers to strengthen the defense with constant vigil. He wanted to make sure that not a single one of their soldiers would suffer at the hands of the enemy that night. The order was accepted and the soldiers went to their positions. A sly smile finally appeared on the face of the commander-in-chief of the offensive. He believed that he would soon destroy the enemy forces. The bandits' intelligence was not asleep, so soon news of their opponent's preparations reached the Daesan Palace. The man sitting on the throne was the new master of this fortress, and in front of him stood an advisor who had come with a report. The power of this big guy spoke for itself. His weapon was a huge axe, which an ordinary person could hardly handle. A follower of Manoya, a student of Gyeolno, shared rumors that representatives of the Hwasan clan had set up camp near their fortress. The head of the palace, Kim De-song, was looking forward to the meeting. He was prepared for it and was just waiting for the opportunity to demonstrate his power. Despite the master's already utmost confidence, Gyeolno believed that they should not worry, as they were well prepared, and the enemies would not be able to pass through their magical barrier. Kim De-song agreed with his words and asked not to relax and underestimate the enemy army. As it turned out, his plans included an experimental use of their new weapon, a Chinese zombie, which they managed to obtain during negotiations with one of the secret organizations. Since they weren't affected by the magic field, he was confident that with their help, they would be able to buy themselves some time. After that, he planned to use the 800 followers of the Daesan Palace, which would supposedly be enough to deal with the huge army of the Volcano clan. The gentleman's words aroused admiration in his follower, who declared that if it came to that, then he was ready to propose another wonderful plan. He mentioned that most of their soldiers are outside the fortress. The thing is that they are all former mercenaries who, due to personal problems, joined the bandits. He introduced the idea of changing tactics from killing to having fun with the enemy's supplies. Gilno's cunning plan brought a satisfied smile to Mr. Dason's face, and he admitted that it sounded simple, yet very effective. The gentleman's positive reaction made it clear that this plan should be implemented in the near future. For the sake of the future of their clan, these guys were ready to do anything. Meanwhile, the army of the volcanic clan began to gather for the campaign. They encountered the magical barrier the bandits had spoken of. One of the soldiers informed the general that it was dangerous to proceed further, as the fog was concealing the true intentions of their occultist opponents. The worried man was so interested in the battle that he did not want to retreat, so he ordered to hold positions and be on the alert. Within a moment, the bandits revealed their plan, driving the Hwasun army into a place with poor visibility and began firing from long-range weapons. Despite the powerful armor, it was not enough to withstand the hail of arrows. The general realized that they had fallen into an enemy ambush. Not to let this go unanswered, he ordered his archers to prepare to return fire. Using fire arrows, the archers aimed their arrows in the direction from which they were being attacked. The wooded area of the highlands began to burn. The general believed that this would briefly frighten the enemy forces, giving them time to maneuver. Having drawn the fighters' attention to himself, he ordered them to go around the prepared path. The fighters went on the offensive. Despite being on the road for a long time, the fog did not clear. Moreover, they began to hear some strange, enchanting ringing of bells coming from the mountains. A moment after this sound, huge creatures with blue skin began to appear in front of them, which had seals on their pale faces. The monsters, filled with evil energy, rushed to attack, and the Hwasun army went on the defensive. These zombies turned out to be so durable that conventional weapons had no effect. The situation began to change against the Hwasun fighters. Each of the mysterious monsters was a real threat that only a master with high-level energy could deal with. Besides, there were too many of these zombies. The ordinary followers of the volcanic clan were unable to withstand such power, so they could only flee. The news of the appearance of strange warriors from the bandit forces reached the commander-in-chief of the offensive. The fighters immediately recognized this technique, calling these warriors their Chinese zombies. General Ge Anseong could not believe that despite their reconnaissance, they had not managed to obtain information about such a force at the disposal of the local bandits of Disan Fortress. Not wanting to avoid a fight, the man took charge and ordered the formation to be maintained in order to gain time to prepare for a fight with the enemy. His plan began to fall apart from the very beginning. In addition to the magical barrier in the form of fog, another headache in the form of Chinese zombies began to delay their arrival at the enemy fortress. Although the general underestimated the strength of the bandits, he had no intention of retreating. While local clans tried to defend their honor with rash actions, Gongchan continued to improve. This time, he arrived at the request of his teacher to familiarize himself with new material. Chunjin prepared a book about the world of yin and yang for his student, and he said that it contained all the most important knowledge possessed by the Cheonam clan. Gongchan was simply shocked. He assumed that even the secrets that the elders carefully concealed could be found in this book. His guess turned out to be correct. The teacher said that in this book, one could find information about what their martial arts clan had once lost. Understanding the importance of such a thing, Gongchan asked if they had a copy. The teacher replied that there was no need to worry about it, because they could not afford to lose the real treasure of Jeonnam. Realizing how old this work was, the guy tensed up a little, realizing that reading it would not be easy. Despite his reaction, Chunjin said that he had no doubt in the abilities of the master of life and death. High hopes were placed on the boy. The elders believed he would help develop their clan by understanding the information in this book. Despite the mutual benefit, Gongchan began to show off and asked for something in return, mentioning that his teacher had a rather fat wallet. In order not to be provoked, Chunjin responded with a question and inquired why Gongchan did not study the martial arts of their clan, but preferred the arts of his enemies and competitors. The boy replied that he believed Jeonnam's knowledge was insufficient, as it couldn't teach him how to climb walls or dig, and therefore he believed he shouldn't limit himself to just those. The teacher was dissatisfied with this answer and declared that Gongchan was wasting his time learning useless techniques when Zhongnam was not the place for entertainment. Despite the teacher's displeasure, the boy asked not to worry about his training, stating that all his training was producing incredible results. Taking the book provided, he promised that he would learn everything that was written in it. After looking at the text, the guy was determined to spend his time productively. The long-lost knowledge was not at all easy to learn, but with free time, Gonchan was ready to devote himself entirely to the development of the clan to which he owed his life. The battle inside the forest near the Decent fortress led to the first consequences. Entire units of the Huasan army were ambushed by the enemy and destroyed by archery. The commander-in-chief was beside himself with anger, so he did not spare the things around him and destroyed the tactical table with a blow of his fist. Turning to his protege, he nervously asked how it had happened that they had lost 2,000 warriors in such a short time. The worried man did not know the exact answer, but said that their enemies were able to do something incredible, as their supplies had disappeared somewhere and the soldiers began to starve, causing their morale to drop sharply. The supplies had been well guarded to begin with, and this news further enraged the commander-in-chief. He couldn't understand why the imperial soldiers had failed to stop the gang of thieves who had gotten their hands on their property. A follower of the volcanic clan explained this by saying that the bandits, as it turned out, possessed mysterious dark magic that they had not heard of before. Despite their heavy armor, enemy arrows easily reached the fighters' bodies. Those arrows were imbued with evil energy, so ordinary soldiers were unable to block this attack. Moreover, the Chinese zombies set up a problematic ambush for them, unexpectedly attacking them from the fog. Moreover, the fog never cleared, and many exhausted and hungry warriors got lost in it and remained in the forests. The dire situation forced Ge Anseong to think about how to change the plan. Despite the setbacks, life had taught him nothing, so he decided not to retreat and gave the order to gather those who could still stand on their feet in order to continue the offensive. Filled with anger, the man was still confident in his powers and was ready to tear the enemy leader to shreds. Suddenly, he heard an unfamiliar voice that said that the general was unlikely to succeed. Taking a huge spear in his hands, he shouted to the stranger that he should show himself instead of cowardly hiding among the camp. The powerful cleaving blow never reached the enemy's body, and the destruction produced no results. In response to this, the mysterious voice said that it did not want to get acquainted, as it did not see the point in it. Using a mysterious technique, the stranger stated that he would not mind giving his victim a hint about who would be his killer. The general, tense from the battle, stared at the unknown technology, assuming that it was one of the dark illusions in the villain's location. His suggestion made the stranger laugh, and he replied that evil and just things are completely different concepts. Stretching out his hand towards the general, the stranger said that his end had come. Many hands began to restrict Ge Anseong's movements, and the man, overcome with panic, could not understand what was happening. Having captured and completely immobilized the leader of the volcanic clan's troops, the stranger decided to reveal his name. The technician's face introduced itself as Samano, and he declared that the dead man was not worthy of hearing more. Immobilized and helpless, General Ge Anseong became a victim of his own ambitions. His cry filled the forest and meant the defeat of the Huasan army, consisting of 5,000 well-equipped followers of the Volcano clan. While the events at the Dyson fortress were proceeding entirely according to the bandits' plan, within the Jeonnam clan, the young master's diligent training continued. Being close to the teacher, Viva devoted herself entirely, honing her quick movements and gradually learning about her own energy. Her teacher sat in the lotus position, refining the fusion of his own yin and yang. This process was far from simple. The guy did not understand what he was doing meant. Scratching his head, he admitted that the book had been written by true geniuses, but their cryptic explanations of concepts were incomprehensible to him. Having completed an unsuccessful attempt, he distracted his student and suggested that they go and eat to restore the strength expended during the training. The girl, overflowing with energy, sighed with relief. Despite the difficulties in his own training for the master of life and death, the success of his student was the best reward. When Gongchan and the student went to lunch, they joined most of the Jeonnam followers in eating. The intense training had noticeably exhausted the boys, and they pounced on the food as if they had been hiking through the forest all day. The girl understood the importance of food very well, so she tried to keep up with her mentor. Rather, another disciple of the immortal master joined them. He was a little displeased that his dear teacher hadn't warned him about his intentions to eat, and had gone to lunch without him. Gongchan replied that he didn't intend to report every step he took, explaining that he wanted to eat in peace like a normal person. The teacher's rudeness greatly offended his student, and he declared that Gongchan had no sense of tact at all. Surprised by the answer, the master of life and death said that his younger brother should serve his master instead of constantly following his older brother around. As it turned out, the young fighter's master was busy training. After he became so strong, the competitive spirit awakened in his mentor, and so he returned to hard training. Having finished his meal, the boy thanked the students for their company. Getting up from the table, Gongchan asked the young student if she would like some fruit for dessert. With a smile on her face, the girl did not refuse the sweets. The younger brother got mad and said that he didn't mind the fruit either, but Gongchan put his hands on his hips and replied that big boys can go and get food themselves. An argument over food started a real conflict, and Gongchan declared that his teacher's behavior was inappropriate. Gonchan replied that his success is due to the fact that he is not picky about food and never leaves himself hungry. Placing his hand on the student's shoulder, he asked him to take such things more easily, since it would be easier to gain experience that way. Their awkward conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a noisy student. The agitated young man interrupted the master of life and death and said that an order had come from above. The elders wanted him to return to the battlefield. Not wanting to be interrupted from training, Gonchan asked if they had a good reason for this. The guy replied that during the recent offensive actions, the Allied troops were destroyed. The defeat of an army of 5,000 men was unexpected news that left the brothers in shock. This event caused the leader of the Jeonnam sect to gather the elders together to discuss their organization's actions in relation to the problem in the region. From the information available, they were able to learn that the emperor was furious, as more than 5,000 soldiers had been lost during the recent operation. But that wasn't the main problem. This information merely let them know that among the enemy, there was someone who could overcome even such a numerical advantage. The threat from Decent Fortress meant only one thing: the Jeonnam clan was forced to face real monsters. Based on information from the Hao clan, it became known that the leader of the Daesan Palace had managed to subjugate Guanhyol. They also received word that the fortress leader's assistant, his second-in-command, was a disciple of Gil No, a follower of the teachings of dark magic. Upon hearing this name, teacher Chun Jin was beside himself with anger. He could not believe that this cruel occultist was still alive. Recent reports also mentioned that Samino was also involved in the recent defense of the fortress. The situation was extremely difficult, and it was time to make a decision. The clan leader listened calmly to the elders' proposals, but was unable to hear anything that would allow the situation to be resolved without much risk. Gonchan also joined the heated discussion of the situation. He wanted to express his opinion, as he thought he understood the enemy's tactics. All attention was focused on the talented young man who had repeatedly proven his skill. In order not to waste time, Teacher Jin suggested listening to the student's opinion. Before speaking, Gongchan recalled the words of a renowned sage. He said that to win, one must know both oneself and one's enemy. Following this logic, he wanted to study his enemies better, as it was obvious they were no ordinary bandits. Gathering information was always a good idea, but the elders found it difficult to answer who exactly would do this. One of the meeting participants objected, saying that a clever idea alone wasn't enough. He believed they needed a truly strong man with incredibly powerful techniques to counter all the wiles of the vile bandits. His words were obviously true, and the discussion again went into a dead end. Hearing the words of one of the elders, Gongchan decided to offer himself as a candidate for the strongest person who could resist the unusual enemy forces. The elder's reaction was too ambiguous, and under the pressure of their intense gazes, the young master began to feel insecure. Teacher Chunjin valued the young talented student very much, so he said that it would be better to send someone else. Despite the teacher's displeasure, the master of life and death declared that he considered himself the strongest among those present. As it turned out, the elders agreed with his bold statement, but feared that if things did not go according to plan, then their clan would be doomed. The discussion was ended by leader Jeonnam. He decided to listen to the opinion of the youngest participant in the meeting and made the decision to send him. Still, he couldn't ignore the words of the other participants, so he said that sending him alone was too big a risk. He decided to ask for help from the beggar sect, asking them for a man who had achieved great heights in martial arts. Hearing this, the elders' views changed dramatically. They did not expect their leader to take such a step. Besides Gonchan, he also proposed sending Masters Ganyan and Ganzion. The elders were shocked by this decision, and unanimously declared that sending 3 of the clan's strongest fighters was too dangerous. Despite their dissatisfaction, the leader had no intention of explaining his decision and turned to the immortal master. Looking at the talented master, he declared that his adventure in Kanho was not yet over. He wished him to choose the truly right path. Filled with pride for such trust, the guy promised to cope with all difficulties. The disturbing news that troubled the Kanho clans turned out to be quite good for the abode of evil. Looking at the map with a sweet smile, the gentleman analyzed the situation around the Daesan Palace and recognized the events as interesting for their future plans. Turning to his subordinate, he admitted he couldn't have imagined the demonic cult would grow so influential worldwide. Despite this, the man standing across from him believed this seemingly successful operation would come to an end. Hearing such a sharp answer, the gentleman assumed that they had managed to find the terrifying monster, and he was right. It was about a girl with whose help they could open an endless source of dragon blood to create Chinese zombies. Despite this tactical success, he asked his follower not to rush things and suggested continuing to observe the actions of the demonic cult, as he believed it would be fun. Anticipating the continuation of interesting events around the Daesan fortress, the leader of the blood cult began to laugh maliciously. Meanwhile, Gonchan and Ganson met their 3rd squad member. A beaten guy in tattered clothes introduced himself with a sweet smile and said that he had come to them on the orders of his master. Surprised by the small stature of this funny master, Gongchan said that he didn't even think that there were such young fighters in the beggar sect, after which he invited him to become his disciple. This disrespectful greeting from the younger brother did not please his older sister very much, so she gave him a lecture on the back of the head. The educational moment frightened the masters, and in his defense, Gongchan stated that such a nice guy simply had to become the new follower of the Master of Life and Death. Beggar sect follower Hu Yuzhong acknowledged that it was a great honor for him to work with his comrades from Cheonnam, and then declared that he was ready to face any adventure with them. This guy is also known as the Poor Dragon, and there is a special reason why this kid is the successor of his sect. In fact, he is a little genius, an incredibly talented fighter, because it is believed that people like him are born once every 1,000 years. He was able to master all the techniques of the beggar sect in just 10 years, and in 2 of those years he became a true professional with no equal. This is why his personality is given special attention. The diligent young man inspires confidence and, it seems, will definitely inherit the will and leadership of his organization in the future. The Cheonnam team thanked him for his trust, and Ganson personally addressed the warrior Hu and respectfully apologized for the rude behavior of his comrades. To avoid delaying the operation, the squad's tactician immediately inquired about any new information about the Daesan Palace. The young fighter replied that he knew more than half of those who entered never returned, but those who did emerge were no longer their former selves. From his words, it was logical to assume that they had encountered something very dangerous. On the other hand, Sister Gonen shared rumors that more than 4,000 Taoists from the Hwasan clan had already set out for the fortress. A beggar sect fighter explained that this was due to the fact that the pride of the Vulcan clan was hurt by the actions of the bandits, and they took such a risk in order to regain their former honor. The immortal warrior was confused by the words about pride, and he called the Hwasan clan's fighters fools and suggested that they return to their original goal. As they set out, Hu Yuzhong offered to tell them about this on the way. He knew a lot about the magical circles of the Daesan Palace, which had not yet been rumored among the Kangho clans. Gongchan agreed with the proposal and set off on his journey in pleasant company. A squad of 4 masters began their mission. As they approached the outskirts of Daesan Fortress, the boys saw what had caused problems for the Hwasan clan. After looking around, Gongchan discovered that the fog was caused by the caster's technique, after which he admitted that there was nothing worse than searching for a way in such conditions. Despite some concerns, he suggested not stopping. While the detachment continued to reconnoiter the surrounding area, they were already being followed by fighters from the Daesan Fortress. With his incredible experience, Gonchan could not miss such surveillance. Using his excellent sense of energy, he was able to track down an enemy spy who was located in one of the trees. Without stopping, he warned his comrades that one of the enemies was located 100 steps away from them on the left side of the road. To deal with the unfriendly spy, Gongchan began using a sword technique called the floating blade. The robber noticed this and began to worry, since no one had previously noticed anything suspicious from visitors to the area around their fortress. A moment later, he saw how the hovering blade began to fly towards him at incredible speed. The frightened man realized that he had been spotted. Even though he managed to notice the blade flying towards him, he was unable to dodge it, and was struck. After seeing the results of his elder brother's work, Gongchan admitted that this technique was simply incredible, and the proof of its effectiveness was that he no longer felt the presence of enemy energy. Having freed himself from surveillance, the young master returned the hovering blade to its sheath. The boys continued moving towards their goal. As he continued moving, thanks to his control of space, Gongchan could easily track the presence of the other spies. Despite their attentiveness, the spies themselves found themselves under surveillance. The elder brother's attacks were quite sudden. These 2 bandits turned out to be more experienced and were able to master the floating blade technique. But despite this, they were distracted by the first attack and did not notice how Sister Gonen appeared behind them. The coordinated work of the 4 masters was so effective that the enemies did not have time to see their opponents. Having barely noticed the loss of his comrade, the soldier, frightened by the recent attack, rushed into the attack. Because of his haste, he didn't notice how Gongchan approached him point blank and dealt him a crushing blow. To lighten the mood a little, the immortal boy stated that his older sister had weak points, which is why she constantly needed support. The disgruntled girl replied that she was doing just fine without the help of her stupid younger brother, after which she asked him not to get too cocky. Their older and wiser brother returned his blade to its sheath, while the beggar sect comrade began to draw something. The results of the reconnaissance were displayed on a drawn map. Hu Yuzhong was satisfied with his drawing. Addressing his comrades, he suggested looking at the map. It turned out to be so accurate that the craftsmen could not contain their pleasant surprise. The elder brother praised the warrior Hu for his excellent map. The shy boy replied that he was just doing his job. At the end of the successful operation, Hu Yuzhong decided to turn to his idol. With a look of pleasure on his face, he declared that for 7 days he had been able to enjoy firsthand the amazing abilities to which he wished to pay his respects. Gonchan was grateful for such unexpected praise, after which he also noted the success of his comrade from the allied clan, saying that with his help they had an excellent map of the area. Having finished their tenderness, the boys decided to return to the Chonam clan, while their young and talented comrade once again thanked them for working together and decided to return to the sect of beggars. So they said goodbye and then went their separate ways. Gonchan was already tired of returning home, so he asked his older brother to hurry up, saying that he was already missing his shower. Clutching her head, the older sister said that their younger brother was acting like a child, noting that this was not the right time for him to whine. The warriors of the Jeonnam clan, hurt by their younger brother's words, went forward without him. The reconnaissance operation of the surrounding area was officially completed. The map of the Daesan Palace area ended up in the hands of the Beggars sect. With the help of the Beggar sect, this map was also passed on to the leaders of the other clans in the region, including the Hwasan clan, which had recently suffered a crushing defeat during its second campaign against the bandits. The discovery of new information forced the Volcanic clan to rethink their attack once again. While discussing the information over a cup of tea, the elders of the organization were delighted with the news that the Jeonnam clan had offered to join the main forces to deal with the threat to the Daesan Palace together. One of the elders stated that he did not like the idea of collaborating with the Jeonnam clan, but admitted that since it concerned Daesan, they would need all the help they could get. On the other hand, there was a view that if there were too many people, then the Hwasan clan would not be able to shine. The greed of one of the elders displeased the more reasonable man, who replied that they had suffered enough from the loss of their fortress, and besides, he believed that they were not strong enough to act alone. The loud discussion of the failures was stopped by the current gentleman hitting the table. He was beside himself with anger. Seeing his facial expressions, all the participants in the discussion fell silent. He clenched his teeth nervously, as he could not allow the already difficult situation to worsen. Meanwhile, Gongchan returned to the Jeonnam clan. Despite the relaxing shower, he was a little furious, as he was worried about the current issue. The boy didn't understand whether there really was any point in him learning other martial arts anymore. He began to think about stopping at just learning the techniques of the Jeonnam clan, but that seemed too easy. While he was thinking about what to do with the training, his older brother approached him. Gongchan immediately shared his progress and announced his plans to learn the Silver Water Spirit Celestial technique. His elder brother was surprised, as the immortal master had previously ignored his own clan's special techniques. In response, the boy began to laugh, saying it was normal, after all, he was a true follower of his clan. Gongchan, looking at the young master's always odd behavior, sighed heavily. Having explained his plans, the boy decided to ask his older brother why he had visited him. The senior master replied that they had received information that the Hwasan clan had decided to deal with the Daesan Palace without Jeonnam's participation. Folding his hands in front of him, the worried immortal master came to the conclusion that the Volcanic clan was too overconfident. As it turned out, the clan leader had personally decided to participate in this offensive. The Jeonnam clan feared that their pride could lead to an unexpected and tragic outcome. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gongchan became furious, believing that Hwasan had simply decided to sacrifice precious human lives. Meanwhile, the chief cultivator of the Daesan Palace continued to monitor the surroundings of the fortress. Thanks to his fog technique, he could clearly see everyone who entered its area of spread. Seeing the Hwasan clan fighters, he decided that these fools were making a big mistake. After this, he called one of his servants. A master named Ubangu, who possesses illusion techniques, appeared inside the room in an instant. The sorcerer asked to convey the news to the leader that the Hwasan clan had arrived in their domain. After giving an order to one of the fighters, he summoned a second warrior named Jabangu, who appeared in front of him literally out of thin air. Anticipating exciting events, he asked his comrade to send a message to the magician Samano to inform him of the arrival of the leader of the Hwasan sect. Both warriors immediately began to carry out the order. After that, they literally evaporated before our eyes with the help of some kind of spatial technology. Looking back at the events within the mist technique, Gil-no called his enemies fools, saying out loud that they would soon have to face the endless hell technique that he had recently learned from his mentor. The spellcaster's gloating smile said only one thing: without the necessary preparation, the Hwasan were doomed to failure. Events were becoming more and more tense, and the Hwasan clan was already camped on the outskirts of the palace. Inside one of the tents, they began discussing a plan for further military action. To begin with, they tried to summarize the information they had obtained and analyze how much time they needed to get to the enemy palace. However, at that moment, the palace's surroundings were covered in thick fog, so they could only rely on their old reconnaissance data. Using information on the terrain and the location of enemy defenses, they concluded that it would take them approximately 2 hours to reach the palace. Filled with hatred, the man said they would destroy the Dizan palace within 1 day. They planned to act with lightning speed and determination to give the enemy no chance to use demonic tricks. The Hwasan clan soldiers set out on the road while they were already being closely watched. Of course, the experienced commander-in-chief could not help but feel the enemy's presence. A moment later he stopped and became alert to a suspicious whistle. It was the familiar whistle of arrows flying in his direction, so he stopped his soldiers and asked them to prepare for the attack. The enemy arrows failed to reach their target, and using chi energy, the soldiers skillfully defended themselves against the threat. Addressing the enemies, the man said that they were mistaken if they thought that such a small attack could somehow slow down the Hwasan clan's advance. However, he underestimated the enemy and relaxed too soon. The arrows were just a deceptive maneuver and were not really their main attack. The enemies had prepared for the arrival of the Hwasan clan fighters in advance. It was a real ambush. A surprise air attack and huge boulders stopped the brave commander-in-chief's advance. Realizing the complexity of the situation, he turned to Mu Hyunja and entrusted him with 50 students to deal with the enemies rolling the giant stones into the gorge. The young fighters, led by an experienced master, set out to demonstrate the anger of their clan. The enemy attack did not stop the Hwasan fighters for long. The Daesan palace was close by, and the brave warriors went forward. They didn't know what else to expect from the demonic occultists, but they went forward driven by anger and a thirst for revenge. The news of the rapid movement of the Hwasan soldiers had already reached the palace of Daesan. Despite all their attempts, the occultists failed to stop the clan's advance. The commander-in-chief of the demonic sect asked his ward if he had finished preparations for the meeting of the guests. The man answered his master that he had done everything possible to meet the enemy attack with dignity. Rising from his throne, the owner of the palace, Daesan, smiled in anticipation of fun events. Everything went according to his plan. He took down his huge two-handed axe from the wall and filled it with his sinister chi energy. Looking at his servant, he said that in this case he would personally come out to greet the head of the Hwasan clan. Meanwhile, the head of the Hwasan clan, along with his fighters, approached the palace gates and gave the order to break through inside. Surprisingly, no one stopped them from getting to the main gate. Without much difficulty, they managed to break inside using brute force. But the moment they entered the Daesong palace, they had to stop. Confusion appeared on the faces of the inexperienced Hwasan school students. Even their leader, one of the strongest fighters in the clan, stood with cold sweat on his face and could not understand what was happening. As it turned out, the palace was completely empty. They failed to find their enemies inside. Only warriors of the Hwasan clan were present. A moment later they heard a malicious laugh, and the experienced fighters immediately felt how a powerful and evil energy began to fill the entire Daesan palace. This pressure did not affect the steadfastness of the commander-in-chief of the Hwasan clan. In response, he nervously asked the stranger not to be afraid and to show himself. The mysterious voice introduced itself as Giel No and stated that he was pleased to welcome the head of the hostile clan. The commander-in-chief recognized this name and asked if he was the same Giel, but he belonged to the madmen of the Bloody Path. In response to such a bold question, the well-mannered man said that it was true, but politely asked not to say such rude things when meeting their leader. The arrogance of the Hwasan fighter leader knew no bounds, so he dared to suggest that the demonic cult must be in dire straits if even a mountain bandit could achieve the title of leader of the Bloody Path. His remarks seemed amusing to the mysterious voice, but he decided not to dwell on the insults and offered the guests a game of hide-and-seek. This statement alone immediately brought panic to the faces of the inexperienced children. The rules of this exciting game were simple. The mysterious Gil-no declared that if the fighters of the Hwasun clan could find the so-called madman from the bloody path, then they would win. Otherwise, it would be the end for them all. After familiarizing the guests with the rules, the man began a game that could determine the outcome of the battle. Suddenly, the entire palace grounds began to burn. At that moment, the leader realized that they had fallen into a trap, so he ordered his soldiers to leave the place immediately. After some time, arrows began to fly in their direction. Such sudden attacks began to cause panic in the experienced fighter. Deflecting the arrows, he shouted to his students to escape from the ambush. Suddenly, in addition to fire and arrows, mysterious and ominous spheres also began to appear inside the palace. The Hwasun clan's fighters didn't even have time to react to them before the spheres began to explode and spread their contents. They had poisonous gas inside them, and together with fire and arrows, the occultists managed to get rid of some of their enemies without engaging in close combat with them. But such tactics were not at all to the liking of the lord of the Daesan Palace. The man holding a huge two-handed axe slowly approached his main target. At that moment, his mysterious power was incredibly terrifying. He announced his presence with a powerful blow of the axe handle to the ground. The head of the Hwasun clan did not yet know who he would be fighting, so he asked the stranger to introduce himself. The man with the ferocious look simply clenched his teeth and smiled maliciously. He did not want to answer the question. The head of the Hwasun clan's gaze filled with anger at this disrespectful act. Without thinking twice, he went on the attack, saying that a simple bandit would regret having dared to behave so arrogantly. In fact, he made a huge mistake at that moment, because true arrogance is characteristic of masters from prestigious clans such as himself. Arrogance has always followed the leader of the Hwasun clan, causing him to consider himself above and stronger than everyone else. Because of such self-confidence this time too, John Doja did not think that he could meet someone more capable than himself. Without further ado, the lord of the palace struck with a lightning-fast and powerful blow with a heavy axe. His opponent had no choice but to go on the defensive. Such a powerful attack threw him back. He could not withstand the pressure of the enemy's incredible energy and brute physical strength. The Hwasun clan leader's face broke out in a cold sweat upon meeting Kim Dae-sung in person. Because of his boundless pride, he had not met such powerful opponents for a long time. A confident Kim Dae-sung replied that his palace would become a grave for the leader of the Hwasun clan. These words provoked the man, who, mad with rage, shouted that Kim would regret still daring to look down on their clan. To demonstrate his determination, Jung Doja abandoned the petty techniques and went straight to his trump card, the Scarlet Sunset spiritual technique. Pointing his sword towards his opponent, he recited the name of this technique. The leader of the Hwasun clan is truly an incredible master, but all his experience could be negated by sheer brute force and the terrifying power of his inner energy, which he began to involuntarily release. His ominous energy covered his entire body and finally reached the blade of the axe. Like a true wild beast, he growled, before rushing to attack his prey. Raising his axe upward with one hand, he created a similarly shaped weapon from his chi. Filled with hatred for each other, the fighters rushed into battle. As expected, the arrogant leader of the Hwasun clan was unable to withstand the enemy's energy. After his energy weakened, his sword was destroyed. He might have had a chance of winning or escaping the battlefield if he had not fallen for his opponent's provocations, but the fact remains that Kim Dae-sung achieved his goal and thoroughly enjoyed the short duel. The failure of the Hwasun clan did not interest Gongchan at all. He did not even know about it, and continued to train diligently as usual. During this training, he focused on developing the yin and yang spiritual palm technique. He still couldn't quite figure out how this technique was supposed to work. Even though he was tense just by the thought that performing this technique separately seemed rather strange, he still did not give up and continued to work on himself. Combining two techniques requires not only large reserves of qi energy, but also mastery of managing this energy. Using full concentration on this power, he decided that the most opportune time to implement this idea would be the moment of exiting the previous technique. Instead of abruptly ending the use of yin-yang palm, he smoothly transitioned into the next technique and began using the Thunder Sword. This theory proved to be effective, and after the Thunder Sword, he used the Thunder Spiritual Field without much difficulty. As it turned out, a smooth transition from one technique to another does not necessarily have to be of the same qi nature, since the next in line was the successfully applied technique of poisonous dragon water. But at one point, he decided to stop and think. He found it strange that he was constantly thinking about finding a way to combine different martial arts. The young master had long known that the nature of yin and yang energies is closely related and also infinite. Moreover, the techniques of the Cheonam clan were created on the basis of these two energies. After some thought, he decided he should try something different. But his moment of joy was interrupted by one of his students. Gongchan asked his student why he was in such a hurry to get to him and even interrupted his training. The guy was a little worried and said that the teacher should go and meet with the sect leader. Gonchan was not thrilled with this news, but he couldn't refuse the old man and agreed to take a break from training. The gaze of the leader of the Cheonam sect was calm as usual, but the old man himself could not start a conversation for a long time. This tense atmosphere gave Gonchan no peace. He had a premonition of something bad. This premonition did not fail the guy. In a calm and serious tone, the leader of Cheonam told him that the Hwasan clan was completely destroyed during the attack on the Daesan occult palace. The young man's expression changed dramatically. He couldn't believe that 3,000 people from the Hwasan clan were wiped out so easily. Naturally, these events couldn't bypass the Cheonam school, as the occultist clan had become a real threat to all of China. Gongchan declared his desire to fully surrender to the master's instructions. The old man brought him up to speed and said that after such events, the Daesan groups were not going to sit still and wait for the first move from the alliance. Now the role of holding back the enemy forces fell on the shoulders of their sect. They would have to take on the enemy before the main forces of the Murim arrived. Having confidence in the incredible young and talented lad, the old man appointed him in charge of this very important mission. Besides him, the main support in this operation will also be the student Gongchan and the beautiful sister Gonen. They will be joined by 20 people from the 4th generation of the Cheonam school, and together they will hold back the enemy from making any further moves. Taking full responsibility for the task, Gongchan promised the sect leader that he would do everything necessary to successfully complete the mission. With great hopes for his disciple, the old man extended his hand towards him with the instruction to show the world his true pure power and to proclaim the name of the Cheonam clan to the whole world. The young master's gaze changed. Now he was in no mood for jokes. The leaders of the future operation to support the enemy forces wasted no time in gathering to discuss the plan. Disciple Gongchan was already well versed in the recent situation. He'd heard that the Blood Frenzy Squad consisted of 800 people, and he'd also been informed of 300 coffins within the palace, meaning they must also consider the risks associated with the occultists' use of blood magic. His information made Sister Gonen think a little about the fact that there were many more enemies than they thought. The sister's hesitation and the young monk's quirks led to the decision to appoint Gongchan's apprentice as captain. He approached his comrade and discovered that Gongchan truly preferred to fight alone, which significantly altered their plan. In that case, he decided to propose making the young master the vanguard in battle and handing him command of the team on the battlefield. Gongchan wasn't averse to fighting in the front lines, but he didn't fully understand why his brother was giving him the leadership role within the battle. The boy replied that this time, Gongchan wouldn't just fight alone, but would also look after his subordinates, a role he'd find comfortable. The young monk immediately realized that this was likely not his brother's initiative, but a decree from the Cheonam elders. Having settled on the young master's role, Gonen turned to his sister and announced that they would be heading out to meet the demonic cult. The demonic cult group had already left the castle, and their mission would be to stop the enemy forces. The tactical training leader declared that he intended to employ a hit-and-run strategy. He believed the opportunity was real as long as they had the eyes of the beggar sect and the Hao clan's people in the vicinity of Seomseo Castle. Time was short, as any information was delayed at the time. Gongchan suggested setting out immediately to rendezvous with the enemy. Dessen's group was moving along the road at the time, so they decided to use horses. The hot-blooded young man decided to end the discussion of the plan with motivating words and said that if the tigers had come down from the mountain, then this was the best time to catch them. The journey didn't take very long, and the boys soon began to carry out their plan. The serious faces of the occultists suddenly changed and took on a look of confusion from the awkward situation they saw. In front of the huge crowd of fighters there stood a lone master in blue clothes. He crossed his arms in front of him and looked as if he did not want to let them pass any further. The young master found himself with a sword we had never seen before in his hands, and he sighed heavily, realizing that his rest was ending at this point. Remembering the preparations closer to the battle line, the guy understood that he would indeed be the vanguard of their forces, but he did not expect that everything would be so sad. Disciple Gongchan and Sister Gonen exchanged nervous glances, not expecting the boy to start suggesting a change in the plan. However, the tactical training leader quickly came up with a good answer and asked his brother if he had heard of Master Janbi from the Three Kingdoms period. Considering this a well-known story, the guy asked that he didn't understand what he was getting at. Continuing to manipulate his interlocutor, Gongchan asked if Gonchan knew about the battle of the Janpeng clan. The young man waved his hand and replied that this was also a well-known event. It was a battle in which the legendary Master Janbi single-handedly blocked the bridge and fought against an entire army of opponents. The boys looked at each other again, and the sister realized that this cunning plan would certainly work on the naive brother Gongchan. They looked at the guy with a sly smile, hinting that he was capable of repeating this legendary feat, while they themselves probably just wanted to be alone outside of his presence. This background led the guy to the situation he is in at the moment. Grimacing, he admitted that fighting alone against hundreds of people really wasn't the best idea. While the rank-and-file Daesang soldiers were unsure how to handle such a precarious situation, the one who could take on the problem was rapidly moving forward. Kim Daesang, the palace lord with his enormous, powerful frame, held his axe and shouted at the boy, saying that the young Jeonnam high school student probably didn't know what to do with his life. Even though he thought the boy was just a cocky brat, he still asked who he was. Gongchan confidently crossed his arms in front of him and with a sly grin introduced himself and said that it was obvious that this huge and loud man was the boss of this entire group of losers. The man slammed the axe handle onto the ground and laughed, saying that he hadn't expected to meet the most famous third-generation disciple of the Jeonnam sect in such a place. It seems that after the battle with the leader of the Hwasun clan, the lord of the Decent Palace became too arrogant, so he decided not to dirty his hands and ordered his ward to deal with the enemy. The mysterious man with a long beard immediately got down to business. His body began to be surrounded by ominous energy. The blood mage filled the mysterious bells with it and began to use his technique. The young monk watched his opponent from a distance. He was extremely cautious and already had his hand on his sword. He did not know what to expect from this occultist with bells. A moment later, everyone heard a crash coming from the direction of the Decent group's cargo. Thanks to the blood magic, the zombies began to come to their senses. Their brute physical strength was enough to break through the wooden box they were in. The lifeless bodies began to move towards the young master. Their bodies looked extremely muscular. These warriors must have been among the best in their sect in life. The boys immediately recognized their target and pounced on the guy together. Gonchan took a fighting stance to give a worthy rebuff to the enemy. Although he didn't know what to expect from these creatures of blood magic, he was confident in his own strength and threw aside his sword to fight using only his incredible control of internal energy. The enemy closest to him, demonstrating the hatred contained in his body, swung furiously to deliver a powerful blow, and his hand began to be surrounded by an evil and powerful energy. But the young master reacted to this direct attack with a calm face and dodged it. He seemed to understand the properties of his opponent's body very well, so he decided not to be squeamish and grabbed the zombie by the hand. Using only brute force and wrestling skills, he caught his opponent and threw him to the ground. Realizing the enemy's advantage in numbers, the guy immediately threw the enemy's body towards the crowd to slow down the zombies a little. Those who were still on their feet did not stop and, moving only by instinct, rushed into the attack. Gongchan was ready to continue. He felt confident and still had no intention of showing off his best moves, because to fight such a weak opponent, his usual skills from the Jianam school were enough for him. Without surrounding himself with chi energy, he quickly kicked his leg to the side and took a comfortable position to parry the enemy attack. His cool head was just what he needed in such a difficult situation, and the monk delivered a powerful kick to his opponent's body to prevent him from engaging in a close-range fight. This masterful counterattack sent another zombie flying. The enemy once again flew into the crowd of the remaining demonic fighters and slowed their attack. In fact, Gonchan expected something more dangerous from the enemy, so he asked the enemy if they had anything more serious, because he didn't even have to use internal energy to fight these fighters. At that moment, Kim Di-sang realized that they had underestimated their opponent, and that this young man really did have incredible physical form. He probably still had many tricks up his sleeve. Although the man was initially nervous, his experience helped him maintain a cool head. He turned to his servant and asked him to call off the zombies, as they stood no chance against a master of such caliber and would simply waste a valuable resource. Noticing the failure and agitation of the occultists, Gongchan decided to continue the moral pressure on the enemy and asked where they got so much courage to demonstrate such primitive skills and call themselves someone who follows an evil god. His provocation worked as expected. The Daesan group's disciples began to worry because the power of their army was held back by only one young monk from a sect that was far from the strongest in the world. Sighing mockingly, the boy continued his speech and asked why they were so confident. He thought the god they believed in so strongly was just a random ghost. He thought it was foolish that they chose to worship such things, since such a belief would ultimately lead them to hell. The well-thought-out speech worked as it should, and the guys, unprepared for such impudence, fell into a rage. They were ready to tear the talented guy's body into pieces in order to sacrifice him as a tribute to their evil god. But Kim Di-sang was on a completely different level of training. He understood what his enemy was planning and stopped his angry men with one powerful blow of the axe handle to the ground. This reaction from the powerful warrior stopped his disciples, and a huge amount of released ominous energy began to fill the air of the battlefield. He decided not to waste his army's strength in vain, so he turned to the impudent youth and, calling him a brat, said that he would personally tear him to pieces. This was exactly what Gongchan had been waiting for. He knew he should target the leader of the Daesang faction first. He decided it was time to get serious, so he pointed his sword at the enemy and calmly suggested they begin the fight without delay. Although he was able to achieve a one-on-one fight, this did not make the problems any less. Looking at his opponent, he thought that Kim Di-sang was a very experienced master, and most likely even a step higher than himself. Gonchan always tried to soberly assess his chances, and understood that if he was careless now, he would definitely lose. Kim Di-sang clearly had the advantage of brute force, so the young monk decided to prioritize tactics over martial arts skills. With a mighty swing of his huge axe, Kim decided to make the first move. He rushed into the attack and made it clear to the young monk that he wanted to end this battle with one strong blow. The boy was calm. This wasn't the first time he'd found himself in a situation where the advantage was against him. The power of the enemy's axe, augmented by his brute strength, far exceeded what Gongchan could muster. While the monk Gonen was trying to analyze the enemy and choose a battle tactic, Kim rushed and decided that victory was already in the bag. But Gongchan did not act as he expected. He understood perfectly well that this man had no equal in brute strength, so he dodged the enemy attack by only slightly throwing the axe aside. Even such a formidable opponent did not make him tremble with fear. He understood that unnecessary emotions were of no use. Although inferior to his opponent in brute force, Gonchan decided to focus on his incredible speed and mobility, in which he clearly had no equal on this battlefield. During his maneuver in the air, he suddenly decided to strike. The experienced fighter parried this blow with the handle of his axe. Even though Kim managed to react, Gongchan had anticipated this outcome and prepared. He began to release his internal energy and poured some chi into his sword. The energy strike passed close to the enemy's neck, but it was not possible to finish this fight with one attack. At least he managed to demonstrate his skills and show the enemy that he had taken credit for the victory too soon. A pleasant and calm smile appeared on Gongchan's face, realizing that the enemy would now begin to take him seriously. Indeed, Kim was no longer so confident of his advantage and even began to feel pressure. In order not to lose the rhythm of the battle, the monk Chanam decided not to lose the initiative and moved on to the next step. The guy started to show his trump cards and used one of his basic skills, the 36 Galaxy Swords technique. Powerful and fast attacks were directed at the enemy. He managed to catch the enemy off guard, and Lord Dason was momentarily at a loss, despite his incredible experience. But he was not so simple. His countermeasure was so unexpected that Gonchan began to feel angry. Afraid of being attacked, Kim Daesong used the body of one of his zombies to defend himself from the monk's attack. Peering over the shoulder of the battered body, he made it clear with his gaze that this was not the end. Relaxing a little from such an unexpected and vile act on the part of the enemy, Gongchan lowered his sword and said that running away was rude and such a fight was not at all interesting. To the young master's surprise, Kim Daesong apologized for his actions in response to his words. Master Jongnam didn't expect to hear such words from the leader of a group of occultists, whose methods of combat had nothing to do with honor or respect for their opponents. The man, with a serious expression, continued, saying he hadn't meant to show such disrespect to the martial arts master, but he had to, as he'd momentarily let his guard down. Now the master of the Deezen group took matters more seriously. He assumed a fighting stance and began to release his powerful evil chi. His level of control over internal energy was simply incredible. He managed to evenly and richly fill his huge axe with power. Gongchan saw a master with such skills for the first time, and he considered his opponent's skill to be amazing. His mouth even opened in surprise. Jumping high into the air, Kim Daesong swung powerfully at his opponent with a shout. By warning his enemy of his seriousness, he meant that this time he would not hesitate and would use the same technique with which he had managed to defeat the leader of the Hwasun clan with just one blow. The powerful impact created a huge blast wave that could be seen and heard from anywhere in the forest. As expected, Gonchan managed to dodge the enemy attack. Fortunately, he had a significant advantage in speed. Despite the undeniable power of his opponent, the young monk Chanam was not at all agitated and did not even stand in a fighting stance. Moreover, there was a sly and not at all hostile smile on his face. The boy's unwavering behavior was getting on the nerves of the occultist group's leader. He couldn't read his opponent's emotions and had no idea what this dangerous young man was planning. After successfully eliminating the Hwasun clan, Kim Daesong relaxed too much and adopted a completely unnecessary trait from his last enemy, namely arrogance, which caused him to continue to underestimate Jeonnam again and again. He surely knew that Gongchan wouldn't have come himself and had simply appeared before them to delay them. At that moment, he realized his grave mistake. Their army had fallen into a trap, and huge boulders were already rolling toward their exposed backs. This tactic reminded the Daesong group's advisor of how they had gotten rid of the Hwasun clan, which had a significant numerical advantage. Because Lord Daeson underestimated his opponent, he fell into a trap and found himself in a rather difficult tactical situation. While he was trying to comprehend the situation, a hail of chi from the young monk had already rained down on him, but such an attack was no serious threat to such a powerful opponent. In fact, for Jeonnam this was quite enough. Gongchan decided not to continue the fight, and with a smile on his face, hiding his sword in its sheath, fled from the battlefield. Looking at his fooled opponents, he suggested to Mr. Dason that they continue this fight another time, and called their group fools for believing in a random ghost. One of the fighters was so furious that he decided to take command of the army himself and shouted that they should pursue the impudent monk who dared to defame the honor of their leader. Dason's disciples followed the monk without any hesitation. They could not come to terms with what had happened. But their master did not appreciate such arbitrariness, and in response to their actions, he yelled at them to stop. The confused boys stopped reflexively and looked at their leader. The man turned out to be smarter than his students, so he asked them not to take any stupid, unauthorized actions, since in this case they would fall into a trap again. He was not going to tolerate such mistakes anymore, so he ordered the occultists to wake up the zombies and stay on guard. Having underestimated the enemy, they lost the fighting capacity of a significant part of their army. The advisor summarized the situation and suggested that their enemies would continue to set ambushes. In his opinion, the only correct course of action was to defend the palace and leave as quickly as possible. Finally feeling that his fighters were safe, Mr. Dason gave vent to his emotions. He could not understand how they had made such a mistake, and who the hell this young Master Cheonnam was, that he was able to stop them with his own hands. The advisor himself could not sort out his feelings, but he supported the leader and said that one day they would put the mysterious student in his place. While they were contemplating the cruel punishment of the brave men from Jeonnam, the forest around them was already full of ears. The 3 Jeonnam fighters were pleased with the result. Gonchan's sly smile said only one thing. He was pleased with the outcome of his encounter with the occultists, as he had managed to make his opponent very nervous, while not revealing his full power and getting away with it. After they recovered from the pleasant impressions of a successful raid, it was time to summarize the information they had previously uncovered. The tactical leader of the operation stated that he considered the demonic zombies a serious problem. It was obvious that after withstanding Gongchan's attacks, their body was clearly stronger than metal, so they would not be able to fight them with just sword chi. His words were obvious to everyone. Sister Gonen bit her lip nervously and looked down, while her younger brother began to rack his brains to find at least some kind of solution. His experience in developing an understanding of martial arts played into his hands, and he was able to quickly come up with a good solution. The young monk suggested changing the shape of the chi sword to a longer and thinner one, as this would allow them to hit a smaller area of the enemy's body with greater force, overcoming the incredible density of the zombie's body. Disciple Gongchan understood what was being said. Gongchan was referring to the so-called Jia sword. The guy was pleased that his comrade immediately understood the course of his thoughts. In the area around the operation, they were unable to find anything denser than a huge boulder, but this was quite enough to test the previously mentioned theory. The most skilled master of this trio took it upon himself to try to put this guess into practice and began to change the usual form of the sword, saturated with internal energy. He not only increased the length of his sword, but even turned his energy into a kind of sharp whip, the trajectory of which was free and could hit a significant area, which reduced the enemy's chance of dodging such an attack. With one blow, he managed to hit a huge area of the boulder. It was something like narrow cuts, but due to the large number of these damages, the effect was simply incredible. Their guesses turned out to be correct, and the young monk proved that in this way they could neutralize the enemy's advantage in a dense and previously seemingly invulnerable body. True, his comrades were not so satisfied with the result, although the theory turned out to be true, but their knowledge and skills were not at the same level as their younger talented brother. They also knew about the Dao sword, but they were still only learning how to use the previously mentioned Jia sword. He sighed demonstratively and looked at the school student, saying that in that case he could help him achieve such a level of mastery of energy. His words evoked identical reactions on the faces of both brother and sister. Although they were in an unsuitable place for training, the boys began to hone their skills in mastering their inner energy under the guidance of the best teacher possible. After some time, the time came to demonstrate the results of their work. The occultists, still cautious but as confident as before, continued on their way, not expecting to meet with the students of Cheonan. It was quite sudden, but they managed to notice the emergence of the enemy's presence even before they showed up. A few seconds later, the main guest of the day appeared ahead of the entire crowd. Gonchan quickly closed the distance between them, deftly moving between the trees of the forest that surrounded the path. This time, he already knew what he would have to face, so he immediately took out his sword and mentally prepared himself for the battle. The decent faction members also wasted no time and devised several strategies to contain the enemy sect's incredible disciple. The master's advisor raised his zombies and ordered them to form a wall, halting the enemy's initial attack. It seemed like this plan was as reliable as a Swiss watch, but they didn't know what conclusion Gongchan had come to after their last meeting. The man who controlled the zombie army calmed his fighters and stated that none of the Cheonan students were strong enough to break through the wall of their zombies with just a sword. But the young monk's sly smile always hinted to them that they were underestimating him. He had everything under control and immediately began to test his theory in practice. Without taking any risks, he used his Jia sword technique from a safe distance. The silence of the forest before the battle began was interrupted by the sound of zombies cutting through clothes and bodies. The razor-sharp threads began to destroy the enemy's trump card, as if it were something quite ordinary. Fear appeared in the warrior's eyes, but the advisor knew how to work with denial and, without giving rise to panic, motivated the fighters by saying that they were facing only one guy who would be easily overcome by sheer numbers. This mysterious man once showed an incredible result. It was the moment when with just one tactic, he destroyed the entire Hwasan clan, which had more than 3,000 followers. But the sweet taste of past victory gave him the opportunity to relax and become arrogant. He made another tactical mistake and lost a number of fighters. He decided to ignore such a terrible mistake and shouted to the remaining forces that they should continue in the same spirit, saying that they had almost cornered their prey. After this, he turned to Master Cheonan and said that going out alone against an entire army was an undertaking worthy of a true fool. Judging by the results of the beginning of the battle, this manipulation had absolutely no effect, and within a moment the Lord's advisor regretted having used so many resources so recklessly. As it turned out, at that moment Gonchan was not acting alone. His comrades joined him. Not only were they attacked from two sides, but there were also two more of Cheonan's students on the battlefield who were capable of using such an amazing fighting technique. They easily managed to get rid of the enemy's significant advantage. Gongchan really did a great job and made his job a lot easier by teaching his sister and brother such an important technique for fighting such an opponent. By forming threads of internal energy, they fought as if they were using not a sword but a whip, which an ordinary fighter of their group was powerless to stop. After a brief moment of anger, the loser began to be filled with panic, and he turned to his master for help. Putting aside his pride, he realized the enemy's tactic was to gradually wear down their troops, so he said the Cheonan students would soon retreat, and their group had little time left before that happened. He didn't want to miss the opportunity to deal with three of the squad's strongest fighters at once. Kim Dae-sang understood what was going on. He was the only one who had the strength not only to fight back against these masters, but also had a chance to completely deal with them. The leader of the group rushed into battle. His advisor decided to take on two fighters he did not yet know. In fact, the leader of the occultists himself wanted to go into battle, but inside him, anger was only growing towards the young master for the fact that their last battle ended so unsuccessfully for his army. So he shouted that this place would become a grave for the students of Cheonan. Gongchan knew this would happen. After all, Kim Dae-sang was the only real threat among the enemy army. Unexpectedly for the enemy, His tactics proved to be once again sneaky, but effective, as he ordered his soldiers to retreat. As it turned out, this was unexpected for both his sister and brother. Whether Gonchan had planned this before or not remains a mystery to us, but Gongchan and Gonen had not heard of such a plan before, and in response to their younger brother's words, they looked at each other in surprise. Even though Lord Deason heard the order from the enemy squad leader, he still continued to pursue, his anger and pride not allowing him to stop. However, the words of the angry and offended man reached the boy's heart, and he magnanimously stopped and looked towards the enemy. But Mr. Daesan was no longer the same. His damaged psyche told him that most likely the young Taoist of the Cheonam sect was again going to use his cowardly tricks instead of a brutal male duel. He turned out to be right. At that moment, instead of starting to smear himself with oil, Gongchan simply drew his sword and again used the technique of multiple sharp whips of chi energy. Returning to the idea of fighting was very brave of him. With one strike of the Jia sword, he formed a cage that looked like he was going to use it as a defense. The leader of the occult group was furious that instead of attacking, Gongchan chose to let him take the first blow. Still, he accepted his opponent's actions and decided he should punish him for such insolence. The man tensed his muscles and released enough of his powerful chi energy to form a spiritual aura for the axe. The young student Cheonam's technique created a curtain of dust, but Daesang did not stop and delivered a powerful blow forward, realizing that by covering a huge area, he would definitely be able to damage the fragile body of his opponent. But when the ardor dissipated, another disappointment awaited him, because there was no one in front of him. No, he didn't destroy the guy with a single blow. The thing is, the vile Gongchan had once again toyed with his warrior's emotions and, in the end, cowardly and tactically retreated. The realization that the battle, which had barely begun, was over, sent him into a frenzy of rage. Although there wasn't much fighting, Daesang lost, his heart wounded, and he began screaming in rage. It seemed his frustration had reached its limit, but the advisor decided to prove otherwise and respectfully addressed the master, stating that Jonam's other students had also fled the battlefield without even crossing swords with him. Having told this sad news, he stated that if they continued the pursuit, they would most likely lose half of their soldiers and zombies. But Kim Daesang believed that they should not be afraid of this. The man, filled with anger, suggested that they take this risk and continue moving forward, believing that they could no longer allow the students to gradually drain their strength. The advisor could not go against the will of his master, but he was afraid to think rashly. It turned out that some kind of cunning and, in his opinion, probably effective plan had already come into his head, so he mysteriously replied that thanks to his wise approach, this time the students of Cheonam would not be able to escape unpunished. Despite the words of the Lord's advisor, the fighters of the Cheonam clan were able to break away from their opponents. We don't yet know whether they broke away on their own, or whether Kim Daesang and his protege deliberately allowed them to escape, but after a while, the boys found themselves safe. Sister Gonen sat relaxed on a rock and went about her business. Over the past few days, she had significantly improved her skills in controlling her internal energy. She could now use the Jia sword technique on her own without any excessive force. In such a short period of time, she had achieved such a level of skill that she could easily cut a leaf falling from a tree into many even pieces, using only her zanpakudo and without even using any special combat techniques. She was genuinely pleased with the result. Her progress alongside her younger brother had always been incredibly rapid. She was distracted from the joy of achieving new heights in martial arts by a noise behind her. It turned out that it was the sound of water splashing from a bucket. This was how Gongchan was taking a shower in the field, hardening his strong young body. It had been a tough day. Lately he had only been tormenting his body like this during training, but certainly not in a fight with a serious opponent like Mr. Kim Daesang. This shower after a hard encounter with the enemy was the only thing that could bring him back to normal. While the boy was tidying himself up, his older sister Gonen became captivated and stared at his strong male body. Her face turned red. Gongchan noticed this passionate look and thought that she was waiting for him to finish to ask something. Confused and frightened by the surprise, the girl turned away and said that she didn't need anything from him at all. Gonchan didn't understand what was going on when suddenly his sister turned around and yelled at him for walking around naked in broad daylight. The guy probably thought again that another pretty and sweet lady had some strange fever, and not understanding the hints, he showed the state of his clothes and said that because of the last battle, he could no longer wear such a tattered kimono. He also added that this time, Mr. Daesan had been chasing him away as if it were the end of the world. All the young monk's words were aimed at explaining his behavior, so Sister Gonen stopped worrying about the handsome young monk suspecting her attraction to him. The third talented student, Jonam, also joined this difficult dialogue. He was a little confused by the behavior of his brother and sister, but he crossed his arms in displeasure and thought of something to say. He asked Gongchan not to fight like this anymore, and not to risk his life in a fight with such formidable opponents without any support. The student clearly did not say this out of envy for his brother's success. He wholeheartedly admired his strength and considered him an incredible fighter. At the same time, he acknowledged that the leader of the enemy group, Kim Daesang, was also not simple. He was a truly strong master. Even though the enemy leader looked like a true monster, capable of single-handedly destroying entire armies, Gongchan still confronted him as if it was nothing. The same thoughts haunted his sister. She also admired her brother's strength and wondered if she could become stronger if she trained like him. Raising his index finger instructively in the air, Teacher Gongchan declared that if she wanted to follow in his footsteps, she would also have to train her intellect. Sister Gonen took this too personally and thought that he was doubting her mental abilities, but barely containing her anger, she replied that she understood that it was about the ability to evaluate an opponent and analyze a situation. Although she had her own worries while her brother was fighting, she still noticed that the reason he was not inferior to the enemy leader was not only because he was faster, but also because he was faster at reading his opponent's movements. This assumption turned out to be correct, and so she declared that in that case, she would try to reach her younger brother's heights. But in response to her words, the boy's face showed not a proud smile, but rather a look of bewildered shock, as he believed this was impossible, since they thought completely differently. Demonstratively placing her hand on her hip, the girl said she didn't see any problem, and would just do it. Still confused, the guy decided to agree with her and said he was sure she would handle the task perfectly. He really admired his older sister's confidence and tenacity, so he offered to help her with her studies after they completed their operation to contain the enemy group. I had a couple of books at home on the Cheonam School campus, but he was also willing to teach her on his own. His words of support were pleasant for Gonen, and she thanked him for such a great service, but Gongchan believed that this was how it should be, because they were disciples of the same sect and should support each other in any situation. After they had planned their joint training for the future, Sister Gonen suggested that they proceed with the operation, as their brother had already completed all the preparations by that time. The young monk was filled with energy to continue fighting a monster like Kim Daesang. That evening, the entire team gathered in the forest at the site of the operation. By concealing the spread of their energy, they secretly monitored enemy fighters from a safe distance. This time, Gonchan suspected something was wrong and asked his brother if they should work as before this time. The young master pondered his brother's words and said that he thought the enemy's formation looked rather odd. He thought they had set traps and were simply waiting for Jeonnam's students to brazenly show up again. They couldn't retreat, and Gongchan understood this perfectly well, so he said he would go first alone. These words greatly surprised the tactical leader of the operation, as this time he wasn't sure they would be able to support their strongest warrior. While warming up before the fight, the boy declared that he'd rather be caught in an enemy trap alone than with all his comrades. Moreover, he was confident that even if he were caught, he wouldn't likely suffer much harm, unlike the less prepared clan fighters. Although the young monk was very confident in his abilities, His comrade's cold mind could not accept this, and he tried to dissuade the fighter from such a rash act. But Gonchan didn't want to listen to him any further, as he understood that this was the only option in which they could start the fight without endangering the entire team. The brazen behavior of the young and world-famous hermit master put his elder brother in an awkward position. Sister Gonen said that he should scold the young master after the fight was over. The approach of the guy in the new blue kimono was noticed, and the furious fighters of the occult clan prepared to give a worthy rebuff. Gongchan decided to act according to his old and proven tactics. He knew what he would have to face, and therefore, drawing his sword from its sheath, he immediately began to use the technique of the spiritual sword. One quick and powerful blow from the young master sent all the fighters standing in his way flying into the air. Gongchan sighed and shook the remnants of blood from his fallen opponents off his sword. As it turned out, it was blood that was the basis of the Daesan group's trap. Counting on a lightning-fast attack from Jeonnam's strongest student, the master's advisor left a number of his guys in one place so that Gongchan would take the brunt of the attack. Without any prior warning, chi energy began to rise around the boy, mixed with the blood of the fighters lying on the ground. Of course, this was the work of the group's advisor, and he, using blood magic, made magical power from the blood that was combined into a magic circle. The young monk did not expect such a trick from the enemy. He thought that they simply wanted to set up an ambush in order to defeat him with numbers. But this time, the enemy decided to avoid all risks and simply created a barrier around Jeonnam's strongest student. In fact, Gongchan was even a little upset that this technique simply limited his mobility, but at first glance it did not threaten him at all. The enemy's plan wasn't to separate Gongchan from the rest of his team. The enraged lord of the occult group wanted to end this competition once and for all, so that this time he wouldn't have to leave the battlefield empty-handed. The barrier technique was created specifically to create the ideal conditions for a fair fight between two incredible masters. The man, with chi energy boiling around him, menacingly declared that from that moment on, the games were over. Our hero saw no problem in the fact that he no longer had any escape routes. He might have been able to escape the barrier and avoid a fight with a much stronger opponent, but his enemy's overconfidence told him he couldn't afford to miss this fight. There was no end to his provocative phrases. He crossed his arms in front of him and mockingly noted that Mr. Kim looked angry and nervous, as if he doubted his own strength. The man, surrounded by his own powerful energy, extended his heavy axe towards the boy and said that he did not consider the student of the Cheonnam Kolan to be a real master of martial arts, since he was not skilled enough in fighting for him. He let out his anger and shouted his intention to destroy the young man and take revenge on him for insulting his subordinates and desecrating the honor of the Daesang group. His emotional words deeply hurt the monk, who replied that Kim was not at all careful about what he said and that he had no right to behave in such a way with his subordinates, since he was desecrating their existence. For the first time since their meeting, Gongchan gave in to his emotions and was filled with anger, all because of the hypocrisy of the enemy who had previously killed thousands of innocent people. A hot fire began to burn around him, which characterized his internal state at that moment. The determined master turned to his enemy and said that after this fight he would no longer have the opportunity to hypocritically talk about the value of lives, since all his life he had killed people to achieve the mastery with which he now threatened the entire world. The fight was just a moment away from starting. For the first time, both fighters were ready to tear each other to pieces. Their hatred was burning. Mr. Kim Da-sang had no desire to continue the conversation. There was no point. Before his attack, he simply glared at his opponent, anticipating a great duel. Having made the first move, he asked the young man not to be arrogant, considering that he was not experienced enough to fight with a warrior like him. Drawing his sword from its sheath, the boy began to analyze his enemy. He realized that Kim Da-sang was a first-class master who had studied the martial art of the mountain-destroying axe. The fire in his eyes said that he would not allow the enemy to leave this place alive. The first blow came from Lord Deason, but despite its power, the young master decided to block it instead of dodging. He managed to stay on his feet. He did the right thing, because by taking this blow, he did not allow the enemy to destroy part of the small area for their battle. However, the main advantage of the enemy's fighting style was its incredible destructive power, so it would be too dangerous for him to defend himself in this way for long. The enemy was confident of his superiority, believing that Gonchan's advantage was only in speed, but in such a limited space he would be like a fly in a jar. He launched his next attack with a spiritual axe technique from a distance, and it was clear that Gongchan barely managed to dodge it. The pace of the battle continued to increase, the increasing frequency of the occultist group's strikes preventing the young monk from fully realizing his opponent's weaknesses. The furious, muscular man did not give the monk time to counterattack and use any of the tricks that he hated so much. Gonchan simply continued to dodge and keep his distance. He acted with utmost caution, as the fight was too dangerous, until his opponent demonstrated the remaining 10% of his hidden abilities. The battle began without any success on either side. This kind of fight was not to Mr. Dazen's liking, and he gripped the axe handle even more nervously and furiously. He said he knew Gongchan's plans and could clearly see how the young master avoided confrontation and merely parried his attacks, naively believing that if he could study his opponent well enough, he could do something about it. Kim Di-sang considered this a waste of time and suggested the boy simply surrender, promising that his death would be quick. But the arrogant speech did not offend the guy at all, but rather only made him laugh. He replied that he had long known that the muscular gorilla would not defeat him. The monk's words added fuel to the fire and brought a smile to the man's face. To the guy's surprise, he simply threw his axe on the ground. Gonchan didn't know how to react to this. He became noticeably wary, as he didn't understand what was happening. Kim Dae-sang crossed his muscular arms in front of him and began to release enormous reserves of internal energy. Even without an axe in his hands, this skilled craftsman managed to create enormous twin spiritual axes of incredible power. Gongchan's body succumbed to the intense pressure of a powerful force he hadn't seen before. He decided that these twin axes represented the last 10% of his opponent's potential, which he had concealed for so long. Rage consumed his mind, and it was clear his personal technique was beginning to affect his body as well. With a ferocious cry, the man addressed the young monk and declared that this time he would not be able to evade. A moment later, he made a brilliant throw, and an ordinary person would have seen only a bright, cross-shaped flash. But the young man's reflexes were on a completely different level. His calm allowed him to avoid injury and dodge the enemy's attack. The enemy was unlikely to be ready to repeat something like this, so Gonchan decided that this was an excellent moment for a counterattack. While Lord Daisan had only managed to recreate one spiritual axe, the sharpest whips of the Jia spiritual sword were already aimed at him. The bandit leader shouted at the young master that he was wasting his time using such petty tricks that would have no effect against him. Indeed, he was on a completely different level compared to his zombie army. But as it turned out, this attack was a successful trap. Gonchan wanted to close the distance for the first time in the fight, so he distracted the enemy with a technique he had long known. At that moment, Kim Dae-sang was driven into a corner. The young man's face was filled with anger towards his opponent, and he decided to use the 36 Galaxy Swords technique point blank against him. One of the strongest opponents in the life of the legendary hermit disciple of the Chanam school could not avoid this attack. On the other side of the barrier were our hero's worried comrades. The elder brother tried to find out if there were any weak points in this barrier created by blood magic. He came to the conclusion that this demonic technique was very powerful, so he was not sure that even Gongchan could destroy the barrier from the inside. The boys started to get nervous. This was bad news, since they could not allow their older brother to be left in danger alone, with a real savage with terrifying strength. But Sister Gonen turned out to be the smartest of all those present. She had already seen a person who was capable of creating such a barrier, so she suggested finding the creator of the technique in the enemy camp. This idea was no less dangerous, but they had no choice. Gongchan ordered Brother Seongjin to lead the rest of the fighters into battle. The operation leader addressed his soldiers and proposed finding the person responsible for this magic circle. Their new goal was to eliminate the surrounding enemies and eliminate Gyelno's disciples. The boys went into battle in search of the one who dared to perform such a brutal technique, for which they had to sacrifice their own fighters. The culprit of their troubles already realized that if he did nothing, he would find himself in danger. With the number of followers of the Blood Madness and Zombie faction, he had no chance to stand against the fighters of the Jeonnam sect. He was within a special ritual circle, and if he left it, then the demonic barrier would disappear. He admitted that he had miscalculated this time. His only hope was the master who would come to his rescue if he could deal with the monk who possessed mysterious potential. They really did underestimate their opponent, and because of this, they began to lose their advantage. But Gonchan was never in a hurry. Even at the moment when it seemed that the opponent was defeated, he still carefully remained in his stance to defend against an unexpected but unlikely counterattack. Then the guy discovered what the real result of this well-planned attack was. The user of demon blood techniques was able to defend himself. Kim Dae-sang looked menacing, and he managed to hold his ground thanks to his defense and the incredible amount of internal energy he expended on it. Considering the young monk naive, he repeated that such petty tricks had never worked on him. But Gonchan was happy with this outcome, because they both understood why he carried out such an attack. Even knowing that such a formidable opponent would survive, he still used these techniques, believing that this would give him an advantage in the future, since righteous martial arts are more convenient than demonic ones when it comes to maintaining the stability of internal strength over a long period of time. Moreover, he was proud to declare that the martial arts of the Jeonnam clan were the best in the business, and he continued to demonstrate this with every clash with the arrogant lord of the occultists. Pointing to the results of his successful attacks, he stated that Jeonnam students were already close to becoming the strongest masters in the world. Mr. Dae-san didn't want to listen to this. He was already well aware that the enemy's plan was quite good. Clenching his fist nervously, he admitted to himself that he had made a mistake and lost all the chi reserves he had in this fight. The angry man began to scream madly. Squeezing out the last drops of internal energy, he shouted that only a small rat could fight like this, but he was confident that he would have time to tear the enemy to pieces, since he guessed that Gongchan's energy reserves were also running out. After these words, he showed everything that he had left. It was still a huge amount of chi with a very powerful aura. The young monk was surprised and thought that he had not been mistaken when he called his opponent an incredible master. To his surprise, time was running out, as a completely serious opponent was already flying towards him to launch an attack that would give him an advantage to destroy the Taoist's plan. He decided to use all the remaining energy irrationally and began throwing countless spiritual axes towards the enemy. The young master had difficulty blocking all these attacks. The area of destruction was so dense that the guy had no opportunity to dodge. The axes kept flying towards him, and he had to block them all. His sword wouldn't be able to withstand even one of them, so it was already a battle of exhaustion of the energy of one of the fighters. Outside the magic ball that held the heads of both sides, there was another battlefield. Sister Gonen also fought with the enemy. Following her younger brother's example, she used the Jia sword and easily destroyed the enemy army despite its numerical superiority. The other students were less skilled, but without their help, the situation would have been much more difficult. Gongchan was in control of the situation. He was looking for the enemy spellcaster and understood that they should move faster towards his camp to help their strongest fighter. True, the enemies quickly found the most dangerous students and approached their surroundings with preparation. Even 3 zombies weren't enough to take out the tactical training leader, as he had also learned the Jia sword. Their younger brother took a small number of profound energy masters to attack the Mad Blood Warriors' camp from the rear. The skill of the Jeonnam fighters helped them not only to hold their ground, but also to neutralize the enemy's numerical advantage. The Daesan clan was on the verge of defeat, and the ordinary fighters knew it. One of them burst into the caster's tent in panic and warned him that the enemies had broken into their camp. Time was running out, His master was still fighting. Gilno gave orders to his soldiers to hold back the enemies as much as they could. The occultists were in dire straits, and only Kim Dae-sang could save them. Although he only had a little bit of internal energy left, it would be enough to deal with the rest of the Jeonnam fighters. The proud warrior still stood on his feet, even despite the intense pace of the battle. His axe attack didn't work. As it turned out, the young master still had tricks up his sleeve, and he formed a protective barrier around himself. It wasn't easy for him either. Mr. Kim Dae-sang decided to go through with his plan, hoping that his opponent would run out of chi much sooner. His tactics were the same as before: wear down the enemy, forcing him to defend himself. The occultist's body was at its limit, but he could not give up and continued his series of attacks. Gongchan had no other choice and activated the Jia Spirit Sword technique again. The battle has evolved from using tricks and surprise attacks to a clash where the most energy will win. Their forces were equal, and the power of their attacks was balanced. Although Gonchan looked confident, he did not expect such a situation. Despite his exhaustion, the experienced fighter tried to crush the young monk with his incredible power until the very end. To get out of this situation, the guy decided that he should combine several techniques. He knew that he wouldn't be able to block the enemy's attacks for long, so he had only one option left: to break the clan's ban by using a sword technique called Dark Zhongwan. Kim Dae-sang had never seen such a technique from his enemy before, so he did not have time to react in time, and only after the first missed attack did he reach for one of his spiritual axes. The enraged man was already coughing up blood. His body was at its limit, but he was not going to give in to an opponent like Gongchan. He had no more aces up his sleeve, so he relied solely on superior strength. But at the moment when his energy was running low, this advantage was leveled out. The student continued to deflect the axes, his defense appearing excellent. Out of despair, the exhausted Kim Dae-sang screamed loudly. His beastly cry was the harbinger of the end of this battle, as his chi energy had run out, causing the spirit axe technique to dissipate. The second time, the Dark Chongwang spirit sword used completely achieved its goal, as the occultist leader could no longer protect his back. The young master was able to defeat his experienced enemy, even though he played by his opponent's rules. Kim Dae-sang's internal energy was exhausted and filled with hatred for his pathetic opponent. The Jeonnam clan's Taoist once again used his sect's secret technique. His opponent could no longer defend himself, and so took the entire attack with his body. The enemy leader was defeated before the main forces of the Murim alliance arrived. Victory was the young monk's. He admitted the fight had been difficult, but his opponent wasn't as strong as he expected. He was confident he would have won even if his opponent hadn't run out of energy at that moment. Having destroyed the enemy, he remembered another problem. He had never encountered enemy barriers before, so he wasn't sure he could get out without help. The news of the defeat of the occult leader reached the Dae-san camp. His advisor sensed the disappearance of his boss's chi within the barrier and couldn't believe his master had lost. Previously, it had seemed obvious to him that Kim Dae-sang's level was far higher than that of the Jeonnam clan's Taoist. He was filled with anger because he did not believe what had happened. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of battle already next to him. The disciples of the Jeonnam sect broke into their camp, and they were able to not only hold back the occultists, but also destroy their troops. The man realized that he had been tracked. He could no longer rely on the warriors, as they were inferior in skill to the disciples of the Jeonnam sect. Understanding the complexity of the situation, he decided to use his resources to the fullest. He had nothing to lose, so he deployed every zombie he had left to defend his camp. The fighters of the Jeonnam clan were ready to break through further, with the spiritual sword-trained Jia Gonen and Gongchan standing in front. Although they looked like they were being used for the first time, the tactical training leader was already aware of the number of fighters in the enemy's reserve. He warned his fighters that there were no more than 30 zombies left under the control of the students of the Gyelno teachings, and said that most likely these were the last of the dead that separated them from the caster. Sister Gonen understood that they would be the only ones who would have to fight these guys, since the other students were not trained in techniques capable of damaging such a strong zombie defense. The leader suggested giving it a try since they had no choice and couldn't leave Gongchan inside the barrier. 2 of our young monk's disciples went into battle to rescue him from captivity. All the zombies jumped into the air at the same time to make it harder to stop them. Both of the Jia spiritual swords of the Jianam masters were used. Their skills were already more than enough to stop most opponents at once. But the enemy's numerical advantage did not give them peace. One of the zombies managed to get behind Sister Gonen and deal a powerful blow. She couldn't dodge or put her sword in front of her, so her only option for defense was to strengthen her defense, which their school had recently begun to study. Applying this knowledge in practice turned out to be not so easy, especially against such incredible brute physical force of the enemy. Student Gonchan was shocked that he missed one of the zombies. Besides, he had 3 enemies behind him, so he couldn't be distracted by his sister. Continuing to defend himself, he asked her not to move and to hold on until he freed himself and came to help. Although his skill was slightly higher than his sister's, he still couldn't easily hold off so many enemies at once. In the battle against the Mad Blood Group's zombie technology, even disciple Gonchan went on the defensive. Their situation was dire, and they were the only students capable of confronting these monsters. The younger student watched this duel nervously. He couldn't believe that he was just standing there and watching his comrades fight. He was sure that it was too difficult for 2 masters to fight against enemies of this level with the numerical advantage. Not knowing what to do, he decided to imagine what his teacher would do in such a situation. A crazy idea came into his head. Since he couldn't fight the zombies because he didn't have powerful enough techniques, he decided to break through them and go in search of the magic caster. For this, he will need one of the techniques that Master Gonchan taught him. Using the acceleration technique, he was able to break through the crowd of zombies held back by his senior comrades with minimal expenditure of chi. The camp appeared before him, and he immediately noticed where the most ominous chi was coming from. Without any doubt, he rushed inside and, seeing the spellcaster, began to take out his sword. The enemy didn't expect anyone to bypass his zombies, believing that Jeonam had no other worthy fighters besides Gongchan. The brave guy was ready to single-handedly defeat the weakened magic caster to end this battle. His appearance forced the elderly master to leave the circle, and the escape from the camp stopped the barrier technique. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Gonchan was experimenting with how to escape from this confinement. Even after the battle, he still had enough energy left to deliver powerful blows to the walls of the magic circle. He believed that sooner or later this technology would be destroyed, since it was unlikely to be able to withstand the pressure he was exerting for much longer. He wanted to invest an incredible amount of chi reserves into the next strike in order to finally free himself. However, his comrade was already inside the camp, and Gilno fled, thereby ending the maintenance of the magic circle. Having failed to use a technique that took a lot of time and concentration, Gongchan was a little disappointed. He didn't understand what was happening. There was silence around him. Suddenly he heard the familiar voice of one of the sect's disciples. Their fighters ended the battle with the main enemy forces, achieving victory. The guy sighed with relief, since it was all over. Without losing his pride, he approached Gonchan and said they shouldn't have bothered fighting, as he could have done it himself. His sister reacted quite insolently and asked him to stop behaving like that. The students of Jeonam began to celebrate their victory. Not far from them, the leader of the occultists, the defeated Mr. Kim Dae-sang, lay unconscious. However, in the meantime, the magic caster Gilno was still alive. The occultist was in the nearby forest and was trying his best to save himself. Maintaining the barrier and keeping the zombie fighting was no easy task, but even with such efforts, he was unable to win. The head of his group died, and the members of the Mad Blood were defeated. He was angry. He couldn't believe that in such a short time, the Cheonam clan had become so strong that only 23 of their fighters were able to destroy an entire army of occultists, along with dozens of zombies. His powers were not enough for revenge, so he went to his allies to warn them of the possible danger and to tell them how the members of the Mad Blood group were destroyed. Over time, the news spread and shocked all of Gangho. No one could believe that the disciples of the Jeonnam clan had single-handedly eliminated the occult leader, Mr. Kim Dae-sung, who had single-handedly defeated Jeon Doja, the leader of the Hwasun clan. Including Gongchan, 4 disciples of the Jeonnam clan received new names and became famous throughout the world. Disciple Gonchan, who was in charge of the tactical preparations for the operation, was given the name of the Yin and Yang Heavenly Sword. The younger brother Seongjin received the name of the Dragon Spear Blade. Sister Gonen was the only female master in the sect who had such a high level, so she earned the nickname of the only flower of Jeonnam. To everyone's surprise, it turned out that Sungjin had reached 20 years of age, while Gonyong hadn't even turned 30 yet. This led to rumors that the Jeonnam clan had discovered a hidden path to mastery, shocking the world. The Jeonnam clan remained silent, but this assumption was indeed true. The theory of knowledge that Gongchan created was further developed through numerous studies by the sect's scientific center. And on top of that, Gongchan personally taught new martial arts to all the students of the Jeonnam clan. During this training, he first and foremost wanted everyone to take care of their own safety and excel in defense, as using the heavenly iron technique at that time gave them an advantage over most opponents. Standing in front of his students, Gongchan released his energy, demonstrating the results of his training. The boy addressed his students seriously and said that if they mastered this technique, then wounds that could have led to death would become nothing more than insignificant for them. In addition, he also spread his knowledge of the internal technique of yin and yang poison. Thanks to such protection, most poisons could not cause significant harm to a master who possessed such skill. Next was the technique of heavenly chi perception, which made the user's perception much sharper, thereby making it easier to control chi during combat, giving an advantage in the rational use of energy. He also suggested that the students learn various magical techniques to use them to protect their allies. 2 of the students began to panic, thinking that all these techniques were insignificant and that their teacher had hardly earned his fame thanks to such skills. The attentive master could not ignore this discontent and turned to his distrustful students. He explained the need to learn these skills by saying it would be very rational. Since they used the yin and yang life technique as a foundation, they would be able to become masters in a short time, and learning these so-called minor martial arts would allow them to respond more flexibly to various situations. After a short introduction of his new program, he invited the students to begin their training. The boys got to work, and Gonchan watched their progress with pride. He was pleased with his work, because after their recent success, the number of the Jeonnam clan began to grow very quickly. Rumors continued to spread, and clans around the world began plotting how to steal the secret of the Jeonnam clan's success. Inside the Murim Alliance fortifications, the organization's leader and his military advisor took a stroll to discuss world events. Sword King Namgung Muja asked his comrade if he really believed that the Jeonnam clan had found a way to produce so many great masters in such a short time. Military advisor Yegel Chanmun confirmed the rumors and said he was more than confident that it was true. He was confident that it was Gongchan who was able to find a new path to achieving the heights of martial arts. The Sword King began to worry, realizing that this was a problem and that the balance of power in the world would soon change dramatically. They understood that everyone in the world would be eager to get their secret, and if the Jeonnams acted rashly, their clan's reputation would fall to the ground and they would end up fighting among themselves. Suddenly standing up, the leader of Murima asked his advisor if he knew what they should do in such a difficult situation. It was a very difficult question. It was hard to imagine how the other dark martial arts clans would act now. Although he wasn't entirely sure that his idea was a good one, he still suggested forming a squad. This sudden proposal surprised Namgung Muja. He knew that this would not be difficult to accomplish, since the Jeonnam clan was close to the Moen family, whose power was a serious weapon for them. The warlord continued his speech and said that his Jagal clan, along with the Moen family, could lend a helping hand to their comrades. Namgung Muja realized what his comrade was not telling him. he realized that Jegal Jongmun was offering to obtain the Jongnam clan's secret technique in order to prevent unrest. He really didn't like the idea, but once again they found themselves in a situation where they had no other options. Without thinking twice, he approved this plan and gave the order to his advisor to begin its implementation. It still remained a mystery to them how the righteous Chonam clan could suddenly leap forward in terms of the strength of its fighters without resorting to dark arts. In turn, the dark clans also began to receive information about recent events. This disappointing news began to throw their plans into disarray. It became clear to the organization's leader that a mysterious figure had appeared within the ranks of the Chonam sect, ruining their plans once again. He understood that there were many ways to quickly become a master in demonic martial arts, but he did not understand what knowledge his enemies were using. However, their techniques also had a downside, negative side effects that not every warrior could cope with. Moreover, his Devil's Scarlet Blood technique was no exception. The growing power of the Jeonnam clan could ruin their plans, so they had no choice but to take care of this issue first. Looking at his advisor, he nervously shouted that they would destroy the Jeonnam clan. Other occultists agreed with his opinion. By performing a secret ritual, they prepared for the upcoming battle. The man leading these cultivators had never imagined that the members of the Mad Blood group would be disbanded so easily. But the possession of blood magic was widespread in all corners of the country, so they did not worry about the loss of their comrades' knowledge. Using force, he concluded that the disciple Gil No had done what he had to do. Together with his wards, the magic caster began to use a secret curse technique. Powerful chi began to gather in one place. It seemed he had a very cunning plan, so he began to laugh in anticipation of entertainment. A huge butterfly, composed of the chi of his cultivators, appeared in the air. Having completed the necessary preparations, the leader of the occultist group gave the order to begin the plan. The enormous machinery began to split into smaller units, and these magical insects flew toward the moonlight, leaving the occultist's lair. A mysterious man with a scar over his right eye ominously announced the beginning of Samano's vengeance. His anticipation was so high that upon seeing his illusion technique, he began to laugh madly, as there were few masters in the world capable of resisting such power. While the world was reeling from recent events, the Chonam clan began to return to normal life. The field kitchen had exhausted the young hermit, who loved good food, but now the students could enjoy the food from their dining hall. Tactical training leader Gongchan decided to sum up the results of the recent operation. He was happy to announce that they had dealt with the Decent Palace, which was a great honor for their sect. In addition to this, they began training in new martial arts to develop their younger brother, thereby increasing Jeonnam's strength daily. The praise was well-deserved, but the shy boy was still not used to so much attention from his friends. The entire success was dedicated to the Chonam clan, and Master Gonchan sincerely wished for their martial arts sect to become one of the greatest in the world, and believed that this day was only the beginning of their long journey to the top. At the table with delicious food, everyone enjoyed the recent victory. Seongjin was among those admired by all the disciples of the clan. Sister Gonen took a seat out of sight of the fans in order to enjoy the wonderful food they had not had during the trip. Mountains of delicious food attracted all the fighters, as this food was different from what they ate every day. Among the students, a small girl stood out in particular. Her appetite was so incredible that she ate various delicacies with several hands. It looked as if she had mastered the Ashura technique. Only one person distracted her from eating. Master Gongchan didn't look as happy as the others. The young student felt that something was bothering her teacher. Indeed, the young monk silently rose from the table and left the banquet. The behavior of the main character of the recent operation worried her to such an extent that she completely forgot about the delicacy. Gongchan found his peace under one of the trees near the wall of Jeonnam School. The events he had recently experienced never left his head. Even though they had a reason to fight, the young master still could not accept the cruelty he felt then. He was forced to kill again, and again he had no choice. After some time spent remembering the horrors, the boy was distracted by the girl's voice. He recognized her immediately, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. Viva asked directly why her teacher didn't look happy, and an awkward pause ensued. Gongchan noticed this confusion on his part and decided to break the silence with laughter, after which he said that he should not practice acting anymore. The girl found the teacher's behavior extremely strange. To avoid dwelling on the awkwardness, Gongchan shared his thoughts, similar to the recent situation, and said that he simply did what he had to do, but it wasn't that he was actually unhappy that he had to do that. Looking into the eyes of the inexperienced student, he said that there are many things that people have to do, even if they don't want to. It was too difficult, so Viva became confused and looked at the teacher with incomprehension. To distract her from such heavy words, the guy simply carefully placed his palm on her head. He was surprised that she understood everything, but he didn't want her to think about such things at that age. He explained to her that her teacher had killed many people, but added that he still did not feel any remorse or regret about it, since they were all their enemies and it had nothing to do with what he did not want to do. In reality, he was simply unhappy with the fact that too many people had died at his hands. But Viva couldn't handle the pressure and said it was too much for her. The boy was surprised, but reassured her, saying she'd understand when she got older, so she'd have to grow up faster. To avoid letting her go just like that, he offered to check how productive her training had been during his absence. The results of changing the approach to training fighters produced incredible progress. Viva is still a child, but her results already surpassed those of some masters who had studied martial arts for more than 10 years. Gonchan was pleased to see the results of his work. Meanwhile, the end of one conflict gave way to another. A fight broke out in the Gongchai fortress, a fight that the building's walls could barely withstand. The occultists were defeated, lying unarmed and unconscious on the ground. The respected man stood on one of the walls and looked into the forest, which differed from the fortress in its tranquility. An advisor approached him and informed his master about the end of the battle. The man was pleased with the result and thanked his warriors for their work. He asked if there was anyone among the enemy who had offered resistance. The ward replied that there were a few brave ones, but they all studied devilish techniques. This was unpleasant news, as it entailed losses. The master asked his protege to bind the occultists and send them to the Murim alliance. The young man objected. He was against handing over their captives to the alliance. The leader, unknown to us, knew in advance that this guy would oppose such a decision. He justified it by saying that everything was done for their own good. He wanted their organization to be recognized, as that would allow them to stand at the top of the world. The agitated boy could not go against his master's order, so he respectfully replied that he would take his wishes into account and follow his decision without question. The man's gaze seemed kind and fair. His name is Magek, and he is the leader of the Shidan clan. Although Magek has little power, he is known as a man of righteous views, so there are always people with power who are willing to support him. He has 5 strong students with high skill levels. Moreover, it is known that Magek himself is a great master with extensive battle experience. He is one of the 8 great masters who call themselves Palgir. For the raid on Nokrim, Magek recruited thousands of martial artists, trained and coached them. In the end, this army was more than enough, and they simply marched through the fortress and thus won the victory. Magek always acts in the name of justice. No one has ever found a reason to suspect such an honest man of bad deeds. However, in reality, he is a spy for a demonic cult that has served the Murim alliance for decades. He needs this cover in order to prepare for when the demonic cult's massive sword falls upon the world called Kanho. This is the true nature of this pleasant master. While the world was rapidly changing, everything remained stable within the Jonim clan. Gongchan returned to his training again, this time his goal being to attain a natural level of inner energy. The natural level is associated with the ability to control chi at will, which means that it allows one to control energy with just the power of thought. By simply thinking, you can compress energy and strengthen your chi, similar to moving your arms and legs. The energy core moves quickly, so its energy can be controlled like a living organism. By comparison, the transcendental level controls qi physically. It takes time for qi to travel through the meridians and reach the hands, and sword qi released through the hands is controllable. However, Gongchan believed that if he could reach the innate level, he would certainly be able to flexibly use his core energy. In their final fight, he noticed that Kim Desong had indeed reached his natural level, but he had used his energy too carelessly. Because of this, he was unable to properly utilize his potential and suffered defeat. Gongchan was willing to experiment, even though he didn't know whether Desong was facing a problem or whether it was the limit of his natural level. To begin with, he decided to try only what he was confident in. He exhaled and began to concentrate on the flow of his internal energy. The basic martial art studied by the Cheonan clan was put into practice. During this training, he realized a truth that would help him emerge from battles without regret in the future, as he decided that fist technique was truly better than swordsmanship. The sword is effective against many opponents, but in a one-on-one fight, he decided it would be better to use his fist technique. After the fist technique, the next in the combination will be the palm technique, with which he will throw the enemy to a safe distance and deliver a powerful blow. This way he would be able to protect himself from a counterattack, but this was not the only idea for using energy in combat without a sword. The next combination still began with the disclosure of the basic martial art of the Cheonan clan. Then everything became much more serious, so he concentrated even more. The second step was to apply the Cheonan palm technique. He came up with the idea of trying to strengthen this attack. Unfortunately, he was disappointed as the two palm techniques did not combine. His tenacity was enviable, as he decided to repeat this technique. The guy started again as before. The second step was again the second movement of the Cheonan palm technique. A powerful shockwave of qi was sent forward from the master. On the second attempt, he finally managed to implement the intended combination. The guy screamed with joy and decided not to stop there and try other techniques. One of the students observing the teacher's training asked his friend what Gongchan was doing, but the boy was also confused and didn't know what to answer. They hadn't yet reached his level of skill to understand such things, but they understood that teacher Gongchan was a very special person. When the Cheonan clan's fortress was quiet and peaceful, chaos began to break out again in different parts of China. The warriors of another clan were defeated, and, apparently, this was the work of occultists. Information about these events had already reached Sacheon Palace. At a small round table, 4 influential men discussed recent news. According to the intelligence report, Dang Songgi of the Sacheon Dang family had died, and this time the death was caused by a heart attack, which was not the first time they had seen this pattern in recent times. The leader of the Heokengo clan, Solang, was extremely concerned that the transcendental level practitioners from the 3 greatest families of the Sacheon Palace who took part in the raid on Nokrim ultimately failed and died under strange circumstances. The Cheonsan clan and the Ami clan lost their strongest representatives, and this time, Dang Songyi, known as the poisonous dragon killer, also died. He couldn't believe that a master of the art of poison could die from poisoning. It was hard for the leader to comprehend everything that had happened. He had no idea how they had made such a mistake that had put their safety at risk. But it was obvious that this problem would not be solved if the families of this palace continued to compete. The representative of the Chonghong clan agreed with the wise woman from the Ami clan. They had lost too much to continue this useless competition. The Heohyun clan came to Sacheon Palace to help the local clans, believing that it was not necessary for them to fight Nokrim. A gray-haired man with long hair concluded that, whatever the situation, they should abort this operation. The battle with Nokrim had been too difficult. They couldn't afford any more losses. The loss of a significant number of troops would put their clans at risk, so the representative of the Cheonsong clan agreed with his colleague's idea. The final word belonged to the leader of the meeting. Heokengo Solang declared a temporary halt to all actions regarding Nokrim. The Murim Union was also extremely concerned about recent events. The local carp attracted attention, but failed to ease the tense atmosphere. The Union's military advisor was more serious than ever, trying to understand when things had gotten so bad. The Imperial Palace and the Murim Alliance, the Dark Faction and the Demonic Cult. He didn't understand what his Jagal family was supposed to do, caught between these two fires. He felt that now he was becoming a real warrior, because hard times create strong people. But he still wishes his father were there to give him some wise advice. The wisdom of the Jagal clan was entrusted with a great responsibility. The leader of the Namgung Alliance distracted his military advisor and asked if he had made a decision on how to handle the situation. After greeting the leader, Jungmun briefly replied that he saw no other options. It turned out they'd already discussed this problem and arrived at a solution they'd only consider a last resort. The main problem was the threat of people being deceived by occult illusions. The military advisor analyzed all the intelligence information and came to the conclusion that masters who have reached the natural level are not affected by illusions, while masters of the transcendental level find it difficult to fight them. They didn't yet know what kind of illusion their enemy was using, but it was clear that if they left things as they were, they would soon be in big trouble. The Sword King understood they had acted hastily and should forget about Nokrim for the moment. Chunmun Jagal supported his thought, arguing that the Dark Faction and the main forces had suffered unpredictably heavy losses. Sword King Namgung understood that the entire Kanho was under the influence of illusion, and therefore asked the advisor to think twice about his decision, since the outcome of their alliance would depend on it. The man replied that they truly had no choice but to request more people from the Mosan clan and those talented in illusion techniques. The alliance leader hadn't expected to have to turn to the Masan clan. He was looking forward to their cooperation. The Murim alliance finally weighed the risks and made a counterattack. Meanwhile, the Jonam clan, despite its success in training masters, was also concerned about the current state of the world, so it was decided to hold a gathering of elders, including Gongchan. The sect leader asked the main question of these gatherings: will they be able to remain safe in such conditions? The teacher was the first to express his opinion. He was bold enough to say that he believed their clan was prepared enough to prevent the devil's illusions from penetrating their territory. But one couldn't help but remember that 15 transcendental level masters had died because of this illusion. His comrade on the left summarized the recent attacks on Nikrim. The elder feared that if things were indeed as they had been told, even the largest clans could be in danger, posing a serious threat to the balance of power. Jeonnam was forced to develop his own plan of action. The leader asked if they had the necessary resources to help the Murim Union. The master replied that only 3 people, including himself, were familiar with devilish techniques, and this number was still not enough to send aid to the Union and remain safe themselves. They had to make decisions carefully, because they had to be ready before the threat reached their clan. Our monk's teacher believed that the only thing they were sure of was that the devil's illusion would not work in a place prepared with magic circles. Moreover, all the masters who were killed were outside of such circles, meaning that their masters would be in danger as soon as they left the borders of Jeonnam. The teacher calmly declared that they had no choice, and that teaching the students within the fortress was the only wise decision. But one of the elders objected. The leader noticed that the discussion was about to reach a dead end and turn into a conflict, so he stopped the discussion and took this responsibility upon himself. He gave instructions and asked to begin researching the devil's technique from that moment on, while not forgetting about teaching the students. The elders listened and agreed with his opinion without objection. Gonchan was calm and focused because, as always, he had a huge responsibility. After the meeting, the elders continued to discuss the results. Gongchan and the teacher stood separately. The young master was worried and wanted to discuss this with his teacher personally. Gathering all his determination, he finally found the courage and told him about his desire to learn the technique of illusions. This was unexpected, so he added that he had previously planned to learn this skill from Uncle Chongsul. Without thinking twice, the teacher supported him and suggested doing as he had planned earlier. The support of a respected person greatly improved the boy's mood, and he thanked his teacher for the kind words. Yet Gongchan was the ray of light that the Jeonnam clan had been missing for so long. The young hermit then went to the building with one of the greatest masters of their sect. First of all, he greeted the students who were cleaning the inside of the palace. The boys asked what their younger brother was doing in such a place, and the young man replied that he was looking for Uncle Chong-sul. The question was unexpected, so Gonchan added that he was curious whether he could learn from such an experienced mentor. To avoid wasting time on guesswork, he admitted that he was going to learn the technique of illusion. Of course, such power was unusual for the masters of Jeonnam, so one of the men asked why the respected young monk needed it. This question took him by surprise, so he justified himself by saying that he didn't know much about illusion techniques and was simply guided by the fact that new knowledge is always an advantage. The students at the school didn't pay attention to their younger brother's awkward behavior, but they agreed with his words, since Gongchan's theories really do produce results, and Jeonnam is indebted to him for improving the educational system. The elder brother went away to inform the master of the young monk's arrival and asked the boy to wait a little. Turning away from the talented boy, his emotions changed dramatically. It was not easy for him to realize that his younger brother Gongchan was considered a forerunner of martial arts, which was surprising at such a young age. Moreover, Gongchan has now gone even further and is even attempting to master the illusion technique, which only 3 people in the entire clan possess. Inside the building that belonged to Master Chong-sul, there were a great many ritual paraphernalia. The man was ready to listen to his younger comrade's conversation. Taoist Gongchan, as usual, introduced himself with incredible respect and said that it was an honor for him to greet his dear uncle. The respected master replied that he had heard a lot about such a student, after which he invited him to sit down. It was an honor for the monk, and he sat at the same table with the master. A serious conversation awaited them, so the master closed his book to avoid distraction. First of all, he asked why the young master needed to learn the technique of illusions. The guy replied that he lacked this knowledge to complete his martial art. The man did not understand what was being discussed and how this technology could be connected to such a task. The answer was cryptic. The boy said he believed he could find the missing detail he'd been unable to track down for so long. Studying illusions is the shortest path to becoming stronger. Moreover, he believed that this technique was the fastest way to achieve a natural level of mastery of internal energy. He was confident that there was a shortest path that anyone could follow. Uncle Chong-sul thought about it. He was interested to hear the brilliant student's theory, which he had not yet told the other headmen about. After the student's words, he paused for a moment, which made Gongchan worry about the teacher's future decision. Still, he had no reason to refuse, so he announced the start of their classes and asked them to prepare properly. The negotiations went much easier than Gonchan expected. He thanked the master for agreeing to become his mentor and said goodbye. Meetings with our monk always give people food for thought. Uncle Chong-sul was no exception. This time, he realized that Gongchan was truly unique and that the rumors about him were no exaggeration. Remembering his uncle, he thought that it would be good if he were trusted to look after such an interesting and talented young man. The next day, Gongchan attended his first class at the Jeonnam School's illusions class. He had to start with theory, so he began by studying the materials available in their martial arts library. Before he had time to get involved in the process, he was interrupted by the stormy appearance of his nieces. The guy was surprised to see them and asked when they managed to arrive. His words hurt the ladies' feelings. The older sister looked down and sighed heavily, while the younger one, as usual, started the conflict, and first of all reminded them that they had contacted him a week ago and clarified the date of their arrival. Gongchan began waving his hand, trying to calm the young lady's ardor, and said that he forgot about it because he was too busy training. This excuse had already gotten to the daughters of the Moan family. The hot-tempered girl nervously hit the guy on the table, and he almost fell out of his chair in fright. It was a common thing because all their conversations went something like this, but this time they stopped in time to discuss the really important things. The girls were troubled by rumors that the Jeonnam clan had acquired a secret technique. This information shocked the entire world and set organizations in motion. All the Kanho clans desired to possess the secret technique of quickly reaching the transcendental level. This knowledge could quickly bring any organization to the pinnacle of power in the world. Gonchan realized what they were getting at and assumed that they had come to obtain a secret technique as representatives of the allied Mon clan. Such a frank assumption hurt the feelings of the youngest niece, and she became filled with resentment towards her uncle. But the younger sister turned out to be more rational, so she simply confirmed this information without further ado. Ren's younger niece was simply inflamed by her sister's words. She didn't mean to say it so bluntly. But Ren knew very well that it was better to be honest with their uncle, especially when it came to the relationship between the Moen and Jeonnam clans. The elder sister admitted that their family had indeed sent them to obtain such valuable knowledge, which other families had begun to hunt for, but she admitted that this request was too difficult for them, and they were ready to accept a refusal. The conversation revolved around knowledge that, if spread, could completely alter the balance of power in the world. Gongchan looked at the girls and began to ponder his course of action, as the future of many families connected to martial arts would depend on his decision. First, he turned to his older sister and said that he wanted to convey something serious to them. He would like the Moen family to declare the Jeonnam clan as their allies forever, after which the Jeonnam clan will consider their offer to share the secret method of training transcendental level masters. The sisters froze in place at this shocking answer. Scratching his ear, he replied in a relaxed tone that he had already thought about it and was just about to talk to the clan leader about the possibility. It was strange, and the girls asked him why he wanted to do that. They themselves understood that the knowledge of the Jeonnam clan could change the entire world of martial arts. The guy decided to explain to them why he made such an unexpected and seemingly risky decision. It was obvious that if the Moen clan got hold of the method for quickly training students, their clan would become one of the best in Kanho within a few years. Then both the Moen family and the Jeonnam clan will be on the same side, and if they pass on the technology to a couple more clans, it will be possible to create a larger group. If they can do this, then Kanho won't be able to interfere in their affairs so easily. This was the reason for his action. He had already scheduled a meeting with the elders to discuss the details. He asked the girls, if they decided to do so, to simply send a letter on behalf of the family. Since the issue was resolved, he suggested that they go and rest, or do their own thing, as they were distracting him from learning a new skill. Although they had come to a mutually beneficial decision, Ren was still unhappy. She didn't like her uncle's cold treatment, so she asked if he had anything else to tell them. Gongchan couldn't understand what they were talking about, so his younger sister suggested that he ask how they were doing and tell them how much more beautiful they had become since their last meeting. He seemed to understand what was going on, so he closed his book and concentrated all his attention on the girls. He addressed his youngest niece in a calm and confident tone. The girl began twirling her hair around her finger in anticipation. But such a romantic moment was ruined by the master's speech. He asked them to train instead of such strange thoughts, and also suggested not to bother their heads with such useless things. Yen calmly endured this attitude of her uncle, but her younger sister was completely inflamed with anger. She nervously shouted that he should forget about this conversation, since she was just a fool for expecting more from him. After these words, she left the building, furiously kicking the door open. The older sister apologized for her hot-tempered sister's behavior, and then left the building. A few seconds later, Gongchan heard a scream from the street, and most likely not only he, but the entire Jeonnam fortress heard Ren's enormous indignation. Gonchan was shocked, because a lot of time had passed since their last meeting, and he still didn't understand why they were reacting to him like that. After studying the theory, the young monk went into the forest to practice these skills. He formed a seal and began to concentrate on the flows of his energy. By changing the seals, he gradually began to release some of the qi that was easiest for him to control. This knowledge gave him the opportunity to understand the natural level of energy possession. His entire nervous system was involved in this process, He had never felt anything like this before. The feeling during this training was very different from all the previous ones. Having completed the exercise, he gradually relaxed his concentration and exhaled with relief. He was satisfied because this time he had made a huge step forward. After the training, the guy went to his mentor to share his results. The conversation was about the energy of the upper core, which he had been developing for a long time. While studying illusion techniques, he noticed that they were somehow interconnected with the energy of the upper core, and he became very interested in this process. In fact, in his conversation, he simply chose to use the term upper core instead of brainwaves, hoping that it would be enough for Chong-sul. The man was shocked by the student's assumption, but decided not to show it, and said that using the energy of the upper core was probably one of Gongchan's theories. Based on this assumption, he inquired whether there had been any progress in confirming this theory. The young monk responded without hesitation that after realizing the influence of the energy of the upper core, he began to learn new things much faster. Thus, he managed to learn flame magic, field of vision, and even disappearing illusion. At the moment, he knows 5 spells. For the teacher, this was an incredible result, since not even a month had passed since the beginning of the training. The guy agreed with these words, but admitted that given that this was something completely new for him, he would need more time to learn other techniques. Chong-sul felt that he had nothing to support his talented student with, so he reminded him that in order to learn spells more effectively, he needed to constantly repeat them. Gonchan thanked his uncle for his support and advice and left the building. But on his way home, he saw a strange thing that made him stop and freeze in place. It was a battle between 2 girls, something he hadn't expected to see, as all training had already ended. It turned out to be a fight between Vihua and Yen's older sister, while Ren stood by, observing. The young girl still lacked the physical strength to fight on equal terms with an experienced fighter of the Moen clan. The elder sister looked very cold. She controlled this fight perfectly. To compensate for the age difference, Vihua jumped into the air to deliver a sudden and powerful attack. But Ren's experience was enough to predict such a move, and the girl from the Moen family was able to dodge Viva's powerful blow without much difficulty. After that, she began her counterattack. But punching a child wasn't that easy. Fear appeared on the young girl's face. She realized that she would not be able to defend herself. In fact, this fight was just a friendly training session, so the fight ended with a light and funny punch under the back of the head. While Weihua was trying to comprehend how she had made such an obvious mistake, elder sister Yeon praised her for her excellent skills and remarked that she had definitely become stronger. Ren was delighted with this duel and therefore offered to have a second one with her. Vihua was very happy to compete with another beautiful older sister from the Moen clan. Gongchan didn't understand what was going on and asked his nieces in a stuffy voice why they were still in Jeonnam. To get their attention, he shouted in a nervous tone that they shouldn't behave like that in his yard. Viva was the first to notice her teacher and immediately ran to meet him. Sighing heavily, the cunning Ren replied that the girl simply had older sisters who cared about her success in training, unlike her teacher, so they simply decided to help her. The girl began to feel embarrassed and laughed awkwardly, while Gongchan was a little confused by the words he heard. Still, the guy wasn't in the mood, so he simply replied irritably that it was their personal choice, and he was going to learn spells, so he wasn't interested in it now. Ren decided to finish him off, so she provocatively asked the nervous guy to teach her and her sisters this technique. Gongchan couldn't resist replying that it would be easier for him to throw them out of his yard. But the calm and brazen Ren replied that he could do that, but there was no point, since they were planning to leave anyway, albeit a little later. The boy was simply inflamed by such persistence, not even trying to hide his emotions. He wanted at least a little peace to progress in the realm of illusions, so he nervously asked them to simply leave and not disturb him. The next morning, the young master's court received guests. His sisters came to visit to learn the basics of the new art, while Gongchan continued to familiarize himself with the theory. The young master was constantly thinking about how to fully master his natural level using his nervous system. In fact, he wasn't discouraged, as his progress was so significant that no master in history could match his speed of learning. The girls continued training, their movements so masterful that the leaves flew away from the air currents. The older sister suggested stopping and resting. She was afraid that Viva would hardly be able to keep up with their pace, but the girl with a smile on her face replied that she could still continue. Viva's answer inspired the sisters greatly, so with sincere smiles on their faces, they suggested not to stop and to continue training even more diligently. Such dedication on the part of the girls greatly pleased their teacher, although he initially thought that training together was a bad idea, since they would only distract him. His independent nieces did not interfere with his work, so he concentrated and continued to learn illusion techniques and his inner energy. Gongchan and his students continued training. Winter arrived. Ren had already begun to see Vifa as a worthy opponent, and she began to take her more seriously. Their teacher also did not stand still, and it seems he significantly improved his understanding of the natural level of energy. Time passed, and spring arrived. At that crucial moment in their lives, the early cherry blossoms had already bloomed, and the Moen sisters wove a beautiful wreath for their younger sister. Their interactions were beneficial to the girl's development as a craftswoman. Their teacher's possession of natural energy became more and more advanced. The guy was very focused and worked on his consciousness and control of his nervous system. Little by little, he began to release and utilize the internal energy with just one seal and the power of thought. His drawn little man was no longer just lying on the table and was moving. Gonchan was able to quickly lift him to his feet. This was just the beginning, since such an exercise was aimed at controlling energy, but he would still have to learn to influence the external environment with even greater force. Still, he was very happy because this success would allow him to develop even faster. There were also some changes within the Chonam sect. Teacher Changjin finally received a mysterious scroll that he had been waiting for a long time. It seems he received the information he had been waiting for a long time. Gongchan and his students gathered to relax after a productive training session. As usual, the master used his ice magic skills to create popsicles for the girls. This dessert was a common treat for the protagonist in his past life, but during the heyday of martial arts, it didn't exist yet, so the sisters begged him to make more of the delicious and cold fruit ice. Gongchan declined, believing Ren and Yen were already capable of using ice magic to create sweet ice. He moved away from this mundane question and asked if Nokrim had been calm lately. Yen replied that after the raids on the occultist's lair ceased, they hadn't done anything else. This was good news, but Gonchan was sure that Nokrim was still walking around Kanho calmly. The enemy master's impunity was obvious, and the elder sister agreed with her teacher. The boy was busy training, but he was infuriated by the fact that despite Nokrim being out of control, Kanho was still ignoring the problem. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of one of the students. He addressed Gonchan respectfully and said that he had an important request to make of him. It turned out that Master Changjin asked to find his talented and independent student. This was most likely related to the scroll he had received earlier. Wasting no time, Gonchan arrived at his teacher's and immediately noticed the letter, which, according to his teacher, had arrived from the Murim Alliance. Jonam was informed that the alliance was gathering people who were good at spells, and of course, in this case, Gongchan was the first one who was decided to be offered to take part in this. The guy was incredibly happy with this offer, since he had already managed to master several new spells that he had not yet used in practice. Jongjin was satisfied with the student's answer, but he warned Gongchan that he should find a few more people to create a group of fighters that would represent all of Jonam. This proposal became a problem, since the young master was used to relying only on his own strength without endangering the other fighters. The next day, Gongchan and his group set out beyond the Cheonam fortress. From the start, he was dissatisfied with how his team had seemed problematic from the start. His guess was indeed correct. His nieces and older sister were sent along with him. These wayward girls never gave him any peace, and this time they were all gathered together. First of all, he turned to the Moen sisters and asked why they were going to Murim with the Chanam detachment. The girls replied that for them it would be part of their training under the guidance of their uncle. The boy was a little furious at this answer, as he thought that such a serious matter was not suitable for training, but in Ren's opinion, they were strong enough for their uncle to stop looking down on them too much. In general, she was right, and the guy agreed with her and calmed down his anger a little. But on the other hand, he was also worried that his older sister had also decided to go on such a dangerous mission. The girl sighed heavily and replied that she was going to protect her younger brother. The boy knew he was younger, but he found it odd that anyone would protect someone like him. He brazenly replied that he wasn't entirely sure who would protect whom. These words hurt the feelings of the older sister, who had previously taught the young talented master and who had recently also become a mentor to many students. Instead of words, she chose the path of violence, and with a blow to the ribs demonstrated to the monk her dissatisfaction with his words. Gongchan fell to the ground, wincing in pain. His nieces stood to the side, quietly laughing at him. The decisive and confident older sister suggested they hurry and set out, as they planned to reach Jeonju from Hanam Palace by the following day. The angry guy began to shout at her angrily that she shouldn't behave like that with her former student, but he never heard an answer, because these words only brought a kind smile to the girl's face. After some time, they reached their destination, and Jeonju and its Hanam Palace began to appear on the horizon. The city was located by the river, and therefore trade developed well here. This place was unusual for the combined squad of Cheonam fighters and the Moen family, so there was a pleasant smile and admiration on the faces of the fighters. Without wasting any time, they headed to the area of one of the Jeonju clan's branches, namely, the Jeonbul clan. There, they were met by a kind and pleasant monk who respectfully greeted the world-renowned Taoist of the Jeonnam clan. It was the leader of the Jeonbul clan named Bulsen, and for Gonchan this meeting was long awaited. The man admitted that he did not expect to meet the young star Kango at their place, but the young monk, as usual, behaved modestly and asked not to flatter him, since he was much younger. The modesty and politeness of the young talented master caused the leader of the Jeonbul clan to laugh heartily. He was glad to see such an amazing student of the prestigious clan. Without wasting any time, the boy introduced the girls standing behind him, saying that his older sister and nieces from the Moen clan had arrived with him. The pretty girls joined the conversation, and the older sister thanked the leader of the allied clan for the honor of meeting him. Folding his palms in front of him, he admitted that he had already heard of the Moen family's flowers. He believed them to be as beautiful as rumor had said. The acquaintance came to an end, and the leader of the Jeonbul clan asked his dear guests why they had come to see him. Gonchan replied that they were en route to the Murim Alliance, as they were gathering people skilled in spells. Therefore, they wanted to ask if it would be possible to make a small pass within their fortress to spend the night before continuing on. These words greatly surprised the master. He did not expect that he was also good at spells. Still, he was pleased to hear that such respected young masters had decided to stay with him as guests, and he was happy to let them stay the night. He also admitted that he'd long wanted to build a relationship as the eldest and youngest of the Kanho clans. Moreover, the rooms were already ready, so the man offered his dear guests a restful night. The boys thanked the great warrior Bulsen for such an honor and went to their rooms. The girls immediately went to bed, as they were quite tired from the journey. But Gonchan had long been accustomed to this kind of movement, so he felt great, and, lying on the bed, decided to practice his energy control. He couldn't sleep and was too bored to spend time just relaxing. Using ice magic, he cooled the tea to a comfortable temperature and poured it into a cup. It was a short break, as training inside his consciousness all night was comparable to hellish efforts for him. For the first time he noticed the slow pace of development. Sighing heavily, he was even afraid to imagine when he would thus reach the next level with such success. It seemed to him that one day he would have to go to the Mosan clan to ask them for help. Suddenly his keen sense noticed something was wrong. This wasn't the first time the guy had gotten into trouble while traveling. He didn't even want to guess what happened this time, but he had no choice but to stand aside. The other monks in this fortress were not so skilled in managing energy, so they did not yet know what was happening. Gongchan climbed onto the roof of a tall building in this city to survey the surroundings. Although not every master had time to sense the threat, it was hard not to notice, as thick purple clouds appeared around the fortress. This was not the first time Gonchan had encountered such a feeling and was sure that it was some kind of devilish spell. A moment later, a mysterious huge red dragon appeared among these terrifying clouds. The monk standing on the roof of one of the buildings understood that he was there at the right time, because this threat looked truly serious. Reaching under his kimono, he realized this was a real hunt, one that had already claimed many lives. He had no idea how the enemy had managed to find him, but he didn't want to waste time pondering it and decided to engage. The boy pulled out the very same paper figures he'd used to practice his natural chi mastery. He tossed them into the air before making his next move. The spellcaster began using dolls for the first time in his life and summoned spirits with energy between heaven and earth. His paper warriors scattered throughout the fortress to defend the local warriors. The local monks were shocked, as they had never seen such a spell before. By spreading his energy, he used his natural level of control to command the spirits to take control of his dolls. Within a moment, the dolls began to move. Controlling a spell of this magnitude required incredible chi control and vast reserves of internal energy. Gonchan was ready to demonstrate the results of his training and practice. With a serious and concentrated look, he said the name of this technique, called exorcism. The enemy dragon's enormous technique was about to collide with the young disciple Chanam's spell, which was still unknown to the world. While the clan's warriors' jaws dropped in surprise, the master of the fortress ran out into the city streets and first of all asked to tell them what was happening. The sight was terrifying. The enemy had decided to act openly, and its presence was obvious to the naked eye. The enormous red clouds and the large dragon were there for one purpose only, to destroy the talented monk from Keonam. Even the legendary warrior Bulsen was shocked by the amount of dark energy that surrounded his fortress. Gonchan was in the vanguard, and he was seriously determined to give battle to the enemy. His first attack wasn't enough to deal with the enemy, but he wasn't worried, because otherwise it wouldn't have been interesting. While the guy was looking for weaknesses in the enemy's equipment, the dragon was already rushing towards him. But suddenly he unexpectedly changed the trajectory of his flight. Now everything has become clear. Gonchan was wrong. It seems he was not the main target of the enemy troops. Warrior Bulsen was excited to join the battle. It was not yet known what he was capable of, and besides, the enemy spell brought real terror to everyone present. Worried about the master of the fortress, the student Chonam immediately headed towards the city streets to defend the legendary warrior. The magical dragon had already begun to charge its first volley, which would obviously be incredibly powerful. Such a powerful pressure of dark energy nearby had a huge impact on all the fighters of the Chanbol clan, while the leader of their organization tried to resist. Gonchan rushed to his defense. He immediately began to form a seal in order to cast another spell. Leaping towards the enemy dragon, he again turned to the spirits and uttered the words of the spell. His chi became the second flash in the clan fighter's line of sight. Without wasting any time, he turned to the leader of the Chanbol clan to begin his prayer, asking the disciples to support their master. The man was clearly not prepared for this battle. He did not know what to expect from such a terrifying technique, but he still began his prayer. All his disciples also cast aside their fear of the enemy and continued to pray to Buddha along with their teacher. As he rushed into battle, Gonchan again turned to his spirits and asked them to destroy evil and stop the enemy's atrocities. It was an exorcism technique again, but this time he put a lot more chi into it, and it became much more powerful. The incredible power prevented the enemy spell from carrying out its attack. The sound of a powerful explosion spread throughout the entire area. The enemy vehicles stopped, heavy purple smoke hung in the air, and the excited fighters of the Chonbol clan looked in anticipation in the direction where the dragon was. The smoke began to clear, and it became clear that even the young monk's second blow was not enough to destroy this dark spell. The legendary warrior began to get nervous and bit his lower lip. The surviving enemy vehicles pounced on him to defeat him with brute force. He grimaced, as if he was preparing for an awkward death in front of his subordinates. But as it turned out, Gonchan managed to stop the enemy spell, and a doll of the enemy's equipment ended up in his hands. The enemy's attack was based on a normal, enraged snake. Gongchan was surprised by its self-confidence, because even after losing its energy boost, it continued to attack despite the lack of any prospects. By squeezing the snake's body in his hands, he prevented the enemy from resuming the technique. Unexpectedly for him, the health of the leader of the Chonbol clan deteriorated sharply. The legendary warrior fell to the ground unconscious, and Gongchan immediately ran to help him. While lifting the body of Mr. Bulson, he turned to the local soldiers and asked them to immediately take the monk to their hospital. The news of the unsuccessful attack had already reached the enemy camp, which was located among the forest and rocks. Despite the failure, the enemy leader simply started laughing, which greatly excited his charges. Seeing the occultist's anxiety, the mysterious man asked them not to do anything stupid and not to make a fuss over such a minor setback. Before summing up, the man with the scar over his right eye sighed heavily. This was strange to him, as he hadn't expected the weaklings of the Murim Alliance to be able to destroy the spell cast by the Blood Dragon Slayer, on whom he had placed such high hopes. He couldn't even imagine such an outcome, so he turned to his fighters and asked them to find out the reason why their rather powerful spell was unable to cope with the task. In addition, he also asked his wards if there was any news from Manoia. One of the hooded occultists replied that they had a letter saying that chaos had broken out in third world countries. It seems this news was so pleasant that it distracted this gentleman from his recent failure and brought an evil smile to his face. It was obvious that this was connected with the first step of the blood cult, which turned out to be unexpected for the warriors of Christianity. However, he did not want to be distracted by the successes of other organizations and stated that they still had enough work to do in the near future. Reaching forward, he urged his fighters to hurry and prepare for the next step of their cult. He was very intrigued by what was happening in the world and eagerly awaited new news regarding the activities of the blood cult. Morning came and Gonchan spent the whole night next to the master of this fortress. Doctors at the local hospital have already begun treating their commander-in-chief. It seems this religious clan practiced needle therapy. The doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead, a task he found difficult. Seeing how he'd spent the entire night continuing to treat Bulson, Gongchan inquired about the legendary warrior's condition and what was going on. After summing up his master's condition, the doctor replied that in his opinion, the main crisis was already behind him and Bulson could gradually regain his energy. Despite his weakness and strong trembling in his body, the legendary warrior was able to extend his hand towards the young disciple of the Jeonnam clan and addressed him by name. Gongchan immediately rushed to his bed and asked the monk not to worry about the recent events and suggested that he calmly recuperate. The man was a man of honor, so he thanked the incredible young man for his help and said that their Chonbol clan was now greatly in his debt. He also apologized for not being able to guide their group on their journey. In response, the worried guy asked not to worry about it and suggested using his energy only for recovery. He was so impressed by the young sorcerer's strength that he asked him, with hope in his eyes, to build a relationship between the elder and younger warrior from Kanho during their next meeting. These words brought a pleasant smile to the Taoist's face, as he could not refuse such an offer. He replied that he would look forward to this moment, because for him, collaborating with the legendary warrior was a great honor. Having dealt with the issues inside the Chonbol fortress, the boy gathered his squad of women to continue his journey. Having finished his business, he said that they were now ready to continue their journey to the Murim Union. Soon they reached the city of the Murim Union. The road turned out to be calm, and they did not encounter any more enemies. Inside the city, the situation was completely different from that of the Chanbol clan fortress. The local beauties whispered about their affairs. It seemed that the situation in the world had passed them by. This strikingly calm atmosphere didn't go unnoticed by Gonchan. Smiling at the beauties' glances, he declared that even the air was different in the Murim Union, much to the anger of his companions, who were surely attracted to him. Sister Gonen understood that these words were connected with the large number of free beauties, and therefore, with a threatening look, she replied that he was talking nonsense, since a similar atmosphere now reigned in all the cities where they had been. The boy's anger was such that he shuddered, and he awkwardly replied that he had accidentally said it out loud. The disapproving looks of their nieces spoke for them. The older sister said that Gongchan was probably crazy, but the guy again justified himself and said that most likely he was just too tired. But a passing beauty changed his train of thought again, and he said that a few cups of tea would certainly help him. Despite the beauty of his companions, he was captivated by some girl passing by. He was so absorbed in his gaze that he completely forgot that he was not alone in this city. He was distracted again by Gonen, who noticed that his eyes looked too suspicious. Ren agreed with her older sister from the Jeonnam clan, while Yeon simply stated that she was disappointed in her uncle. 3 threatening and condemning glances put the guy in such an awkward position that the promising master had to go on the defensive and make excuses. He decided to get out of this situation by changing the topic of conversation, so he suggested that the girls go to the guest room of the Cheonnam clan to get some rest after the hard journey, since he thought that everyone was simply too tired. It seems his efforts did not change their opinion much, and so the girls unanimously responded that their teacher was an ordinary pervert. In search of someone less aggressive than his companions, Gongchan came to his comrades who lived in the Jeonnam area. The guys were happy to see one of the most talented disciples of their sect and happily invited Gongchan and his team inside the building to rest. In response, the hermit asked if any of the elders were there, and the boys answered with surprise that there was no one there at the moment. The young master quickly changed the subject and hurriedly asked them not to worry and just bring them tea. During the conversation, Sister Gonen was unable to recall the recent incident inside the Chanbol clan fortress. With a calm gaze, the master replied that it was a spell in the form of a red dragon, containing as much energy as if it had been practiced for 600 years. These words simply shocked Ren. The eldest niece concluded that if that dragon really carried within itself an amount of energy equivalent to 600 years of practice, then there was no doubt that such a technique was too difficult for most of the strongest masters. Sister Gonen added that she was sure it was incredibly difficult to handle such a challenge with someone of Gonchan's level of spellcasting. While sipping hot tea, the young Taoist agreed that he could not defeat such a terrifying spell with his own strength alone. His first step was to distribute all the lost spirits throughout the Chanbol clan's fortress. All the spirits went to the places where magic circles were installed in the clan. After that, he changed the existing protective circles to stronger ones, and then used them on himself. In addition to all this, a prayer was added from the great warrior Bulsen and the disciples of the Chanbol clan. Even though it was a high-level spell, it couldn't withstand such a significant numerical superiority. Ren couldn't hide her delight and asked her uncle how he came up with such an idea in a matter of moments. It was obvious that Sister Gonen was becoming nervous at this incredible story. She had assumed that Gonchan was simply a low-class spellcaster at the moment, but he had easily adapted to the situation and found a way out. The conversation was interrupted by one of the clan's students. He had business with teacher Gongchan. He said that representatives of the Murim Union wished to meet with him personally. It was a serious matter, so the guy immediately put down his cup of tea. Gongchan rose resolutely from the table and declared himself ready for this meeting. The young man went to the meeting, where he was received by the union leader himself, and during their meeting, the Sword King admitted he had heard a lot about him. Namgung Muja first inquired about the recent incident, which Gongchan himself had also been involved in. He asked how he had managed to break the Red Dragon's incredibly powerful spell. The young Taoist of the Cheonam clan told everything exactly as he had told his group. The boy's cunning approach intrigued the elders, and one of them confidently declared that if they acted in the same way as Taoist Cheonam, then even if a person was not very strong in spells, they would still have a chance to reflect the enemy's spell with a significant advantage in terms of power. The union leader decided that in that case, they should gather energy from many people. He was certain that the illusion spell they had already seen was also created with the help of a large number of occultists. But things weren't as simple as they seemed. Sword King Namgung Muja pointed out that even if they had a way to stop the spell, it wouldn't be enough, as their enemies always remained hidden, while their alliance was always in plain sight. The last participant joined the dialogue, and with his cough and thoughtful silence, he attracted the attention of the second headman and the leader of the union. Scratching his beard, the old man reminded that enemy spells of this kind only harmed 5 people per day, which meant that the enemy forces had a limit on the power and range of such techniques. Gongchan understood what was being said. He was interested in the words of this man, since he knew very well that this was the former leader of the Mosan clan, from whom he really wanted to learn experience in using energy at the natural level of possession. The old man continued, saying that to solve a problem like this, they would have to expend a great deal of resources. He meant that if they took well-crafted gold and a spell with them, then that would be enough to repel the enemy's techniques. The union leader took this advice seriously and replied that in that case they would begin preparations immediately. He expressed great gratitude for the old man's wisdom and declared that he hoped for his assistance in the future. The atmosphere at this meeting once again demonstrated the seriousness of the union's attitude toward what is happening in the world. Murim truly makes such decisions very quickly. Stretching out his hand, Sword King Namgung Muja declared that from now on, they would begin to follow the plan to combat the spell called the Murim Alliance. While the martial arts clan alliance was making such important decisions, there was also some good news in the Jeonnam clan. Teacher Chunjin arrived to meet with the sect leader and reported that after the battle with the Daesan Palace, they had received all the rights of the destroyed Hwasun clan. In simple terms, it can now be said that most of the clans in the Somseo Palace are subordinate to the Jeonnam clan. Interesting news was also received from the allied Moan clan. Jeonnam and Moyeon made a deal, and after that, rumors began to circulate that Moyeon had begun to increase his influence in Yeonyang Palace. It was about that very secret training technique of Gongchan. In addition to this, Ren and Yen were sent to the master to continue their joint training and exchange of experience for some time. Teacher Chunjin believed that this was a difficult path for the 2 flowers of the Moan clan, so he and the elders decided to appoint Gonen as an accompanying master for their detachment just in case. News of the recent incident in the Chonbul clan had already reached the Cheonnam Palace, and the leader of the sect admitted that he had already heard about the great deed that their most talented disciple had recently done. The world was once again shocked by the power of the Jeonnam clan. After all, Gonchan not only saved the leader of a powerful clan, a member of the Murim Alliance, but also single-handedly managed to destroy an enemy spell with the energy power of 600 years of spiritual practice. Let's return to our young monk. It was already evening, and he was humming as he returned to his room. He was pleased with how he spent his day, as he managed to learn a lot of interesting things just by talking to other spellcasters. It was a joy for him to learn something new completely free of charge, because such opportunities don't come along very often. There was a smile on his face, and a sincere and friendly laugh emanated from him at the mere thought that the next day he would also be able to obtain the knowledge that was important to him. But suddenly he stopped and was distracted from talking to himself. 3 masters walked by, accompanied by 2 girls. They were heatedly discussing some rumors. One of them stopped as soon as he saw the Taoist of the Cheonnam clan. Gonchan was clearly not happy about this meeting, but it was too late to run away. The master stopped and greeted the young monk with respect. It was the son of the Sword King, and Gongchan awkwardly reciprocated his feelings. Despite the forced smile on his face, he was deeply irritated by the situation. One of Master Namgun's comrades asked who they were dealing with. It was the first time he had seen the son of the Muram Union leader greet someone first. This unfriendly man named Dang Mugi, nicknamed the Poisonous Dragon, with a displeased face, rudely asked the young master who he was and where he came from. Gonchan was unhappy that his wonderful evening had been ruined by this company, but he calmly introduced himself anyway, hoping that they would quickly leave him alone. But the violent reaction to his name indicated otherwise. Everyone except Mr. Namgung was extremely surprised by such a meeting. Biting his lip nervously, the dragon blade named Peng Majin thought that it was extremely unexpected to see the one who had embarrassed his family in this place again. One of the ladies introduced herself in a calm tone as Sol Myeon from the Ice Palace, and admitted that she had been looking forward to this meeting for a long time. The second lady from Master Namgung's company turned out to be less well-mannered. Her name is Hua Yeon, and she is known to the world under the pseudonym Burning Flame. She didn't care about Gongchan's recent achievements. Due to rumors of this master's incredible strength, she offered to fight him without further ado. Before Gongchan could respond, Dong Mugi intervened and asked his sister not to disgrace her family by trying to fight with someone from the village clan. The insolent behavior of these arrogant rich men got on the monk's nerves. The most reasonable response came from the son of the union's leader, Murim, who had already suffered for his arrogance toward the Taoist from Jeonnam. He suggested that his comrades cool their ardor and move on. He addressed Master Gongchan with respect and apologized for the behavior of his comrades. It seems that the conflict was resolved and the masters of the rich clans moved on. But Gonchan saw this as a great opportunity and provocatively told them behind their backs that he wouldn't fight until he was sure he could make money from it. Huayan immediately noticed his words and stopped to ask him to repeat them. Sighing demonstratively, the boy realized he'd managed to pique the interest of the fire master from Namgung's company. He repeated his words about not fighting for free, arguing that he was the only one wasting his time playing with masters of their caliber. The guy's bold words shocked the well-mannered mistress of the Ice Palace, while Hua Yan admiringly noted that Gongchan was an interesting and hot guy. She came closer to him in order to make him a tempting offer. Her proposal was quite unexpected. Considering herself a real beauty, she said that if he won their fight, then she would allow him to go on a date with her. This move was quite bold, and a sly smile appeared on Gongchan's face after hearing these words. He saw opportunities for negotiations. The guy calmly replied that he was not interested in her, but despite this, he was ready to fight if in exchange she could tell him the basic principles of her clan's martial arts. It seemed that his words deeply hurt the feelings of the beauty, and she shouted in anger that this was an unfair proposal, because everyone was madly eager to take her as a wife, while Gongchan only asked to learn the basis of her martial arts, which sounded like utter absurdity to her. While Hua Yeon was fuming, Dong Mugi took the initiative and suggested that Taoist Gongchan was probably so confident for a reason, but he didn't like the way the boy talked so much without any manners. The young monk from Jeonnam replied that he didn't bother with manners and was simply saying he wasn't going to fight for the sake of it. Seeing through the arrogant guise, he offered him to join the deal. He was ready to fight with him if he could put something valuable in the fight. Gongchan's communication skills were simply incredible. He made both representatives of the Fire Clan burn with rage. The situation continued to escalate, and the Taoist made the timely decision to leave the boys alone with their rage and disturbing thoughts, so he apologized and said that he was in a hurry and had to leave them. Dang Mugi was beside himself with anger. His body was filled with anger. The master's provocation turned out to be incredibly successful, and as he left, he understood that it was unlikely that they would simply forget what had happened. The next day, while waiting for a response to the recent proposal, the boy continued to improve his spellcasting skills. Despite his talent for learning magic, he experienced some difficulties in mastering the new technique, which was immediately noticed by one of the elders of the Union. Gonchan explained the essence of the problem by saying that he was unable to make a magic circle using the method he knew. He looked so upset that the man decided to help and invited him to come closer. The old man believed that the young master was missing one detail. For such a case, he additionally used another seal. Having placed the second seal, he concentrated on it and began to release energy, forming signs with his palms, which Gonchan closely watched. In a moment, he managed to create a large magic circle in the radius where they were. Gonchan was amazed by the incredible power of this spell, after just one adjustment in its execution. But he was still puzzled by how this method differed from what he himself had attempted. The old man laughed mysteriously in response to his question. With a smile on his face, he explained that the spell actually needed to be slightly modified depending on the time and place it was used. This is a common practice as the energy in that location is a bit unique compared to other places, and because of this he was forced to change the spell and paper specifically for that location. Confused, Gongchan was surprised and replied that in that case, he would need to learn many more theoretical details regarding the execution of such techniques. The man agreed and said that this was normal, as the young Taoist Jonam was only just beginning his journey of mastering the martial arts. He had high hopes for the young master's rapid development, knowing that they needed more magic circles to stop the devil's spell. On the way home, he told them that he knew about the meeting between Gongchan and young masters from other famous clans, and he was interested in why the world-famous Taoist Chonam decided to make them such an offer. Seeing the guy's reaction, he realized that Gonchan was the only one in the entire Muram Union who had not heard about these rumors. It turned out that the situation was perceived ambiguously. Some masters from the clan were furious and said that they would not allow Gongchan to get away with this. Out of awkwardness, the young Taoist put his hand on the back of his head and, trying to relax the situation, replied that in his opinion nothing serious had happened. Returning to the Jeonnam area, he realized that he had underestimated the seriousness of the situation. Sitting at the meeting of elders, he felt that things would not be easy for him. The attention of all the participants in this meeting was focused on the young monk, which created an awkward problem for them. The situation was so tense that the hermit Gongchan began to feel very anxious. He hadn't taken responsibility for his actions, and so all he could do was smile awkwardly. One of the elders complained that the Taoist's performance had caused people to talk about the Chonam clan too much. Repeating the same mistake, he began to justify himself and said that they started it first. His lie was easy to recognize, so they all said in one voice that it was time for him to grow up, and from these words, the guy sank into himself. He didn't yet know that due to the recent incident, the Sacheondang family had challenged the Jonam clan to a duel. The guy was quite surprised, although he expected that this would happen, but no one personally told him this news. Remembering those guys, he realized that the one who spoke on behalf of the Sacheondang family was that same daring guy named Songi. The village chief decided that Gonchan had set them all up, coming all the way to the Muram alliance just to cause more trouble. He ordered him to immediately apologize to the aforementioned clan and not to escalate the situation further. As an argument, they reminded him of his own wise words that the ability to restrain oneself is equal to victory in battle. Unexpectedly for everyone, he demonstrated the seriousness of his intentions and firmly stated that he would accept the challenge to a duel. The elders were furious at the boy's arbitrariness. They could not believe his impudent and daring response. In his defense, Gongchan said that they were the first to show disrespect to the Jeonnam clan, and after that, he could not stand aside. He believes that it would be absolutely wrong for a Taoist from the Jeonnam clan. One of the disgruntled elders stated that the monk had come to the Union primarily to fight against the devil's illusions with his spellcasting skills, and not to fight and conflict with other clans. Another argument was that they were worried about their strongest disciple. After these words, the young monk calmly asked the elders not to worry about him. With a self-confident smile, he replied that, in any case, it would be easy as pie for him to win. The representative of the conflicted clan was a poisonous dragon named Dang Mugi. He was the grandson of the poisonous king Dang Chong, the former head of the Sachan Dang family. In order to make him the heir to the poisonous king's throne, the Sacheon Dang family fearlessly invested huge amounts of money in him. In return, Dang Mugi gained incredible strength from a young age by practicing with the best Kanho teachers. Therefore, he believed that he was the strongest of the 10 true Kanho dragons. This is the reason why Dang Mugi looked down on other masters. His arrogance was primarily due to his early acquisition of power. This arrogance collided with Gongchan's arrogance and created a spark. The martial arts match between the Sacheon Dang family and the Jeonnam clan became a hotly debated issue in the Murim alliance. Gongchan didn't even worry about the 10 true dragons of Kanho. That's how confident he really was. The Murima Union, the center of Kanho, was where many stories had happened, and now all the people's attention was focused on the next story, the duel between Gonchan and Dang Mugi. Most of the city's craftsmen arrived for the rare spectacle. The front row was filled with the same group Gonchan had recently encountered. The heroes of this celebration stood in the ring. Gonchan, as usual, was unwavering, calmly standing before his opponent with his hands folded in front of him. With an unperturbed face, he continued to provoke his opponent and arrogantly asked the dragon what he had prepared for him, recalling his words that he would not fight just for fun. The noble family member calmly replied that honor cannot be bought or sold, but he still took Gongchan's words into account and prepared a heavenly poison pill. Realizing this news immediately changed the guy's attitude towards the battle. He knew that this was the best of the best pills, which instantly gives internal energy equal to 30 years of practice. Satisfied with the enemy's answer, the monk said that in that case he was ready to begin the fight. Their judge was very surprised, but the Dragon Dang stated that before they began the duel, he would like to ask for one condition. Filled with rage, the boy shouted that he wanted to be allowed to kill his opponent in this battle. He believed that this was a necessary condition for fully exploiting their family's martial arts. The audience was shocked by this statement, and they began to discuss that Dang was actually planning to end everything with the Sacheon Dang family's poisonous technique. But this didn't affect the arrogant Gongchan's composure in any way. No one knew about his incredible resistance to poison, so he calmly replied that he had no objection to this condition of the duel. The judge didn't like this calmness at all, but the guy assured him that there was no need to worry because a heavenly poison pill was at stake, and for him it was worth the risk. Gonchan didn't even doubt his words, which made the judge worry that he was in his right mind. Still, he had no other choice, so he folded his hands in front of him and said that he hoped that the participants would not do anything that would go against the rules of Kanho. After these words, he announced the start of the fight, and the intrigued crowd began chanting the names of their favorites. The poisonous dragon Sacheon Dang began to flex his fists in anticipation of the fight. With an arrogant smile, he turned to the Taoist and said that if he asked for his life right now, he would pretend that nothing had happened between them. With a serious look, Gonchan offered to repeat those words again if he could win. After this, he began the fight and quickly rushed towards his opponent. The guy began to analyze his opponent's stance and at the same time strengthen his fist, releasing energy. The close combat began with a parry. The guy who mastered poison techniques turned out to be no easy feat. He easily managed to block the young monk's first blow. This was followed by a counterattack that caught Gonchan off guard. He instantly tried to counterattack using poison, but Gongchan dodged it. Without stopping there, the poisonous dragon continued its attack. The next blow of the claws never reached the body of the student of Jeonnam. Only after this did Gonchan realize that the enemy was using poison in his techniques. He decided not to counterattack and merely dodged the enemy's attacks, gradually learning the peculiarities of his fighting style. Unable to stop the enemy's series of unpunished attempts to attack, he decided to retreat to a safer distance and jumped back. Feeling superior, Sacheon Dang decided to encourage his pathetic opponent and noticed that he was reacting to what was happening quite quickly. While showing off his poison glove, he said that everyone knew that being injured by the Dang family's poison technique was fatal and Gongchan would not be able to escape it. But such words did not disturb the monk at all. He disrespectfully began to warm up in the middle of the battle, realizing that he was clearly not the one who should fear enemy poisons. With interest in his eyes, he declared that he was going to beat up a self-confident and impudent guy from a noble family, which was disrespectful to the Jeonnam clan. His calmness provoked the enemy even more, and the poisonous dragon rushed at the monk in a rage. His reckless and emotional behavior weakened his guard, and he didn't even notice how Gongchan easily dodged this attack and even ended up behind him. He found himself in a worse position, as he no longer had the opportunity to dodge. The first blow of this fight was delivered by Gonchan. The impact was so strong that Dang was thrown back several meters and fell on his back. Gonchan's brute force seemed to have already guaranteed him victory. But as it turned out, this was still not enough. The poisonous claws of his opponent's glove dug into the ground in rage. Sacheon Dang rose to his feet with a burning gaze. Despite the heavy blow he had taken, he still wanted to continue the fight, because his pride and the honor of the clan were at stake. Having calmed down a little, his gaze became unwavering again and said only one thing: he was not going to give up so easily. Gonchan was surprised by the enemy's behavior, so he turned to the young warrior and told him that he should stop, since his tenacity alone was worthy of praise. His words only enraged the young and ambitious man, and he shouted back his words that the duel would only end when one of them died. The Taoist of the Jeonnam clan, understanding the situation, simply agreed with the words of the future head of the Dang clan and said that from now on he would fight seriously. Analyzing the abilities of the talented student Jeonnam, Sacheon Dang suggested that in a battle of speed, Gongchan could not be that much stronger than himself. He had only one trump card that he was counting on. He believed that by hooking his enemy with his poisonous claws, he would be able to win immediately. Each of his blows was accompanied by a release of poison, but the dragon was never able to reach the body of the unarmed Taoist Jeonnam. Having only one blow in mind as a tactic, he did not bother with more subtle techniques or the use of strategy. His self-confidence once again allowed Gonchan to get within counter-attacking distance. Sachkon managed to notice the enemy's intentions and immediately jumped back to a safer distance. Without hesitation, he rushed into battle again to deliver a powerful direct blow. Gonchan, without moving from his place, responded with the same blow. Thanks to the released energy of both fighters, their fists literally hung in the air a few millimeters apart. A smug grin appeared on the poisonous dragon's face as he thought he was about to catch his opponent with his poisonous gloves. But he miscalculated again, and just before the end of the fight, Gongchan told him with a calm look that this time he was really serious. Burning with rage, Sacheon Dang asked him not to talk nonsense, considering his victory an obvious outcome. But he was wrong. After just a moment, he saw Gongchan's internal energy that surrounded his fist and was able to destroy the poisonous glove. This was the last powerful blow that Gonchan dealt. Dang Mugi was unable to stay on his feet for the second time. He flew back several meters and fell on his back again. Impeccable martial arts skills and years of internal energy practice allowed the young Taoist Jeonnam to once again demonstrate the superiority of their old school. The referee of this fight approached the fighter lying on the ground to check his condition. The man was shocked, and with a trembling voice, he declared the winner to be the Taoist of the Jeonnam clan. The crowd clearly did not expect such a result from the fight, but the majority began to chant the winner's name in unison. The firewoman bit her lip nervously. Only at that moment did she realize that Gongchan was an unusual master, since he defeated Dang Mugi with such ease. But Mr. Namgung had long seen the incredible potential of his former opponent in a friendly fight. The fight ended, and as promised, Gongchan received his valuable prize, although he could not believe that he had received such a precious thing in just one day. Returning home with a satisfied smile, he hoped that he would keep it for himself and would not have to give it to someone else. Suddenly, on the way home, he was distracted by the guy who was standing in front of him and most likely wanted to talk. It was the young warrior Namgung, the son of the Sword King, and after the battle he could not help but meet Gongchan in person. His first words embarrassed the young master from Jeonnam by saying the match was incredible. Gongchan was delighted to hear such praise from his former opponent and thanked him. But he clearly didn't meet with him just for these words, and understanding this, Gonchan said that if there was something he could help with, then he would always be ready. Folding his hands and bowing, he replied that he would like to request a friendly duel. He also added that he not only wants to repeat their fight, but also to start learning under his mentorship. The young master was surprised and asked the warrior if his gaze had truly changed so dramatically. It was clear from Namgung's gaze that it had, so Gongchan, with a friendly smile, replied that since they had known each other for a long time, he didn't need to give him anything for such a duel. He had to say this, as he had previously demonstrated himself as a person for whom values were the only benefit from interaction with other masters. He asked where the young warrior would like to have a duel, and Namgung replied that he was ready to do it any time and anywhere. Gonchan didn't want to start a fight while they were talking, so they agreed to postpone the fight until the next day, since they needed someone as a witness anyway. After these words, they said goodbye, and the son of the Sword King left. The young master was unsure whether everything would go well. Perhaps he was wondering if Namgung was seeking revenge for his defeat and that of his close comrade. In reality, he was thinking about the wrong issues, the ones he needed to worry about in the near future. There was a lot of negative emotion in the meeting room from the elders. They were beside themselves with rage when they heard that their fighter had another fight, and with a representative of one of the largest families, the great Namgung family. It seemed to them that the guy had come to the Murim Union specifically to fight with others. Without having a word to answer, Gonchan simply looked down dejectedly. Another tense conversation with the other elders exhausted him so much that he decided to rest with his group, with whom he went on a mission. While talking to Moen's nieces, he said with resentment that the elders were too strict. Ren agreed with them in a way and said that he was bad, since there were rumors that he received a heavenly poison pill as a reward for the duel. Another disappointment plunged the boy into a temporary deep depression. He thought that his nieces did not appreciate their teacher's work at all. It seemed to him that the attitude towards him after such an act should have been at the highest level, since he had really worked productively and through honest labor obtained such a valuable and rare thing. To put a little pressure on his sisters, he said in an offended tone that he had been going through a really tough time, but they hadn't even come to his aid. Ren replied that they tried because it was impossible not to notice how he constantly complained about everything. Her uncle was extremely unhappy with this attitude. Gonen suddenly joined their conversation, surprised that the guys were arguing as usual. The most active participants in this dispute immediately began to point the finger at each other. But Gonen's sister didn't care who was to blame for this conflict. As a more reasonable and mature girl, she asked them to stop this mess before anyone saw it. Then she moved on to her question. She had already heard that her younger brother had a duel planned for the next day. Gongchan said he really was going to fight the young warrior Namgung. As it turned out, she came with unexpected news. Their clan had sent orders for Gongchan's group to return home. This made perfect sense to the young master, so he decided not to challenge the decision, as he had already participated in the meeting. He replied that he understood everything and agreed to return, but only after his duel with his next opponent. The next morning it was time for the battle, and Gongchan, as planned, met with the young warrior Namgung. Without further ado, they both rushed into the attack with swords in hand. In this battle, both sides looked like they were equal in strength. At some point, Gonchan even felt some superiority in strength on the part of his opponent. In fact, he even had to strike several times just to parry one of his blows. This time, the young warrior Namgung looked like a more serious opponent. Obviously, his sword had become much heavier. The beginning of the fight was a battle of endurance. Despite the opponent's advantage in strength, Gongchan was able to parry each blow several times for a long time. The crowd was sated with spectacle, having witnessed Jeonnam's swordsmanship after Gongchan's recent battle with warrior Dang. They found it hard to believe a sword could be so fast, but at the same time, it was hard to ignore the sheer power of warrior Namgung's strikes. Avoiding a pointless, prolonged battle, Gonchan jumped back to a safer distance to analyze his opponent. Gongchan was satisfied with his opponent's abilities, while Namgung understood that this fight would not be easy for him. Pausing for a moment, the talented fighter of the Cheonam clan noted that his opponent had made great progress since their last meeting. In the opinion of the warrior Namgung, he only made a little progress, but he also noticed that Gongchan had also become stronger. They both seemed to notice the progress they'd made since their last fight. Gonchan suggested continuing, asking his opponent to show him everything he could. The son of the Sword King rushed to attack the enemy he truly admired. To him, Gongchan looked so strong that he couldn't even hope to defeat him. But for the sake of his goal, he was ready to give it his all, regardless of the outcome of the fight. The experience he would gain in this fight would be invaluable, and everyone understood that. Gongchan couldn't believe how much stronger Namgung had become, as the mere presence of his inner energy made everything around him crumble before his eyes. Taoist Zhongnam recognized the incredible fighting spirit of his opponent in the friendly duel. It was obvious how he was trying to suppress the surrounding space in order to prevent Gongchan from using some techniques. The shocked audience couldn't believe what they were witnessing. This was the imperial sword technique, and it was incredible that a young warrior at his age had already achieved such mastery. Gongchan wasn't familiar with the great Namgung family's array of techniques, but hearing whispers about the imperial sword technique made everything clear. He realized the enemy had greatly improved this sword, as it was now clearly different from what he'd heard. Having created the ideal conditions for the duel, the young warrior turned to Gongchan and warned him that he would now begin the attack. Gonchan replied that he was ready to continue the fight and also asked his opponent to show everything he was capable of. After these words, he himself began to prepare, releasing his internal energy. The young warrior Namgung was about to attack when suddenly Gongchan's powerful technique appeared on the battlefield, taking him by surprise. The spectators were shocked for the second time. In a friendly duel, they were able to see the legendary technique of the Cheonam clan, namely, the conquering sword of Zhongwen. The Sword King's son's plans changed abruptly. He didn't expect his opponent to resort to this technique so early. Now he had to change his own tactics and go on the defensive. Gonchan was much more experienced. Remembering his fight with the Lord of the Occultists, he decided to use his tactics and began a battle of attrition against the enemy. The incredible number of blades flying towards the Union leader's son did not allow him to relax. He had to fend off endless attacks from the subduing sword Zhongwen performed by the Taoist Zhongnam. Despite the young master's determination and perseverance, there was no end to the spiritual blades. As time went on, it became harder and harder for him to resist. At one point, he was unable to stop the swords at a safe distance and therefore had to parry them point blank. He understood that if he didn't do anything, he would soon be unable to keep up with the attacks of his future mentor. It seems Gonchan decided to teach his opponent a lesson, showing that even constant use of one technique can lead you to victory if you surpass your opponent in terms of endurance and speed. The crowd began to scream in admiration as the form of the imperial sword of the great Namgung clan's warrior began to disappear before their eyes. The superiority of the Cheonam sect's sword was hard to deny. The pressure from the young monk brought his opponent closer to the edge of the arena. Looking at the enemy, everything became clear to the warrior Namgung. Gonchan's superiority was simply undeniable. The guy continued the battle without any tension. In just a moment, the imperial sword's technique was exhausted. The young warrior Namgung could no longer continue to resist, so he decided to accept defeat. Gongchan sighed with relief. In fact, he didn't expect his opponent to be so stubborn. The son of the Sword King respectfully folded his hands in front of him and thanked his comrade for this duel, saying that he had managed to learn a lot. With a friendly smile, Gonchan replied that it was indeed a great fight, and he looked forward to doing it again in the future. Despite the incredible efforts of the young warrior Namgung, without even moving from his spot, Gongchan deservedly won this friendly duel. That evening, Gongchan and his sisters had already packed their things and were ready to return home. But unexpected guests were waiting for them outside the door. An emotional Ren and Gongchan froze in surprise. Before them stood a huge crowd of new admirers of the famous Taoist of the Cheonan clan. They called him the master of life and death, begged him for a moment of conversation, and even proposed marriage into their clan. Gonen's sister pointed out that Gonchan's popularity was no longer some kind of joke, and in response, the boy only laughed in confusion. The hermit monk probably regretted that he had become such an attractive person for his own purposes, because now he had to deal with endless admirers. They managed to break away from the fans, and Gongchan and his team headed home to Cheonan Fortress on a carriage. Returning home, the hermit monk admitted that it was very tiring for him to meet so many people. His popularity also had its downsides. The eldest niece reassured her uncle by saying that things of this kind were very important for the growth of their clan. The guy replied that he was aware of this approach and therefore put on the best performance for such an influential audience from the entire Murim Union. Being the daughter of a large family, Yan advised him to refrain from such words, otherwise he might lose face and other masters would treat him with caution. But the young master had a completely different attitude, so he said that when a warrior becomes strong enough, everyone begins to treat him equally well. But Yen disagreed and replied that there was nothing more unsightly than a classless master. Her pride put the guy in an awkward position, and he responded with an offended expression that he expected such words from a descendant of the great Murong family. Such impudent speech brought the girl to her senses, and she asked her uncle with a serious look to watch his words. The tension in the carriage made everyone present feel uneasy. Gonen's more sensible and mature sister asked her younger brother to immediately apologize to his niece. Remembering that sometimes it was worth being more polite, the guy diligently began to apologize to his niece for his thoughtless rudeness. The tense atmosphere didn't change much, and Ren joined the conversation, saying that before they returned to the Cheonan clan, they should ease the tension and stop in some town to eat something tasty. Confused, Gongchan saw hope in this proposal and asked where a suitable place might be. His younger sister suggested going to Yangtze, where she had seen a good restaurant. With a smile on his face in relief, the guy turned to the driver and asked him to change the route a little. After this, he turned to his dejected team and suggested that they go visit one of the great families to eat delicious food and lift everyone's spirits. It turned out that the town of Yangtze was well developed in terms of trade. The streets were overflowing with people. The youngest niece noted that this was a place where merchants and locals stopped before leaving for Shanxi. Originally, it was under the jurisdiction of Huazhen Gate, a division of the Mount Hua sect. Hearing this, Gongchan assumed that she should then be under the jurisdiction of their Cheonan clan, but things were not as simple as he expected. Gonen, clasping her hands in front of her, told her brother that the Huazhen Gate had suffered considerable damage, but despite this, it was still quite active. Therefore, they must be cautious until their sect's position was fully determined. The young monk began scratching his head in understanding, and the girl added that there shouldn't be anything complicated about it, but it would be better if he were informed about this matter in advance before he caused problems for the family. Gongchan decided not to dwell on the problems of the sect and returned to the question of where the good place was that Yan had spoken of. Anticipating fun, the younger sister replied that she would immediately take them to that legendary place. Such bragging from the hyperactive Yen caught the guy off guard, and he began to doubt whether this was a good idea, but he still did not change his plans and suggested going and checking whether they really should stop there. They headed to the center of the shopping center, where a prominent multi-story building stood. The place was bustling with customers, and Ren introduced the Huangpo Hotel as a famous restaurant. After these words, a polite waiter approached them and, with a smile on his face, greeted the guests and asked what they would like to order. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ren took the initiative and suggested trying a local dish called Yangchengquan. Seeing that Gongchan didn't understand anything, the waiter introduced the dish as something like a sheep roll and added that it was prepared in the spring for an ancestral ritual, which is where it got its name. The girl, with an incredible appetite, immediately asked for a larger portion and, in addition, some of their signature dishes. To loosen things up, she offered the team a drink, and even the cautious Gongchan wasn't opposed to it. Hearing the encouragement from her companions, Yen added 3 more bottles of liquor to the order, which goes very well with the recently mentioned sheep roll. Gonchan was surprised by such proactive behavior of his hyperactive niece and noticed that she really takes what she eats seriously. Recalling recent events and sighing heavily, Gonchan assumed that they would most likely not be called up to the Murim Union again, considering it such a pain to be constantly on the move without the opportunity to devote time to their training. But Sister Gonen decided not to reassure him, but simply confronted him with the fact that he would have to come to terms with this way of life, since he was now the face of their sect as one of the most talented young warriors of the era. Tired of the excess attention, Gongchan repeated his words about hating things of this kind. Ren joined the conversation again. Dissatisfied with the behavior of her fatherless mentor, the girl turned to her uncle and asked him to give himself at least a little dignity. The guy started bowing low for the second time that day. "I apologize for my inappropriate behavior." After that, their order was brought to them. The rolls looked very appetizing, and everyone immediately pounced on the deliciousness. The most active team members immediately recognized the unrivaled local dish. Ren began to eat the delicious food and immediately realized that she had made the right choice. She was overwhelmed by the incredible combination of lamb and aromatic vegetables. It felt like the juice was exploding in her mouth and a real feast was beginning inside. She was genuinely glad that they had stopped at Yangtze, and her sister had also calmed down and was enjoying the incredible delicacy. While everyone was enjoying a delicious lunch, Gongchan noticed something unexpected. His youngest niece noticed his surprise and immediately asked if everything was okay. It turned out that the guy felt the presence of powerful energy inside this establishment, which emanated from 3 strangers. It was definitely a dark energy, and the most malicious one was coming from the old man who stood in the middle of the unfamiliar group of visitors. After analyzing his feelings, Gongchan realized that next to them was a master of the dark arts, and he was, at the very least, at the level of enlightenment, which was previously called the natural level of energy mastery. Gonchan asked his companions to be on their guard, as the mysterious man was obviously not a simple spellcaster. Not wanting to create new problems for himself, the guy called the waiter with a smile on his face and asked for the bill for the meal. As his team left the room, they had to make eye contact with strangers they weren't too happy to see. Gongchan was worried that those people were obviously from Huazhen Gate, and if a conflict broke out, their fight in this place could seriously harm all the visitors. As he passed by, he hoped that no one would pay attention to them and that a conflict would not arise. But the old wolf could not ignore the feeling that arose from the presence of the young hermit monk. He turned around and looked at the backs of the team from Jeonnam that had caught his attention. Meanwhile, the same polite and smiling waiter approached them, saying that he had prepared the seats and was ready to lead them to the table. But the master of the dark arts did not listen to him at all. He was staring towards the exit, where Taoist Jeonnam and his team were sent. His companions were concerned about the senior master's strange behavior, but the mysterious man asked them to ignore it. But in reality, he was filled with anger. The dark sorcerer mentally promised the Jeonnam clan that he would not let them go this time. While in the carriage, Gongchan breathed a sigh of relief, believing that all the troubles were behind them and they had managed to avoid a confrontation with the mysterious sorcerer. He turned to his companions and said that he could not believe that he would meet a man who had trained his dark arts to the level of enlightenment. He admitted he was so nervous it even gave him a stomachache. His words made Ren laugh, and she noted that he was probably just scared, not nervous. The proud warrior could not accept these words and immediately became indignant, after which another argument began. Upon returning to the Jeonnam clan's fortress, the young hermit monk kept thinking about that meeting at the Yangtze restaurant. Even with a fairly advanced intelligence network, they were unable to find out anything about the mysterious old man he had encountered. What also bothered him was that the stranger had a high level of internal energy, or, to be more precise, he was a master at the level of enlightenment. What was even more frightening was the fact that he had reached such a level by practicing dark martial arts techniques. Such an enemy on the horizon caused the guy real concern. With a serious expression on his face, he realized that he had no more time to hesitate, because this was not a problem that he could solve on his own. Gongchan came to the conclusion that he would only be able to relax when their Jeonnam clan became even stronger. This time he will have to think carefully about how to make the clan even stronger this time. This was the stage when he would have to return to his memories from his past life, believing that that experience had helped him out more than once after reincarnation. First of all, he went to meet his teacher, who, as always, pleasantly welcomed him over a cup of tea. From that moment on, he realized he would have to speak more responsibly and carefully, because his mentor's first phrase was a mention of the situation within the Murim Union, where Gonchan had taken rather risky actions for the sake of money. In his defense, the monk replied that he also remembered that an obsession with money is a direct path to destruction. But on the other hand, he believes that their clan is already facing a crisis because of their own traditions. He was talking about the incredible waste of money after the fall of the Mount Hua sect. He was also concerned about the elixirs used to replenish each person's internal energy, which also put a significant strain on their finances, even though he understood that in the long run they would bring enormous benefits. But for him, all this seemed useless if they could not overcome the crisis that would overtake them in the near future. He believed that when this happened, the only ones who would laugh would be the demonic cult and the devilish sect. Teacher Chunjin agreed with his student's words, but clarified that there was something he was missing. He was worried about how Gongchan was going to make money and whether it would harm the reputation of the entire sect. As it turned out, Gonchan was already thinking about how he could be useful. He believed that the big problem in this world was the issue of health, since this was what the needy and sick lacked most. Therefore, he suggested that medicinal herbs were sometimes even more valuable than doctors, and after the otherwise rare herb crossed the continent, it would be sold at a price that ordinary people would not even dream of. His idea was to take responsibility for all production and distribution networks of medicines. The monk stated that if they could grow it and sell it directly at a low price, then it would surely help them solve their financial problem and, moreover, would increase the clan's influence throughout Kanho. Teacher Chunjin admitted that the idea sounded good, and it would be great if they could implement such a plan. Still, they couldn't make such a rash decision, as they still had many concerns that needed their time. Gonchan replied that he understood perfectly well, but continued to rattle off a litany of his own ideas on how to resolve the clan's financial crisis. His stream of thoughts out loud greatly loaded Chunjin, and the man did not know when it would end. The young monk was so carried away by his dreams and ideas that he did not pay attention to the reaction of his mentor, and therefore the teacher was forced to stop him. Interrupting his story, his head boiling, he asked the student to give him a little time to think about everything that had been said. However, their dialogue was only a discussion of some ideas, and he could not resolve all these proposals on his own. Gongchan began to understand his mistake, because ever since he had spoken about the idea of selling martial arts training, people had treated him worse, and now everyone thought he only cared about money. Feeling awkward, the hermit monk thanked the teacher for his attention, but the man did not actually refuse everything that the talented master offered him. With a kind and sincere smile, he said that Gongchan should attend today's meeting of elders. A few hours later, the meeting began, and the young master presented his ideas to the other elders. After his story, there was a temporary silence in the hall. It was difficult for people of that time to so quickly accept the plan that Gonchan proposed. One of the elders finally decided to respond and said he shared their young master's views. He believed that if this worked, it could become a plan that would rewrite the history of the entire clan. But he was worried about the deadlines, because the lack of money was a very close and pressing problem. Gonchan, in his defense, responded that he was primarily focused on the final goal. He knew better than anyone that financial problems spare no one, and even despite the clan's rich history, it could fall simply because of money problems. The elders were puzzled by his words, so the boy decided to explain in more detail. As an example, he said he had a multitude of first-class martial arts in his head, and if they sold them on the black market, each would earn at least thousands of gold taels. Everyone was shocked by the young master's intentions. He was going to perfect the techniques and sell them to small and medium-sized martial arts sects. Analyzing the market, he decided that devilish sects and demonic cults would be an exception, and if they could exchange with other clans on a friendly basis, then they could even secure their support, including financial support. One of the puzzled elders interrupted the young Taoist's speech, fearing it would become too much of a burden for the other clans. Furthermore, he was afraid their customers would hesitate, knowing how openly they sold martial arts. Rising from the table, Gongchan demonstrated that he had already thought through a solution to the problem of trust on the part of their future customers. He said with a smile that while studying martial arts, he would visit the partners sect as part of the paid deal. In addition to the weight of his name, he believed that if they saw for themselves the power of the martial arts they could obtain, they would have no choice but to believe in the profitability of the deal. Gongchan continued to press his ideas on the prospects and began to talk about long-term cooperation that would be based on mutual trust, but one of the more conservative elders of the sect stopped him with an accented cough. All attention shifted to him. The old man agreed that the Gonen clan adhered to secular customs to a certain extent, and he also acknowledged that they had gone so far in response to the opinions of the young and talented Gongchan. But then, raising his tone, he demonstrated his indignation regarding the sale of martial arts as if they were not a clan, but some kind of merchants. What was unacceptable for him was not so clear-cut for Master Chun Jin. He reminded the elders that their clan was facing a crisis and that they could establish different standards to resolve the problem. The martial artist again expressed indignation, believing that it made no sense for them to make such a compromise. Their discussion was interrupted by the clan leader. He believed that continuing the discussion would only lead them to a quarrel, so he proposed resolving the issue by a vote of the elders. After this, Teacher Chun Jin politely asked the young master to leave the hall while the voting took place. The guy began to worry about what the result would be, but he understood that he had already done everything he could. As a result, Gongchan's idea was positively received by the majority of elders. As they came up with a plan to address the upcoming financial crisis, the question of who would be responsible for its implementation remained open. However, none of those present dared to propose their candidacy. One of the more positive participants suggested giving the plan's initiator a similar opportunity. With smiles on their faces, the others agreed, believing that Gonchan was truly good at financial matters. Believing that the intelligent young man would easily handle this task, the elders trusted him in the matter. The decision was made, and the clan leader appointed Gongchan as the head of medicine production and sales. Returning to his room, the young master began to develop a plan. First, he planned to clear the land and start hiring people to cultivate it, after which he planned to find some money to ensure the safety of trade routes. He hoped to make a decent profit from selling martial arts. His next step was to build a building for doctors and other medical staff. Gonchan was so engrossed in drawing up plans to overcome the sect's financial crisis that he only noticed the guests at the last moment. They were his nieces from the Moen family. After their greeting, there was a slight silence. In fact, Gonchan was so busy that he was not at all ready to be distracted by visitors. Ren was immediately indignant, thinking his reaction to the arrival of his sweet nieces was too strange. Judging by Yeon's expression, she was equally displeased with Gongchan's behavior, as he had replied that he had no free time. The girls were sad that this time their uncle was busier than usual. However, the eldest niece decided to say that they had already heard rumors that the Master of Life and Death was going to personally teach martial arts to other sects. The guy was surprised, because he didn't think that this information would spread so quickly. As it turned out, The girl asked her father for a favor, saying that their great Murong family would buy the martial arts of the master of life and death. 3 days after this news, Gongchan went to work on the clan's first earnings by visiting the great Murong family. To demonstrate his techniques, the young man brought along a huge boulder. Before using his abilities, he explained the theory of how qi spreads within a master's body and why it is so important to master control of internal energy. He tried to explain to the boys that even for a simple blow, they must not weaken their energy control. Surrounding himself with incredibly powerful qi, he warned his students that they would have to understand the principles and memorize the theory in order to recreate the techniques with their own bodies. The public was simply shocked by the incredible strength of the young Taoist who volunteered to be a mentor for those who purchased martial arts teachings. Only when the flow of qi passed through the master's body did he deliver his punch, which was able to destroy the huge stone. He promised that as a result, all fighters would be able to properly use their potential. Having completed his marketing presentation, the teacher invited the students to begin to comprehend the flow of qi and practice control over it. After addressing the students, he was distracted by a male voice. The military commander of this city, the father of Moen's nieces, approached the monk and asked if he had a little time to talk. Gongchan had done quite a lot for the benefit of the Moen family recently, so it was time for them to finally talk. Moen Jin was initially worried that his daughters were bothering him, but he smiled and replied that they were not, saying that they were so smart that it was even fun for him to teach them. Gonchan thanked the commander of Moen Fortress for training them and said that they insisted on helping their family this time too. With a mysterious smile, the man replied that for him, this did not seem like a simple relationship between students and a master. He was very persistent and wanted to hear the young master's opinion about their relationship. The guy replied with a sincere smile that their communication was truly unusual, since he treated them like his younger sisters. This was clearly not the answer that Mr. Jin wanted to hear, but he still expected something more interesting from the young man. To break the awkward silence, he stepped forward and remarked that he himself had thoroughly enjoyed the recent lesson among the clan warriors and had even taken something for himself. As always, the humble Gongchan decided to pay a compliment and said that this was only possible thanks to the great potential of the great Murong family. Besides, he heard that a happy event for their sect had recently occurred. He congratulated Moen Jin on his incredible advancement, revealing that the military commander had reached a stage of enlightenment. A pleasant conversation with the young master led him to the idea that the guy should be thanked in some additional way. With a smile on his face, he stated that it was precisely because of the influence of the young hermit master that he was able to reach the stage of enlightenment, as the master's unique idea of life and death made him realize something new that he had never thought of. Thanks to Gongchan's help, Rich Dad was ready to thank him generously. While the master stood awkwardly in place and did not know how to answer, the man directly asked him what he would like as a reward. The guy resolutely replied that in that case he had only one question, the answer to which he would like to hear personally from Moen Jin. This proposal brought a satisfied smile to the man's face, and he agreed to the condition. It turned out that Gongchan wanted to ask for help in achieving the level of enlightenment. He was curious about the key points in achieving enlightenment in martial arts. While the exchange of knowledge was taking place inside the Moen Fortress, a carrier pigeon flew to the headquarters of the demonic cult with information useful to the villains. The current leader of the cult, under the pseudonym Demon Brain, received a letter from a secret agent from the Empire. It said that the Emperor's beloved daughter, Princess Yaonhua, was finally leaving the palace. The cult follower, who had been standing respectfully before the leader in a low bow, decided that the time had finally come to act. The Lord ordered him to prepare fighters to track the movements of the Murim Union forces. This time they decided not to attract unnecessary attention and to act secretly and covertly. The boy thanked his master for his trust and promised that he would do everything possible to achieve the goal for the good of their cult. The leader was in anticipation of revenge because 10 years had passed since their cult had been lying in wait for the right moment. they finally had the opportunity to strike at the Emperor's weak point. After a long wait, the time had finally come for them to meet the grown-up princess, who would soon leave her palace. Their cult was going to greet her personally. Returning to his room after teaching the Moen family students and talking with their master, Gongchan decided to write down all the useful information he had learned. As it turned out, even such an experienced and advanced warrior as Moen Jin could not fully understand the true nature of the key to advancing to the stage of enlightenment. He believed that it must be somehow connected with the upper Dantian, which the masters from the Cheonam clan had previously told him about. The starting point in achieving this level is to train the consciousness, and then, when the master can transcend his limits, he will come closer to comprehending the natural level of energy possession. First of all, Gonchan set himself the goal of bringing consciousness to the limit of possibilities. It had been 10 days since he had been completely focused on work without rest or sleep. His head ached from fatigue as if it was ready to explode at any moment. But it seemed to him that he was on the right path, and the development of his consciousness was already almost at the limit. His training turned out to be completing the paperwork for a medical business. Let's return to the demonic cult's goal. Princess Yanhua was born with everything she could desire. With the power of the sun and the emperor's favor, incredible beauty and natural talent, she possessed an abnormal 300-year-old internal qi thanks to rare medical drugs and pills. However, it wasn't too important to her. All she wanted was to be as free from the shackles of the imperial palace as possible. One of her monotonous and tiring days, she saw something that completely changed her attitude towards life. After seeing one of Gonchan's fights, she was incredibly inspired. The energy of the young master ignited a flame in her soul, and she firmly decided that she wanted to live the same way he did. At that moment, the princess dreamed of participating in real battles, meeting threats face to face. Her true desire was freedom, like that of the mysterious hermit master who continued to wander the Union, living his best life. One late night, looking at the moon, she remembered those feelings, realizing that she would never forget this decisive day in her life. She was ready to hit the road, and in her hand she already had a bag with food supplies for the coming days. A moment later, she jumped out of the window for the freedom she had long dreamed of. Some mysterious Quanochi saw this. The news that the princess had left her fortress had already reached the Devil Blood faction. The leader of the Devil's Blood faction, Salma Kenshin, ordered that she be found and brought back alive at any cost. His plan was to brainwash her with their secret dark arts. His advisor, who stood respectfully bowing, agreed with the order. The Dark Faction Lord asked her not to neglect her abilities, and therefore left these concerns to his 3 Devil Blood dragons. But the advisor replied to his lord that this would most likely not be enough. He respectfully asked that 5 dark dragon swords be sent along with the 3 fighters. The leader was surprised by his advisor's concerns, as he believed that she was not that strong. The first thing he thought of was that the old man was worried about what had happened to their Mad Blood squad after meeting the young Taoist of the Cheonam clan. In fact, this man justified himself by saying that he was simply trying to completely avoid the possibility of failure. The Lord decided to listen to his advisor's suggestion and gave the order to also send 5 dark dragon swords, after which he declared that they would destroy anyone who dared to stand in their way. Salma Kenshin was confident in his abilities for a reason, because the 3 Devil Blood dragons are absolute masters secretly raised by a bloody cult. Each of them is a monster that has already reached the stage of enlightenment. At the same time, the 5 dark dragon swords were also a huge threat, as each of them was an elite spy who had been carefully selected by the bloody cult. All of them reached a level of transcendence, while simultaneously cultivating incredible abilities of assassination and stealth. It was a truly overwhelming force that could wipe out 1 or 2 clans in just one night. This time, he had no worries about Taoist Gongchan coming out against them again, as he would simply take this opportunity to get rid of him to avoid any future problems. The demonic cult also knew about this operation and had already obtained the location of Princess Yanhua. According to their information, the Devil's Blood faction had begun to move, meaning that their move was next. With a smug laugh, the leader said that all that was left for them to do was wait for a response from the Murim alliance. Meanwhile, his advisor stood in shock with the plan in his hands after learning how large an army his master had prepared for this campaign. The gentleman justified his decision by saying that he did not intend to make another mistake by underestimating the strength of the Union. Moreover, it was known that the Devil Blood faction had also resorted to using their best resources. For the sake of an advantage in the confrontation, he was ready to put in a lot of effort. Standing on the balcony in front of the huge army, he was confident that with all these forces moving to meet the princess, they had nothing to worry about. While the entire world was on the brink of a clash between powerful armies of good and evil, Gonchan and his student went to an expensive restaurant. Vihua was worried about whether it was okay for them to go to such expensive restaurants, but the guy reassured her by saying that they had completed an important task, and in order to celebrate their success, they should do it beautifully. He trusted that the head of finance could take care of the rest while he took a short break. After such comforting words, the now calm Viva reached for the treat. Gonchan showed special concern for her and asked if there was anything she would like to do in the near future. The young student followed him wherever he went, and so he decided this time to visit the place that she would like to visit. He asked her not to be shy, so Viva thought seriously. Her voice began to tremble, because it was difficult for her to admit to a desire that no one but her knew about. In fact, she dreamed of meeting her mother. Gonchan, like no one else, understood her sadness, and therefore immediately inquired about her previous place of residence. Vihua was originally from Xi'an, and this was great news for the young master. He suggested that she immediately go and visit her mother. The young student was stunned by such a sudden proposal. After realizing this possibility, she agreed to the proposal and smiled sincerely. While Gongchan was looking for an excuse to shirk work, rumors about enemy actions had already begun to circulate in the Murim Union. The alliance's military advisor, Jagal Chunman, was surprised by the very unusual movements of the Kanho underground world. He was worried about the appearance of a large number of powerful masters about whom they knew absolutely nothing. At first glance, it might seem that they were acting chaotically, but the experienced warrior already understood that they definitely had the same goal. The spies' precise movements were only confirmation that they were assassins sent by the demonic brain. He didn't know exactly why the demonic cult, which was under special supervision, sent them into the empire, but whatever their goal, he knew for sure that they would never allow them to achieve what they wanted. A minute later, he was distracted by one of his charges. He came to bring the report that his master had asked him to make. He marked on the map the expected movements of the suspicious people mentioned earlier. The military leader eagerly looked at the map to see the answers to his questions. What he realized from the information provided was unexpected. He realized that the dangerous strangers were heading to the same place his daughter had gone. The matter was urgent, and so he immediately gave the order to gather all capable warriors and send them to the place where the unification of enemy troops was expected. He also asked that a messenger be sent to Xi'an to warn his daughter of the impending danger. Meanwhile, a mysterious master, unknown to anyone here, was calmly strolling along one of the streets of the city of Xi'an. He was extremely dissatisfied with the sweets he bought on the way, because in his opinion, they didn't taste very good. It wasn't strange. The master admitted that, as expected, there was no one in this city who could compare to the chefs from her home palace. It was only a slight disappointment, which could not change her mind about escaping. This mysterious person, hiding under the guise of an energetic young man, was none other than Princess Yeonhua, who had escaped from her palace. With the thousand-face transformation technique she learned in the secret library of the Imperial Palace, she was able to avoid unnecessary attention. She transformed herself into a handsome young man by controlling her muscles and bones. Her dream began to come true, but nothing interesting happened on the city streets. At one point she noticed a cart that seemed familiar to her. She was sure that she belonged to the Jagal family. The emperor's daughter had no idea what the Jagal family was doing in this city, but it was clear to her that something fun was about to happen. The cart did indeed belong to the previously mentioned family, and inside it was one of the clan's daughters. She was worried about the future monopoly of the Cheonam sect in the medical business. She understood that if they left them alone, then this entire territory would fall into their hands. Moreover, the Murim Alliance has been focusing all its attention on tracking down evil factions, so they cannot afford to pay attention to places like Xi'an. She came all this way to get at least some useful information about what was happening in the world. At the same time, she received a letter from her father in which he informed her of the unusual movements of a demonic cult in the vicinity of the town where she was staying. His concern was not a joke, for he wrote that he had sent several strong warriors to her under her command in case she was in danger. She couldn't believe that she would end up helping the Cheonam sect fight against the demonic cult. One of the young fighters from the Jagal family was responsible for the safety of the daughter of the military advisor of the Union. He carefully surveyed the crowd and monitored the presence of evil internal energy. Suddenly, his whole body began to tremble. It was the first time in his life that he felt such pressure. It was hard for him to believe that a person could possess such a large amount of internal energy. A daughter of a family named Jiwa approached her convoy and asked them to stop the cart. Her protégé turned to the other fighters and asked them to be ready. The carriage doors opened and the girl stepped out onto the street. Soon, the foreman approached them, causing concern among everyone accompanying her. The handsome stranger greeted her with a smile and asked the daughter of the Union's military advisor where she was from, suggesting that their carriage belonged to the Jagal family. The pressure of being next to such a powerful master did not give the girl any peace. She was afraid that this welcoming stranger might be the master of the demonic cult that her father had warned her about. A polite, attractive young man, unknown to him, introduced himself as Hua Yunji, the current head of the Wutong clan. He said he had come here as soon as he saw the carriage of the great Jagal family, wanting to see if he could make new friends. With a smile on her face, Jagal Jiwa replied that this meeting was unexpected for her, but very pleasant. She admitted that she had heard that the Hua Yunji clan was a mysterious clan, with a tradition of passing down its martial art to only one successor. She also speculated that about 200 years had passed since their last appearance. So Jiwa asked what could have prompted them to show themselves now. The boy, with a friendly laugh, replied that he hadn't expected to find anyone in a small town who still remembered their clan. He explained his decision by saying he simply wanted to see the world after so many years. Mrs. Jagal was surprised, because in her opinion, Xi'an was not the place to look for adventure. Hua Yunji admitted that he was actually heading towards the Jeonnam clan's fortress. This answer was quite unexpected, so Jiwa admitted that she was actually passing through the city, as she was also heading to Jeonnam. A young warrior from a mysterious clan asked if he could join them in that case. His question greatly irritated the entire convoy. The military commander's daughter was also a little puzzled because the mysterious stranger with an incredible amount of internal energy did not even fear their great family. Still, she had no other choice, and so she simply agreed to the proposal. With a smile on her face, Jiwa admitted that she was glad to meet someone she could talk to during the long journey. To add some variety to his day's plans, Hua Yuji offered to treat the lady to lunch as a way of expressing his gratitude. Jiwa thanked the stranger for the offer and happily agreed. After this, Yuji decided to go in search of the best establishment in this small and unremarkable town. Still, the Jagal family's convoy was on guard. The young fighter understood that all the stranger's words were just lies. He was worried whether their mistress had done the right thing when she agreed to this offer. The girl was still not sure if she could trust this mysterious man, but in any case she had no chance of resistance. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Viva was finally able to meet her mother. There was genuine joy on her face from the meeting she had been looking forward to for so long. Her mentor was pleased to see her so happy. If he had known that this would happen, he would have brought her to meet her mother much earlier. Suddenly, his intuition told him that something unusual was happening in this city. The boy felt an extraordinary amount of energy unfamiliar to him. It was incredibly dense and everywhere. Using energy control, he began searching for the person who could sharpen his senses so much. Among the people he had known for a long time was Mrs. Jeagle. Next to her stood a young man he didn't recognize, whose inner energy was at an incredible level. In addition, there were 3 more mysterious strangers in the forest near the city, whom he had not noticed before. It was obvious that the situation was serious and something could happen soon. Handing his student a bag of supplies, he invited her to enter the house first. Gonchan said that he was going to go to the store for a while, and therefore asked the student to take good care of his mother. The girl thanked him for the opportunity to meet the person dearest to her and said that she would eagerly await the return of her mentor. After these words, Gonchan turned around and walked towards the city center. The amount of incredibly powerful energy in Xian was off the charts, and it was giving him no peace. This small town was not at all the kind of place that would interest the craftsmen from the Miram Union. Because of this, he couldn't understand why so many incredible masters had come to such a small town. While Gongchan went to find out what was going on, Yuji and Jihua found a good place. By the time they entered the establishment, they were already being followed. Looking at the building's sign, they realized that she had gone out to eat with the Jeagle family's daughter. The 3 mysterious masters were looking forward to the fun. The guy in the purple kimono suggested that Yeonhua didn't even understand the situation she was in. After this, the young warrior turned around and, looking at the oldest fighter in their company, asked what they would do next. He was eager to join the fight. The man replied with a smile that they would soon have such an opportunity, and warned that they should not even think about unnecessary movements that could give away their positions. The youngest guy in the group with yellow dragon eyes asked if they could have a little fun in that case. Suddenly, the young dragon could not confuse this feeling with any other. He realized that this was the same guy the master's advisor had told them about. To their surprise, Gonchan immediately noticed the surveillance. Looking at the mountain opposite the city, the young monk was able to track down the location of the strangers. The trio of spies failed for the first time in their lives. The young dragon was beside himself with anger. He couldn't even imagine that such a thing could happen. He realized that they had not been warned about this Taoist of the Cheonam clan for nothing. They both felt the same feeling. Not only the dragons, but Gongchan himself was also looking forward to the battle. He had never fought 3 enlightened-level masters simultaneously, all masters of forbidden dark martial arts. The youngest of the dragons turned to his comrades and informed them that they had definitely been tracked, but the dragon in the green kimono questioned his words, saying that with his level, it was impossible to see them through the veil. The young blood cult master could only hope that his comrade's assumption was true. He himself believed that Gonchan was somehow different from the other masters. He didn't know why, but he was sure that he had figured them out. The enemy's unusual behavior made him nervous about the operation. He was sure that in that case, the Taoist of the Cheonam clan simply could not be a master of only the transcendental level. But the senior soldier declared that they shouldn't worry about it, as it was too late to change anything. Looking at the dark clouds, he asked his comrades if they could sense the unusual energy rapidly approaching. The green-haired boy had a sly smile on his face. He knew that it was time for fun soon. He was not alone in anticipation of the battle. The elder and younger dragons also rejoiced at the warriors who were approaching. They all felt the demonic cult army approaching. The dragons were very hostile towards competitive practitioners of the dark martial arts. Tax Ipsek's Gongchan finally came to the establishment where the girls were staying. Jihua had known the young Taoist for a long time, while Yeonhua had only seen one of his fights, which motivated her to change her life. She was looking forward to a personal meeting, which turned out to be quite unexpected. The daughter of the Jeagle family was puzzled by what he was doing at such a time in such an ordinary and uninteresting place. Gonchan decided not to explain his visit, since it was unofficial and not very important, so he simply greeted his acquaintance from the great family. He didn't know who she was with. The stranger introduced himself as the leader of the Wang Tong clan, named Hua Yunju. The young man clarified that this was his first time in Kanho and that he was currently indebted to Mrs. Jagal for the inconvenience caused. With just one glance, The young Taoist could tell that the woman in front of him was using the art of transformation to have the appearance of a man. Now it became clear to him why the flow of qi of the stranger with huge reserves of internal energy was so mixed. Out of politeness, he asked permission to join them for a while, and the polite princess sincerely agreed and allowed him to sit with them at the table. It was hard for her to hide the joy of this meeting. She couldn't believe that she would be able to meet her idol from the Cheonam clan so easily and unexpectedly. The daughter of the Jegal family asked how Gongchan was able to know where they were. The guy replied that he could sense the energy of a transcendental level master even from a distance. This was astonishing to Jiwa, because the monk said that he had sensed the qi of the great Jegal family, and that was why he had gone to the meeting. As it turns out, thanks to his training, he has become so empowered that he can now sense energy within a radius of 100 meters. But he also had to tell them that their qi was not the only thing that caught his attention. The princess was surprised, because she was unable to spot anyone else of interest. The hermit monk replied that there were murderers from the blood cult hiding in the nearby hills. He also clarified that the 3 fighters he had tracked down possessed a natural level of energy mastery, and that their progress in studying martial arts was at the enlightenment stage. With a serious look, he asked his companions if they knew anything about who might be following them. Jihua replied that she had no idea what they were doing there. In this regard, Gongchan logically assumed that they were targeting them, and he also clarified that he himself could not be a target, since there was absolutely no trace of the killers behind him on the way to Xi'an. The princess realized that in this case a fight could not be avoided. Continuing to play the role of the leader of the legendary clan, she said that she had long been eager to meet a master of the enlightenment stage, but she had not at all considered that the battles of fighters of their level could put the entire small town at risk. In turn, Gongchan made it clear that if they decided to take the fight inside Xi'an, then the entire city would be devastated by the consequences. In response, the daughter of the great family asked the young master if he had any ideas on how to avoid such a worst-case scenario. Her behavior was strange for the emperor's daughter. She could not believe that the young lady from the proud great family of Jegal would leave the decision to an outside master. Gonchan glanced at the door and suggested leaving the restaurant as if nothing had happened. His plan was to get into a cart and leave the city in order to draw the killers away from the civilians. Upon meeting the escorting fighters of the Jegal clan, Jiwa told them that enemies were approaching them, and therefore they should leave this place immediately. Gonchan asked the carriage driver to move slowly and without unnecessary movements, so as not to arouse the suspicion of the spies. Suddenly he could notice another presence that was previously unfamiliar to him. More practitioners of dark martial arts have also appeared in the hills around the city. The young monk did not expect this, but he told his companions that he suddenly began to sense the qi of the devil cult. According to him, the energy of the enemies was enough to cover everything around, and this feeling even made his head spin. It became clear that the situation had become even more difficult. They were surrounded, and now they would definitely not be able to avoid a fight. The carriage set off without delay out of the small town on its way to Cheonam. Having entered a forest with a wide path, they asked the team to stop. Having assessed the enemy's energy presence, Gongchan said they wouldn't be able to increase the distance between them and the enemy any further. There were so many enemies that even Jiwa could detect the pressure. Gongchan suggested going outside with the leader of the Wang Tong clan to guard the carriage. While they were outside the carriage, the Jegal family's fighters were ordered to build a structure so that the carriage was in the center. Jihua took out all the necessary items to perform the magical ritual. Surrounding herself with incense, she began to concentrate on creating the technique. A magic circle was drawn in front of her, which began to fill with her qi energy. A thick fog began to spread around the cart. These were excellent conditions for taking on a minority. Looking towards the forest, the commander of the demonic cult squad realized that the guys from the Murim Union had decided to catch them in their trap. He turned to his soldiers and ordered them to build a siege formation in order to effectively defeat the enemy. The confident tactician was confident that their well-practiced formation would become a grave for their enemies. As it turned out, this defensive technique was not just a simple fog. The ability of the daughter of the Jagal family also had the property of creating hallucinations. Despite the caution of the demonic cult fighters, they were unable to keep up with the speed of the young Taoist of the Jeonnam clan. Attacking from the shadows, he did not reveal his location. As the fighters began to fall, their comrades began to hear the sounds of a fight, but Gongchan had already managed to change his location. By moving skillfully, he easily got rid of opponents with a low level of martial arts proficiency. Moreover, he could easily identify enemies by tracking their chi. Picking up the sword of one of the fallen enemies, he threw it in the direction of the next opponent. With little difficulty, the occultist was able to repel this attack, calling it a cheap trick. But Gonchan didn't really expect that this would be enough, so he also managed to close the distance with the enemy and got close to him. With one powerful blow, he got rid of another enemy fighter. The princess also had a good sense of direction and was able to repel several enemy attacks. Turning to the carriage, she asked her friend how long this protective fog would last. The Jagal family's daughter replied that the fog would not dissipate until the carriage was destroyed. This technique is a secret art of the Jagal family, combining phantom illusion formation and disorienting fog formation. Even enlightened stage masters will be unable to find their way to the carriage's location. Realizing that this technique was expensive, Yanhua replied that they should hurry. While she was distracted by the conversation, 3 enemy fighters had already approached her. There was no end to the annoying ants, but she couldn't complain because she liked this life. The girl decided not to wait for them to attack and rushed to attack first. With one powerful attack, she was able to get rid of all her opponents at once. Even though she hadn't had any trouble fighting small groups of enemies like this up until this point, she knew it still wasn't enough. A moment later, the young Taoist Gongchan joined her. She was glad to see that he was unharmed. Gonchan said that events were developing very strangely and they should change tactics. After tracking the main enemy forces, he learned that the disciples of the devil cult had begun to slowly retreat. As it turns out, they also know that their competitors from the blood cult are nearby. To avoid senseless losses, they decided to retreat. The enlightened level masters already knew about this and decided that their enemies simply wanted to wait until their hunt was over. Elite spies from the bloody cult known as the 5 Dark Dragon Swords joined the siege of the Jagal family's daughter's carriage. Looking at the transcendental level enemies, Gongchan loudly declared that this time would be more difficult. One of the enemy fighters replied that it would not be difficult for them to get rid of the small fry who went along with the representative of one of the great families. Holding out his sword, Gongchan warned them that they would only be able to relax once they had defeated the small fry they had mentioned earlier. The young master's provocation, as usual, worked with incredible effectiveness. He easily angered his opponent. Gongchan stood alone, which seemed too suspicious to the assassins. Before the fight began, they asked where the other fighters were. Despite this, the arrogant 5 Dragon Swords fighter stated that their enemies would show up anyway immediately after he destroyed the enemy formation. Looking around, Gonchan realized that it wouldn't be easy for him. As a true hermit, he was used to fighting alone so as not to worry about the rest of his comrades. Earlier, he turned to the brave warriors accompanying the Jagal carriage and asked them to take care of the rest. After this, he approached the so-called leader of the Wangtang clan and asked him to try to conserve at least some of his strength to break out of the siege. He wanted to remain alone and give his comrades the opportunity to escape. He justified his decision by saying that if things remained as they were, then they would not have the energy left to fight the 3 Enlightenment level masters. Their only chance of victory was to catch their enemies off guard as they searched for a way to the cart among the illusionary fog. The plan seemed pretty good, but Jiwa was worried that leaving Gongchan alone was a bad idea. But the guy told her that someone had to protect the carriage, and he was better suited for this mission than the others. He wasn't being hunted because the ladies were in the line of fire, so everything was right. Besides, it's actually much easier for him to fight alone when he can let go. Once again, Gonchan, not understanding Jiwa's feelings, let her go alone. At that moment, the nervous girl jumped up and walked towards the exit from the equipment. The leader of the legendary clan was still worried about the young master, and so asked if they were doing the right thing. But Jihwa replied that she trusted him. They didn't have to worry, since Taoist Jonam was a truly reliable person. After his memories, Gonchan returned to the battle, where all the swords of the blood cult were already attacking him at once. Despite the difficult situation, the girls were confident that he could cope. Parrying attacks from 5 transcendental-level warriors at once was no easy task, but Gongchan managed it. Xian could already see the battle beyond the city, as a column of smoke rose above the forest. It was an ordinary day. No one expected that enemies had been right next to them all this time. Vichva and her mother stood on the dais, holding each other anxiously, realizing that the young master had not actually gone to the shop, but to defend their small town. Despite the difficult situation, the young apprentice had complete confidence in her teacher's abilities. Meanwhile, the situation in the forest was quite tense. The 5 fighters did not allow the young Taoist to relax, and besides, he was responsible not only for himself, but also for the cart that was behind him. Despite the incredible experience, it was difficult to keep track of all the opponents. They acted together and attacked simultaneously from different sides. These powerful warriors of the dark cult had good control over energy, and between sword attacks, they also used chi blasts. A normal release of energy was barely enough to deal with that many enemy attacks. Gongchan decided to move to another level and began using the Zanpakuto. With the Sword of Ji, he had always easily dealt with opponents who overwhelmed him with numbers. But these 5 fighters were different from his previous opponents. One of the swordsmen easily dodged Gongchang's sword chi thread. Despite this, the boy still gained an advantage from the strike, as he expanded his line of sight around the carriage by cutting through the extra trees his enemies were maneuvering between with a single blow. After each attack, he was met by other members of the enemy squad, who had time to regroup and come up with a new method of attack. The 2 guys who were above the hermit monk began to release energy in order to make a shot. The combined attack had a much larger radius of destruction, which would have been difficult to defend. Gonchan managed to jump back, but now he began to worry about the safety of the cart, since due to the constant pressure, he did not have time to monitor whether there were enemies near it. Because the master was distracted, the enemies had time to regroup for the next attack. Their incredible speed could easily catch even a master like Gongchan off guard. While he was thinking about protecting his back, there were already 2 more fighters in front of him, and avoiding all the enemy attacks was not an easy task. Meanwhile, the young master's comrades were trying to escape, and the daughter of the Jegal family calmed Yanhua down and said that she knew exactly where the life gate formation was. They were already close, so they felt a little calmer. But on the other hand, the princess was unsure whether they would be able to break through the enemy encirclement, as they were threatened not only by the demonic cult fighters, but also by 3 enlightenment-level masters. Jihwa replied that there was no need to worry about that, since they had escort fighters with them who had gotten out of similar situations more than once. Behind her were 2 transcendental-level masters, enough to protect herself from several layers of surroundings. But her confidence was shattered when her enemy appeared before her. He was the youngest of the 3 blood cult dragons, concealing his incredible energy to prevent his opponent from revealing himself. Reaching his hand forward, he began to release chi energy before firing a powerful blast. The shocked girl couldn't do anything, but one of the escort masters managed to save her. The shot was so powerful that the dense forest was no obstacle for it. Looking at his enemies lying on the ground, the young dragon said that this was a rather charming attempt at protecting his mistress. He hoped to finish off her technique, killing her with a single blow. The boy began to furiously complain that he was very irritated by the fog of the Jegal family because it did not allow them to meet peacefully and have a decent battle. Despite his dissatisfaction, he stated that Jiwa had made a grave mistake in allowing them to enter, and he believed that their team should have forced the enemies to walk around the equipment. The arrogant dragon believed that the daughter of a great family had only briefly postponed her death and the death of her comrades who had accompanied her to Jeonnam. Despite his obvious dominance, the escort squad had no intention of giving up. They had encountered many difficult situations and always managed to find a way out. The fighters, accustomed to the illusionary fog, rushed into the attack, exploiting their numerical advantage. They didn't sense the threat as well as their mistress. Raising her trembling hand, she tried to stop her soldiers from suffering unexpected losses. But her trembling voice could not convince her comrades. It was already too late. With a terrifying smile on his face, the Enlightenment-level blood cult master disposed of all the fighters in a matter of seconds. Jihwa couldn't believe what had happened to her trusted fighters. The young dragon's comment that it was boring greatly angered the princess. While the Murim Alliance was pondering how to get rid of such a monster, another Enlightenment-level master came to his aid. The guy in the green kimono turned to the younger dragon named Bu Quan and asked him not to be so presumptuous, because he had again silently left alone without warning his team. The last dragon of the Trinity was with him, and understanding the power of the youngest, it was hard to imagine how dangerous the eldest of them was. In his defense, the arrogant Bu Quan replied that he had encountered small insects that were not even suitable for a good warm-up. The incredible, overwhelming power of each of the trio of dragons cast doubt on any chance of escape. Their menacing demeanor demonstrated their desire for a battle worthy of their caliber. Most likely the young dragon will not be able to finish his work now, because his older brothers were offended because he left on his own. The eldest of them counted on the fact that no one would object if he himself finished off the poor fellows. The guy in the green kimono didn't mind, but in exchange he asked to leave the army of the rival devil cult in his care. Although fighting with transcendental-level masters was just a fun activity for them, they couldn't do anything about how stubborn the Murim Alliance representatives were. The physically developed dragon introduced himself as the terrible devil Yomen and asked the name of his rival. The girl prepared for battle and replied that her name was Jegal Jihwa. Having learned that his opponent was from a great family, Yomen began to hope that her powers would be enough to entertain him to his heart's content. The incredible Enlightenment-level dark martial artist began to release his vast reserves of energy, destroying everything around him. At the same time, the situation at the carriage was also very difficult. Gongchan was cornered. He was unable to cope with the simultaneous pressure of 5 transcendental-level masters, and for the second time in his life, he found himself in a situation from which it seemed only a miracle could save him. The blood cult swordsman called him stupid and said that this was the price for fighting against them while being burdened with the protection of a carriage. One of them offered a deal. He said that before he died, they would give him a chance if he confessed which way the rest of his company had gone. Unexpectedly for the blood cult warriors, Gonchan's reaction was quite strange. Despite the hopeless situation, he provocatively began to laugh at their self-confidence. After this, looking at the enemies, he declared that in fact, only they were fools. In a terrible position with each of them holding a sword at his own neck, he said that they were the ones who had fallen into the trap, as he had deliberately lured them closer to the cart. His plan was that he now had less work to do and could simultaneously control everything that was happening on the battlefield. Just when it seemed like he would die from the simultaneous blow of 3 swordsmen, the boy began to release his internal energy. Despite the powerful explosion, the guys with swords in their outstretched arms still hoped that they had managed to complete this mission without any difficulties. But a moment later, they were shocked. Their swords were destroyed. After this, the hermit monk made an incredibly fast attack using the destruction technique, which completely disarmed his opponent. He put an end to this duel by destroying everyone around him with the technique of the subduing sword Zhongwen. Returning to the girls' fight, it seemed obvious that the opponent's superiority was undeniable. It was indeed so. Jihwa was so uncomfortable that she defended herself even from the banal explosion of the release of the inner energy of the eldest of the Masters of Enlightenment. In fact, This use of chi was only needed to distract her from the main attack, because in a short period of time, the enemy was within range for a fist strike. All the Jagal family's daughter could do was defend herself, reinforced by her energy. Parrying such a blow was incredibly difficult, and she knew she wouldn't be able to withstand another one. She had no chance of counterattacking. At this difficult moment, the leader of the Wantang clan unexpectedly joined them. Yuji had already closed the distance to deliver a powerful blow with his swords. But as it turned out, an ordinary sword was not enough. Even two blades were easily repelled by one hand, protected by the occultist's internal energy. Gonen considered this disrespectful and said that there was no point in trying to hurt him with such a blunt weapon. He then released chi energy from his right hand, causing the princess to go into defense against the enemy's powerful shot. There was a powerful explosion that could be seen from any corner of the forest. As expected, despite the incredible amount of internal energy, the girl was unable to parry this blow and ended up on the ground. Addressing his impudent older brother, Doc asked him not to overdo it, as such blows could kill them, while their mission was to capture the princess alive. After analyzing the princess's strength, Gonen replied that with such reserves of internal energy, she was a real monster and would not die, but he believed that it would be much easier if he broke her spirit in this duel so that she would no longer think of resisting. While the occultists were distracted, Jiwa launched her next attack using the fan of her great Jagal family's techniques. With one powerful blow, she threw the enemy away from her comrade and rushed towards him to complete the combination with another powerful blow. In reality, it was just a feint. At the last moment, she changed her trajectory and picked up the young warrior Yuji to regroup. She believed that this was their chance, and now they would be able to run away as far as possible. But as it turned out, she overestimated herself and underestimated the enemy's resilience and speed. Her attack disoriented Gonen for only a moment, after which he immediately rushed after them and managed to grab the girl by the leg. Shouting furiously that they would not be able to escape, he threw the daughter of the great family into the nearest tree, and the emperor's daughter then flew to the left. At that moment, Jihwa was confronted with a reality she hadn't previously noticed. Her peaceful life had given her no experience of combat, and she had never been so close to death as she was now. The enemy's incredible superiority meant only one thing. They not only had no chance of winning, but also no chance of escaping. The only option that seemed realistic was to kill the enemy with one powerful and unexpected blow. She just had to find the right moment for Gonen to let his guard down. As a distraction, she threw a fan in his face to limit visibility. After that, releasing her chi, she struck through the fan towards the opponent's face. To her surprise, the sword suddenly stopped, apparently missing its target. Seizing his fan with an angry glare, Gonen furiously declared that they had greatly disappointed him. With one powerful blow of his right hand, he broke the girl's sword and simultaneously struck her in the face. Looking haughtily at the daughter of a great family, the occultist turned to his comrade and said that he could easily deal with them without killing them. To the dragon's surprise, this blow did not break her spirit. With a broken sword in her hands and despite her body shaking, Jiwa slowly began to rise to her feet. Seeing her sweet attempts at salvation, Gonen recognized her tenacity and called her a tough nut to crack. In fact, her primary motivation was the efforts of her comrades, not her own desire to escape. She couldn't give up, even though the lack of any chance of escape was obvious. Since Taoist Gongchan had given them this opportunity, she couldn't disappoint him. Suddenly, the youngest dragon noticed something strange. The fog inside the forest began to clear, which meant only one thing. The formation had been broken. Jihwa noticed this too. She understood her technique better than anyone. Just when she was about to give up, Gongchan came to her aid. Lowering her sword, he wordlessly invited her to leave the rest to him. The boy was proud of his student for her resilience and strength to stand up to a monster like Gonen. The surprised girl couldn't believe that Gongchan dealt with 5 transcendental-level fighters so quickly and came to their aid. The eldest dragon did not expect that his enemies would receive reinforcements, as he alone had to fight against a whole squad of professional spies who never left their enemies a chance to escape. Despite this, he still wanted more than anything to continue the fight, and it seemed like this was a chance to continue the fun. Gongchan introduced himself as a Taoist of the Gonen clan and declared that from now on he would be their enemy. The elder dragon immediately understood what was being discussed. He grabbed his head and began to laugh, because he had long been dying of curiosity to find out who this incredible and dangerous guy was that Mr. Bloody Brain had warned them about. The dragon's eyes, full of arrogance and the desire to fight, instantly blazed up. He immediately rushed to attack the young master, believing that with such a residual level of strength, he would not be able to withstand even a normal blow. As it turned out, the Master of Enlightenment was so safe and self-confident that he rushed and underestimated his opponent. Judging solely by the amount of internal energy, he couldn't even imagine his opponent being so much faster. His expression revealed fear and surprise at how much faster this ordinary transcendental-level master was. Gonchan created the perfect conditions to deal a welcome blow to his enemies from the blood cult. Releasing his energy, he used the legendary Zhongwon subjugating sword technique, the explosion of which demonstrated the seriousness of his intentions. The dragon in the green kimono was shocked by what was happening and could not move. After delivering a powerful greeting blow, the hermit monk was satisfied with the result and landed neatly on the surface. Even though he had expended more chi than he thought, the boy was confident he had definitely disposed of one of them. This blow caught the enemies off guard. They couldn't even imagine that a man on the brink of death could do something like that. At that moment, Buquan understood the situation perfectly and said that Gongchan had deliberately concealed his chi level, causing their comrade Jomin to lower his guard and make a fatal mistake. Their opponent was no easy task. The hermit monk knew what he had to do from the start. The youngest dragon's expectations proved correct, and he realized that he had been right to be cautious with this master. He was not so simple, and could not be called an ordinary warrior of the transcendental level, so the boy decided to take him seriously. This time, Gongchan will have to defeat 2 Enlightenment-level dark martial arts masters. The dragons, looking forward to a good fight, asked their opponent to stop playing games, arguing that the same trick wouldn't work twice. Gonchan himself understood this perfectly well and took a stance, simultaneously analyzing the abilities and techniques of his enemies. A moment later, the youngest of the dragons literally disappeared. Buquan, with a demonic expression on his face, closed the distance, and, once he was within range of the monk, decided to strike the first blow. The incredible amount of energy he put into it caused a powerful explosion, the sound of which spread throughout the forest, reaching as far as Xi'an. To his surprise, he failed to achieve his goal, as the warrior Yuji, who was actually the emperor's daughter, joined the battle again. Having withstood such a powerful blow, she threw her opponent back several meters. Buquan decided to act like his enemies in tandem with his comrade, so he himself jumped back to a distance to observe. Doc immediately rushed to replace him, making a powerful lunge towards the fighters of the Muram Union. Pushing the girl aside, Gonchan stepped forward to protect him and assess the second fighter's abilities. Despite the powerful pressure from the green dragon, the boy was able to repel his series of attacks. The enemy's strength was so incredible that Gonchan could not find a moment to counterattack. At that moment, the last fighter of their small detachment joined them. With her sword broken, Jiwa began using her spirit fan techniques, striking at her opponent in an attempt to interrupt his attack. Although they were unable to strike back, together they were quite capable of dealing with enemy attacks. Their efforts seemed pointless to Doc, and he shouted with a malicious smile on his face that their attempts were simply ridiculous. While the enemy was thinking about a fiery speech to suppress the spirit of the Alliance warriors, Gonchan wasted no time asking the girls to listen to him. He threw the spiritual items to the girls and asked them to use them at that moment. As it turned out, these were medicinal pills that were supposed to help heal their wounds and, in a sense, replenish their chi energy. He himself was pretty beaten up after the last battle, so he also needed this healing pill. In an instant, his energy level increased, and all his wounds were healed. Buquan was delighted by what he considered their futile attempts, so he asked them to try their best in anticipation of the continuation of the fight. After these words, he rushed towards the most dangerous of his opponents to deliver a powerful blow. This high kick destroyed the area around him, while Gongchan's speed was enough to jump back to a safe distance. The mad young dragon begged his enemies to make an effort, as only then would their battle not end too quickly. After this blow, he immediately launched an attack, closing the distance with the hovering Gongchan. He was inattentive and fell into a trap, because behind him there was already a princess with incredible reserves of internal energy. When he was distracted by her presence, a monk's sword was already pointed at him from the other side. It seemed that he would not be able to get out of this situation, but the Enlightenment level master was able to easily stop both attacks by deflecting the swords with the palms of his hands. During the battle, he marveled at the level of his opponents, whom he had never encountered before. He praised the princess, calling her internal energy incredible and saying that her sword chi was of a fairly high standard. But despite this, he shouted that even such a chi sword could never harm him and began releasing his energy to fire at the girl. The princess was unable to withstand the attack and was sent flying. While fighting Doc, Jiwa was also distracted by her comrade's failure, and this turned out to be a big mistake. A green dragon was already rushing towards her, saying that she didn't have time to look around. The girl's last weapon was destroyed, and with her inner energy, she was defenseless. Gongchan wasn't at all accustomed to fighting alongside other masters, and this made his duel planning somewhat difficult. Moreover, in this battle, even he had no advantage over his opponent. His sword was seized, and his efforts were not enough to escape from the clutches of the enemy. While facing his opponent point blank, he decided to use the Chongwon Spirit Sword, which he had not previously shown to his opponents. A powerful flash began to spread before his enemy would have taken the blow, having no chance to dodge. Doc and Jiwa were distracted by the events in the sky. The girl understood that her opponent was underestimating her, and now she had a chance to show everything she was capable of. At the same moment, the princess also rose to her feet. With an incredible desire to fight, she was going to strengthen Gongchan's attack to ensure the result. A powerful explosion from the monk's equipment began to devastate their battlefield. This was the first time Buquan had encountered such determined resistance, and this blow was the most powerful he had ever had to cope with. After the strike, the battlefield was clear. Dust rose into the air and reduced visibility. The daughter of a great family's broken sword fell to the ground. It was clear she had done all she could, and was no longer in any condition to continue the fight. Despite all their efforts, their enemies were visible through the fog, the dragons standing calmly on their feet. After enduring an attack from a hermit monk from the Chonam sect, Buquan extended his hand forward to show what a real punch should be. Using dark martial arts, the young dragon in the purple kimono released an incredible amount of terrifying internal energy. Jiwa's fighting spirit was shattered. She couldn't even imagine they still had any chance. Moreover, she was shocked that the purple dragon still had so much internal energy left to create such a massive blast. Rising to his feet, the exhausted Gonchan tried to force himself to think about how to get out of such a difficult situation, where it seemed their fate was already predetermined. The task before him was not an easy one, but he did not despair, because he understood that there had to be at least some way to defeat these monsters from the blood cult. As it turned out, Buquan hadn't had enough fun yet and had no intention of ending the fight with this attack. He turned to the young monk and said that he was not going to change the direction of the attack, and the shot would go straight in the direction he was aiming. Afterwards, he asked if he could dodge something like that, while Gongchan turned around and realized that the worst possible outcome was much worse than he could have imagined. The shot would be powerful enough to leave the forest, beyond which the city of Xi'an lay, from which they had deliberately led the enemies to avoid destruction. Moreover, he felt that after passing the city buildings, this shot would hit his student, who was standing with her mother and excitedly watching the explosions from the forest. The situation was at its worst, and Gonchan realized that he had a problem much more serious than the strength of his opponents. The enemy's energy, which had been present just moments before the attack, was already beginning to surround him. Gongchan knew he had to stop this attack by any means necessary, otherwise he wouldn't be able to prevent the destruction of the city and the deaths of hundreds of innocent people. The concentration and seriousness in the young monk's eyes gave the young dragon a feeling of euphoria. To him, Master Zhongnam looked simply amazing, an excellent opponent for a battle-hungry master of the enlightened level. After the hermit's preparations for defense, Bu Quan launched his attack. This was the first time Gongchan had come face to face with such an incredible amount of energy, possessing a terrifying, destructive power. It seemed impossible to simply parry this blow. The pressure was so great that the guy could barely hold his sword. The powerful technology reached its limit, and an explosion of enormous power occurred. Gonchan was able to protect the city and his student. But after such a heavy attack, it was difficult for him to stay on his feet. The princess, lying on the ground, was beside herself with rage. She couldn't help her idol, her hands were shaking, and her strength was waning. She couldn't see any way to defeat such monsters. Standing in front of a master of the enlightenment level that was many times stronger than her strength, she thought that this was their limit. A green dragon named Doc approached Yeon Hua and told her not to worry, as they had no plans to kill her. As it turned out, he had rushed things too much, and it was not yet the end of the battle. Despite his wounds and incredible exhaustion, Gongchan, to everyone's surprise, began to rise from his knees. He stood up to protect his comrades. The green dragon couldn't believe what was happening. It seemed to him that the young monk from Cheonan had already been defeated, but he not only rose to his feet, but also began to laugh loudly and self-confidently. Bu Quan was also surprised, because he knew for sure that he attacked the enemy with the aim of killing him for sure. Despite the purple dragon's efforts, Gongchan stood his ground and still had a smile on his face. Doc was furious that the monk was constantly interfering with their plans and decided to finish him off as quickly as possible. With one powerful shot, he wanted to be sure to get rid of the guy who was bothering them. But fighting on emotions, he did not notice one thing. Gongchan had changed a lot. Moreover, this time he was able to easily block the chi shot from the enlightenment level Dark Master. This outcome was unpredictable, and the green dragon was so surprised that he could not move. For the first time, they saw a fighter who could resist for such a long time, so Bu Quan, filled with the desire to fight, wasted no time and furiously rushed into the attack. But this time, Gongchan didn't even dodge his non-destructive overhead kick. The young monk caught his leg with a smile. One look from him told me that this trick wouldn't work anymore. Having caught his opponent by the leg, Master Gongchan struck him back with his fist in the stomach for the first time. The enlightenment level master flew back several meters and barely stayed on his feet. He felt pain for the first time during the battle. This unusual feeling made him think about what was really happening. Besides the dragons, the daughter of the great Jeagle family was also simply shocked by how the guy who seemed defeated began to fight. The fight was still going on, and Gonchan decided to get serious, so he picked up his sword from the ground. Bu Quan, beside himself with rage, was ready to tear his opponent to shreds. It was the first time he had fought someone who could resist his strength with such confidence. To make sure this duel ended, both dragons pounced on their opponent together. Despite the seemingly dire situation on the battlefield, Gonchan did not think about his enemies at all. As Doc flew towards him with a sly smile, he thought about how he had never actually fought with all his strength. In reality, Gongchan had always concealed his strength and fought with the utmost efficiency. Only in this battle did he reach his limit for the first time without resorting to efficiency tactics. For the first time in his life, he fought without any restrictions. He gave it his all in a battle with such terrifying monsters. Even though he had taken heavy blows from the enlightenment level master, there was still a smile on his face, his body enjoying the fight. Fighting in pairs, Doc managed to get close and began releasing chi for a strike. He too admired this fight and shouted with pleasure that it was the end. Gonchan was prepared for his attack and managed to defend himself with his sword. But this time, the weapon gave way, and the sword he'd carried all this way was shattered. All the obstacles that Gonchan overcame in the past trained his intellect to the extreme. But the most terrible ordeal he faced at that moment was the stimulation of his suppressed instincts. He experienced incredible pain and despair, and for the first time, he knew the thrill of battle. His instincts and reason are connected, even if they are opposed to one another. At that moment, when his flow was subjected to the most powerful shock, what he had been trying to achieve for so long occurred. The young hermit monk's mind finally became clear and reached a new limit. The shattered sword was no problem. He looked unrecognizably terrifying and powerful, surrounded by flames of such power he couldn't even imagine. At that moment, the situation changed dramatically, and he went from being the victim to the offensive, like a true hunter. Believing in his superiority and instant victory, Doc lost his vigilance and did not notice how he received a blow from the Taoist of the Cheonam clan. Gongchan rushed past him with incredible speed and, without bothering with the clan's complex techniques, decided to strike with his palm, releasing internal energy. Shocked by the suddenness, the guy couldn't understand what had happened. He only saw a sharp flash, and after it, he felt severe pain in his right shoulder. Gongchan's strength was on a completely different level than he had appeared to his enemies upon meeting him. Jiwa's surprise stemmed from the fact that she had never seen her comrade from the Cheonam clan use enhanced chi so masterfully before. Enraged by this turn of events, Buquan began to nervously shout to his comrade that he should not relax and underestimate the enemy. But the fear on his face said otherwise. As it turned out, he hadn't let his guard down at all. Doc glared at his opponent with hatred, realizing how much their advantage had been diminished by Buquan's attack. It's hard to believe, but during that intense battle he made huge progress. Gongchan finally reached the pinnacle of martial arts and reached the stage of enlightenment. No longer seen as a weak opponent to be toyed with, Gonchan became a true threat in the eyes of his enemies. His already incredible speed reached its possible limit. The hermit monk was simply toying with his enlightened opponents, who between them could easily have destroyed a small clan from Kanho. In an instant, he found himself behind the green dragon. Although Doc managed to notice how the enemy appeared behind him, he was unable to dodge the blow. Enraged by his comrade's failure, Buquan gathered all his resolve into another devastating shot, which he intended to aim at the elusive Gongchan. Moving into the air, he directed his attack at Gonchan, who was standing calmly on the ground. The monk's imperturbable expression indicated that this battle was just a pastime for him. With incredible speed, he easily dodged the attack and moved in such a way that even an enlightenment-level master could hardly notice his location. Unexpectedly for the purple dragon, he suddenly appeared next to him and delivered a powerful knee strike to the stomach, which would have hardly worked before. This was the first time Buquan had felt such severe pain. The pressure from Gongchan was so intense that the young dragon had no choice but to remain on the defensive, taking a series of fist strikes. At that moment, the boy, with his immense strength but lack of combat experience, began to panic. Despite all his efforts, he couldn't match the speed of the boy he had recently considered a weakling. Due to his preoccupation with the situation, he missed his opponent's second attack, and Gonchan aimed his fist for an uppercut. It was obvious that the domination from Monk Cheonam had driven the arrogant blood cult dragon to despair. At the peak of the battle, Gongchan was grateful for another secret martial art of the Cheonam clan. It was about Taiyi martial art, which means to keep getting better. For the first time since his rebirth, Gongchan was so happy. He had never felt so cheerful as at that moment. As Buquan fell, he realized that they were approaching the end, believing that their opponent's limit had exceeded all expectations. The enemy's dominance seemed impossible to him. While in the air, Gongchan seemed to be caught off guard by the green dragon with Doc behind him, ready to strike. He should have come to terms with the fact that they were not his level a long time ago. Without even turning around, the young monk managed to send his opponent flying again. Buquan knew they should have gotten rid of him sooner, but no one had imagined he would become so dangerous. For the first time, Doc felt the pain of a brutal beating. Despite the hopelessness of the situation, he still tried to do something, because if he lost this fight, then Gongchan would become the greatest threat to the blood cult. The Green Dragon's determination was at its limit. He had no intention of dying himself, so he decided to drag his enemy down with him. The Dark Arts Master began to draw on his chi reserves to unleash his final technique. The overwhelming power caused incredible pain throughout his body, but it had no effect on his resolve. Seeing his comrade in such a state, Buquan began to support his decision with admiration. Just like Gongchan, he still enjoyed this wonderful duel, even though their situation was dire. The boy shouted that his comrade's name would forever remain glorified in their blood cult. But even such power did not make the monk Jonam waver. He had to witness a flow of stunning power that went beyond common sense. Doc shouted that he was able to obtain this unimaginable power by burning the rest of his life energy, so he will show everything he is capable of. A master of the enlightened level put his life on the line in order to put his last strength into just one blow, capable of destroying everything in its path. Gonchan had never been so close to death, but despite this, he still stood calmly in place, waiting for the distance to close to the enemy. Approaching the monk, Doc tried to deliver his final blow that would decide the outcome of the duel, but his hands suddenly became weak, and everything around him began to swim. The Green Dragon couldn't comprehend what was happening. For the first time, he lost control not only over the situation in the fight, but also over his own body. Being on the brink of death, he began to panic, as he did not understand why he could not reach the enemy's body. The calm Gongchan decided to explain the situation to him and said that this was a secret space controlled by the technique of the Jeonnam clan, a heavenly martial art called Inhushi. At that moment, Doc realized that he no longer had the ability to resist. Gongchan appeared behind him, rushing to attack his disoriented opponent, striking with a fist fortified by his energy. His palm even cut through his own spatial control technique. The lightning strike left his enemy no chance. Doc was defeated without even the opportunity to realize the power he had gained by burning the remnants of his life energy. Jihua understood the situation better than anyone else. She had long heard that even when Gongchan was at the transcendental level, he had already defeated top-level masters in one-on-one combat. In other words, it was hard to imagine anyone in this fight who could resist him without a huge amount of effort. Clouds filled with lightning began to gather around their battlefield. This lightning was controlled by Gongchan, and his last opponent was running out of time. The incredible pressure of the enemy's technique was the only thing that had ever frightened Buquan in his entire life. His instincts began to control his body. He knew he would lose the fight if his opponent gathered enough energy to perform such a dangerous technique. Casting aside his fear, he rushed forward to interrupt his reckless opponent. But the monk, with a calm expression on his face, told him that it was too late. In an instant, he gathered the natural energy that had accumulated in the cloud above him. Gathering all his power into his hand, he directed the 5 Thunder Seals technique at Buquan. The moment the name of the technique was pronounced, the fate of the last Enlightenment-level master from the Blood Cult squad was sealed. This attack was comparable in power to the Kirin technique used by Sasuke Uchiha. Smoke and dust rose into the air, limiting visibility. Jiwa opened her eyes and saw the results of the battle. All the enemies were defeated. Only Gonchan stood firm in this battle. Looking at her comrade who was standing on his feet, the girl addressed him by name to find out if everything was okay. Like a true hero and savior, Gongchan turned around sharply and asked if she was injured. Jiwa was glad to see the smile on Master Jeonnam's face. Thinking that all the trials were already over, she sighed with relief. But the young monk still had one more task to do. This time, the remnants of the demonic cult's forces came to them, having regrouped after their first skirmish with the masters of the Murim Union. Their leader was surprised that of all the participants in the battle, only one combat-ready master remained. But for him, this did not play a big role, since he believed that now everything would be even easier than he expected. With a smug grin, he said that their goal was to allow the Murim masters and the blood cult fighters to fight each other to the death, so that they could then easily dispose of the exhausted winner. Looking arrogantly at the wounded enemies, he said that they had no chance of leaving alive, so he suggested that they simply surrender. Turning to the exhausted daughter of the Jagal clan, Gongchan asked her to rest and allow him to finish the job in peace. His strength was more than enough to get rid of masters of this level. A moment later, another explosion occurred, which became the final point in the battle in the forest, near the small city of Xi'an. For us, the outcome was already known. The surviving leader of the demonic cult returned to the organization's fortress to explain why they had failed to complete the task. His plan was perfect from start to finish, but he couldn't predict the outcome that happened. To hide his anger, the organization's master looked out the open window and merely inquired how this could have happened. Still, it wasn't easy to contain his emotions, as he was confident he had provided sufficient forces to accomplish a mission of this magnitude. Besides providing the army, he was also the one who meticulously planned the attack from start to finish. As a result, less than half of all his men returned, and their goal was missed. The beaten fighter wanted to justify himself, but his master stopped him and said that he did not want to hear anything. His hatred was due to the fact that he believed that from now on their faction would look like a laughing stock in the eyes of their rivals from the dark blood cult. After these words, his protege admitted that in fact the blood cult had also failed, and all their troops had been completely crushed. This outcome was extremely unpredictable. It was hard to imagine that the armies of two powerful dark organizations could not cope with a single transcendent-level master from the imperial family. One of the surviving fighters brought clarity to the situation. He said that the one who captured the princess was the Taoist Gongchan from the Chanam clan, and also clarified that it was he who personally dealt with the warriors of the bloody cult and, even after that, was able to easily defeat their numerous army. This outcome made it clear that Jeonnam's level exceeded all their expectations. The leader of the demonic cult was beside himself with rage and couldn't even believe that there were so few people left in Gangho who could fight against the young monk. Gongchan and Weihua returned to Jeonnam Fortress. The local hospital corridor was filled with screams, as the intense battle had left many wounds on the monk's body. He asked his teacher to be gentle with him, which was unusual to hear from a master who had reached a new level of perfection in body and mind. As Gongchan's attending physician, Master Chunjin ordered him to undergo a month-long bed rest treatment. This prospect did not please the young master of the enlightened level, and he answered tensely that it was problematic, since he still had many things to take care of. The teacher replied that if it was about their trade, then there was no need to worry about it. Thanks to Gonchan's efforts, all production, logistics, and sales channels worked perfectly. The clan masters no longer wanted the young monk to work alone, so they worked hard to replace him. Having calmed the guy down, he suggested that he stop thinking about unnecessary things and asked him to wait while he brought him lunch. For the first time since his rebirth, he felt so carefree. The guy calmly lay down on the bed and began to think about what he would do next. Instead of teacher Chunjin, his elder sister Gonen came to him with lunch. She was glad to see her younger brother, and first of all asked him what it was like to reach the stage of enlightenment. Instead of saying it was amazing, he replied in a boring way that it had greatly expanded his horizons and understanding of the world in general. With a smile on her face, Gonen admitted that he had stood out as a master even as a child, so it was no surprise to her that he would one day reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Feeling free, the young monk said that he could teach her a little, using breathing techniques as an example, but the girl politely declined and asked him to forget about it, as she did not want to break herself trying to imitate the best. Moreover, by that time his training was already practiced not only throughout the entire clan, but also throughout the entire Murim Union. Thanks to him, the union became much stronger, as many new talents emerged everywhere. The young man was truly surprised. He couldn't even imagine that the martial arts he'd sold for money would yield such significant results in such a short period of time. Feeling a little better, Gongchan went to the medical department to see how the product creation and distribution system worked without him. The new leader was glad to see the honorary master of the clan and congratulated him on his recovery. He assured his distinguished guest that he needn't worry about the pharmaceutical business, as he was doing everything in his power to maintain good revenue figures. Gonchan noted that the scale had grown much larger than he had planned, which pleased him. Having some free time, he asked if they were completing all their plans on time and offered his help. With a smile on his face, the guy replied that they already had everything ready and admitted that if they allowed him to help, then they could find a place to hide their shame. Their gratitude knew no bounds, and Gonchan was satisfied with the results of his work. Having visited all the places that interested him, the hermit monk went into nature to be alone with his thoughts about having already done everything that depended on him. The success of the pharmaceutical business greatly expanded the power of their clan, making it a household name not only throughout Kanho, but also in the countries with which they traded. By strengthening friendships with other families and clans during his training, he managed to achieve the strengthening of the righteous faction, and the dark organizations were no longer as serious a threat as before. From that moment on, even the demonic cultists could not act rashly. They were afraid of making a mistake and again lay low, gathering strength before their next appearance in Kanho. Moreover, the boy was proud of having reached the stage of enlightenment and, it seemed, having accomplished everything he needed to. He could confidently consider that enough. Having accomplished everything he could possibly desire, the time had come for him to leave Kanho. Rumors of Master Gongchan's decision to leave the clan quickly spread. One of his disciples was so disturbed by the news that he came to visit the master to inquire about it personally. At that moment, the world-famous Taoist of the Cheonam clan was already packing his things. He asked the student not to worry about it and said that he would visit them sometimes, telling them about his adventures outside Kanho. But the boy didn't take it the way Gongchan expected. He was unhappy that his teacher made it sound like he was leaving forever. Without turning around, the master replied that although he was not leaving forever, he was still leaving the clan. These words deeply hurt the feelings of the young warrior, and he could not come to terms with his teacher's answer. The guy nervously shouted that in that case it would be better for them not to meet for eternity. The student's behavior greatly alarmed Gongchan. He couldn't understand his feelings and believed there was no real reason to be angry. The next guest was his student named Viva. Before his departure, he decided to give her some instructions for the future. He explained his decision by saying that the closer you get to the top in any field, the more free you become. For example, with a lot of money, a person can buy anything they want. Another example was that if you're strong enough, no matter where you go, you won't encounter danger, no matter how hard you look. At that moment, Gonchan could rightly be considered the kind of person who could not care about money and danger. His business developed successfully, and he himself achieved the level of martial arts that he dreamed of. Clenching his fist with joy and admiration, Gongchan finally said that he had received the freedom he had been seeking for so long. He couldn't tie himself to one place like the Cheonam clan, because then he would no longer be able to call such a life free and independent. After all these words, Vifa realized that her teacher had become a perfect master who had truly become free. The master believed that he had fully paid off his debts to the Cheonam clan, and he was completely right. Having done everything possible for the good of the clan, Gongchan was finally able to live his own life. The agitated student shyly suggested that in that case, the Cheonam clan and she personally no longer meant anything to him. Her words put the teacher in an awkward position, and he began to think about how to justify himself, but his speech was suddenly interrupted by another guest. They were interrupted by Chun Jin, who came to visit his student with a smile on his face before they said goodbye for an indefinite period. It was so sudden that Gonchan didn't know what to say. To avoid further tension, they decided to go outside and take a short walk. First of all, Chunjin said that Gongchan had already managed to save him from having to ask questions. His words were too mysterious for the young master, so the teacher explained with a smile that he had heard the answers to his questions while standing at the entrance to his room. Gongchan started laughing because his teacher was eavesdropping on the conversation outside the door, but the man, with a smile on his face, justified himself by saying that he had no such intentions and that it happened unconsciously. Despite this, he still had a lot to talk about. Gonchan immediately became wary because he hadn't had a single calm conversation lately. The master immediately asked what the conversation would be about and assumed that the teacher was going to stop him. Chunjin responded with a question and asked whether the master's opinion would change even if he personally asked him to stay. His question was so correct that the young monk was at a loss for words. In fact, Chunjin admired his idea of leaving Kanho to seek freedom. He saw in it the true romance of the life of a hermit master, which Gongchan was. Looking back on his life, he said that although he had lived for quite a long time, he had never seen such an unusual child as Gongchan. The boy replied that he had firmly decided to leave. The teacher did not object and agreed with him. Chunjin just wanted to tell his student that he was proud of him. But in his eyes, Gongchan was an exception. Previously, he could not even imagine that a talent that had grown as quickly as his student would stop before reaching a new peak with even greater strength and honor. The man suggested that perhaps his student's decision to be satisfied with what he had already achieved was, in fact, the path to the pinnacle of true mastery. After these instructions, he once again congratulated his student on acquiring true freedom and said that he had nothing more to teach him. Before saying goodbye, he asked everyone to remember that the road to the top of mastery does not have only one correct answer, and from this moment on, he would have to decide his own future. He wished for him to travel the world, filling his heart with new wisdom and doing whatever he wished. But if he suddenly changed his mind, he could always return whenever he wanted. After his teacher's instructions, the boy returned to his room to complete his unfinished business only late in the evening. His meetings were endless, and no one had warned him about the arrival of guests from other clans. This time, his nieces from the Moen clan visited him, and Ren's emotional expression made it clear their uncle was in for a serious conversation. She slammed the table and asked him personally if he really intended to leave the Jeonnam clan. His answer did not satisfy the hot-tempered girl, and she asked him to think about his decision longer, but the guy calmly replied that he had already made up his mind a long time ago and was not going to change his mind. The more reasonable Yen politely asked what had caused such an abrupt and unexpected decision. Gonchan looked really tired, having had to answer questions of this kind all day. Without being verbose, he simply replied that it was just the desire of a free man. He sincerely admitted that it would be enough for him to walk down the street, eat delicious food, stay in a hotel and rest, live quietly, reading books. With a smile on his face, he added that it would be nice to find love. His words didn't immediately register in Ren's head, but understanding his phrase about love completely made it clear. To make sure everything was clear, she asked if there was any point in trying to dissuade him. Gonchan replied that she was the first one who was going to waste her time on it. The older sister, with a more reasonable attitude towards her uncle's decision, understood that nothing could be changed. Looking at Gongchan, it became clear to her that she couldn't stop him no matter what she said. Having no other options, Yen suggested to her little sister that they return home. But when she saw Ren's expression, she was simply shocked. Her younger sister was plotting something sinister. It seemed some devious plan had formed in her head to prevent her uncle from leaving with Kanho. Rumors of the Master of Life and Death leaving the clan reached Jiwa Jagal. Next to her was the princess of the imperial family, who still hid her identity and called herself the leader of the Watang clan, named Yuji. She expressed surprise, saying that Gongchan was an unusually strange guy. Yeonhua couldn't understand why someone who had reached the stage of enlightenment would simply leave all their progress behind and leave the country. The youngest daughter of the Moyon family agreed with her words and showed her dissatisfaction. The angry girl quoted her uncle's words about wanting freedom and love, and also said that she couldn't stand to see him embarrassed when saying such things. A representative of Gonchan's fan club stated with serious intentions that they should unite and somehow force their uncle to change his decision. Yeon understood her younger sister's displeasure, but on the other hand, she didn't want to interfere with Gongchan's long-dreamed-of life. She replied that their uncle simply wanted a quiet life and that they shouldn't interfere. Naturally, Ren cared little about her uncle's wishes and simply could not come to terms with what he was about to do. She hoped that if they went all out, the master would begin to doubt the wisdom of his plan. Her younger sister's determination grated on Yeon's nerves, but she could never keep up with her energy and temperament. Ren continued her speech and emphasized that the most important problem for them would be to come up with a plan that would help return the master to his place. Her final proposal to the fan club was to gather everyone together on the day of Gonchan's departure. While she was trying her best to change her uncle's mind, Gonen's sister watched the chaos unfold. She marveled at how brave her nieces from the Moen clan were. Looking up at the sky, she realized that she herself did not have enough determination to do something like this, since she simply could not muster up the courage. The next day, Gonchan was already ready to leave. One of his assistants reported that all his things had already been loaded into the cart. Looking back at the Cheonam fortress, he wished that all the people dear to him would take care of themselves and look after each other. Having left the walls of the fortress, he had no doubt that he had made the right decision. He believed that if he stayed in Cheonam, new problems would only be a matter of time, and he did not want to have any long-term attachments because it would take away the freedom that he cherished so much. Gongchan was indeed hurrying to his carriage, eager to escape to a free and peaceful life beyond the cult of martial artists, where violence and power struggles would always reign. As he opened the carriage with his belongings, a sincere smile crossed his face. At that moment, he clearly didn't expect his nieces from the Moen clan to be inside. At that moment, he began to feel tense and awkwardly inquired how they got there. As it turned out, even his dear student Viva was inside. She shyly replied that they were leaving with their master. Looking to the left, the guy saw a few more problems that he didn't expect. Inside there was even Lady Jagal and the leader of the Wantong clan. They had sly smiles on their faces. The red-haired guy with a smile on his face replied that it looked fun, so he asked the master to let him join. Gongchan repeated his words about how he was actually planning to go alone, but with a smile on her face, Jihua asked him not to worry about it. She said that they were simply walking the same path as Taoist Gongchan, so he didn't have to worry about them getting in his way. This answer put the guy in an awkward position. He had no argument that could somehow help him avoid traveling with them. As it turned out, Gonchan's sister also wanted to join his escort team. Perhaps she mustered up the courage to show up at the last minute and first asked her younger brother why he wasn't going inside. Looking at his older sister, Gonchan couldn't believe she was also planning to go with him. But the girl shyly replied that she was not as brave as those children who decided to do such a crazy thing. She hesitantly admitted that she had simply come to see him off, as it was normal for an older sister to take care of her younger brother. After these words, Gonchan and his suddenly appeared companions set off on their journey. Assessing the gravity of the situation, Gonchan lowered his head and sighed heavily, leading Viwa to believe he was ill and they should return. Thus began their long journey together, in search of the adventures of free people. Gonchan was looking for peace. He wanted to escape from everything that could tie him to certain things. But it seems that this was not part of the plans of the determined girls. As it turned out, Gonyen's sister still found the courage to leave the Jeonnam clan following her older brother. Her actions made her younger brother nervous, who hoped that at least she would not interfere with his peaceful life. After a long silence, the guy decided to ask if she'd said she'd just tricked him. The cunning girl replied that that's exactly what she does. The presence of the Kanho girls was unavoidable, and the persistent Ren, who was walking behind the master of life and death, asked her uncle if he liked the noodles at the last establishment, thinking that they weren't all that tasty. She managed to increase the provocation by saying that the food in Jeonnam was much tastier. Hopes for a free and peaceful life began to gradually dissolve in the environment he found himself in. He couldn't calmly pursue the things he'd planned because there was always someone in his company who ruined the fun of his vacation. He didn't have a moment's peace. The girls continued talking to him, even without receiving an answer. The princess tried to change the master's mind, saying that sleeping in the open air was too exciting, but she could sleep soundly if she had a comrade from Kanho covering her back. Gonchan objected and replied that his plans did not include returning. He asked to stop these futile attempts, saying that he would not change his decision. For the first time, the guy justified his answer and said that he no longer needed to fight or train because he was free, and no matter what happened, he would never go back. Sighing heavily, he asked them not to remind him of the past anymore and to allow him to peacefully live the life he'd dreamed of all this time. From that moment on, he asked his companions not to mention Kanho's name again, but he couldn't even imagine what not only his friends but also his enemies thought of him. The news of the departure of the young and problematic monk from Cheonnam also reached the leader of the demonic cult. The master's assistant reported information based on a report from an informant located near the Jeonnam clan. They learned the rather unexpected news that Taoist Gongchan had left Kangho and had no plans to return. Considering this to be nonsense, the gentleman nervously clenched his teeth, not wanting to accept it as the truth. He could not understand how a Taoist who had reached the stage of enlightenment could simply up and return to the ordinary world, refusing to reach new heights. This seemed strange to him. He began to suspect that Gonchan was up to something, so he ordered people to be sent out immediately to look for him. His entire body was trembling from such excitement, but he thought that perhaps it was even for the best, because after Gongchan left his clan, they had the opportunity to try to carry out their plan again. This time, he took the task more seriously and asked to gather all the soldiers who were still capable of fighting. He was afraid that if they did not immediately get rid of the threat at such an opportune moment, then such an opportunity would not present itself again. Realizing the gravity of the problem, this time he had no choice but to personally lead the warriors of the Devil faction into battle to finish the job. Another important stage in the master's life forced him to remember the events that took place before his rebirth. At that moment he was waiting for his girlfriend, who was late, and to be honest, his view has not changed since then, even despite being reborn in a completely different world. The girl was a little late and, as an apology, brought her friend ice cream. She noticed that he seemed distracted and focused on his phone, so she asked him what exactly he'd been doing all this time and what he'd been looking at so intently before she arrived. The guy replied that he'd simply been reading martial arts manhwa, and as it turned out, he'd loved to daydream about such things back then. Gongchan then asked his friend if he was right in thinking she'd focused solely on her studies and read only textbooks while she was a student. She replied that in her observations, guys really like things like martial arts mangas, and she even suggested that her friend wanted to become as strong as the main character of the exciting comic he was reading at the time. Gonchan replied that he actually reads it just for fun and doesn't really want to live like the heroes of such comics. He admitted that this would be boring for him, as a true master must cultivate his knowledge and constantly strive to develop and reach new heights. He saw no joy in such a life, so full of worries. Looking into the girl's eyes with a smile, he admitted that he would be happy to live a normal life, especially if it included such pleasant moments as a walk with a loved one. They enjoyed their walk, as it had been a long time since their last date. It was very relaxing for the guy. He enjoyed the moment, and besides, all his learning issues had just been resolved, and he could feel truly free. As he recalled the final moments of that perfect meeting with his beloved girl, he realized that life as Master Jeonnam had not originally been his destiny. After being killed by a mysterious truck, he immediately found himself in a martial arts world similar to the one in his favorite comic book. From the very beginning, things didn't go quite according to plan. Even his name wasn't what he liked. Due to his sense of duty, he was forced to become a Taoist of the Cheonam clan, but things did not go as he wanted. Ever since his reincarnation, he had decided that as soon as he became stronger, he would definitely gain the freedom and peace that he had treasured so much in his past life. But when he managed to achieve his goal, everything turned out to be not as easy as he expected. It was just a dream. He woke up only when his hyperactive younger niece Ren started bothering him. The girl was surprised that her uncle slept for so long despite the fact that the sun was quite high. Ren went to help her older sister. Sleepy Gongchan could not figure out what was happening around him. He could not get over the emotions of devastation that haunted him after a heavy dream about the past. During the rest of the trip, Sister Gonen found the courage to ask her younger brother what he had been thinking about so deeply that morning. The boy replied that he simply couldn't remember his dream. Looking tensely at his older sister, he decided to ask her a question as well. They'd been traveling for over 2 weeks now, and he wondered how much longer his sister planned to accompany him. With a sly smile, the girl suggested she might stay by his side until the master returned to the Cheonam clan. Once near her destination, the curious student, Viva, looked out the window to admire the picturesque views of nature. She was delighted by what she saw. The mountain range she was observing was famous for its breathtaking views, attracting tourists from all over the world. The boys couldn't pass it by and decided to stop in one of the small towns near these beautiful mountains. The caring teacher first went in search of local delicacies and bought a stick of caramel strawberries for Viva, warning her that since it was harmful to her body, she could only eat 1 berry. Jihua sat down next to her contented younger sister and remarked that she envied her, since the famous master of life and death bought sweets just for her. This problem bothered not only the daughter of the Jeagle family, but also the hot-tempered and obsessive Ren, so she approached the teacher and asked why he hadn't bought candy for all the other girls on his escort team. The teacher didn't see a problem and said they had enough money for it. The cold and heartless response deeply hurt the young woman's feelings, and she decided to furiously remind him that he ate mountains of glazed candies every time he visited the Murong family. Mentioning Kongho was unnecessary. It gave Gongchan an opportunity to turn the conversation to his advantage. But arguing with Ren was pointless. Her fury had driven the master to buy candy for all the girls who accompanied him on his journey. After he broke down and bought candy for everyone, Ren patted him on the shoulder and remarked on the generosity of the great master of life and death. Still, he enjoyed what was happening at that moment in his life, so he decided not to worry about what he heard in his dreams. He supposed he was a little empty at the time, but things started to change. A carefree life without training or battles was calm and comfortable for him, so he wanted to enjoy it to the fullest. Gongchan was still genuinely glad to have left the Cheonam and Kangho clans. The small town's attractions quickly ran out, and the girls suggested a hike to a famous mountain located nearby. This wasn't part of the master's vacation plans, but at that moment he just wanted to relax a bit. Despite the small size of the town, it was quite lively at that time, but even despite this, Gongchan continued to be cautious, and could not help but notice the man who was carefully watching their movements. Suddenly, Jagal said that she would like to look around in search of some good restaurant. In response, the princess did not object, but asked her friend not to linger. The attentive and experienced Gonchan could not miss the strange behavior of one of his companions. He noticed an unfamiliar master in the backyard, but he was sure that he felt the chi of the great family from him. The guy suggested that it might be the messenger who followed Lady Jagal. This made the master a little nervous, and he asked Ren if everything was all right within the great Jeagle family. He made a big mistake, because when he mentioned the name of the Kanho family, a satisfied surprise appeared on the girl's face, which forced him to justify himself. However, the experienced master turned out to be right, and the master possessor of chi of the great family really turned out to be a messenger. He met with Lady Jagal and informed her that movements of a demonic cult had been detected in the area of her stay. Moreover, The scale of their movements was unusually large, indicating that they were willing to take risks to achieve their unknown evil goal. He had come to convey the chief's request. As the region was dangerous, she was ordered to return immediately to the great Jagal family. The girl asked him to wait a little longer, citing unfinished business. Jihwa returned back to her comrades and was first greeted by the smiling leader of the Watang clan. He asked his friend if she had been able to find at least one decent restaurant, but seeing the girl's look, it became clear to everyone that she was not at all in the mood for pleasant discussions. Gonchan immediately realized that he was in for a serious conversation. After receiving news from her family, Jihwa was determined to speak up. She approached the master of life and death and asked if he was sure he didn't want to go back to Kanho. The guy was confused and in response asked why she suddenly started talking about this again. Jihwa had never been so serious before, and not wanting to answer the distracting question, she emphasized that she was asking him for the last time. She was afraid that the master would regret his decision, but perhaps by that time it would be too late. Gonchan didn't feel obligated to make such sacrifices and returned to the clan, as he had fully repaid all his debts to those who saved his life. He didn't regret his actions at all, as he had truly done the right thing and was being honest, first and foremost, with himself. All the efforts of the escort team did not produce the desired result, which caused Ren to become momentarily withdrawn. Bowing her head politely, she suddenly shouted at her uncle not to leave. Confused, Gongchan asked her to stop behaving like this and said that she had no reason to stop him. Ren was happy to live this way. She even emotionally admitted that she genuinely liked the expression on his face during training. She enjoyed spending time together even when he was risking his life and being in the middle of battles to protect the rest of his comrades. Continuing her speech, the girl talked about her simple desire to see how he tries to give his best to become better, not paying attention to the limits of his body. All this was the reason why she always stayed with him. She liked it, and it was part of her happy life. Looking at the extremely upset girl, Gongchan was at a loss for words and simply replied that he was sorry. He asked them not to perceive him in the same way as before, citing that he was not as sincere as they thought. To lower the girl's opinion of him, he said that he worked hard in training only because he wanted to be popular with women. Gonchan called himself real, exactly as he was at the time of their conversation. He was simply returning to his past life. Continuing to put emotional pressure on his companions, he said that up until this point, all the hard work he had done was for the sake of freedom and the absence of responsibility for anything. That's why he finds it strange to continue staying in Kanho, where there are so many events that won't let him stand aside. Jihwa couldn't take it anymore and agreed to accept it and surrender. But she had one condition, which was that if she met it, she would no longer pester the master of life and death about returning to Kanho. She wanted to see his true determination and asked him not to interfere in Kanho's internal affairs from now on. The guy replied that it would be so, but the girl objected to emphasize the seriousness of her words. Her condition was complete absence of communication with Kanho, literally no involvement, even regardless of what atrocities the devil cult or blood cult commits. Another condition was the master of life and death's neutrality, regardless of the situation within the Jeonnam clan, even if they all fell on hard times. The proud girl from the great Jagal family could not allow anyone who wasn't a member of the Gangho clan to ever come to their aid. In response, Gonchan simply asked if everything would be okay with them, but the girl sharply replied that he shouldn't underestimate their orthodox sects. She called their internal problems their personal battle, which they must fight themselves without help, believing that any outside help would bring shame on them. This entire dialogue was aimed at ensuring that by leaving Kanho, Gonchan would protect the pride of their orthodox sects. With a smile on his face, Gongchan admitted that he was beginning to feel relieved. He understood her request and promised that, as an outsider, he would not interfere in Kangho's internal affairs. After such a productive conversation, no one had any questions left, and Gonchan left on his own in the direction his heart led him. He didn't manage to get far and had to stop on the way to the next city. Gonen's sister followed him, and she said that seeing the way he turned around, she got the impression he regretted his decision. But the calm young man explained away such brutality by saying he only turned back because he sensed his older sister's chi. He started laughing awkwardly, since it hadn't been that long since they'd parted, but Gonen still followed him. She used her old excuse and replied that she'd simply come to see him off. With a confused expression on his face, the Master of Life and Death replied that they were back to the old dialogue. This time everyone was serious about letting him go, but Gonen didn't give in. Meanwhile, the carriage carrying the girls, returning to Kanho, stopped to rest for a bit. Nearby was a terrifying hovel, and Yeon told them they shouldn't worry about anything. While the girls were talking about completely ordinary things, the hot-tempered Ren couldn't find her place and didn't understand how her friends could behave this way after what had recently happened. She approached her older sister and asked her why everyone gave up so easily. Ren began to panic and screamed that they should have followed him further. Yen had a completely different opinion. She saw no way to change anything and asked her sister not to mention the name of the Master of Life and Death anymore. Suddenly they heard a terrifying, evil voice that said that he wanted to hear something else about Gongchan. Next to them was a man with a terrifying chi surrounding his body. He immediately declared that he was extremely interested in their dear Master Gongchan. The fear on Yen's face only confirmed the seriousness of the problem that had caught them off guard. The girl saw something like this for the first time in her life. She could not believe that such vicious and distorted energy existed in the world. It was obvious they couldn't simply escape. The girls were surrounded by a squad of demonic cultists, and their master once again asked where exactly the master he was interested in, whom he hated, was. Returning to our hero, he continued to listen to his sister, not understanding how long she would see him off. The girl suggested taking another 100 steps and this time promised to let him go for real. Hearing these words, Gongchan coldly turned around and walked forward. A frustrated Gonen clenched her fist nervously because she couldn't muster up the courage even at the end. She couldn't say that she was following him, so she made up an excuse to see him off. Even now she didn't want to say goodbye, so she again used her long-tested excuse for accompanying him. She couldn't forgive herself for not having the courage to ask him at least once not to leave. But there was no more time for excuses, and she realized that if she simply said goodbye now, it would be impossible to change. She was afraid of losing him, and so she dragged out the moment until the very end. Finding the determination within herself, she firmly told herself that she would not remain a coward who was incapable of anything. Gonchan had no idea about her difficult internal dialogue, so he looked back carelessly and said that there were only 5 steps left as promised to his sister. But at that very moment, the blade of his sister's sword was right at his neck. The confused guy couldn't understand what was happening and just smiled awkwardly. Filled with determination, Gonen shouted out that she was challenging the Master of Life and Death to a duel. As she struck her first blow, she stated the only condition of the duel: whoever touches the ground first loses. This time she promised that if Gongchan won, she would let him go for good. But if she wins, then Gongchan will be forced to give them another chance to convince him. This is how the final duel between the brother and sister of the Jeonnam clan began. Gonen was very serious and fought with all her might even despite the significant superiority of her opponent. She put all her determination into each subsequent blow. While fighting with her brother, she began to remember the past. She was the first real rival of the young talented master, who in a short time was able to change the entire country of Kanho. As a child, she couldn't even imagine that he would become as incredible as he is now. But even despite the low chance of winning, she was ready to do everything to bring him home. Meanwhile, the silence of Gonchan's other friends set the demonic cult into action. Even though they were all transcendental-level masters with good reserves of internal energy, it was not easy at all. The numerical superiority of the demonic cult was obvious. Such pressure was too difficult to control. Having already fought with this army once, the princess could say with certainty that compared to the last time, not only the numbers, but also the strength of the enemy warriors had increased. While the girls held off the enemy attacks, Lady Jeggle was busy implementing the technique of her great family. She did everything to create conditions for the protection of her team. Having completed her preparations, she called on her comrades to immediately go inside the house. Having fought off the wave of attacks, the girls rushed inside. They were surrounded, but despite this, there was still a chance of escape. Jiwa finally finished performing her technique and was ready to defend herself along with the others. The protective equipment must not allow the warriors of dark cults to enter. The princess praised her friend for her excellent work, noting that now the enemies really could not get inside. But as it turned out, things were quite different, and in fact they found themselves locked inside, surrounded by an army of enemies. This gave them some time to recuperate and plan their escape. Having collected her thoughts, Ren said that if the four of them joined forces, then one of them would definitely be able to break out of the enemy encirclement. She reminded them that Gongchan was their only chance of salvation. She wanted to retreat and organize a surprise attack with her uncle, but no one supported her idea. Ren thought that they simply did not believe in his superiority, so she explained that he was not the type to lose to dark or demonic cults. But unexpectedly for her, her older sister agreed with these words. It was hard for her to admit that if they asked for his help, then in the future, he would definitely be able to leave them. She sincerely wished for Gongchan to fulfill his desire to leave Kanho, realizing that this would make him truly happy. Meanwhile, the duel between brother and sister continued. The Enlightenment-level master wasn't giving it his all, and an angry Gonen yelled at him to take the fight more seriously. In fact, Gonchan didn't see her as an enemy at all. He had clearly seen all of her movements and weak points in her defense from the very beginning. At one point, he simply pushed her in the back, which must have been unpleasant for Gonen, who was fighting with all her might. Still, this was not enough to make her fall to the ground. The girl stayed on her feet and nervously bit her lip out of helplessness. Not seeing the point in all this, Gonchan asked how long he would have to repeat this until she finally gave in and fulfilled the terms of their agreement. Without turning around, the proud girl apologized and replied that she would never give up. Rushing back into the fray, the older sister shouted that she wasn't going to listen to a stubborn liar like Gongchan, even if he repeated his words 1,000 times. Her words hurt the feelings of the master of life and death, and defending his pride, he said that he did not remember when he lied. At that moment, the girl reminded him of his words about how he accidentally learned martial arts, despite the fact that he did not want to. She wasn't sure about the others, so she said she would never believe those words. Remembering her younger brother's life, she reminded him that the first thing he thought about all night was practice, and how to make a shot that would reach the opponent. She still remembered how happy he was after every success in learning martial arts. She also disagreed with his claim that he trained only to be popular with women. After a series of blows that, with their pressure, pushed the master to a comfortable distance, the girl began to use one of her techniques. The girl saw his whole life and understood that it wasn't just for nothing that he became stronger. It was the yin-yang technique he used to catch her off guard during their first serious battle. Surprised by the unusual sight, Gonchan froze in place. Gonen explained that this was her improved version of the technique he had long forgotten about. Its value was unimaginably great for Gonen because she created it after 3 years of training under her dear younger brother. The duel was over. With a slight laugh, she couldn't believe that her brother had been feeling sorry for her all this time. Gonen knew that in a real fight, Gonchan wouldn't let her be hit even once, but this duel was different. After these words, the exhausted girl began to lose her balance. Despite the terms of the bet, Gongchan couldn't let her fall to the ground. Hugging his older sister, he confessed to her that her technique was simply incredible. Praising the fight, he said he still had a lot to learn, something he only realized through this fight. In the end, Gonchan finally admitted defeat. He felt strange. Despite admitting defeat, he didn't feel bad at all. He admitted that he really wanted to leave, but because of the promise, he would still fulfill the terms of their deal. Gonen's courage paid off, and she was finally able to achieve the result she could only dream of. The Jeonnam clan's sister and brother were hurrying back to meet the rest of the boys. Gonen sensed that everyone had been waiting for him, but she couldn't even imagine the situation they were in at that moment. Meanwhile, the leader of the demonic cult was running out of patience, so he immediately warned the girls that if they were thinking about stalling for time, it was useless. He did not want to waste time on their attempts, which he considered pathetic. He asked them to stop the senseless fight and offered to leave, promising to let them go if they told him where Gongchan was. However, he didn't expect anything else from the followers of the orthodox sects. The girls still didn't give up and continued to sit inside the hut, which was protected by the technology of the Jagal family. The leader of the demonic cult had no choice but to do things his way. He sent his fighters and with anger in his eyes ordered them to reduce the house to dust. Their efforts did not have much result, but every technique has its limits. With a smile on his face, the cult leader decided to see how long the magical array of the great Jagal family could withstand the pressure of an entire army. Several minutes passed, but the equipment continued to repel every enemy attack. But at one point, the leader of the demonic cult began to feel a thrill that was pleasant for his heart. Turning back, he wanted to see the owner of that very energy that he had been looking for so long. The allies were already close, but because of the technology, no one inside the house could know about it. Jihua was already beginning to say goodbye to life because her energy was running out and she could no longer maintain her technique due to the enormous pressure from outside. Hiding in the corner, Yan shielded her sister from the Jeonnam clan. But at one point, she turned around and looked through the wall, feeling something familiar. Viva's expression changed dramatically. Her practice was enough to sense the master's energy from such a distance. A master of life and death, the only one who could change the situation, came to their rescue. Despite his promise to the daughter of the great Jagal family, he had to return, and all thanks to the efforts of Sister Gonen. Suddenly, the princess began to sense a huge amount of energy from the man slowly approaching their door. The girl was on guard and prepared to use her swords in the worst-case scenario. But when the door opened, Master Gongchan appeared in front of them, with Sister Gonen standing next to him, exhausted from a friendly duel. Confused, Yanhua couldn't understand how he could change his mind. The guy replied that it was a long story that led him to them after he felt dark energy on his way home. As expected, the Jagal family's daughter's wrath immediately lashed out at the master. She screamed that he couldn't do such a thing. She couldn't accept the fact that he had broken his promise not to interfere in Kanho's affairs. In response, Gonchan only reported that one of the enemy fighters still posed a threat to them and asked her to strengthen the barrier. When leaving the sheltered house, the boy asked his companions not to go outside under any circumstances, and also asked them to help take care of Gonen's sister. Addressing Jihua, he admitted that he didn't want her to worry too much about breaking her promise. With a smile on his face, he stated that he was still a student from Kanho. After leaving the building, all Gonchan could see were dozens of defeated enemies lying on the ground in front of the shack. Among them, there was only one person who stood firm in the battle with the young master, and that was the leader of the demonic cult. He had no doubt that the person standing before him was the famous master of life and death. Gonchan saw no danger in his opponent and said that his energy was so weak that he could barely detect it. With a slight mockery, the enemy agreed with the words of the observant master. He admitted that as the best tactician of his cult, he rarely shows up on the battlefield. But as it turned out, the appearance of an opponent like Gongchan made an exception to the rule for the cult master, and he personally arrived to defeat the dangerous enemy. A terrifying energy that had previously been undetectable began to emanate from him. Gonchan had never seen anything like this before, and he froze in surprise. With a smile on his face, the cult leader asked his opponent if he had sensed the energy that had been so carefully hidden. The demonic faction troops that Gongchan defeated didn't just disappear. Hands of the dead began to burst forth from under the ground. This was the terrifying secret that the leader of the demonic cult was hiding from prying eyes. No one who personally saw this technology left him alive. Gongchan didn't understand what trick his enemy had used, but he couldn't let him finish this technique in peace. Confined within his dark machinery, the cult leader's face was definitely free of fear. After closing the distance to the enemy, Gonchan delivered a slashing blow. He managed to cut through the zombie's flesh, but he clearly didn't expect what happened next. His sword was easily caught by the enemy lord's bare hand. After such a movement, the remnants of the zombie's body parts dispersed, and a terrifying power began to emanate from the enemy leader. The young master of life and death could not withstand such pressure and flew back. The powerful blow sent him flying towards the shack behind him, and he had to do everything he could to stop himself. He wasn't sure if the building could withstand the protection of the great Jagal family's technique alone, so he released his chi sword to strengthen his resistance. It was only through great effort that he managed to stop the attack of the enemy, who stood carelessly in front of him. The leader of the demonic cult called it a forbidden spell that elevates the caster to a higher level. To achieve this, he sacrificed 108 people who had mastered the dark arts. With a wicked grin on his face, he said that even if 108 ghosts were to gnaw at his body, controlling them with his brain, he was not afraid of losing control of himself. Gongchan once again met an opponent who was not worth pitying. Looking at the enemy, he said that he was not going to communicate with such pathetic trash, and without hesitation he called his subordinates the word victim. The loyalty of his warriors was worth a lot, for they gave everything to support their leader and follow his orders. This speech had no effect on the leader of the demonic cult. The man, overflowing with power, felt simply wonderful, and, experiencing this euphoria, rushed into battle. Gonchan understood that in this case words were superfluous, so he accepted the duel to prove his case by force. By sacrificing the power of 108 of his loyal followers, the leader of a demonic cult gained immense power that he believed no one could match. The flaw of his dark technique was that it was temporary and would disappear within a single night. At the same time, the great master of life and death was not constrained by time, but with the pace of the battle, he had to end this fight as quickly as possible. He managed to keep up with his opponent and block simple blows. Moreover, he struck back, but they were of no effectiveness. This battle was of an incredible level, and if they had been inside the city, it would have been wiped off the face of the earth in a matter of minutes. Despite the temporary limitation of the dark technique, the leader of the demonic cult believed that it was more than enough. He felt superior to his opponent, despite the fact that Gongchan was able to deal with 3 Enlightenment stage masters. For the first time, Gonchan found himself in a situation where the enemy was superior to him not only in strength, but also in speed. The enemy, in a state of euphoria, was already anticipating the taste of victory. His attacks were incredibly effective, and Gonchan couldn't cope with all of them. His brute force did not give him a moment's rest. Trying to somehow survive, Gonchan, who was constantly under insurmountable pressure, was forced to flee from the enemy's attacks. Meanwhile, the enemy did not let up the pressure and continued to attack. The biggest problem for the hermit was his allies, who were in the building behind him. They were his real weak spot. Realizing this, Gonchan decided to move away from his comrades in order to lead the enemy to a more suitable battlefield. But he underestimated the tactical literacy of his opponent. Considering the young master's motives, the demonic cult lord did not change the direction of his attack and fired a volley of energy straight towards the hut. At that moment, Gonchan realized that he had screwed up big time. He could no longer waste time and change his position, so he immediately rushed to the defense of his comrades. Gonchan managed to land in front of the building, but the enemy attack was still a big problem. The power of the enemy's equipment was so great that it was simply impossible to repel or disperse it. At the last moment before the collision with the building, an explosion occurred. Looking towards the enemy from the Muram Alliance, the leader of the enemy organization said that the student of the Jeonnam Martial Arts School should take this battle more seriously. He addressed the master of life and death with the words that fighting and protecting the weak is something that only the strong can afford. He had no doubts about his opponent's abilities, but at that moment he was sure that Gongchan was definitely weaker than him, and in other words, this battle was going completely in his favor. Having withstood the enemy attack, Gongchan himself admitted that the enemy's words were true. Even though his attacks had hit the demonic cult leader's body several times, he still appeared unperturbed. Faced with a dire situation, the young master of life and death made a risky decision. He believed his only hope of victory was to concentrate all his energy in one hand and deliver a blow capable of destroying such a monster. This also meant that after this blow, his strength would be completely exhausted. Despite the risks, he was willing to risk everything for the slim chance of victory. The master tactician, represented by the leader of the demonic cult, acknowledged Jeonnam's disciple's decision as quite a good one. Unsuspectingly, Gonchan began to close the distance with the enemy in order to implement his plan. But he miscalculated and realized it too late, dodging the blow. The enemy said that it does not matter how much power Gonchan gathers, because it is useless if he cannot hit him. The realization of this simple truth was quite unexpected for the young master, because before he had never yielded to his enemies in speed. Due to an unsuccessful lunge, he opened his back to a counterattack. Even despite the body protection technique, this blow was too heavy, and the guy felt such incredible pain for the first time in his life. The leader of the demonic cult decided not to play around and, afraid of making a mistake, supplemented his series of attacks with a powerful kick. Gonchan realized that he had screwed up again due to his carelessness. The power of the enemy's dark technology did not allow him to relax. The pressure from the enemy was so strong that Gonchan began to take too many hits. Another attack sent him into a severe knockdown, after which another master of his level would have already said goodbye to life. His whole body was trembling. Looking at the enemy, he realized that he was unable to find any gap in his defense. Looking around at the still-standing building, Gonchan tried to think of some way out of this situation. It seemed like he was running out of strength. Without any resistance, he just lay on the ground. Approaching the young master point blank, the leader of the demonic cult extended his hand towards him and began releasing energy for a strike, saying that he would send them all to hell. After these words, another powerful explosion occurred. The leader of the demonic cult paused for a moment, saying that he did not understand his opponent's behavior at all, since Gongchan had not stopped him from carrying out a series of attacks without any break. As it turned out, at the last moment before the enemy lord's attack, Gonchan managed to catch his hand. Thanks to this capture, he changed the trajectory of the attack and once again saved his comrades, who, trusting him, remained inside the hut. The young master's efforts were hard to miss. With a huge advantage in brute force, the enemy pinned Gongchan to the ground. Looking into the eyes of the student, Jeonnam, he said that he saw his efforts and would still break what he so diligently protected. Grabbing the guy by the head, the villain said that he would allow him to do what he so feared. With one powerful movement, he threw Taoist Jeonnam in the direction of the hut. It was simply impossible to resist such a monster, and Gongchan, having destroyed the building, fell backwards onto the floor. A column of dust rose around him, and the leader of the demonic cult demonstratively stepped on his chest with his foot and said that this was the end. With a smug smile on his face, he was glad that he was about to get rid of the annoying master from the Jeonnam clan. In fact, he considered it the only problem that had been bothering him for the past few years. He was sure that once Gongchan disappeared, then no one would be able to resist the dark forces of Kanho anymore. Having let his guard down, he didn't even notice how he had exposed his back, so he received an unexpected blow. Looking around, he saw two girls standing next to each other with extremely worried expressions on their faces. Jiwa looked like she had just learned a few new karate moves a few minutes ago. While the leader of the demonic cult yawned in surprise, the three accompanying female masters of life and death grabbed his arms and back, thereby immobilizing the enemy, opening his body to attack. With difficulty holding back her opponent, elder sister Moen turned to her mentor in panic and asked him to hurry up with his decision. Weakened but not broken, Gonchan began to see what he had been unable to discern during the intense battle. Gritting his teeth, he was finally able to see the occultist's weak spot. The lord of the demonic cult could not believe that he had made such a trivial mistake, and at that moment he had to pay for his arrogance. The already destroyed hut inside the forest suffered another collapse. Everything around began to be destroyed under the pressure of Gonchan's powerful energy. Despite the force of the blow, the leader of the enemy dark organization, Kanho, managed to stay on his feet. He began to slowly walk toward the young monk, saying that he suddenly became very curious as to why the hermit had so diligently defended that building. The man, who was wounded in the stomach, suggested that Gonchan was trying to buy time for his friends to recover. With a calm expression on his face, the master of life and death confirmed the words of his dishonorable enemy. Gongchan said that even if he hadn't succeeded, he would still protect his comrades without sparing himself. The demonic cult leader's body began to gradually deteriorate, and the energy of his 108 loyal subordinates, which his body held, began to gradually dissipate. Losing his human form, he thought about Gongchan's words regarding his comrades and admitted that, as expected, he still hadn't managed to understand him. After these words, the body of the leader of the demonic cult completely collapsed, and only torn clothes remained. The exhausted winner could barely stand on his feet. Tired of free adventures, the guy began to lose consciousness and fell backwards. Luckily, they had some loyal female companions nearby who, together, managed to hold him back before he hit the ground. Sighing heavily, the guy with tired eyes was not shy about admitting that he had slightly overestimated his capabilities. Looking at the smiling ladies, he said with confidence that he would close his eyes for just a second. Obviously, it was a lie. Gonchan fell asleep and again saw his past, which haunted him. It was a real meeting of his two personalities. He, from his past life, asked what interesting things had happened this time that he even decided to meet. Judging by the smile on the master of life and death's face, one could logically assume that he had made an important decision for himself. Looking back at his past self, he admitted that even after living 25 years in another world, he still had too much attachment to his past way of life. His views on freedom had changed greatly, and this time he could confidently say that he would return to Jeonnam. His skeptical past self didn't understand this decision, so she asked if Gongchan really intended to return to those boring days of cultivating his progress and fighting every day. But the master's soul responded that for him it wasn't at all boring, as it might seem at first glance to the average manhwa reader. Gongchan was happy to share with himself the happy and exciting moments he had experienced in his new life. Developing his personal characteristics, discovering a new world of martial arts, strengthening bonds with others through battle, all of this was an exciting part of his new life as a master. Looking back, he saw so many incredible memories that they completely changed his attitude towards this lifestyle. First and foremost, he should have thanked his comrades for following him. This sentiment was shared by both his personalities. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by his girlfriend from the past, who finally showed up for the date with ice cream in her hands, a little embarrassed about being late. Then the moment came to say goodbye. His personality from the past wished him to live a new life happily, without looking back at the past. This is how Gonchan realized that his understanding of freedom had previously been too limited. Opening his eyes after a long sleep, the boy stared blankly at the ceiling, devastated by yet another dream about the past. All he saw before him was a ceiling with the characteristic features of a building he had long known. The realization of where he was quickly brought him to his senses. He stood up abruptly, and after the familiar ceiling, noticed the long familiar blanket. Looking up, he saw that Sister Gonen, the teacher and the youngest student, stood before him, along with dozens of warriors from the Jeonnam clan. Gongchan immediately felt like he was home. The whole crowd began to bombard him with questions about how he was feeling, as well as about his unexpected latest victory over the leader of the dark organization, Kangho. Looking at her younger brother, Sister Gonen asked if he was going to leave the clan again. The other boys were also worried about this question, as they had been very worried about his condition all this time. With a sincere smile on his face, Gonchan admitted that he was glad to be at home. After 3 months, he returned to his normal life. Sister Gonen had just come to him. She had previously received the task of finding all the information from the meeting of the Orthodox sects. The guy apologized for not being able to pick up the report earlier, justifying himself by saying that he was too busy with the duel schedule. Opening the meeting's agenda, Gonen first mentioned the dark factions, saying their power had weakened significantly. Most importantly, they had practically disappeared after losing their tactician. It was likely the enemies would lie low for a while, gathering their strength for another attack. The news was great, but the Master of Life and Death said that they still couldn't relax because the remaining enemy forces were still a threat, and there were still many dark cult leaders left to defeat. The second piece of exciting news was a message from the great Jagal family. They weren't about to miss even the slightest detail, so Jihwa sincerely hoped that Gongchan would believe in the power of the Orthodox sects. As for the leader of the Wangtong clan, he went to help other sects exterminate the blood cult. He was eager to experience a real battle again, so that he could become stronger by emulating his idol. After finishing her report, Gonen warned her younger brother that some annoying guests had arrived and they needed to be taken care of. It was obvious they were talking about the hyperactive Ren and her silent but willful older sister, Yeon. The surprised boy said he saw them in Cheonan even more often than when he was with the Murong family. With a smile on her face, Ren declared that they would come even more often until they could defeat their uncle in a fair sparring match. The older sister added to her sister's words, saying that this time they had something new in store. After these words, their beloved little sister from the Jeonnam clan appeared behind them and sharply declared that they could not fight on this day. A little embarrassed, she said the master's words about a sparring match scheduled for that day with a warrior named Vihva. Ren was shocked that they were late, but the calm Gongchan replied that he would be testing his youngest student for the first time that day. Even though Vihwa had stolen her precious uncle's time, Ren still couldn't resist lifting her younger sister into the air, saying that she had long wanted to see her. Looking at the noisy youth, Gonen remembered that she was expecting a quiet and calm day. Gonchan also didn't expect the arrival of his noisy nieces, but the unexpected visit evoked only positive emotions in him. In fact, he began to admit that he found it much more fun to be surrounded by such friendly bustle. It was moments like these that made him fall in love with his new life inside Kanho.